Li Che traverses into a realm of fantasy, becoming the esteemed senior brother of the Lingxu Sword Sect, safeguarding the demon lair alone for a century. However, after 100 years, what awaits Li Che is not applause and flowers, but slander and judgment. They fiercely accuse him of being despicable, claiming he has harmed the sect to monopolize the resources of the demon lair. Li Che merely smiles. After a century of guarding the demon lair, this is the outcome? If so, I shall no longer guard this lair, nor serve this sect. Li Che resolutely withdraws from the Lingxu Sword Sect, yet they remain unconcerned, preparing to exploit the demon lair with great fanfare. However, when they truly step into the lair, they find endless demons erupting, a vast and terrifying aura sweeping through the entire sect, resulting in rivers of blood. In that moment, they finally realize their mistake, crying out for Li Che to return. Li Che retorts, "What do your lives or deaths have to do with me?" Chapter 1. After a century of guarding the demon lair, is this the conclusion? In the southern continent, at the Grand Hall of the Lingxu Sword Sect, Li Che, you deserve to die. You have deceived the sect for a century, merely to monopolize the resources of the demon lair. You have sacrificed the lives of over 100 disciples for your selfish desires. Fortunately, Zhao Yuan-san, though severely injured, managed to return with his life and report to the sect, revealing Li Che's wolfish ambitions. Kill him! Kill him! We all thought he was suppressing the alien race in the demon lair, but turns out there is no alien race at all. Hero? Nonsense. He is nothing but a thorough villain. Bah! The shouts of anger, roars, and cries for blood resounded throughout the sky, with fury and murderous intent etched upon every face, their target being the calm-looking man in the Grand Hall. Is this a rebirth? Li Che murmurs softly. His consciousness begins to return, and as he opens his eyes and surveys his surroundings, he can't help but scoff upon hearing those familiar voices. So familiar. This scene is precisely the turning point of his previous life, when he was slandered. At this thought, he feels nothing but scorn. He, Li Che, though he began as an orphan, he entered the Lingxu Sword Sect at the age of 5, taken in and taught by the sect leader, Xianxia. He became the sect's first direct disciple and its esteemed senior brother. Nevertheless, Li Che did not betray this identity, for he possessed extraordinary talent, diligent in his cultivation, and remarkable in his comprehension. By the age of 20, he had already broken through to the Divine King realm. 20 years old, Divine King realm. How terrifying! At that time, he dazzled the entire southern continent, leaving countless in shock. In those days, Li Che was full of vigor. As the senior brother of the Lingxu Sword Sect, he was undoubtedly the foremost of the younger generation. He had poured his heart and soul into the sect, bringing it countless honors. Yet, time has passed, and everything has changed. For over a century ago, a sudden upheaval struck the southern continent. In ancient times, the remnants of the alien race revived, stirring restlessly as demon lairs erupted, plunging the southern continent into chaos and rivers of blood. To suppress the demon lairs, all major forces in the southern continent took action, engaging in defense and extermination. And what of the Lingxu Sword Sect? Xianxia was injured at that time, and the sect was on the verge of collapse, with only senior brother Li Che bearing the weight of everyone's expectations. He single-handedly entered the demon lair, facing those alien races head-on. Countless injuries and near-death experiences marked his path, yet through his madness and reckless fighting, he ultimately succeeded in safeguarding the demon lair. Now 100 years have swiftly passed. His achievements have long been overlooked, and his solitary vigil over the demon lair has been forgotten. In fact, these people have even forgotten the terror of the demon lair. Each one is eager to exploit it. They have even found so-called evidence, documenting that the alien races within the lair have long since vanished, and that there is not a trace of eerie, sinister aura. It is utterly unfrightening. On the contrary, the entire demon lair is filled with vibrant life and abundant resources. This is the true face of the demon lair. And what of Li Che? The so-called guarding of the lair was merely a guise for him to monopolize its resources. After over 100 disciples entered the lair to mine its treasures only to perish, everyone believes it was Li Che's doing. It is precisely because of this. Li Che is judged by all. Ha ha ha. How laughable. How utterly ridiculous. Li Che chuckles at these thoughts, feeling nothing but irony. The demon lair, filled with vibrant life and peace? Laughable. These people only see the surface wealth of the lair, completely oblivious to the terrors that lie deep within, where the alien races lurk. If not for Li Che's frenzied suppression, the alien races would have long since swarmed out. Yet now, these people actually believe Li Che is deceiving them all. Li Che, are you still laughing? Do you still have the face to smile? Do you understand what it means to harm over 100 fellow disciples because of your own greed? Zhao Yuanxin was even your junior brother. Could you truly be so ruthless? I ask you once more, do you plead guilty? At this moment, in the main hall, sitting above is the sect leader, Li Che's master, Si Ruyan, who glares with gritted teeth, furiously rebuking him. Li Che responds calmly, "Why should I plead guilty? You insolent!" Si Ruyan, in a fit of rage, turns ashen, for she did not expect him to remain so brazen even with irrefutable evidence. Beside her, the injured junior brother Zhao Yuansan, pale and feeble, outwardly pleading yet secretly stoking the flames, says, "Master, perhaps we truly misunderstood the senior brother. He might have had reasons for taking such drastic actions against those disciples." The little junior sister, Yu Shuang, immediately snorted coldly, proclaiming, "What secrets does he have? It's merely that he has occupied the demon cave for too long and developed an attachment. Senior brother, I truly misjudged you." Bah! The two of them complimented each other harmoniously. To an outsider, it might indeed seem as though they spoke the absolute truth. However, after experiencing his previous life, Li Che knew all too well the true thoughts of these two. Yu Shuang, his little junior sister, had not been treated poorly by him a century ago. He had once indulged her. Yet, Li Che understood that she was nothing but a pure, white-eyed wolf. Zhao Yuansen, a disciple taken under the wing of Si Ruyan a year prior, was also the little junior brother of Li Che and the other direct disciples. This individual possessed exceptional innate talent, rumored to bear a certain sacred physique. Moreover, he was clever and charming in conversation, endearing himself to Si Ruyan and several other senior and junior sisters. However, no one knew that Zhao Yuansen's true identity was the contemporary holy son of the Wuji Maozong. His sacred body was none other than the sinister demonic physique. His ultimate goal was to undermine the Lingxu Jianzong from within, allowing the demon sect to take its place and seize the abundant resources of the demon cave to strengthen the sect. This time, he was the one who ruthlessly slaughtered 100 fellow disciples, framing Li Che for the crime. In his previous life, Li Che had sensed something amiss with him and had warned his master and junior sisters several times, only to be met with their indignation, accusing him of jealousy and envy towards the little junior brother. In this life, Li Che naturally had a clearer understanding of Zhao Yuansen's intentions. A strange smile played on his lips as he fixed his gaze upon him. Zhao Yuansen felt a surge of panic within him, for in that moment, when Li Che locked eyes with him, it was as if all his secrets had been laid bare. Nevertheless, Li Che had no intention of exposing his identity or his motives. After all, Li Che was well aware that even if he spoke out, no one would believe him. Furthermore, having been reborn, Li Che had already come to terms with the fact that severing ties with the Lingxu Jianzong was imperative. His goal was to remain unconnected to the Lingxu Jianzong. Thus, what concern was it of his how Zhao Yuansen intended to obliterate the Lingxu Jianzong? Chapter 2. From this moment forth, I, Li Che, shall withdraw from the Lingxu Sword Sect. At this moment, Li Che felt an utter indifference as he silently surveyed everyone in the sect. Zhao Yuansen had his own motives, but Li Che remained unconcerned. In his previous life, Si Ruyan, Yu Shuang, and several other junior sisters, along with the rest of the sect, stood resolutely by Zhao Yuansen's side, vehemently denouncing him and assaulting him, a scene that was vividly etched in his memory. Li Che felt a chilling emptiness in his heart. After guarding the demon cave for a century, he had received not an ounce of trust. In the end, he had become a scapegoat for the sect. Why should he accept such a fate? Now reborn, Li Che found himself utterly indifferent to these people. Meanwhile, Si Ruyan, seated high in the main hall, remained oblivious. Consumed by anger, perceiving Li Che's actions as a direct challenge to her authority as the sect leader, seeking his own demise, with irrefutable evidence, he still refused to acknowledge his crimes? Very well, it seems the sect has been too lenient with you, allowing you to forget the laws of our order. Someone, seize this traitor and cast him into the abyss of black crimes. He shall remain there until he confesses. Si Ruyan's cold voice rang out, her furious command echoing throughout the hall. With a disdainful gaze, she looked down upon him with an air of merciless authority. As her words fell, numerous disciples outside the hall brightened with excitement, all collectively voicing their agreement. Yes, this is how it should be. Cast him into the abyss of black crimes, and he should never be released. He has deceived us for a century. The sect leader is wise. Everyone felt invigorated, reveling in his misfortune. For they all knew that the abyss of black crimes was the most terrifying place in the Lingxu Sword Sect. It was a realm perpetually enveloped in chilling winds, striking like blades, delivering indiscriminate torment to all who entered. Moreover, the pain inflicted there was not only physical but also struck at the very essence of one's being, leaving one in utter despair. Indeed, the abyss of black crimes was a nightmare for all within the sect, a place no one wished to visit. Yet now, as Li Che was condemned to the abyss, everyone felt he deserved it, as if it were fated. The junior sister Yu and Zhao Yuansen both felt a surge of joy within. Enraged? Huh? Upon hearing their words, he wore not a trace of fear on his face. Instead, he continued to smile. Such a scene only served to infuriate Si Ruyan and the others even more. Little did they know, Li Che had already traversed this very path once before. Ultimately, in his past life, he had indeed been cast into the abyss of black crimes, enduring 3 of the darkest years. Now reborn, how could he possibly acquiesce to their desires? There was no need for such complications. Li Che spoke softly, his voice calm and unhurried, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Si Ruyan too was taken aback and instinctively responded, "What do you mean?" "I mean, there is no need for such trouble." Li Che spoke slowly, his voice tranquil, yet imbued with a chilling intensity as he declared, "What does it matter whether I plead guilty or not? You have already deemed me responsible. If that is the case, why must I confess in person? Is it that this additional formality brings you solace? How hypocritical." At that moment, within the grand hall of the sect, all present widened their eyes in astonishment upon hearing Li Che's words. The assembly was taken aback, for they had not anticipated his audacity to counter the esteemed Si Ruyan. Even Si Ruyan herself was momentarily rendered speechless, her face paling as she vehemently retorted, "What did you say?" Unfazed, Li Che locked his gaze upon her and coldly articulated, "What, master, can you no longer comprehend my words? How then can you assert that I am to blame? I declare I do not plead guilty. As for your judgment of me, what significance does it hold for me? Having guarded the abyss of demons for a century, I have repaid the sect's kindness in nurturing me. Therefore, as of this moment, Li Che, formally withdraw from the Lingxu Sword Sect. Do you understand?" The sound resonated powerfully, each word striking like thunder in the void. Everyone heard it. Consequently, expressions shifted among the crowd, disbelief etched across their faces. They had never imagined that Li Che would dare to take such a stand. He intended to leave the Lingxu Sword Sect. How could he? By what right? How audacious! Was it because he was the senior apprentice that he believed he could threaten the sect leader? We shall not acquiesce, whether he stays or goes. Who is afraid of whom? The Lingxu Sword Sect has never been dependent on a single Li Che. Many disciples' expressions morphed wildly as they erupted in indignation. They felt as if they stood atop a moral high ground, cloaked in righteousness. Moreover, they believed their demands were justified. It was merely a matter of insisting that Li Che confess and face punishment, was it not? As the senior apprentice, was this not his due? Furthermore, whether his century-long guardianship of the abyss of demons was true was uncertain, yet his monopolization of its resources was an undeniable fact. How dare he contemplate leaving the Lingxu Sword Sect? The collective fury was palpable. Si Ruyan, in particular, was so enraged that she seemed disoriented, her body trembling as she clenched her teeth, as if unable to accept that these words came from Li Che. "Li Che, you are audacious." After a prolonged silence, Si Ruyan finally regained her composure, her beautiful eyes blazing with anger, as if she felt betrayed. She scolded, "How dare you treat the Lingxu Sword Sect with such disdain? Withdraw from the sect? Have I permitted this? What, if I choose to leave? Will you attempt to stop me? Will you kill me?" Li Che scoffed. In his previous life, he had refused to plead guilty, yet had not left, instead enduring 3 years of oppression in the abyss of black crimes. During that period, he attempted several times to provide evidence to prove his innocence. Yet the outcome? No one believed him at all. Eventually, Li Che came to realize that it was not a matter of disbelief. Rather, it was an unconscious bias favoring Zhao Yuansen. Even when they were aware of his faults, they were reluctant to admit them. It was only in the end, when junior brother Zhao Yuansen led the demonic sect to create chaos within the sect, and when foreign invaders launched a massive assault on the demon lair, threatening the very existence of the Lingxu Sword Sect, that they finally recognized the egregiousness of their errors. But what difference did it make? By that time, Li Che had already grown indifferent. In this lifetime, He merely wished to extricate himself from these troubles while hastening the downfall of the Lingxu Sword Sect. Huh! A mocking smile played upon Li Chei's lips. He paid no heed to his master, Si Rian, whose face had turned crimson with rage. Instead, he turned away decisively, exuding a sense of nonchalance, disregarding the other members of the sect. He was resolute in his intent to leave. He had declared that from this day forth, he would completely withdraw from the Lingxu Sword Sect, and he intended to honor that commitment. Halt! Impudent! How dare you! As Li Chei truly prepared to depart with firm strides, Si Rian found herself momentarily flustered. Indeed, she was genuinely unnerved, though in truth, she was uncertain as to the cause of her disquiet. She merely felt that after more than a century, she had grown accustomed to Li Chei's presence. Now that he was leaving, how could he? Chapter 3. Do you think you deserve my confession? The Southern Continent's ban on Li Chei? Si Rian's lips quivered with anger, her beautiful eyes nearly igniting with fury. Yet, she ultimately dared not strike down Li Chei. After all, to the outside world, Li Chei was the master brother of the Lingxu Sword Sect, a prodigious talent renowned across the Southern Continent. He had led the Lingxu Sword Sect to countless glories and had safeguarded the demon lair for over a century. Such a figure, if she were to truly take his life, would undoubtedly incite a tumult within the cultivation realm should word get out. The ensuing uproar would be sufficient to inundate the Lingxu Sword Sect, leading to its reputation plummeting. Yet, the thought of allowing Li Chei to simply walk away left her even more restless. Wasn't it merely asking him to confess? Wasn't it just a punishment of confinement at the Black Sin Cliff? What could possibly come of it? If he agreed, wouldn't everything be resolved? Si Ruyan cursid inwardly. Could it be that she had pressured him too much? The moment that thought arose, she swiftly dismissed it. It was clearly Li Chei's fault. As his master, regardless of how excessive her actions were, he ought not to defy her commands. Otherwise, it would be an act of treason. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, and she threatened sternly. Li Chei, think carefully. If you dare to leave today, I will, in the name of the Lingxu Sword Sect, publicly announce your banishment to the entire cultivation world. In the future, no matter how vast the world may be, there will be no place for you to call home. Si Rian's voice was filled with severity. Daring to disregard your own master, you must be shown the consequences of your insolence. Suit yourself. Li Chei scoffed with a dismissive laugh, not bothering to look back as he uttered those words, his pace unwavering. The threat of the Lingxu Sword Sect? Such a menace is almost laughable. Poor Si Rian would never fathom that it would not be long before the entire Lingxu Sword Sect meets utter annihilation. You. Observing the futility of threats, Si Rian's anger intensified, her delicate face paling. Is he truly leaving? Such fortune? Young junior brother, Zhao Yuansen, witnessing the situation unfold as he had envisioned, felt a surge of delight. He had deliberately orchestrated the demise of over 100 disciples of the Lingxu Sword Sect within the demonic cave, framing Li Chei for it, all for this moment. Each time he faced Li Chei, an unsettling thrill coursed through him, as if all his secrets were laid bare before that piercing gaze. Now, with Li Chei being forced to retreat, there would be no one left in the Lingxu Sword Sect to thwart him. On the surface, he maintained a facade of innocence, soothing Si Rian instead. Master, please do not be too angered. Though the senior brother has monopolized the resources of the demonic cave and harmed countless fellow disciples, and even openly defied you this time, he is still our sect's senior brother. Please do not hold it against him. Before Si Rian could respond, the disdainful Yu Shuang, arms crossed, could not suppress a scoff and retorted, Junior brother, you are far too benevolent. Such a selfish individual, who has deceived the sect for a century to seize the resources of the demonic cave, is unworthy of being our senior brother. His departure is fortuitous. However, allowing him to leave unscathed is indeed too lenient. Even in his departure, he ought to pay a price. The third junior sister, Lu Lingli, with a frosty demeanor, cast a glance at Li Chei, her eyes glimmering with cold light, nodding in agreement. What the junior sister says is indeed correct. It should be so. Li Chei felt a wave of elation. Departing from the Lingxu Sword Sect was not a loss of support for him, but rather akin to a tiger entering the mountains, a dragon returning to the sea. Once the shackles were cast off, the vast and unrestrained world would allow him to fully realize his ambitions. Furthermore, he would bear witness to the downfall of the Lingxu Sword Sect, as well as the regret and despair of these individuals today. Just as Li Chei was about to step out of the Grand Hall, a sharp voice suddenly rang out. Like, alt. In the next instant, a flash of light appeared before him, and a figure materialized in mid-air, blocking his path. She bore a divine sword, her skin like jade, her beauty striking, clad in a flowing white gown that danced like a celestial maiden descending to the mortal realm. It was none other than the third junior sister, Lu Lingli. Lu Lingli hovered with an air of authority, looking down upon Li Che, her indifference and disdain unmistakable. Li Ke, do you intend to simply walk away without facing any consequences? Occupying the resources of the demon lair and slaughtering hundreds of fellow disciples, believing that a mere declaration of withdrawal from the sect could absolve one of all sins. How naive. Lu Lingli's voice was icy as she unleashed a merciless tirade. She even neglected to address him as senior brother. Li Che raised his gaze, casting a glance at the haughty Lu Lingli, who stood elevated above, seemingly indifferent to his presence. Lu Lingli, his third junior sister, possessed remarkable talent in cultivation. With her profound skills and enchanting beauty, she had become a renowned figure in Southern Continent, often revered as the cold fairy by many aspiring talents. Alas, she was nothing more than an ingrate. He recalled the time when she first joined the sect. Due to the myriad responsibilities that occupied Si Ruyan, he was the one who painstakingly guided her through various cultivation experiences and techniques. Back then, she would often cling to him, and he had showered her with affection, imparting all his knowledge and sharing numerous treasures with her. Yet in her recent judgment against him, her involvement was no less than that of the younger junior sister, Yu Shuanger. Now, she stood with an air of superiority, questioning him with a harsh tone, completely oblivious to the fact that all she possessed was thanks to him. Li Che had no desire to engage with such a person and attempted to leave with a mere shift of his foot. However, this act of disregard only served to infuriate Lu Lingli further. Li Che, did you not hear what I said? You may attempt to walk away, but remember, it is the Lingxu Sword Sect that will expel you after your judgment. Lu Lingli's decisiveness was palpable. As she spoke, she made her move. It must be acknowledged that as a direct disciple of the Lingxu Sword Sect and a celebrated cold fairy of the Southern Continent, Lu Lingli was not only beautiful, but also formidable in strength. The moment she acted, a powerful surge of energy radiated outward. With a swift gesture, her divine sword conjured a myriad of sword lights that shot towards Li Che. Remember, it is not you who withdraws from the sect, but rather the Lingxu Sword Sect that will cast you out as a worthless being. Lu Lingli, resembling an ethereal being, unleashed a fierce attack aimed directly at Li Che's vital points. Truly a fitting moniker of an ingrate. Li Che couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. Had she forgotten that all her abilities were taught to her by him? Truly a display of ignorance. As the divine sword approached, his expression shifted to one of stern determination. How dare she presume to make him confess? Did she even deserve such a role? With a hint of scorn in his voice, Li Che pointed, and a sword energy materialized, cleaving downwards. Clang! The resounding echo of the sword rang through the heavens. As the sword intent surged upward, an overwhelming wave of murderous intent and chilling aura enveloped the scene, leaving everyone present with a prickling sensation, as if calamity were imminent. Simultaneously, the once otherworldly Lu Lingli appeared feeble before that beam of sword light, which cleaved through the void and sent her crashing into the grand hall with a thunderous impact. She was utterly defeated. Li Che retracted his finger, his expression indifferent. For a moment, the hall fell into silence. Chapter 4. What pretense of a serene fairy do you maintain before me? In the grand hall, countless disciples were left in astonishment. Images of the breathtaking figure that once captivated all of Southern Continent surged uncontrollably in their minds, leaving many youthful prodigies overshadowed. Li Ke, you are doomed. As he watched Lu Lingli rise from the ground, her teeth clenched in anger as she glared at him, Li Che let out a derisive laugh. Mocking her, Lu Lingli, what righteousness do you feign before me? Your sword, your armor, and all your treasures were acquired through my assistance. Even the divine abilities you wield were imparted by me. Everything you possess is a result of my contribution. Lu Lingli was momentarily struck dumb, her face alternating between red and pale, for she knew that Li Che spoke the truth. Paying the price? Being expelled from the sect? Having one's cultivation abolished? Who do you think you are? Do you believe you are worthy to bark bravado before me? If we speak of treachery and ingratitude, it seems you, Lu Lingli, are the one most deserving of scorn. Li Che's gaze was electrifying as he advanced step by step. Each word thundered forth, piercing deeply into Lu Lingli's heart. Li Ke. You. Feeling the disdainful gaze of Li Che, Lu Lingli's lips trembled, instinctively retreating and pointing at him, yet she could not utter a single word. Suddenly, overwhelmed by her emotions, Lu Lingli coughed up a mouthful of blood, her complexion as pale as paper. Stumbling, she collapsed to the ground. Only then did the crowd in the hall awaken from their stupor. Some hurried to check on Lu Lingli's condition, while others, filled with righteous indignation, cast furious glances at Li Che, vociferously rebuking him. Li Che, how dare you lay hands on Lingli? She is your junior sister, as the eldest disciple. How could you treat her so cruelly? Had her conscience been devoured by dogs? Upon witnessing Lu Lingli's injury, Si Ruyin was immediately incensed, her beautiful eyes brimming with fury as she scolded him harshly, as if oblivious to the fact that Lu Lingli had initiated the conflict. She placed all the blame squarely on Li Che. Si Ruyin's indiscriminate accusations only served to deepen the chill in Li Che's demeanor. He raised his head defiantly, locking eyes with Si Ruyin. Mistress Si, do not speak so familiarly. I cannot bear the title of eldest brother, and furthermore, I have no junior sisters. Standing at the entrance of the hall, his gaze swept across the room, observing those who once regarded him with familiarity but now glared at him with hostility. His clear and resolute voice resonated throughout the hall. From this day forth, I, Li Che, am no longer a member of the Lingxu Sword Sect. My ties with you have been severed. From henceforth, we shall have no further entanglements. With that declaration, he concluded. He stepped out, leaving the grand hall of the sect without a backward glance, his figure swiftly vanishing from the sight of the onlookers. How outrageous! This ungrateful disciple truly dared to withdraw from the Lingxu Sword Sect. Was this a deliberate attempt to provoke me? Was it merely a matter of admitting his mistakes? Was it simply a punishment to send him to the Blacksand Cliff? How dare he threaten me with his departure from the sect? Did he truly believe that the Lingxu Sword Sect could not function without him? Si Ruyin's face turned pale with rage, her heaving chest rising and falling violently, causing Zhao Yuansun, who stood beside her, to stare in awe. He had never noticed before just how alluring this voluptuous beauty could be. Subconsciously, his gaze wandered to a few senior sisters. Once he successfully annexed the Lingxu Sword Sect, these women would all be within his grasp. He instinctively licked his lips, a surge of heat flooding his heart. Seeing Li Che truly leave, he felt a wave of ecstatic joy, quickly suppressing his excitement, and turned to comfort Si Ruyin with a facade of obedience. Master, please do not be angry. It would not be good for your health. Perhaps the elder brother will eventually come to his senses and return. Si Ruyin's brows furrowed, and with a cold snort, she retorted, Return? Not a chance. Does he think the Lingxu Sword Sect is a place one can come and go as they please? The sect does not require his presence. Zhao Yuansun's gaze followed Li Che's departing figure, a glimmer of triumph flashing in his eyes. This stumbling block, Lin Che, had finally departed. However, merely exiting the Lingxu Sword Sect was not enough. He needed to ensure that Li Che was completely eradicated. With this thought in mind, Zhao Yuansun forcibly quelled his excitement and seemingly obediently reminded Si Ruyin, "Oh, if he doesn't return, then so be it. You need not worry about the elder brother's future. Although he has left the sect, the vastness of the South Continent may well harbor another sect willing to accept him. He will surely find a place to land." Si Ruyin's gaze suddenly sharpened. With a cold snort, she exclaimed, "You almost made me forget. Does he think that leaving the Lingxu Sword Sect means everything is over? How naive. I shall ensure that in this vast world, he finds no place to stand." Si Ruyin abruptly lifted her head, her icy voice reverberating throughout the grand hall. Immediately issued the holy edict of the Lingxu Sword Sect to seal off Li Che, announced to the entire cultivation community of the South Continent that, from this day forth, Li Che is expelled from the sect, and shall have no further ties with the Lingxu Sword Sect. Furthermore, no sect or lineage in the South Continent is permitted to harbor or accept Li Che. Otherwise, they shall be considered enemies of the Lingxu Sword Sect. A gleam of cold fury flickered in Si Ruyin's eyes, her anger finally subsiding somewhat. Once the sect's decree of expulsion was issued, no place in the entire South Continent would dare to accept Li Che. Though the world may be vast, there would be no place for Li Che to stand. Upon hearing this command, all the disciples were initially taken aback, followed by thunderous cheers. The decree of expulsion. Li Che is in for a dire fate now. Once the ban is enacted, there will be no sanctuary for him in the entirety of Nanzhou. He will become a mere specter, a wandering soul. How satisfying it is. Li Che truly believed himself to be someone of significance, yet he is but a youthful disciple, foolishly thinking that any sect would dare to shelter him at the risk of offending my Lingxu Sword Sect. What a farce. The sect leader is wise. The ban must be enforced. It is only right. Was he not so audacious? I shall see if he can maintain that bravado now. Once the ban is issued, there will be no place for Li Che in all of Nanzhou. Excitement painted the faces of all around. Cheers and support surged like a tidal wave, as if they could not wish for anything more than for Li Che to meet an early demise. Si Ruyan let out a cold snort. Her gaze fixed on the direction in which Li Che departed, her silver teeth clenched tightly. Li Che, I await the day you return, crying and pleading for my mercy. Soon, the decree of banishment from the Lingxu Sword Sect swept through the Nanzhou cultivation community like a whirlwind. The contents were astonishing, rapidly engulfing the region and stirring up a tremendous uproar. Chapter 5. The ban is proclaimed far and wide. Dia, Divine Dynasty, directly invited. Lingxu Sword Sect's Holy Edict. Upon investigation, it has been determined that Li Che, a disciple of the Lingxu Sword Sect, possesses a cold and indifferent nature, arrogant and presumptuous, disregarding authority and the laws of the sect. He is avaricious by nature, selfish, and has harmed numerous fellow disciples for his own gain. His heart is worthy of condemnation. Henceforth, Li Che is expelled from the sect. Furthermore, no sect within the Nanzhou cultivation community shall harbor or accept Li Che. Failure to comply shall be deemed an act of enmity against the Lingxu Sword Sect. Once the announcement from the Lingxu Sword Sect was released, it rapidly swept across all of Nanzhou. The cultivation community reacted as if they had just experienced a cataclysmic earthquake, chaos erupting everywhere. Countless individuals were left in stunned disbelief. An uproar ensued. What? Did I not see that correctly? The Lingxu Sword Sect has expelled their elder disciple Li Che from the sect. Is the Lingxu Sword Sect out of their minds? What a joke. That is Li Che, who has subdued all the prodigies of Nanzhou. Such an unparalleled genius, one whom others would seek in vain, and yet the Lingxu Sword Sect casts him out? Dubani Shlike. Madness. The Lingxu Sword Sect has truly lost their sanity. Upon the first glimpse of the announcement, the collective reaction was strikingly uniform. It was not the allegations that drew their attention, but the sheer shock and incomprehension, simply because it was Li Che, simply because he is Li Che, the one who, in a single bound, dominated the Nanzhou cultivation community, overshadowing countless contemporaries and leaving many prodigies in the shadows. Since Li Che entered the world of cultivation, he has risen like a comet. To say he has dazzled an entire era would not be an exaggeration. Such a prodigious disciple, one that other sects would dream to acquire, and now the Lingxu Sword Sect voluntarily expels him. In an instant, countless individuals began to mock the Lingxu Sword Sect. As for the various charges listed by the Lingxu Sword Sect, no one paid them any heed. Over the years, the esteemed senior disciple of the Lingxu Sword Sect, the most outstanding apprentice in a century, has dominated the contemporary realm and forcefully quelled the demonic abyss, leading the Lingxu Sword Sect to countless glories. These remarkable deeds have been witnessed by many, stirring desire in their hearts. How could they possibly believe such a statement? They would rather think that the Lingxu Sword Sect has lost its senses. Upon realizing the situation, countless individuals were instantly filled with excitement. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Return swiftly to report to the sect. Since Li Che has severed ties with the Lingxu Sword Sect, he is now a free man. If we could invite such a genius to join our sect, it would be a monumental triumph. Surely, our master would awaken from dreams with joy. Indeed, indeed, it is Li Che. The Lingxu Sword Sect does not want him. We do. In an instant, the cultivation world of the southern continent was ablaze with fervor. Countless communication jade slips gleamed with light, and messages flew rapidly like swords, all concerning Li Che, in the Divine Dynasty, within the Imperial Study. Bang! A teacup was suddenly crushed by an overwhelming grip, tea splattering onto the bright yellow dragon robe. The owner of the garment, however, had no time to care about such matters. What did you say? The Lingxu Sword Sect has expelled Master Li Che and intends to blacklist him. Are you certain? Upon hearing the news, the Emperor of the Divine Dynasty sprang to his feet, ignoring the tea-soaked yellow robe. He fixated intently on the Grand Master reporting the news, his eyes wide with disbelief. Even as a sovereign accustomed to great storms and possessing remarkable composure, he found it hard to accept this news. The Lingxu Sword Sect, Like, expulsion, blacklist. Each of these words was comprehensible, yet together they formed a meaning he could not fathom. Has that woman, Si Ruyan, lost her mind? Hearing the emperor's inquiry, the Grand Master nodded vigorously. Your Majesty, the news is confirmed. Li Che has indeed been expelled from the Lingxu Sword Sect. In fact, the Grand Master himself wore a face of incredulity. His first instinct was to question the accuracy of the news, thus he confirmed it several times. Yet each time, he received the same result. Though perplexed, the gravity of the matter compelled him to report immediately. How splendid! Truly, divine assistance has come to me. With the confirmation, the Emperor of the Dian divine dynasty paced restlessly within the imperial study, his face betraying an uncontainable excitement. Moments later, he abruptly turned and commanded, "Send word. Immediately dispatch someone to locate Li Che and invite him to join our Yin divine dynasty." His gaze shifted towards the direction of the Lingxu Sword Sect, a mocking expression upon his face. Humph. The people of the Lingxu Sword Sect must have been kicked by a donkey. A person like Li Che, who has dazzled the entire southern continent and overshadowed countless prodigies, and yet they choose to expel him. They do not want him. I want him. He turned to the Grand Master and solemnly instructed, "Grand Master, remember to express our sincerity. If Li Che is willing to come, our great Yin divine dynasty is prepared to offer him a noble title, granting him the authority to establish a government and build a stronghold. He may select any high-ranking official position he desires, with unlimited resources for cultivation at his disposal. I would even be willing to bestow one of my royal daughters upon him. All that is required is his willingness to come." It must be said that the Emperor of Great Yin truly possessed remarkable resolve, making bold moves from the outset. The Grand Master, however, exhibited no surprise. After all, this was Li Che. Even the most lavish treatment was well-deserved. Yet, as a loyal subject, he felt compelled to consider other factors on behalf of the sovereign. Noticing the Emperor's firm determination to recruit Li Che, the Grand Master, while in agreement, could not help but voice his concerns, saying, "Your Majesty, the Lingxu Sword Sect has simultaneously announced a ban on Li Che throughout the realm. Should we accept him, we would undoubtedly offend the Lingxu Sword Sect and cultivate enmity with them." The Emperor scoffed and waved his hand dismissively, showing little concern. Oomph. Does the Lingxu Sword Sect expect everyone to go mad alongside them, just because they have? They have chosen to cast him aside. Whoever can seize him will benefit. In the end, the Emperor's gaze darkened. Compared to gaining Li Che, what does offending the Lingxu Sword Sect matter? One Li Che is worth 10 Lingxu Sword Sects. Soon after the announcement from the Lingxu Sword Sect, the Great Yin Divine Dynasty swiftly issued a public proclamation across the entire southern continent. The Emperor himself decreed that Li Che was welcomed at any time and extended a sincere invitation for him to join. Noble title, authority to establish a government, high-ranking positions, abundant resources, even a royal marriage. Such generous terms left countless cultivators astonished and in uproar. This was undoubtedly a resounding slap in the face to the Lingxu Sword Sect, elevating the matter to an entirely new level. Chapter 6. The Dawi Sword Sect also extended an invitation, causing a sensation throughout the southern continent. The Dawi Sword Sect, a renowned sect of sword cultivators in the southern continent, stood as a sacred ground for sword practitioners alongside the Lingxu Sword Sect, often referred to as the Southern Lingxu and Northern Dawi. The two sects were thus rivals, each shining in their own right. However, in recent centuries, the Dawi Sword Sect had clearly been overshadowed by the Lingxu Sword Sect, largely due to the presence of Li Che. At this moment, the entire Dawi Sword Sect was in an uproar. The Lingxu Sword Sect banished Li Che from their ranks and even sought to impose a ban on him. When news of the ban reached them, the sect master and elders of the Dawi Sword Sect were left utterly astonished, their expressions filled with disbelief. As rivals of the Lingxu Sword Sect, they understood better than anyone the terror and prodigious talent that Li Che possessed. Their hearts were filled with countless regrets. Why is such a remarkable figure not a disciple of his own sect? Now, the opportunity has arisen. The Grand Elder and others of the Dao sect were initially taken aback, but soon their astonishment transformed into unbridled joy. Over the past century, although our Dao Sword Sect has faced numerous setbacks, it was never the Lingxu Sword Sect that suppressed us, but rather Li Che. We doubt Li Che. What is the Lingxu Sword Sect even worth? Now, they have severed their own limb. Truly, heaven is aiding us. The leader of the Dao Sword Sect, overwhelmed with excitement, immediately commanded, "Quick, dispatch someone to invite Li Che to join our Dao Sword Sect. No, Holy Maiden, you must personally extend the invitation. Remember, we must demonstrate our utmost sincerity." The Grand Elder nodded vigorously, his excitement causing his beard to tremble. "We must invite Li Che to join our Dao Sword Sect." He laughed heartily, reveling in the moment. Ha! That group of fools from the Lingxu Sword Sect must have gone mad, actively pushing Li Che away. A pack of blind fools. They have suppressed us for over a century and truly believe they are formidable. It was solely due to Li Che. Now, our opportunity has arrived. The members of the Dao Sword Sect were all brimming with excitement, each one filled with exhilaration and anticipation. As for the threats and prohibitions from the Lingxu Sword Sect, what does that matter to them? Only Li Che joining the Dao Sword Sect is of significance. The mere Lingxu Sword Sect is inconsequential. Standing nearby, the Holy Maiden of the Dao Sword Sect, with her exquisite beauty and striking features, donned a form-fitting long dress that accentuated her graceful figure. She exuded an air of poise and decisiveness, yet at this moment she appeared somewhat lost in thought. "Señor Brother Li Che." She was acutely aware of the formidable adversary her sect faced in Li Che. Yet to her chagrin, as the most outstanding Holy Maiden of the Dao Sword Sect, she had never gained an advantage in her encounters with him. He had always maintained a steady upper hand. Logically, as a rival of the sect, the Holy Maiden should harbor animosity towards Li Che. But the reality was quite the opposite. Despite his formidable strength and the numerous times he had led the Lingxu Sword Sect to suppress the Dao Holy Land, Li Che's methods were honorable and his conduct above board, earning the respect and admiration of all within the Dao sect, leaving no room for resentment. Even the Holy Maiden herself felt nothing but admiration for him. Upon hearing that the sect leader intended to invite Li Che to join the Dao Sword Sect, she felt no resistance, but rather a sense of joy and anticipation. "Senior Brother Li Che, will you come?" The decree of prohibition issued by the Lingxu Sword Sect undoubtedly became the most talked about topic in the southern cultivation realm, drawing countless practitioners to pay attention and engage in discussion. The notion of the prohibition incited endless speculation, and what intrigued people even more was, not long after the decree of the Lingxu Sword Sect was issued, the Dian Divine Dynasty swiftly proclaimed to the world, seemingly in direct opposition to the Lingxu Sword Sect, that they would spare no effort to recruit Li Che, utterly disregarding the sect's ban. This audacious declaration stirred a great uproar. However, the matter did not end there. Shortly after the Dian Divine Dynasty's announcement, the Dao Sword Sect, another revered sanctuary of swordsmanship, promptly released their own statement. They extolled Brother Li Che's profound cultivation and extraordinary swordsmanship, elevating him to a status of admiration that my younger sister had long cherished. Furthermore, many brothers and sisters of the Dao Sword Sect regarded Brother Li Che as a person of noble character and integrity, a rare mentor and friend on the path of cultivation, eager to support one another and walk the great way together. My younger sister, though lacking in talent, humbly offered to personally welcome Brother Li Che to the Dao Sword Sect to jointly explore the supreme path of the sword. The Dao Sword Sect extends a sincere invitation, preparing to receive him with open arms. Once this announcement was made public, it immediately caused a sensational stir. The entire proclamation was issued in the voice of the sect's saintess, imbued with sincere and earnest language. It provided Brother Li Che with ample affirmation, both in terms of his cultivation and character. Without a doubt, upon the release of this statement, all the accusations previously levied against Li Che by the Lingxu Sword Sect dissipated like smoke, leaving no room for doubt. How could a person who earns the admiration and respect of his rivals be deemed inferior? Even those from the Dao Sword Sect, who had felt overshadowed by Li Che, recognized his worth and held him in high esteem, while the members of the Lingxu Sword Sect resorted to scornful derision. They even sought to banish him without a trace of mercy. What more is there to say? This raises the question of whether it is Li Che who is at fault, or if it is the Lingxu Sword Sect that is narrow-minded, unable to accommodate this prodigious talent, and thus forcing him away. Moreover, although the announcement was made in the name of the saintess, everyone noticed that it bore the official seal of the sect leader at the bottom. This signifies the endorsement of the entire Dao Sword Sect. It further emphasizes their determination to recruit him. Truly, this event sent ripples across the realm. With the successive proclamations from the Dian Divine Dynasty and the Daoi Sword Sect, the major sects and traditions throughout the southern continent could no longer remain idle. They had learned of the Lingxu Sword Sect's expulsion of Li Che nearly simultaneously. Yet, before they could recover from their shock, the announcements from the Dian Divine Dynasty and the Daoi Sword Sect had already spread throughout the southern continent. This was intolerable. They too desired Li Che. Swiftly, they resolved to issue their own announcements. It was imperative that they demonstrate the utmost sincerity. As for the ban from the Lingxu Sword Sect, what a farce. How could the Lingxu Sword Sect even compare to Li Che? Their strength was merely a reflection of having Li Che among them. Now that he was departing, what significance does the Lingxu Sword Sect hold? As long as Li Che can join our sect, everything will be worthwhile. The mere Lingxu Sword Sect may yet find itself outmatched. Indeed, quickly, in an instant, the southern region erupted with excitement. Countless sects and lineages paid no heed to the Lingxu Sword Sect's announcement, disregarding the so-called ban, and swiftly sent out invitations to announce to the world. Even if the chances were slim, the potential success was enough to ignite their aspirations. Immediately, each faction, fearing to lag behind, extended their utmost sincerity, inviting Li Che to join their ranks. The Qingyang sect sincerely invites fellow Taoist Li Che to join. The Wanxiang Hall invites fellow Taoist Li Che to partake in the Great Tao, offering the position of Deputy Hall Master. The Hanfeng Valley pledges all its resources to support fellow Taoist Li Che on his journey, hoping for his consideration. The Feishing Gate opens its myriad techniques and divine abilities to fellow Taoist Li Che. The fervor among the multitude of factions was palpable. Announcements spread across the realm. Often, as one announcement was disseminated, another from a different faction would swiftly follow, each promising benefits that left countless cultivators breathless, their eyes alight with fervor. Yet, no one harbored jealousy, for Li Che was indeed deserving. In that moment, the entire southern cultivation world was ablaze with excitement. Countless forces were driven mad, and the name Li Che tugged at the hearts of all. As for the ban issued by the Lingxu Sword Sect that had sparked this fervor, it was all but trampled underfoot, entirely ignored. Chapter 7. Awaiting him, weeping and pleading for his return. As time passed, the following day dawned. Within the grand hall of the Lingxu Sword Sect, Xianxia sat regally at the head, surrounded by numerous elders and disciples. A day had already elapsed. How widespread had the ban become? Gently lifting the spiritual tea from the table, Xianxia inquired languidly. Reporting to the sect master, the ban has indeed spread throughout the entire southern region. The world is now aware. Came a response from below, albeit with a hint of hesitation in their tone. Xianxia, however, paid no mind to this subtlety. Pleased by the response, she nodded, a glimmer of pride flashing in her eyes. The Lingxu Sword Sect, as a premier sect of the southern region, undoubtedly wielded immense deterrent power. Now that the ban had been issued, it was certain that none would dare risk offending the Lingxu Sword Sect by sheltering Li Che. In the face of such obstacles, Li Che would surely find himself in dire straits, akin to a lost dog. This was all of his own making. Otherwise, how could he be so oblivious to the blessings he had? Did he truly believe he could challenge the Lingxu Sword Sect? Now that the ban had circulated, was that rebellious disciple not already scurrying back with his tail between his legs to plead for mercy? Xianxia took a leisurely sip of her tea, casually inquiring. She had resolved that once Li Che returned to beg for forgiveness, she would seize the opportunity to strike him down once more, to undermine his pride and re-establish her authority as his master. The elders below opened their mouths, their expressions fraught with difficulty. Xianxia furrowed her delicate brows, her gaze deepening. What? That rebellious disciple has not returned to plead for mercy. Upon seeing someone nod below, she immediately emitted a cold snort and, in a grave tone, inquired, what is the matter? Was it not said that the ban had already spread across the world? Known to all? What has been the reaction from the various sects? Xianxia found it incomprehensible. Although only a day had passed, the entire realm of cultivation in the southern continent was rife with exclusionary sentiments. Li Che should have swiftly recognized the power of the ban, understood his predicament, and returned, weeping and begging for forgiveness. Was his fellow so stubborn as to refuse to bow to her? With this thought, Xianxia resolved to impose even greater punishment upon him in the future. The elders below, upon hearing her words, turned pale, their gazes evasive, and for a long time, none dared to respond. They simply could not summon the courage to speak. Speak your mind. Seeing that Li Che had not returned as she had anticipated, Sirian's dissatisfaction grew. Now, witnessing the elders with their glum faces, hesitating to speak, her annoyance intensified, and her countenance reflected her displeasure. Under the pressure of the sect leader's authority, the elders appeared ashen. They exchanged glances, and as Sirian's expression darkened further, one finally steeled himself and reported earnestly, reporting to the sect leader. The ban was indeed issued yesterday, and has spread throughout the realm of cultivation in the southern continent. However, the various sects here have not taken the ban to heart at all. Not only have they not ostracized him, but they have also released announcements, offering generous rewards to invite Li Che to join their ranks. For instance, the Dayan Divine Dynasty and the Dawi Sword Sect have openly insulted our Lingxu Sword Sect, hurling derogatory remarks such as short-sighted and narrow-minded, with insults that are exceedingly harsh. Moreover, they have publicly announced invitations for Li Che to join them. Even the smaller sects, while not daring to insult us directly, have also disregarded the ban entirely, each vying to extend invitations to Li Che. For instance, the Wanxiang Hall has proclaimed its willingness to offer Li Che the position of Vice Hall Master. The Feixing sect has opened all its techniques to him, and the Hanfeng Valley has even pledged to fully support Li Che in his cultivation endeavors. Additionally, the elders recounted the various news from across the southern continent in detail. After all, the external world was ablaze with excitement over Li Che, with invitations from one force after another spreading like snowflakes throughout the realm of cultivation. Overwhelming in their abundance, it was impossible to remain unaware. In summary, it was clear that after Li Che's departure and the issuance of the ban by the Lingxu Sword Sect, events had not unfolded as anticipated. The various sects and powers of the southern continent did not exclude or harbor animosity towards Li Che. Rather, they flocked to him as if he were a coveted treasure, eagerly vying to offer him benefits. How could this be possible? Upon hearing the reports from several elders, Si Ruyan felt as if struck by lightning, left utterly stunned. She was not alone. Lu Lingli, Yu Shuang and Zhao Yuan's son, among other esteemed disciples, were equally astonished. The southern continent was in an uproar, with numerous orthodox sects scrambling to recruit Li Che. How could this happen? What kind of enchantment had Li Che cast upon those sects? Yu Shuang agasped, her eyes wide with disbelief. Li Che was merely the discarded refuse of their Lingxu Sword Sect, yet he was so fiercely contested by the orthodox sects. By what right? How dare those sects act so boldly? The Lingxu Sword Sect had already issued a ban against him. Did they not fear retribution? What did they think of the Lingxu Sword Sect's decree? How could an insignificant figure like Li Che possess such allure? As she regained her composure, Si Ruyan's face flushed crimson, her anger boiling to the surface as she roared in fury. The person she had personally expelled from the sect had incited the entire southern continent as cultivation community to fight over him, which was tantamount to declaring her own blindness. It felt like a resounding slap to her face, igniting her rage. What exclusion by the orthodox sects! What a vast world where there was no place left to stand. The ban she prided herself on was trampled underfoot as if it were mere refuse, shamelessly disrespected. Si Ruyan's complexion flickered between red and white, her lips trembling, her body shaking uncontrollably. Li Che, you truly deserve to perish. Si Ruyan attributed all these chaos to Li Che. If it were not for him, how could she have lost face so severely, becoming the laughingstock of the entire southern continent? In that moment, Si Ruyan was consumed by rage, a potent aura swelling around her, threatening to erupt at any moment, casting a powerful pressure throughout the grand hall. The elders trembled in fear, not daring to utter a word. Observing this, several disciples hurried to console her. Master, please do not be angry. Those sects are simply unaware of Li Che's true nature. Deceived by his facade, they know not how cruel and vile he truly is. Lu Lingli stepped forward to support Si Ruyan, her tone severe. Meanwhile, Yu Shuang gritted her teeth, exclaiming in anger, "It's all that damned Li Che's fault. He has already left the sect, yet still cannot remain at peace. Scheming to tarnish us. It is utterly despicable. He should have been killed yesterday." Turning to Si Ruyan, she confidently reassured, "Master, do not worry. Li Che, for all his daring, would never join another sect. The very thought of betraying our Lingxu Sword Sect is beyond him. He may be the center of attention now, with so many clamoring for him, but ultimately he will return to us, tears in his eyes, pleading for forgiveness." Yu Shuang'er declared this with an air of certainty, and Si Ruyan and Lu Ling Li instinctively nodded in agreement. In their eyes, Li Che had always been summoned at their behest and dismissed just as easily. The notion of him aligning with another sect was utterly inconceivable. When the time comes, they would ensure he is well reprimanded. Chapter 8. How could this be? The forces of the southern continent, all vying for Li Che? Under the comforting words of Lu Ling Li and Yu Shuang'er, Si Ruyan felt a measure of solace. Yet an undercurrent of unease began to stir within her. The reactions of the various orthodoxies in the southern continent were decidedly abnormal. After all, Li Che was merely a top disciple of the Lingxu Sword Sect, although he had once shown promise. A century spent in the demon lair had rendered him little more than a useless pawn. Could he truly turn the tide? Si Ruyan took a deep breath, though her anger remained unabated. With a cold snort, she declared, "Those wretched orthodoxies in the southern continent are openly challenging our Lingxu Sword Sect. They must be tired of living. How dare they attempt to snatch him away, even if he is a discarded, good-for-nothing disciple of the Lingxu Sword Sect. We shall never allow others to take him." With gritted teeth, she commanded, "Send out the orders. Keep a close watch on Li Che. Does he think that by leaving the sect, he can sever ties with us? Not a chance." Lu Ling Li and Yu Shuang'er nodded vigorously. Indeed, while they may have deemed Li Che unworthy and expelled him, that did not grant others the right to seize him. It was all Li Che's fault. Even after being cast out, he remained unruly, stirring up trouble and causing our Lingxu Sword Sect to lose face throughout the southern continent. He truly deserved his fate. It was undoubtedly intentional on his part. Lu Ling Li and the others understood that such turmoil would inflict a significant blow to the prestige of the Lingxu Sword Sect, plunging it into disrepute and rendering it a laughingstock among countless cultivators in the southern continent. All of this they attributed to Li Che. Zhao Yuan's son had witnessed the entire affair in silence, but he was already consumed with envy. To be honest, he had never anticipated that once Li Che was expelled from the sect, he would become the target of such frenzied pursuit from numerous orthodoxies across the southern continent. They were even willing to offer lavish rewards to entice him to join. Such treatment was beyond his wildest dreams. Damn it all. Li Che was nothing but a stray dog now. How could he be pursued by so many forces? What right did he have? In what way could Li Che possibly compare to him? Zhao Yuan's son was nearly driven mad with jealousy, his heart screaming in fury. Originally believing that this frame-up would completely ruin Li Che, it is now apparent that he still possesses the possibility of a remarkable resurgence. This is utterly intolerable. Moments latte. As if a thought struck him, a sinister smile crept onto his lips. Fortunately, he had made meticulous preparations. Just yesterday, upon confirming Li Che's expulsion from the Lingxu Sword Sect, he promptly contacted the elder of the Wujimagic sect in secret to hunt down Li Che. The purpose was to eradicate any future threats entirely, leaving Li Che with no opportunity for a comeback. Li Che, are you feeling quite proud of yourself now? Alas, soon you shall meet your demise. As his thoughts whirled, he meticulously reviewed his plan, ensuring its flawless execution before he finally felt at ease. He then donned a look of innocence and hurried to console Si Ruyan. As a pivotal figure stirring the tumult of the outside world, Li Che, at this moment, remained unconcerned about the clamor surrounding him. He had already departed from the Sword Sect. Having been reborn, he now comprehended everything clearly. The Lingxu Sword Sect felt more like a deep abyss imprisoning him. Now that he had broken free, he felt invigorated and liberated. From this moment on, the world was his to explore. As he traversed the vast lands of the southern continent, the further he distanced himself from the Lingxu Sword Sect, the more relaxed he became, his steps light and unburdened, as if he had shed 1,000-pound shackles. Perhaps it was the pull of his spirit. His inner power grew increasingly vibrant, circulating swiftly, with his aura fluctuating. The barrier of his cultivation, which had constrained him for over a century, began to show faint cracks, signaling the potential for a breakthrough. This sensation had not graced him for 100 years. The exhilaration of breaking free from his shackles intoxicated Li Che, leaving his expression complex. A century ago, at merely 20 years of age, he had already attained the God-King realm, and when this news spread, it shook the entire southern continent, earning him the title of unparalleled prodigy. In that era, he was vibrant and spirited, dominating the southern continent like a brilliant sun, rendering countless talents speechless. No matter how dazzling the genius, they merely served as a backdrop in his presence. Yet now, over 100 years later, he remained at the God King realm. Why? Because he had guarded the demon lair for a century, his spirit consumed by myriad concerns. Because he had engaged in brutal battles against the alien races of the demon lair, suffering numerous hidden injuries. Because even when he occasionally left the lair, he devoted all his energy to the Lingxu Sword Sect. 100 years of time, with his innate talent, he should have soared like a radiant sun, relentlessly ascending to the pinnacle of the great path, laughing in the face of the storm. Yet, for the sake of the Lingxu Sword Sect, he had sacrificed everything. Consequently, a century had slipped away in vain, leaving him stagnant in his cultivation, burdened by pain. Little did he anticipate defamation, expulsion, censorship. Such was the reward bestowed upon him by the Lingxu Sword Sect. In Li Chei's heart, a sense of absurdity, sorrow, and anger welled up within him. Fortunately, he had finally departed. Now, he could truly become a different person from his past life. He had become himself. With a complex expression, Li Chei instinctively raised his hand, and in a flash of brilliance, a crystal-clear stone materialized in his palm. This stone was an unexpected acquisition from a perilous cave. Its shape was smooth, devoid of any aura, appearing utterly ordinary. In his previous life, Li Chei had been oblivious to its significance and therefore neglected it, only to discover its true nature at the very end of his existence. He finally comprehended that this was not merely a stone, but a fortuitous opportunity of immense potential. Within this stone lay a fishing space. According to the information Li Chei had gleaned, this fishing space connected to myriad realms, allowing one to obtain treasures from various corners of the universe through fishing. Each day presented a singular opportunity. At this moment, Li Chei had distanced himself from the Lingxu Sword Sect, finding himself amidst a mountain range, unperturbed by the threat of interruption. He promptly sought a cave, gestured to set up several restrictions, and then turned his gaze to the stone. Fishing across the myriad realms, Li Chei murmured, subsequently establishing a mental connection with the stone before him. In an instant, he felt a flash of light before him, and he found himself transported into a secluded space. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed that the space was not vast, but rather spacious, with a small pond situated at its center. The water was crystal clear, gently rippling, yet when Li Chei gazed into the water, he was struck by an overwhelming shock, as if he were witnessing countless stars rising and falling. Instead of being startled, Li Chei felt a surge of joy. The more mysterious this pond appeared, the more it indicated its extraordinary nature. Upon regaining his composure, he spotted a fishing rod that seemed to be crafted from bamboo resting by the pond's edge, and without hesitation, he picked it up. He then sat cross-legged. Let me see what wonders you possess. Chapter 9. The Sword Body of the Great Tao, an unparalleled innate divine ability. The fishing rod appeared to be made of the most commonplace bamboo, seemingly unremarkable. At its tip, a transparent fishing line was coiled. However, there was no hook or bait to be found at the end of the line. Although curious, Li Chei dismissed any further thoughts, focusing his mind as he grasped the fishing rod and settled into a meditative posture. Let the endeavor begin. With a flick of his wrist, the transparent line unfurled from the rod and plunged into the pond's depths. Watching the line disappear, Li Chei felt a twinge of uncertainty. Would this method truly yield any results? After all, there was no hook, no bait. Could he really catch anything? In his previous life, he had only stumbled upon the stone's purpose and the existence of the fishing space when he was on the brink of death. But this was his first true attempt at utilizing it. Thus, Li Chei could not ascertain whether he would indeed catch anything. Just as his mind was filled with various conjectures, a sudden force surged through the fishing rod in his hand, nearly causing the unsuspecting Li Chei to lose his grip, as if the rod might be yanked away. A catch! Feeling the tug reminiscent of a large fish biting the hook, Li Chei's eyes brightened instantly. He exerted his strength and lifted the rod. To his surprise, it felt as though something on the other end was resisting him, as if a mighty fish was struggling with all its might. Li Chei's spirit soared. Instead of rushing, he began to engage the fish in a contest of strength. Patience was essential in fishing, especially when a large fish was hooked. It was akin to a strategic game. Reckless pulling was futile. With a measured approach, he would yield when the fish surged forward, and pursue when it retreated, gradually exhausting the fish's stamina through their ongoing struggle. When the adversary was finally weary, that would be the moment for triumph. Li Chei maintained his composure, patiently contesting with the large fish. This tug-of-war persisted for a full hour. Even Li Chei was astonished by the endurance of his opponent. However, after such a protracted struggle, the great fish had noticeably begun to tire. Its resistance not as fierce as at the outset. It appeared to be somewhat fatigued. As the contest continued, the moment arrived. Seizing the opportunity when the fish had just exerted itself and was now lacking in strength, Li Chei's eyes sparkled with determination, and he swiftly lifted the rod. At that moment, as the rod was fully raised, the fishing space erupted in radiant light, revealing two immensely rich orbs of light hovering above the pond. One orb shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, its brilliance swirling as if embodying the very essence of the Tao. Li Ke instinctively inhaled sharply. The profundity of the Tao emanating from that orb was overwhelming. Just a glance felt as though he was confronting the Tao itself, intertwining myriad profound truths that deepened his understanding of cultivation. The other orb, composed of countless strands of sword energy, surged forth like a myriad of dragons, transforming into countless forms, as if creating its own realm of swords. The sword energies, powerful and formidable, contained endless chill and sharpness, ravaging the entire fishing space. This sword intent, as a swordsman, Li Chei immediately sensed the terror contained within it. Boundless, infinite, indomitable. This single sword intent seemed to encompass the profound truths of the universe, embodying all the mysteries of the sword path from ages past to the present. The essence of utter destruction radiated uncontrollably. It felt as though a single strike could rend the very heavens and earth asunder. In the midst of Li Chei's astonishment, the two orbs of light flickered and suddenly transformed into streaks of luminescence, racing towards him and swiftly merging into his being. Suddenly, Li Chei's body was transported out of the fishing space, appearing in the outside world. Before he could make any move, a dazzling burst of multicolored light erupted. An inexhaustible surge of energy exploded forth. Li Chei felt as though he was enveloped in a warm spring, with a tremendous flow continuously washing over his body, coursing through every inch of his flesh and veins, relentlessly transforming him. Under the influence of this energy, the various injuries and ailments accrued over a century of guarding the demon cave, remnants of countless battles, began to heal at an astonishing speed, as if he were undergoing a metamorphosis. Simultaneously, the rich essence contained within the light began to flow like liquid, gradually infusing every bone in Li Chei's body, assimilating and transforming him. At the same time, the dark, sword-like energy of the light also radiated brilliantly, composed of myriad sword energies. It manifested a terrifying intent capable of annihilating everything, continuously shifting forms until it ultimately coalesced into a small, sword-shaped mark, which was imprinted upon Li Chei's consciousness. Moments later, everything finally came to an end. Li Chei's face was alight with excitement. During the transformation, he had discovered what he had successfully fished out. You have successfully drawn forth a physique, the great Tao sword body. You have successfully acquired a divine talent, annihilation, the essence of the great Tao sword body, and the unparalleled divine ability capable of devastating the heavens and earth, annihilation. The great Tao sword body, a legendary supreme sword Tao physique. Li Chei was filled with incredulity. The great Tao sword body, a power said to exist only in legends, is regarded as the mightiest and most defiant physique in the hearts of all sword cultivators. It is said that those who possess this physique are innately attuned to the sword Tao. More accurately, they embody the essence of the myriad swords. The vessel of the sword Tao. With this physique, one will possess an exceptional understanding of sword techniques, instantly comprehending any sword Tao martial art, innovating upon existing sword techniques, and wielding the same sword art with a potency several times greater than that of others. One could say they are born to be the sovereign of the sword Tao. Moreover, the multicolored light that Li Chei had just fished out represented the essence of the great Tao sword body, now transformed. His physique had indeed become the great Tao sword body. With a mere gesture, he could evoke the resonance of myriad swords and manipulate various sword intents. Although his previous talents were exceedingly strong, far surpassing his peers, they paled in comparison to the great Tao sword body, which was a chasm apart. Li Chei's heart was shaken. Furthermore, in addition to the great Tao sword body, there was that supreme sword Tao divine ability, annihilation. The dark sword energy was a legacy of sword Tao power. Annihilation. When a sword is drawn, all things are extinguished. The ultimate force of slaughter brings forth endless destruction, capable of plunging the heavens and earth into silence, with nothing to impede it. Sword cultivators are renowned for their offensive prowess. And with the synergy of the great Tao sword body and the divine ability Annihilation, they can be deemed unparalleled in their capacity for assault. With a single stroke of the sword, the heavens and the earth are opened. It is no mere dream. At that moment, a subtle sound resonated within him, shattering the cultivation barrier that had impeded Li Che for over a century. He had long attained the pinnacle of the divine king realm. Yet the countless injuries sustained over 100 years of combat had prevented him from breaking through. However, after undergoing the baptism of the origin of the great Tao sword body, all afflictions within him vanished, leaving his physique unblemished and his meridians rejuvenated, broader and more resilient than ever. The bottleneck of the divine king realm disintegrated. In that instant of his breakthrough, the surrounding spiritual energy surged violently. A torrent of celestial essence, as if magnetically drawn, rushed toward Li Che. His body transformed into a black hole, voraciously absorbing the abundant spiritual energy that flooded in, rapidly enhancing his magical power. Moments later, the tumult of spiritual energy finally subsided. He had ascended to the void tribulation realm. At this moment, Li Che stood tall, with flowing black hair cascading like a waterfall, his skin radiating a luminous sheen, and his robust physique concealing an astonishing explosive power. Simply standing still, he resembled a divine sword, piercing the heavens. Sharp, domineering, and formidable, the fishing space was utterly otherworldly. After the initial thrill, Li Che felt immense satisfaction with his gains. In his first attempt at fishing, he had acquired the extraordinary great Tao sword body and mastered the supreme divine art of oblivion, while simultaneously breaking through to the void tribulation realm. His capabilities had undergone a monumental transformation, becoming even more terrifying. Coupled with the swordsmanship honed over a century of battles against alien races in the demonic abyss, he was uncertain of just how powerful he had become. Yet he was aware that now, having left the demonic abyss, he no longer needed to guard it day and night. With his innate talent and the recently acquired great Tao sword body, soaring to greater heights was merely a matter of time. The broad path lay before him. Right beneath his feet, Chapter 10, an invitation from the Tao One Sword Sect, the deadly rival of Lingxu. First, he needed to leave this place. Having thoroughly adapted to the power within him, Li Che prepared to depart. Although he was unaware that the outside world had been thrown into chaos because of him, the commotion from his breakthrough had undoubtedly attracted attention. He had just exited the Lingxu Sword Sect and was contemplating his future path, wishing to avoid entanglements with others. He took a step forward, intending to head toward the outside world. However, at that moment, a voice filled with surprise called out, "Senior Brother Li Che?" His steps faltered. He turned to see a captivating young woman, bearing a divine sword on her back, her visage radiant and her demeanor spirited, approaching him with palpable excitement. "Sister Baiwei?" Li Che exclaimed, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. He had certainly not anticipated encountering her here. Su Baiwei. In the contemporary era of the Tao Sword Sect, there exists a remarkable maiden, renowned as a paragon of youthful brilliance in the southern continent. Previously, during his tenure at the Lingxu Sword Sect, Li Che had engaged in numerous contests with Su Baiwei, although she fell short in their duels. Her profound mastery of the sword path commanded his respect. Furthermore, her delicate exterior belied an indomitable spirit, leaving a lasting impression on him. To his surprise, fate has led them to encounter one another here. "Junior sister Su Baiwei, what a delightful coincidence to meet you here," Li Che remarked, still unaware of the tumult outside, assuming it was merely a fortuitous encounter. However, Su Baiwei beamed with a radiant smile and replied gracefully, "Senior Brother Li Che, today is no mere coincidence. I have been searching for you for 2 days, and it has indeed been quite a challenge for me." Upon receiving a directive from her sect the previous day, Su Baiwei had descended the mountain in pursuit of Li Che. However, after Li Che departed from the Lingxu Sword Sect, he sought solitude, wandering aimlessly, oblivious to his current whereabouts, thus eluding others as well. Fortunately, Su Baiwei did not relinquish her search. Upon arriving near the Lingxu Sword Sect, she attentively sensed the surroundings, utilizing her prior familiarity with Li Che's sword intent and aura to narrow her search. Ultimately, she detected an unusual presence just moments ago, prompting her swift arrival at last. "Looking for me?" Li Che responded, "Sumeva takenabak." "Senior Brother Li Che, are you unaware of the events transpiring outside?" Su Baiwei observed him with surprise. After all, Chaos had erupted across the southern continent due to Li Che, yet he remained oblivious to it all, shaking her head instinctively. Su Baiwei proceeded to recount the developments of the past 2 days in detail. Upon learning that the Lingxu Sword Sect had indeed issued a decree to sever all his paths of retreat, Li Che's expression remained unchanged, though the chill in his gaze deepened. He had witnessed the actions of the Lingxu Sword Sect and held no expectations for them. They would eventually face the consequences of their deeds. However, when informed that various sects were embroiled in heated disputes over him, almost on the brink of conflict, he was taken aback. Presently, numerous sects have invested heavily, offering enticing rewards in hopes of recruiting you. Senior Brother Li Che, Su Baiwei remarked playfully. Although her intent in coming was to invite him to join, she disclosed everything candidly, including the generous promises made by the Dian Divine Dynasty and other factions. While Li Che acknowledged the audacity of the Dian Divine Dynasty and similar powers, he shook his head, showing no sign of interest. To be frank, he had initially intended only to leave the Lingxu Sword Sect, without giving much thought to his future path thereafter. Su Baiwei keenly sensed the moment and promptly extended an invitation. To be honest, Senior Brother Li Che, I have descended from the mountain on the behest of our sect, sincerely inviting you to join the Dao Sword Sect and embark on the path of the great Dao together. What do you think, Senior Brother Li Che? Upon finishing her words, she maintained a facade of tranquility, yet her beautiful eyes remained fixed on Li Che, her palms slightly perspiring, clearly betraying her inner anxiety. This reaction was entirely understandable. The fact that Li Che compelled numerous sects to disregard the prohibitive edict of the Lingxu Sword Sect only to vie for his attention spoke volumes of his worth and excellence. As the perennial rival of the Lingxu Sword Sect, the Dao Sword Sect was acutely aware of Li Che's extraordinary talents, naturally instilling a sense of urgency and concern in them. Join the Dao Sword Sect. At the mention of this, Li Che felt a flicker of intrigue. Just as the Dao Sword Sect knew him well, he too possessed considerable insight into their sect. Over the course of a century of opposition, although he had long held the upper hand, the Dao Sword Sect's disciples exhibited a forthrightness in their conduct, willing to wager and accept defeat, and even in enmity. They remained honorable, qualities that resonated with him. Despite their rivalry, he harbored no animosity towards the Dao Sword Sect. In fact, he held them in high esteem. Noticing his wavering disposition, Su Baiwei's heart leaped with joy, prompting her to seize the moment. Senior Brother Li Che, your primary focus is the sword path, and our Dao Sword Sect is likewise a sanctuary for sword cultivators, replete with an abundance of sword-related texts. Furthermore, many of our disciples are dedicated to sword cultivation, providing an excellent opportunity for mutual exchange and exploration. Should you choose to join us, it would indeed be a boon for both parties. Su Baiwei did not emphasize the sect's strength or the benefits thereof. Rather, her candid exposition ultimately solidified Li Che's resolve. I can join the Dao Sword Sect. Observing the anxious gaze directed at him, Li Che nodded with a smile. Really? Is this truly the case? Su Baiwei's eyes widened in astonishment, her face alight with joy. Yet she could not help but seek confirmation once more. Yes, this is wonderful. Truly it is splendid. Only upon witnessing Li Che's nod again could she finally contain her exuberance, erupting into delight like an ordinary girl. Su Baiwei was simultaneously thrilled and exhilarated. Though she was the holy maiden of the Dao Sword Sect, endowed with remarkable talent and swordsmanship, it was precisely this prowess that rendered her acutely aware of Li Che's formidable strength. Through years of interaction, he had become her most admired figure, a paragon of the sword path. While she had previously referred to him as senior brother out of camaraderie, it now bore a deeper significance. Li Che was genuinely her senior brother, and how could she not feel elated? Seeing her exuberance, Li Che could not help but chuckle softly. Although they had previously belonged to different sects, their relationship had remained unaffected. This girl, when confronted with the outside world, always exudes the decisive and swift demeanor of a chivalrous woman. Yet, in her own presence, she transforms into a novice maiden, easily flustered. For over a century, she has remained unchanged. Li Che reflected on this sentiment. For him, accepting Su Baiwei's invitation was not a mere whim, but a decision reached after careful consideration. The Dao Sword Sect is a prestigious school of swordsmanship, not in the least inferior to the Lingxu Sword Sect, a sanctuary of the sword path. It is important to note that his primary focus has always been swordsmanship, and, after acquiring the great Dao sword body, He requires a conducive environment to absorb various sword techniques and draw connections. The Lingxu Sword Sect is undoubtedly the optimal choice. Moreover, there is another factor weighing on his mind. The Lingxu Sword Sect and the Lingxu Sword Sect have been arch-rivals for countless years. Lingxu raised his gaze, his eyes piercing through the fabric of space, envisioning the Lingxu Sword Sect. The faces of those individuals from the past were etched deeply in his memory, never to be forgotten. If I were to lead the Lingxu Sword Sect to prominence, their expressions would surely be quite entertaining, wouldn't they? Chapter 11. The Young Disciples Hunt. The endless valley of the demon sect. Brother Lingxu, let's depart at once. So Wei exclaimed. As it happens, the Lingxu Sword Sect is about to hold the 10,000 Swords trial, a significant event to assess the cultivation levels of the disciples. And we might still catch the excitement if we return now. With Lingxu's willingness to join the Lingxu Sword Sect, Su Baiwei was filled with joy and eagerly pulled him along to head back to the sect. Presently, numerous sects in the southern continent were vying to recruit Lingxu, and she was thrilled to have succeeded. Su Baiwei could already envision the commotion that would ensue upon their return to the sect with Brother Lingxu. The 10,000 Swords trial? I am curious to witness it as well. Having heard of this trial, Lingxu felt a sense of intrigue. The two walked side by side, engaging in conversation as they made their way toward the Lingxu Sword Sect. However, at that moment, an unforeseen change occurred. Boom! As they reached a valley, the heavens and earth suddenly trembled violently. Around them, intricate patterns of dark hues materialized, exuding an ominous and eerie aura, forming a net that enveloped them. A chilling wind swept across the land, accompanied by the wails of spirits and wolves. A formation is the handiwork of the demon sect. Su Baiwei's expression shifted, instantly recognizing this as a malevolent array, her heart tightening. Practitioners of the demonic path employ unfathomable techniques, resorting to any means to enhance their power. Blood sacrifices and soul refinement are commonplace, and their strength is formidable, posing a grave threat to all cultivators. Although countless sects in the southern continent have repeatedly sought to eradicate them, they always manage to rise from the ashes, an unquenchable menace. Yet, she had not anticipated. What a surprise to encounter a member of the demon sect here. Upon witnessing the formidable aura emanating from the array, Su Baiwei's heart instantly sank. The hidden demon possesses an undeniably formidable power. The demon sect? Lingxu narrowed his eyes, halting his steps and shielding Su Baiwei behind him, standing calmly in place without a hint of panic. Since a trap has been meticulously laid to ensnare him, it is only a matter of time before the adversary reveals themselves. Indeed, as Lingxu maintained his composed demeanor, a sinister cackle suddenly echoed from the surrounding darkness. Haha, you truly live up to your reputation as the senior brother of the Lingxu Sword Sect. No wonder you can subdue the younger generation of the cultivation world. Just this audacity alone earns my respect. However, what a pity. Lingxu squinted, directing his gaze towards the source of the voice, and replied nonchalantly, "Oh? What a pity about what?" As he spoke, the black mist before him surged violently, unveiling numerous figures shrouded in blood-red hues. These individuals varied in stature and build, yet they shared a common trait. They were all enveloped in a dense crimson aura, with countless tormented souls wailing and struggling within the blood mist, presenting a terrifying sight. The moment they appeared, a heavy stench of blood filled the air, inducing nausea. What a pity that you, a genius, are destined to die. The leader of the group sneered ominously. He was gaunt, with sparse hair and a bald crown, his face etched with malevolence. Even more chilling was the multitude of tortured souls and vengeful spirits that manifested around him, their agonized visages swirling amidst the crimson fog, thick enough to be nearly tangible. Upon their emergence, an overwhelming oppressive force erupted, sealing off the surrounding space entirely. Lingxu, you truly made us work hard to find you. We almost let you slip away. Today, your death is assured. Upon hearing this, Lingxu's eyes narrowed. Initially, he thought his encounter with the demon sect was merely a stroke of bad luck. However, it was clear from the adversary's words that they had been plotting for quite some time. The demon sect. As Lingxu contemplated this, the emaciated middle-aged man shifted his cold gaze towards Su Baiwei. The saintess of the Lingxu Sword Sect. What an unexpected prize. Haha, I have yet to savor the taste of saintess. It seems my wish will be fulfilled this time. His malicious gaze roamed over Su Baiwei, sending a chill down her spine and causing goosebumps to rise on her skin. Who are you? Do you not fear the retribution of the Lingxu Sword Sect? Su Baigui exclaimed fiercely. Simultaneously, her magical power erupted, summoning a resplendent divine sword, fully prepared to fight to the death. She sensed the overwhelming strength of the figure before her, not to mention the formidable prowess of those behind him. Haha, you need not concern yourself with our identities. You must understand that today, Li Che must die. As for you, the Holy Maiden, though an unexpected complication, you cannot be spared either. However, I might consider you as my furnace to help me ascend to greater heights. Haha. The Wujimagic sect. At that moment, Li Che suddenly spoke. The instant his voice resonated, the opposing demon cultivator stirred slightly, and the gaunt middle-aged man's gaze sharpened. With a tranquil demeanor, Li Che calmly stated, "You are from the Wujimagic sect, and if I am not mistaken, you are here under the orders of someone from the Lingxu Sword Sect to hunt me down, correct?" Though framed as a question, Li Che spoke with unwavering certainty. Just moments ago, he had pieced everything together. The rapid discovery of his whereabouts and the deployment of experts from the magic sect led him to conjure a name in his mind, the true identity of the holy son of the Wujimagic sect, who had infiltrated the Lingxu Sword Sect as a junior disciple, Xianxia. As he uttered this name, the gaunt man's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes betraying an uncontrollable shock. He immediately realized that Li Che had seen through the hidden identity of the holy son, which was why he spoke with such confidence. What clever lad indeed. Coming back from his astonishment, the gaunt man grinned wickedly, his gaze turning cold. His voice, akin to the grinding of rusty iron, became increasingly sinister. Since you have uncovered the identity of the Holy Son, you cannot be allowed to live. Zhao Yuanxin's infiltration was pivotal to the Wujimagic sect's grand scheme to devour the Lingxu Sword Sect, and such knowledge must not escape into the world. After all, the dead keep secrets best. The moment his words fell, the atmosphere thickened with a bloodthirsty aura. Achiling malice enveloped li que and su beway entirely. You are astute, and your talent is remarkable. Yet, you possess a fatal flaw. Ultimately, you are but a youth, still unseasoned. To have Gu Changhe personally intervene means you may die with your eyes closed. Gu Changhe. Upon hearing this name, Su Baiwei's expression shifted drastically. Chapter 12. Is a half-step king realm so frail? Is this individual particularly renowned? Li Che, who had long guarded the demon lair, was not overly familiar with the cultivators of the outside world. However, seeing Su Baiwei's grim demeanor, he understood that this person must indeed hold great notoriety. With a serious expression, Su Baiwei solemnly remarked, "Brother Li Che, you may not be aware, but Gu Changhe is the grand protector of the Wujimagic sect, having achieved the pinnacle of the void tribulation realm. He is but a step away from the immensely powerful king realm, a notorious figure in the southern continent, responsible for the demise of countless cultivators. Even our Daoi Sword Sect and other righteous sects have attempted to hunt him down multiple times, only to have him slip away each time. I cannot believe we would encounter him here." Su Baiwei's complexion turned exceedingly bleak, her voice noticeably subdued. Although she and Li Che were both prodigies of the younger generation, as Gu Changhe had remarked, their greatest shortcoming lay in their limited time of cultivation. As the holy maiden of the Daoi Sword Sect, Su Baiwei's exceptional talent was evident, having already attained the realm of a divine king. While she could not compare to the monstrous talent of Li Che, who had reached the divine king stage by the age of 20, her century-long cultivation to the pinnacle of the divine king realm was undeniably remarkable. As for Li Che, based on the information known to Su Baiwei, despite his extraordinary endowments and formidable strength, he had been hindered by the abyss for a century, leaving him still trapped in the divine king realm. Gu Changhe, a renowned elder with mastery in the perfected void tribulation realm, commanded a formidable force, and the followers of the demon sect behind him were equally powerful. Given their respective strengths, it seemed exceedingly difficult for the two of them to escape. While the two conversed, Gu Changhe had already made his move. This ambush was executed under the orders of Zhao Yuanxin, with the explicit aim of eliminating Li Che without leaving any chance for survival. Thus, Gu Changhe unleashed his full power from the outset. With a sinister smile, he unleashed a swirling crimson mist around him, which coalesced under his command into a towering river of blood, surging towards Li Che and Su Baiwei with an unstoppable momentum. In an instant, the air was thick with the stench of blood, and the haunting cries of the damned echoed chillingly. At the same time, the numerous figures behind Gu Changhe were not idle. With a collective roar, their magical powers surged forth, illuminating the grand formations with a blinding radiance, creating an impenetrable barrier that severed any hope of retreat for Li Che and Su Baiwei. Should you wish to kill us, then come forth. Facing this dire predicament, Su Baiwei's resolute demeanor shone through, her spirit unwavering as she swiftly adjusted her mindset. The long sword in her hand blazed with brilliance. As sharp and fierce sword intent erupted from within her, soaring skyward. As the holy maiden of the Lingxu Sword Sect, she could not possibly abandon the fight. No matter how formidable the enemy appeared, even in death, she would ensure the foe paid a price. The great guardian of the infinite demon sect, Li Che murmured, a glimmer of fervent battle spirit igniting in his eyes. Having just acquired the great Dao sword body and the transcendent art of annihilation, his cultivation had surged to the void tribulation realm, and he was eager to test his newfound strength. Gu Chang's arrival was indeed timely. A perfected void tribulation realm cultivator, on the brink of the king realm, was the perfect target for his blade. As the terrifying river of blood surged towards him, Li Che remained as tranquil as a still lake, seemingly oblivious to the deadly intent contained within the crimson tide. Instead, he closed his eyes. His essence, spirit, and energy harmonized seamlessly as he entered a state of self-forgetfulness. The great Dao sword body resonated with a thunderous roar, and the sword technique of annihilation he had just gained was instantly activated. However, to Gu Changhe, this appearance seemed like a surrender, as if Li Che had been awed into inaction by his blood river, which only served to heighten Gu Changhe's sense of triumph. What utter nonsense! Before me, you cannot even muster a semblance of resistance. Perish! Gu Changhe sneered, and with a surge of power, the blood river swelled ominously, threatening to engulf both Li Che and Su Baiwei entirely. Senior brother, as the blood river surged, Li Che remained motionless, while Su Baiwei's face paled in horror. Suddenly, with a fierce determination, she stepped forward, intending to shield Li Che. Yet, just as she was about to charge, Li Che, whose spirit and energy had reached their zenith, moved unexpectedly. When departing from the Lingxu Sword Sect, he had taken nothing with him. Even his treasured sword was absent. Thus, he raised his hand skyward, his fingers converging into a sword-like gesture. Annihilation. At that moment, a cataclysmic sword intent erupted on the battlefield. The sound of the sword resonated through the ears of all present, as if heralding the extinction of all things. A terrifying aura emanated from Li Che, soaring skyward in an instant. In a heartbeat, the sword energy, like a rainbow, spanned the heavens. The dreadful sword intent swept across the realm, shattering vast mountain ranges and piercing through layers of clouds. A pitch-black, profound sword light silently manifested before Li Che. The sword energy surged like a forest, brimming with lethal intent, the meaning of annihilation expanding wildly, as if a great terror had descended, leaving all present in a state of dread. What is this? Feeling the horror of that sword intent, Su Baiwei felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss, momentarily frozen in place, speechless with shock. This is bad. Gu Changhe's sinister smile froze, his eyes shrinking to the size of pinpricks, his face a mask of terror. How could this be? Is this truly the power that a young generation can unleash? Just as the crowd was struck dumb with awe, with Li Che's sword gesture extended, the dark sword light swiftly traversed the heavens. The formidable blood river, before that sword energy, offered no resistance whatsoever and instantly dissipated. Gu Changhe's scalp felt as if it were about to explode, drenched in cold sweat. His full-force strike had failed to even momentarily halt that sword light. The sword light continued unimpeded, directly shooting towards Gu Changhe. Damn it! Gu Changhe's soul felt as if it were fleeing in terror. In that moment of the sword-intense eruption, he was horrified to find himself petrified by that annihilating aura. The immense magical power within him froze instantaneously. No matter how frantically he sought to mobilize it, there was no response. Even before the sword light reached him, his life force began to wane rapidly. Gu Changhe was gripped by an abject fear, his eyes wide like copper bells, desperately imploring for mercy. Yet beneath that terrifying sword light, which threatened to extinguish all vitality, he found to his dismay that he could not even part his lips. Spare me my life. The inner cries of Gu Changhe surged, and suddenly, his body trembled, the once robust aura rapidly dissipating. The sword's light had yet to descend, yet the terrifying intent of the blade had already extinguished all vestiges of life within him. With a swift motion, the deep, inky sword radiance swept past. And Gu Changhe fell utterly. In one stroke, he was slain, a half-step to the king realm. Witnessing this scene, Su Baiwei was left utterly astonished. Gu Changhe had traversed the southern continent for many years, ruthlessly slaughtering countless beings. Many esteemed sects had attempted to dispatch powerful experts to encircle and annihilate him, yet to no avail. However, before Li Che, he was as fragile as glass. So weak. A flicker of disappointment crossed Li Che's eyes. Initially, he had intended to use Gu Changhe, this half-step king, to hone his skills and test the might of the great Dao sword body and the power of annihilation. Yet, unexpectedly, annihilation had barely been unleashed, not even at full strength, when the once arrogant Gu Changhe was instantaneously vanquished. It was pitifully weak. Chapter 13. Su Baiwei was astounded. Li Che was extraordinarily formidable. Gu Hufa was dead. On the battlefield, an instant of silence enveloped the scene. The remaining dozen or so members of the Wu Ji demon sect were pale, their eyes filled with disbelief. Before arriving, they had brimmed with confidence. Hardly considering with their collective strength, annihilating a medium-sized sect was well within their capabilities, let alone dealing with a mere youth. However, they were now horrified to discover how gravely mistaken they were. The decree from the Holy Sun was clear. Li Che must die. Anyone daring to retreat would face the sect's punishment. They were to be killed. The silence was abruptly shattered by a furious shout. Though shaken by Li Che's display, the members of the Wu Ji demon sect did not falter. As a malevolent sect, their methods were exceedingly cruel, not only towards outsiders, but also within their ranks. The order for Li Che's extermination had been issued. Should they fail in their mission, even if they escaped this time, they would face punishments far more dreadful than death. Although Gu Changhe lay dead, the remaining members still possessed formidable strength, including several at the Divine King realm, bolstered by formations, making them not without the ability to fight back. Kill! A thunderous roar erupted. A multitude of figures, shrouded in blood mist and adorned with vengeful spirits, launched a desperate assault. Under the enhancement of the Great Formation, various malevolent techniques rained down upon Li Che with reckless abandon, like mayflies attempting to shake a mighty tree. They were utterly deluded. Li Che's expression remained calm. As he moved his fingers, the annihilating intent of obliteration blossomed once more. In an instant, the pitch-black sword light surged forth like a roaring black dragon, sweeping across the battlefield. Heart-rending screams echoed through the deep mountains. Divine habilité collapsed, formation désintégrée. And the cries of fury before death resounded continuously. With each flicker of the sword light, life after life faded away. Where the annihilation sword light passed, the cultivators of the Wu Ji demon sect, despite exerting every ounce of their power, found themselves utterly powerless to resist, effortlessly obliterated by the sword light, perishing without a trace. Didn't they say he was burdened by the abyss, and hadn't he made any breakthroughs in a century? How could he be so powerful? The terrifying might of the annihilation sword light struck fear into the hearts of the Wu Ji demon sect practitioners, leaving their expressions fraught with disbelief. It finally dawned on them why the formidable guardian Gu had been effortlessly slain. That annihilating sword intent was capable of freezing their very souls, obliterating all vitality in the world, akin to the punishment of the Tao. It was a force that defied reason and was utterly unassailable. The figure wielding the annihilation sword light appeared as a sovereign of the heavens, capable of extinguishing all existence with a mere thought. Brother Li Che was truly terrifying. Beside him, Su Baiwei was utterly stunned, her beautiful eyes wide open, her small mouth unconsciously forming an O shape. In the arena, Li Che stood tall, his gaze electric, his presence both divine and demonic, leaving an indelible mark deep within her heart. It had long been rumored that Brother Li Che possessed extraordinary talent and immense power, but now seemed the world had gravely underestimated the terror he embodied. He was infinitely more formidable than the whisper suggested. As she gazed at the figure effortlessly reaping lives, Su Baiwei was left in a state of shock. Suddenly, as if struck by thought, she murmured, "I truly cannot comprehend what madness has gripped the Lingxu Sword Sect to even consider expelling Brother Li Che. Fortunately, he is now one of us in the Dao Sword Sect." Su Baiwei felt a mix of astonishment and exhilaration, her enchanting eyes fixated on Li Che, sparkling with wonder. On the other side, beneath the onslaught of the Annihilation Sword light, the cries of anguish gradually faded into silence, until they were completely extinguished. Li Che stood unmoved, his garments unblemished by blood, surrounded by the lifeless bodies of Wuji demon sect practitioners, their faces still etched with terror. All those who had come to hunt him down lay slain. Zhao Yuan-san, you have truly disappointed me. As a holy son of the Wuji demon sect, is this the finest you could muster? How miserly! Observing the scene of carnage, Li Che couldn't help but let out a cold sneer. Upon seeing the Wuji demon sect practitioners, he had already realized that the little junior disciple who had painstakingly infiltrated the Lingxu Sword Sect was finally ready to set his plans into motion. To disintegrate the Lingxu Sword Sect from within and replace it. To devour the resources of the Abyss and strengthen the Wuji demon sect. Zhao Yuansan's machinations were all aimed at these two objectives. Now that he had begun to act, it signified that his plans were nearing fruition, and the time for harvest was at hand. This also meant the impending doom of the Lingxu Sword Sect. Li Che was acutely aware of this. However, he would not intervene. The downfall of the Lingxu Sword Sect held no relevance to him. Even Li Che harbored a fervent hope that his young junior disciple would exhibit greater prowess and swiftness, allowing him to indulge in a truly exhilarating spectacle. As for the vendetta from being pursued today, once the grand performance concluded, there would be no further need for Zhao Yuan-san to exist. Senior brother. Upon witnessing the annihilation of their adversaries, Su Baiwei finally regained her composure and rushed towards Li Che. Gazing up at him, her strikingly spirited face flushed with excitement. Her heart still racing with palpable fervor. Her eyes reflected astonishment and admiration as they fell upon Li Che. Observing Hubei studied demeanor. Li Che couldn't help but chuckle, teasingly remarking, Baiwei junior sister, you are renowned throughout Nanzhou as the aloof sword immortal. If outsiders were to witness you in this state, I cannot imagine how many would be utterly astonished. Su Baiwei, however, remained unfazed. For her, the recent turn of events could only be described as a tumultuous roller coaster. To be candid, when she initially learned of the identities of those demonic practitioners, she had mentally prepared herself for a potential demise, merely hoping to take a few of them down with her. In fact, she felt a tinge of regret at that moment. Having finally succeeded in inviting senior brother Li Che to join the Daoi Sword Sect, she yearned for the opportunity to pursue the supreme sword path alongside the one she had long admired. Alas, it seemed that moment would never come. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Li Che had delivered her an overwhelming shock. Overwhelmed by astonishment, a myriad of thoughts flooded Su Baiwei's mind. She was astounded by Li Che's formidable strength, grateful for her timely invitation, and elated by his inclusion. Of course, there was also a hint of derision and disdain towards the Lingxu Sword Sect. Senior brother Li Che, let's depart swiftly. I am eager to witness the reactions of our master and the others upon learning of this matter. Su Baiwei's heart raced with anticipation. Li Che nodded with a smile, and together they hurried towards the Daoi Sword Sect. Chapter 14. The Ambitions of the Demonic Sect. Zhao Yuansan spits blood. Lingxu Sword Sect. Qingxian Peak. Renowned for its breathtaking scenery and abundant spiritual energy, it is a rare gem within the confines of the Lingxu Sword Sect's mountain gates. The master of this domain is Zhao Yuansan. As the youngest disciple of the sect leader, Si Ruyan, Zhao Yuansan is not only favored by her, but also cherished by senior disciples, such as Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang, who have all taken special care of their younger brother. They even designated a mountain peak exclusively for Zhao Yuansan's residence. However, unbeknownst to Si Ruyan and the others, within Zhao Yuansan's abode lies an exceedingly secretive chamber. Rest assured, father, everything is under my control. I have completely gained the trust of that woman, Si Ruyan, and have her dancing to my tune, including her disciples, who are exceedingly compliant with my demands. As the situation unfolds, it will not be long before I covertly seize control of the Lingxu Sword Sect, manipulating the sect's various decisions. In the dim chamber, Zhao Yuansan's cruel and chilling voice reverberated. On his finger rested an ancient-looking black ring. At that moment, a luminous screen projected from the ring, faintly revealing the silhouette of a figure seated upon a high platform. Ah, excellent. Yuan-san, you have done remarkably well. The figure within the light screen nodded in satisfaction. Though merely a vague outline, it exuded an air of cold dominance, and with each gesture, an overwhelmingly powerful aura seeped through the projection, enveloping the entire chamber. This figure was none other than Zhao Xianting, the master of the Wujima sect, and he was also Zhao Yuanxin's father. I have spent over a century plotting to enable your successful infiltration of their ranks, all to seize control of the Lingxu Sword Sect, aligning with the Wujimu sect to discreetly usurp and completely devour it. Once the plan is realized, consuming the Lingxu Sword Sect, coupled with the abundant resources of the Demon Abyss, our Wujimu sect shall rise unchallenged, and there will be no rivals in the southern continent. At that time, I shall transform the entire southern continent into a vast realm of darkness. Zhao Xuanting's voice was deep, his eyes ablaze with intense ambition. His boisterous laughter echoed throughout the chamber, igniting an uncontrollable fervor in Zhao Yuanxin, whose eyes sparkled with unrestrained ambition, entirely shedding his previously demure demeanor in front of Si Ruyin and the others. How laughable are those foolish women of the Lingxu Sword Sect, each one priding themselves with an inflated sense of superiority, parading around as if they're the best in the world. I have long found them distasteful, and they shall serve as the stepping stones for the rise of my Wujimu sect. This time, I will devour them completely, leaving no trace behind. Zhao Yuanxin's expression was one of arrogance. Did he truly believe himself to be an innocent child? For all this time, he had been masquerading as a harmless disciple within the Lingxu Sword Sect, cautiously concealing his identity, and it had not been easy. Once the plan comes to fruition and the Wujimu sect stands as the undisputed sovereign of the southern continent, he would ensure that he vented all the pent-up frustrations he had endured during this time. However, just then, he seemed to recall something. The image he had seen in the grand hall involuntarily surfaced in his mind, causing him to swallow hard, his expression shifting to one of lasciviousness. A few days prior, he had witnessed Si Ruyin, her face flushed with anger, her chest heaving violently as she confronted Li Che. In that moment, he realized that this lofty sect master possessed an undeniable allure, igniting within him an unquenchable desire. What, he wondered, would it be like to play with the exalted Si Ruyin? Ha, Si Ruyin, I pretended to be a fool just to amuse you daily, and it has become nearly unbearable. Surely, you must pay some price. Once the plan succeeds, I shall have you beneath me, subjected to my torment, as a recompense for your insolence. Upon contemplating the lofty and dignified figure of Si Ruyin, reduced to a mere supplicant before him, the image of her being ruthlessly tormented instantaneously rendered Zhao Yuanxin's breath heavy. With a few senior sisters at his disposal, he could indeed extend his benevolence and indulge in their favor. A fervent fire ignited within Zhao Yuanxin, compelling him to erupt into hearty laughter, his heart brimming with anticipation. The voice of Zhao Xianting, laced with playful intrigue, echoed, "Ah, how amusing it shall be to witness the exalted Si de Zongzhu reduced to the status of a slave and furnace for my son. Surely, her expression will be quite entertaining." The chamber resonated with the triumphant laughter of the father and son duo. However, in the next moment, as Zhao Yuanxin laughed heartily, his countenance suddenly paled, and he violently expelled a mouthful of blood. What? The soul seed I implanted within Gu Changhe has been destroyed? How could this be? Zhao Yuanxin's face turned ashen, his eyes filled with shock. Gu Changhe was his most trusted subordinate, and to facilitate his control, he had embedded a soul seed within him, binding his life and death to his own will. Yet now, that soul seed had been annihilated, and he had even suffered a backlash. There could be but one explanation. Gu Changhe was dead. Prior to this, Gu Changhe had received his orders to pursue and eliminate Li Che. Could it be that Li Che had slain Gu Changhe? How could that possibly be? Gu Changhe was a formidable force, even within the ranks of the Wuji Demon Sect, and with the assistance of over a dozen elite members. He should have been more than capable of dispatching Li Che with ease. Yet now Gu Changhe lay dead, unless Li Che had been concealing his true strength all along. This was the only logical explanation. Realizing this, Zhao Yuanxin was consumed by rage, his visage contorted, and he roared in fury. Damn it all, Li Che. Why do you cling to this world like a vengeful spirit? Why will you not die? Li Che had long been hailed as the foremost prodigy of Nanzhou, and now, due to a decree of suppression, he was being hunted by countless sects across the region. Zhao Yuanxin's face twisted with jealousy, and compounded by his concern that Li Che might jeopardize his plans, he harbored an intense desire to eliminate him swiftly. Yet now, not only had his assassination attempt failed, but Li Che had also slain one of his most formidable generals. Zhao Yuanxin was furious to the point of madness, his wrath erupting like a tempest. Gnashing his teeth in hatred towards Li Che, cursing him vehemently. Gu Changhe had actually been killed by someone? What could this possibly mean? The figure within the luminous screen frowned at this revelation, a flicker of anger surfacing in his eyes. After all, Gu Changhe was a protector of the Wuji Demon Sect, a significant force within the sect. To suddenly hear of his demise was shocking. Zhao Yuanxin's eyes gleamed with a frenzied, murderous intent as he recounted the situation in detail. Before declaring sternly, "Father, Li Che was once the esteemed senior brother of the Lingxu Sword Sect. If we do not eliminate him, I fear he may jeopardize our plans." At this moment, Zhao Xianting had regained his composure. His voice, cold as the grave, echoed, "He is merely a young disciple, no matter how exceptional his talent. What does it matter? Ultimately, he is too young to stir any significant turbulence." With that, his gaze fell upon Zhao Yuansan, an ominous expression clouding his features. "At this critical juncture, all your energies must be devoted to our strategy. Ensuring the flawless execution of our plan is of utmost priority. As for Li Che, he need not concern us for now. Everything shall be addressed once we secure the Lingxu Sword Sect." Recalling the grand ambitions of the Wujimo sect, Zhao Yuansan could only take a deep breath to suppress his boiling rage, nodding in agreement. Nonetheless, a fierce glint still flickered in his eyes, and he resolved that once the Wujimo sect reigned supreme over the southern continent, he would capture Li Che and subject him to relentless torment. Chapter 15. Life seems difficult without Li Che. Southern continent, Kuanyin mountain range. Everyone listen. I, a disciple of the Lingxu Sword Sect, have come here for training. All unrelated individuals immediately vacate the premises. At the entrance of the mountain range, the junior sister Yu Shuang'er arrived with sect disciples, and without hesitation, she began to expel other practitioners as soon as they reached their destination. The Kuanyin mountain range is renowned in the southern continent, teeming with myriad beasts. Though most lack formidable strength, the mountains are also home to various spiritual herbs and exotic flora, frequently serving as a training ground for junior disciples of many sections. While honing their skills, they can also gather valuable spiritual materials, rendering it a popular locale. As Yu Shuang'er observed the throngs of practitioners at the mountain's entrance, she raised her chin, her countenance brimming with pride, and unyieldingly demanded that the others depart. She had performed this act countless times before. As the favored disciple of the sect leader Si Ruyan, she often led disciples here for training. Each time had been exceedingly smooth, and upon seeing them, other practitioners would immediately yield, not daring to contest or act brazenly. However, this time, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Bah! Why does the Lingxu Sword Sect think itself so formidable? The Kuanyin mountain range is a territory without a master. Any practitioner can come and go as they please. Why should we yield the moment you arrive? Who do you think you are? Upon hearing Yu Shuang'er's command, many practitioners who would typically scurry away in fear now stood their ground. Not only did they refuse to leave, but they also exchanged barbs, openly mocking her. Yu Shuang'er was instantly incensed. The disciples following her were equally indignant. They had long been accustomed to being met with retreat wherever they went. How could they possibly endure such insolence? Impudence. To dare show us disrespect. You shall receive a proper lesson today. At that moment, a disciple let out an enraged roar and charged forward. The opposition, undeterred, responded with disdainful laughter, swiftly taking action without hesitation. As the disciples confronted a formidable number of adversaries, those who charged and began to suffer, a resounding cry from other disciples of the Lingxu Sword Sect rallied them to join the fray, until eventually, even Yu Shuang'er found herself swept into the chaos. In an instant, the entrance of the Kuanyin mountain range was filled with a cacophony of battle cries, and the brilliance of various magical artifacts illuminated the scene. The Lingxu Sword Sect, despite its inherent weakness, was now facing a multitude of foes at the entrance. When the conflict erupted, they were utterly outmatched and quickly overwhelmed, resulting in numerous injuries among the disciples. Even Yu Shuang'er bore visible wounds, appearing quite disheveled. "Scoundrels! We are from the Lingxu Sword Sect. How dare you strike against us? Are you not afraid of our retribution?" Yu Shuang'er exclaimed, her eyes reddened with fury, issuing a fierce threat. In the Lingxu Sword Sect, she had always been treated like a little princess and had never endured such humiliation. The faces of the other disciples were equally contorted with rage, for they were accustomed to being revered and celebrated wherever they went. This was their first experience of such treatment. The threats from Yu Shuang'er elicited no sympathy from the multitude of cultivators. Instead, they responded with mocking derision and loud denunciations. "Who are you? How dare you threaten us? What is wrong with the Lingxu Sword Sect? Can you brazenly drive others away and claim dominion over the mountains? Threatening us with the name of the Lingxu Sword Sect? What is that worth? Utter foolishness. Do you really believe you can intimidate us? Today, we might just leave you all here. Countless voices jeered and scorned without restraint, inciting Xianxia's rage to a boiling point, her body trembling uncontrollably. Disbelief etched across her features. What was the matter with these people? Had they taken leave of their senses? Previously, whenever they encountered disciples of the Lingxu Sword Sect, they had shown utmost respect and caution, fearing offense. Why were they behaving so unusually today? As if sensing her bewilderment, a cultivator from the opposing crowd, with a mocking glint in his eye, remarked, "It seems that all the courtesy shown to you by your peers has led you to forget your true standing. You genuinely believe our politeness stemmed from respect for the Lingxu Sword Sect? Nonsense. We were merely honoring your senior brother Li Che. It was his reputation that warranted our deference. Without him, what is the Lingxu Sword Sect worth?" At this declaration, others chimed in agreement. "Indeed, we respect senior brother Li Che and wish to avoid offending him, which is why we treated you with courtesy. As for you, merely trash." Another voice added mockingly, "I truly wonder if your Lingxu Sword Sect has lost its mind, banishing senior brother Li Che from your ranks. Li Che has already been expelled from the Lingxu Sword Sect, so who would still care about you? You fools dare to flaunt your power before us. It is as if you seek to court death." The news of Li Che's expulsion has long since spread throughout the southern continent, and it is clear to everyone here. In their eyes, how could the Lingxu Sword Sect, now devoid of Li Che, compel them to retreat willingly? What an absurd notion. The mockery and scorn from the crowd fell upon Xianxia like a heavy hammer, rendering her pale as a sheet, filled with both fury and indignation. It was only now that she realized that the politeness these individuals had shown her was merely out of respect for Li Che. How could this be possible? Li Che is a greedy, selfish scoundrel who has harmed his fellow disciples. How could such a person command such respect? Xianxia felt enraged and stifled, wanted to argue back. However, upon opening her mouth, she was met with a crowd of practitioners across from her, their expressions cold and their intentions menacing. She immediately faltered. "Let us leave." Ultimately, Xianxia could only depart in utter humiliation, leading her fellow disciples away in disgrace. Meanwhile, at the Lingxu Sword Sect's transmission hall, the third junior sister, Lu Lingli, sat at the head, her expression grim. Within the sect, she had always been responsible for imparting cultivation experiences and sword techniques to the disciples. She was also revered and loved by them for her teachings and guidance. However, today's lesson had taken an unexpected turn. Just moments ago, a disciple had approached her with a query regarding swordsmanship, seeking her enlightenment. Yet, upon hearing the disciple's question, she found herself at a loss, unable to unravel the matter and, thus, incapable of providing guidance. As she stood there in silence, the disciples seated below her began to murmur among themselves, creating a stir in the once quiet hall. Xianxia was infuriated. Was this Li Che's doing? What was happening? Even Lu Shiji could not provide insight. This was unexpected. In previous lessons, Lu Shiji's explanations had always been profound and easily comprehensible, effortlessly resolving any difficulties we encountered. What was the reason for this discrepancy? It seemed that Lu Shiji, too, was at a loss. The transmission hall, which had been tranquil, began to buzz with unrest. The whispers reaching Lu Lingli's ears, causing her expression to grow increasingly uncomfortable, her eyes filled with embarrassment. In truth, every time she had lectured before, it was Li Che who had meticulously prepared various arrangements and strategies for her, including the sword techniques to be imparted and the potential questions that might arise, all of which he had explained to her beforehand to ensure her complete understanding before she conveyed them to the many disciples. However, now Li Che has departed. Lu Lingli, with her lofty self-regard, initially believed that even in the absence of Li Che's assistance, her innate talent and profound comprehension of the sword path would enable her to effortlessly guide these disciples. Yet, to her astonishment, during her first sermon and impartation of teachings following Li Che's departure, she encountered such an awkward predicament. Not only was her discourse devoid of the previous clarity and boundless profundity, but she also struggled to address even the most commonplace queries posed by the ordinary disciples. It was all Li Che's fault. He must have orchestrated this deliberately. First, he willingly assisted her, allowing her to acclimatize to a situation where everything was prepared, only to subsequently withdraw his support, leaving her to embarrass herself before so many. What a scheming little wretch. In that moment, Lu Lingli's reaction was not to contemplate self-improvement, but rather to lament Li Chei's actions. Consumed by indignation, her fury only intensified. This question, as she observed the disciple who had raised the question waiting expectantly for her response. Lu Lingli could only grit her teeth, her mind racing as she endeavored to recall her previous studies, fantasizing about resolving the doubts with her insights into the sword path. Yet after several attempts, she found herself utterly incapable. She had always regarded herself as a prodigy of swordsmanship, skillfully mastering various techniques without encountering any obstacles or misunderstandings, and had once reveled in her own talents. However, she had never considered that it was Li Chei who had meticulously deconstructed and presented every aspect of swordsmanship to her, facilitating her seamless progress. Despite her unwillingness, Lu Lingli's futile attempts ultimately bore no fruit. Infuriating, Li Chei, that little villain, had ensnared and plotted against her, and even you lot were deliberately reveling in her misfortune. Truly, such treachery. In her impotent rage, Lu Lingli even directed her ire towards the ordinary disciples. After all, if they had not posed questions to her, there would have been no predicament at all. Fuming, Lu Lingli's countenance turned icy. Were it not for her concern about maintaining the image of a serene, celestial being, she would have longed to unleash a torrent of invective. As the murmurs around her grew louder, Lu Lingli sensed a shift in the gazes of the disciples directed at her. They were filled with ridicule and derision. Unable to endure any longer, she coldly declared, "Enough. I am not in good form today. Let this lecture conclude here." With that, she hastily departed, disregarding the reactions of others. With her exit, the disciples below felt liberated from any restraint, and the hall was soon filled with their chatter. Oh, what about feeling unwell? If she can't do it, then why make excuses? Right, just putting on a facade. I thought she was extraordinary, but it seems she is just like the rest of us. Indeed, always looking down on us ordinary disciples, acting like a celestial being. Who is she trying to impress? Many disciples expressed their disdain, their words dripping with contempt. What has happened to our senior sister? She is completely different from her usual self. I have previously heard that senior sister possesses profound insights and accomplishments in the art of swordsmanship. However, there are novice disciples who remain unaware of the circumstances. Upon hearing their inquiries, a knowledgeable disciple immediately mocked. Don't even mention it. Do you truly believe that senior sister Lu is omniscient? Observing the bewildered expressions on the faces of many newly initiated disciples, he could not help but feel a sense of satisfaction. Cautiously glancing towards the entrance, he then spoke in a conspiratorial tone. Let me tell you, every time senior sister Lu delivers her teachings, it is Master Li Chei who has meticulously prepared everything in advance, providing her with a private tutorial. Otherwise, do you think she could genuinely conduct our lessons? The newly initiated disciples were taken aback, while many of the more seasoned disciples exhibited no signs of surprise, as they were evidently already aware of the truth. This matter was, in fact, a well-known secret. Although senior sister Lu had previously borrowed Master Li Chei's insights to relay to us, enabling us to learn something, she had always been held in high regard. Yet now, with Master Li Chei's departure, what could she achieve on her own? Merely a jester within the Hall of Transmission. Numerous disciples engaged in fervent discussions, unabashedly expressing their disdain for Lu Lingli. Little did they know, all of this was overheard by Lu Lingli herself outside. A group of ungrateful wretches. And you, Li Chei, you are even more despicable. If it were not for you, how could I have suffered such humiliation? Listening to the disparaging remarks from within, Lu Lingli felt an overwhelming fury. Her silver teeth clenched tightly, yet she found herself powerless. For the words spoken by those disciples held a kernel of truth. Once separated from Li Chei, the star that once shone brightly had been reduced to its true form. Since Li Chei's expulsion from the Lingxu Sword Sect, Lu Lingli, along with Xianxia and others, had encountered a myriad of challenges, facing unusual changes in matters they had previously taken for granted, leading to repeated setbacks. After 3 days of enduring the situation, Lu Lingli and Xianxia could no longer withstand it, gathering together to vent their frustrations. You cannot imagine. The last time I led the sect's disciples to the Quanyang mountain range for training, those cultivators were utterly unruly, disrespectful towards the Lingxu Sword Sect. They behaved as if emboldened by some wild courage, daring to raise their hands against us. Even more infuriating was their audacity to claim that they had only shown respect to our sect previously due to their reverence for Li Chei, and that they had willingly avoided us. Such nonsense! Xianxia exclaimed, her face flushed with anger. She refused to believe the assertions of those cultivators, preferring to think that they had lost their minds to challenge the authority of the Lingxu Sword Sect. With her fellow disciples present, she could no longer contain her grievances. In recent days, as misfortunes seemed to abound, a visage marked by grievance emerged. Lu Lingli too wore a troubled expression. It was not only Yu Shuang'er who faced adversity. Without Li Chei's meticulous planning, the entire sect had descended into utter chaos. Cultivation and various tasks were in disarray, significantly hampering the sect's operations. Lu Lingli, consumed by indignation, remarked coldly, "Li Chei is truly despicable. We were all deceived by him. He is nothing but a complete scoundrel." Chapter 17. Are they all reveling in the sword sect's misfortune? Then let us mine the Demon Cave. Indeed, Yu Shuang'er concurred instantly, her eyes ablaze with fury. The group gathered to vent their frustrations, attributing their grievances of the past few days solely to Li Chei. When they learned that Li Chei had not returned even after 3 days, their anger flared. What in the world is wrong with that wretched Li Chei? It has already been 3 days. Why hasn't he rushed back, pleading for our forgiveness? How dare he frolic about outside? Does he not regard the Lingxu Sword Sect at all? I was once blinded by his facade, believing him to be a dedicated senior brother, trailing behind him like a fool. Yu Shuang'er seethed with rage, her voice rising. Lu Lingli, her gaze icy, scoffed, "I believe he is acting with intent. Now I see clearly that his previous dedication in teaching me swordsmanship, explaining every detail, was merely to await this moment, to relish my humiliation. His schemes run exceedingly deep." At the mention of Li Chei by the 2 senior sisters, Zhao Yuansen felt a surge of murderous intent welling up within him. Ever since the last group he dispatched was ambushed and slain by Li Chei, he had lost track of him. Should the liquidare return, he would ensure the latter faced dire consequences. However, outwardly, he feigned innocence, posing a question filled with feigned confusion. "Sisters, it has been 3 days. Do you think the senior brother has no intention of returning? Perhaps he has even joined another sect." "He wouldn't dare," Yu Shuang'er retorted sharply, her brows furrowed in anger. She sprang to her feet, agitated, exclaiming, "He is a child of the Lingxu Sword Sect in life, and a ghost of the Lingxu Sword Sect in death. He has grown up here, nurtured by our master, who imparted his cultivation. If he truly dares to join another sect, it would be an act of treachery against his own teachers and ancestors." Yu Shuang'er was infuriated, her emotions running high. She had just suffered a significant setback outside and was eagerly waiting for Li Chei's return to rally him for a proper reckoning against those who dared to slight her. It was imperative that Li Chei return. Lu Lingli, momentarily startled, quickly regained her composure and stated coldly, "I highly doubt Li Chei would dare to absent himself. If he truly has the audacity to leave, let him not blame us for never forgiving him, condemning him to a lifetime of remorse and regret." Lu Lingli's heart brimmed with fury. Simultaneously, a trace of panic, which she herself was reluctant to acknowledge, began to creep in. What if, just what if, Li Chei truly did not return? How would she impart the art of swordsmanship to the other disciples thereafter? What would they say behind her back? Li que mas tritarn. Shortly thereafter, the group began discussing the turmoil that had befallen the sect in recent days. It was not just their affairs that had gone awry. The other disciples of the Lingxu Sword Sect had, to varying degrees, felt the disarray. When Li Chei was present, everything was meticulously organized and proceeded in an orderly fashion, with the sect's affairs running smoothly and its overall strength steadily on the rise. Yet now, as Lu Lingli and others took charge of the sect's daily management, they fumbled and floundered, overwhelmed by the responsibilities. It resembled a dilapidated machine, chaotic and utterly lacking the harmony that had prevailed during Li Chei's tenure. In just a few days, the sect had descended into utter disarray. It was all Li Chei's fault. If it weren't for him, they would not have endured such grievances or had to worry about managing the sect. He must have done this deliberately, wanting to make them realize how indispensable he was to the Lingxu Sword Sect, hoping to elicit their forgiveness. Not a chance. Upon his return, they would ensure their master punished him severely. The group seethed with indignation, each voicing their ire. At that moment, Si Ruyan suddenly sent for them. They hurriedly made their way over. "Master." In the grand hall of the sect, Si Ruyan sat at the head seat, visibly agitated, her expression darkening. The Lingxu Sword Sect's decree of prohibition had been disregarded by countless sects, rendering them the subject of ridicule throughout the entirety of the southern continent. This caused Si Ruyan immense frustration. Upon seeing her disciples enter, she immediately inquired, "Has that rebellious disciple returned?" Lu Lingli and the others understood she was referring to Li Che, and they shook their heads in response. Reporting to Master, Li Che has yet to return. Bang! Si Ruyan suddenly slammed her palm on the table, her face a mask of fury, her expression darkening further. Is he deliberately trying to drive me to my wit's end? Because of him alone, the entire city is in an uproar, and the entire southern continent's cultivation community is laughing at the Lingxu Sword Sect. It has been 3 days, and he still dares not return. This is a blatant attempt to humiliate us before the world. Indeed, Master. Yu Shuang'er immediately chimed in, gritting her teeth. I believe he is doing this on purpose, seeking to retaliate against us and the Lingxu Sword Sect. It is utterly despicable. As she spoke, she recounted their experiences in the Quanyang Mountains, embellishing the tale. Lu Lingli followed suit, sharing the various grievances they had endured over the past few days. With each exaggeration, Si Ruyan's anger intensified. However, upon witnessing her disciples struggling and stumbling at every turn, she could not help but rebuke them. Absurd. Do you truly believe that without Li Che, you are incapable of accomplishing anything? He has only been gone a few days. What have you done to the sect? It has descended into utter chaos, devoid of any semblance of order. Is it possible that the grand Lingxu Sword Sect cannot thrive without a single individual, Li Che? Such words rendered the others speechless. Si Ruyan's fury left Lu Lingli and the others too intimidated to retort. Instead, their resentment towards Li Che grew, and they cursed him vehemently in their minds. After venting her frustrations, Si Ruyan noticed the disciples lowering their heads in silence, and finally regained her composure, letting out a disdainful huff. If he does not wish to return, then so be it. He shall have his regrets in due time. The Lingxu Sword Sect does not rely on Li Che. As she spoke, Si Ruyan's gaze darkened as she turned to the disciples, speaking in a solemn tone, "Prepare yourselves. Inform the strong members of the Lingxu Sword Sect to ready for an expedition into the Demon Cave in a few days to extract its resources." The entire southern continent was now mocking the Lingxu Sword Sect due to Li Che's actions. In just a few days, the sect's reputation had plummeted, and they were under immense pressure. Rumors spread that the Lingxu Sword Sect, lacking vision and magnanimity, had forced Li Che away, thereby crippling themselves. The accusations against Li Che were mere slander. However, Si Ruyan staunchly refused to accept this narrative. She believed she had acted correctly. Yet, she was acutely aware of the current state of the Lingxu Sword Sect. After much contemplation, she resolved to gather the full strength of the sect in a few days to exploit the resources of the Demon Cave. Success in this endeavor would not only vindicate her claims against Li Che, but also bolster the sect's power, alleviating the recent pressures. Upon hearing Si Ruyan's decision, the disciples' eyes lit up, and they eagerly nodded in agreement, brimming with excitement. They had long coveted the vast resources of the Demon Cave, and now their opportunity had finally arrived. Zhao Yuansun, in particular, was filled with fervor. He had infiltrated the Lingxu Sword Sect solely to seize the immense resources within the Demon Cave and strengthen the Wuji Demon Sect. With the excavation of the cave now on the agenda, his plans for assimilation were officially entering the harvest phase. Like, when the Wuji Demon Sect dominates the southern continent, it will spell your demise. The murderous intent in Zhao Yuansun's eyes surged forth. Si Ruyan, oblivious to the murderous glint in her usually obedient disciple's gaze, felt a flicker of pride as she observed the joy among her followers. Those individuals from the southern continent have been watching me mockingly. This time, I shall deliver a resounding slap to their faces through my actions. If we successfully extract the resources from the Demon Cave, it will unequivocally demonstrate that Li Che is indeed a deceitful and self-serving individual. At that time, I shall see who dares to claim I was in the wrong. Chapter 18. Has that madman Li Che departed? The Demon Cave weeps. Inaijin locale. Distant mountains cloaked in mist and lush green grass abound. The gentle stream meanders gracefully, adorned with a myriad of vibrant flowers and exotic plants competing for attention. The air is suffused with the refreshing fragrance of verdant foliage. To the untrained eye, this picturesque setting appears to be an idyllic paradise, untouched by the outside world. However, in stark contrast, it conceals a multitude of malevolent creatures and foreign entities, rendering it a den of darkness. Here, Li Che has steadfastly guarded this realm for a century. 100 years prior, A cataclysmic invasion by otherworldly beings unleashed chaos upon the southern continent, as countless demons surged forth from their lairs, wreaking havoc across the land. Ultimately, with the collective might of various sects, the insurrection was quelled, and the invaders were suppressed. Yet, this fierce battle left the southern cultivation world severely weakened, with countless masters perishing in the conflict. The stronghold of these malevolent entities scattered across the terrain became a source of concern, as a counteroffensive seemed implausible. In the end, the only recourse was to seal these lairs, closely guarded by the major sections. Over the past century, numerous sects in the southern region devised various methods to suppress and seal their respective lairs. The Lingxu Sword Sect, having suffered significant losses in its ranks, found itself unable to guard this particular den. It was then that the young Li Che, merely 20 years of age, volunteered to take up the mantle of responsibility, standing solitary watch over this sinister abode. Now, a century has elapsed. Within the confines of the lair, a gentle breeze rustles the flowers and grass. Once Li Che's presence fades, an eerie silence envelopes the lair. Time passes unmeasured. Suddenly, a colossal crimson eye emerges in the clear, cloudless sky above. Its sanguine hue adorned with countless blood vessels, reminiscent of scars upon the heavens, exuding an ominous aura. As it manifests, a flurry of movement ensues, as if searching for something, all while carefully concealing its own presence, emanating a palpable sense of trepidation. Yet, as this gaze sweeps through the lair, it fails to locate the figure that incites its dread, leaving it momentarily stunned, grappling with disbelief, abandoning the pretense of hiding. Its eyes blaze with fervor as it intensifies its search. It meticulously scours the lair from top to bottom, only to yield no results. At long last, the crimson eye is compelled to accept its discovery. A wave of uncontainable elation surges within it. Liquis truly absent. The infamous harbinger of death has indeed vacated the lair. The echoes of ecstatic laughter reverberate through the depths of the lair, inciting a turbulent response. In an instant, the once tranquil and fragrant lair is engulfed by a tempest. The overwhelming aura of demonic energy erupts, shrouding the entire space in chaos. Amidst the howling winds, countless frenzied and savage energies ascend, accompanied by a reverberating sound that resonates through the very fabric of the heavens and earth. A century has passed. An entire century. Li Che, the harbinger of death, has finally departed. I have endured the longing for this day with great difficulty. Now we are finally liberated. The demonic creatures howl in wild ecstasy. Their voices echo with unrestrained delight. The once fearsome entities that instilled dread throughout the southern continent now speak of Li Che with profound sorrow, for he was indeed a figure of unimaginable terror. After the sealing of the demon lair, the formidable beings among the otherworldly demons were compelled into a deep slumber, leaving only a handful of relatively weaker demons to roam. Though deemed weaker, many among them still possessed the strength of divine kings, even those at the threshold of transcendence. In this dire situation, the merely 20-year-old Li Che, in a display of unwavering resolve to repay the sect's nurturing, boldly ventured into the demon lair to thwart the demonic calamity. Initially, the otherworldly demons, unwilling to accept defeat, relentlessly assaulted the entrance of the lair, yearning to re-enter the mortal realm. Amidst this chaos, Li Che stood resolute, wielding his sword single-handedly, never retreating an inch, engaging in a relentless battle against the ceaseless tide of demons. Countless fierce battles ensued, and he sustained grievous injuries time and again. This youthful warrior, at the tender age of 20, managed to suppress innumerable demons for over a century with his divine king's prowess. The number of divine kings and transcendent beings he felled is beyond reckoning. Armed solely with his sword, he spilled rivers of blood, scattering the souls of countless demons, forcefully quelling their relentless assaults and instilling fear into their very hearts. Thus, the name of the god of death resounded throughout the demon lair. Even in the subsequent 50 years, the powerful demons could only scurry like frightened rodents, hiding in fear of being discovered by him. Although as time passed, the once slumbering demons gradually began to awaken, and the ranks of the powerful swelled. The terror of the god of death was indelibly etched into the psyche of all demons. Before that formidable figure, no demon dared harbor thoughts of provocation. Yet now, that fearsome sword that loomed over all demons has departed. Ha ha! With Li Che gone, our opportunity has finally arrived. I have long since grown weary of being trapped within this demon lair. I yearn to emerge upon the land of the southern continent, to unleash rivers of blood, to let the anguished spirits wail, and to spread death across the heavens and the earth. The frustrations of these years shall be avenged with endless lives. The chilling howls reverberate deep within the demon lair. The ominous winds wail, and the cries of the tormented echo incessantly. Countless demons roar in savage laughter, their voices brimming with longing and desire for the blood of the outside world. In the southern continent, at the Lingxu Sword Sect, today marks the commencement of the sect's decennial trials, the sword refinement hell. In the vast square, throngs of disciples from the Lingxu Sword Sect gather, each face alive with excitement and trepidation. The trial of the 10,000 swords, known as the most significant test in the hearts of all disciples of the Lingxu Sword Sect, is a rite of passage that, though not overly complicated, thoroughly evaluates the years of cultivation each disciple has undergone. This includes their innate talent, comprehension, foundational skills, and insights into the way of the sword. The results of this assessment not only allow the sect to grasp the progress of its disciples' cultivation, but also determine the treatment and status each disciple may receive. Consequently, many disciples are filled with anticipation and a hint of anxiety. Cultivation is akin to rowing against the current. One must either forge ahead or fall behind. As sword cultivators, we are resolute in our pursuit, preferring to take the direct path rather than the convoluted one. The path of the Great Way demands an indomitable spirit, one that embodies the conviction of climbing to lofty heights. All efforts shall not be in vain. I hope to deliver a commendable performance in this trial of the 10,000 swords. Above the square, the sect leader, Gu Qingtang, ascended amidst thunder, resonating within the hearts of every disciple. Below, countless disciples of the Lingxu Sword Sect nodded vigorously in agreement, pledging to give their utmost effort. Observing the spirited demeanor of the disciples, Gu Qingtang nodded in satisfaction. Without further delay, he waved his hand and announced the commencement of the ceremony. Chapter 19. What? The Saintess really brought Li Che back. The rules of the 10,000 swords trial are quite simple. At the very heart of the vast square stands a towering stone tablet, known as the 10,000 Swords Monument. This monument, exuding an ancient black hue, embodies a profound and weighty aura. After undergoing a special ritual, it is capable of assessing the potential of the cultivators. Remarkably, the monument's dark surface is engraved with countless sword-shaped patterns, each distinct and densely packed, numbering in the tens of thousands. These engravings are the ethereal imprints of sword intent left behind by generations of Lingxu Sword Sect members, each bearing a unique interpretation of the sword. Some may resemble gentle breezes transforming into rain. Others may evoke the ferocity of thunder and fire, or the brilliance of a blazing sun, with elements of human joy and sorrow interwoven throughout. A myriad of sword intents swirl around the 10,000 Swords Monument, intertwining and resonating with one another, ultimately converging within. The trial allows the disciples of the Lingxu Sword Sect to approach the 10,000 Swords Monument, establishing a connection to gauge their innate aptitude and affinity for the sword. The brighter the light, the more awakened sword intents, signifying greater talent, deeper comprehension of the sword, and, consequently, greater potential for the future. Leader, what are your thoughts on the results of this trial? After taking his seat, the elder with graying beard leaned closer and inquired softly. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingtang could not help but let out a sigh. Alas, while these disciples exhibit commendable spirit and sound temperament, with resolute characters that bend but do not break, it is regrettable. Regrettable that their innate talents are somewhat lacking. The elder picked up where he left off, acknowledging the unspoken sentiments. As a premier sect in the southern continent, the Lingxu Sword Sect undeniably possesses formidable strength, with numerous skilled practitioners within its ranks. However, they are plagued by a critical dilemma. The disciples under their tutelage are lacking in talent. Though the older generation possesses formidable strength, the younger cohort lacks individuals of exceptional aptitude capable of shouldering significant responsibilities. This predicament weighs heavily on the minds of the entire leadership of the Lingxu Sword Sect. The only glimmer of hope is the Saintess Su Baiwei, who, with her extraordinary talents, stands among the finest of the younger generation in the entire southern continent, offering them a modicum of solace. Yet, a single individual cannot bear the weight alone. Relying solely on Su Baiwei will ultimately prove insufficient to elevate the Dao Sword Sect to greater heights. How fortunate it would be if the sect could boast a young talent akin to Li Che. One cannot help but wonder whether the saintess will succeed in inviting Li Che during her descent from the mountain. The Grand Elder's aged visage was marked by envy and contemplation. As the Grand Elder of the Dao Sword Sect, he had often dreamed of having a disciple like Li Che under his wing. Therefore, when Gu Qingtang suggested that the saintess personally extend the invitation to Li Che, he wholeheartedly supported the idea. Gu Qingtang shook his head, sighing, "It is difficult indeed. Countless eyes across the southern continent are fixed upon Li Che, and many sects have spared no expense in their attempts to invite him. Amidst this fierce competition, the chances of success seem bleak. My confidence is waning." Sending the saintess down was merely a gamble. It was not that he belittled himself, but rather that he understood all too well the allure and value of Li Che. With so many sects vying for his attention, no one could predict how Li Che would choose. The Grand Elder merely posed the question out of casual curiosity, harboring little hope himself, and he could not help but let out another sigh. The trial has commenced. It was unclear who first uttered the phrase, but Gu Qingtang and the Grand Elder ceased their discussion and turned their attention to the trials unfolding in the square. However, the moment they looked, Gu Qingtang's blood pressure began to rise in irritation. As the trials commenced, one Dao Sword Sect disciple after another took the stage. Yet the final results were far from satisfactory. Overall, they did not meet his expectations. The elders, including the Grand Elder, wore long faces, their anger palpable. Upon their return, they would surely have to discipline this group of young rascals. It seemed they had been too lenient with them. Without pressure, they had become lackluster, clearly neglecting their training. Truly, they were in need of correction. The members of the Sword Sect were generally straightforward and hot-tempered. At this moment, some elders, witnessing the poor performance of the disciples, felt both disappointment and rage, unable to refrain from cursing. Just a moment ago, they had been quite vocal in their responses, yet when it came time to take the stage, they turned into cowards. This cohort of disciples is undoubtedly the worst I have ever mentored. Gu Qingtang's face was a mask of disappointment, struggling to maintain his composure as he joined the other elders in their expressions of frustration. In the midst of his indignation, he exchanged a glance with the Grand Elder, both recognizing the profound worry reflected in each other's eyes. The lackluster performance of the younger generation left them deeply concerned for the future of their sect. Their spirits weighed heavily at that moment. Just then, the holy maiden, Su Baiwei, appeared in the square. Upon witnessing that the trials were still ongoing, she let out a sigh of relief and cheerfully called out to Li Che, who stood behind her. "Senior brother Li Che, this is the 10,000 swords trial I told you about. Isn't it lively?" Seeing Su Baiwei's eager demeanor, Li Che couldn't help but chuckle. Following the direction of her pointing finger, he was taken aback by the throngs of sword cultivators gathered in the square. Such a scene was unprecedented in his experience at Lingxu Sword Sect, where he had spent most of his time guarding against demons in the abyss. Only during the rare moments of tranquility in the abyss did he seize the opportunity to return to Lingxu Sword Sect, always in a hurried manner. Those scarce occasions were solely devoted to instructing his junior sisters and strategizing the sect's development. It had been a century since he had last witnessed such a vibrant atmosphere. "Quite remarkable," he remarked, and Su Baiwei beamed with delight. She eagerly grasped his hand and said, "Come, let me take you to meet our master. If he knew I successfully brought you back, he might just leap for joy." As she spoke, her eyes narrowed mischievously, reminiscent of a little fox, and she stifled a giggle. Li Che shook his head, offering no resistance as she led him briskly toward the elevated seating where the esteemed elders were observing. "Master," Su Baiwei called out from a distance. Gu Qingtang, seated at the dais, immediately turned at the sound of her voice. Upon seeing his disciple, radiant with joy and beckoning him excitedly, a smile instinctively graced his lips, and he nodded in acknowledgement. Baiwei has returned. The Grand Elder beside him instinctively turned to look as well, speaking fondly. "Returned? This girl has always had a penchant for lively occasions. She certainly knows how to time her appearances, right in the midst of the 10,000 swords trial." While he was speaking, his gaze suddenly fell upon a young man, following closely behind Su Baiwei. The moment he recognized the young man's features, he sprang up from his seat in utter astonishment. His mouth agape. That face was one he knew all too well. "Li Che." The Grand Elder's hand trembled as he pointed towards Su Baiwei and the young man, his beard quivering with excitement. He attempted to speak, But words failed him as he stood there, his eyes wide with disbelief. Gu Qingtang, too, was rendered speechless, his expression a portrait of incredulity, his body trembling with excitement. In an instant, the eyes of the two widened like brass bells, leaving them momentarily frozen in place. It was not until Su Baiwei, pulling Li Che along, merrily skipped to their front, cheerfully waving her hand before them, that the stillness was broken. Master, Grand Elder, I have brought Brother Li Che to you. Chapter 20. The Sect Master is astonished. The Lingxu Sword Sect unleashes a prodigy. Master, Grand Elder, look, I have brought Brother Li Che to you. Su Baiwei, with a lively demeanor, hastily approached her master. Observing that Gu Qingtang and the Grand Elder remained stunned in astonishment, she could not help but exclaim, "Oh dear master, Brother Li Che is here. Do not just stand there in a daze." At last, Gu Qingtang and the Grand Elder seemed to awaken from their stupor. In the next moment, the Grand Elder swiftly approached Su Baiwei, suppressing the excitement bubbling within him, and inquired, "My dear girl, what brings Li Che here this time?" Perhaps due to nervousness, the Grand Elder's lips quivered, and his voice was somewhat hoarse. Su Baiwei raised her delicate chin, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. Is there anything I cannot accomplish when I take the initiative? Brother Li Che has already agreed to join our Lingxu Sword Sect. Upon receiving Su Baiwei's confirmation, both Gu Qingtang and the Grand Elder were instantly filled with uncontainable joy. Li Ke offered das Light smiled, bowing respectfully. Li Ke, pay my respects to the Sect Master and the Grand Elder. No need for excessive formalities. We, on behalf of the Lingxu Sword Sect, warmly welcome you to join us. With the confirmation of Li Che's intention to join, Gu Qingtang and the Grand Elder were overjoyed, their eyes sparkling as they gazed at him, eagerly lifting him up in their excitement. At that moment, the commotion also attracted the attention of other elders and strong practitioners nearby, who instinctively turned to look. As senior members of the Lingxu Sword Sect, they were well acquainted with Li Che, the esteemed senior brother of the Lingxu Sword Sect. Upon learning of Li Che's impending affiliation with the Lingxu Sword Sect, they were instantly ablaze with excitement. "So, this lad Li Che will become one of us in the Lingxu Sword Sect?" One exclaimed. "Fear not, young man, as long as you are with us. You shall find satisfaction and ease. No need to worry about any ridiculous suppression orders. We shall protect you." Ha ha ha. Truly, the heavens have blessed our Lingxu Sword Sect. Just when I heard about the suppression order, I had my doubts about its authenticity. Now it seems the rumors from outside were indeed true. The Lingxu Sword Sect has truly lost its vision. The excitement among the members of the Lingxu Sword Sect was palpable. After all, they had had numerous dealings with the Lingxu Sword Sect and were well aware of Li Che's value and potential. No one understood it better than they did. A multitude of elders surrounded Li Che, scrutinizing him like a rare treasure, their discussions buzzing with fervor. Certainly, upon receiving the commendations from the elders for successfully inviting the esteemed Li Che to join, Su Baiwei could not help but feel a swell of pride, her eyes narrowing with delight. However, a sudden recollection of a recent assassination attempt struck her, prompting her to speak up. "Masters and esteemed elders, I must inform you that my invitation to Brother Li Che to join our Lingxu Sword Sect was not without its challenges. We encountered members of the Wuji Demon Sect along the way and nearly failed to return. Wuji Demon Sect, and they nearly prevented Su Baiwei and Li Che from returning?" The moment her words fell, the previously boisterous atmosphere fell into a profound silence. In the next instant, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged forth. The previously jubilant and excited powerful beings now wore expressions of grave concern, their eyes glinting with fierce hostility. Su Baiwei and Li Che were invaluable treasures of their Lingxu Sword Sect. The audacity of the Wuji Demon Sect to strike against them was tantamount to attacking the very foundation of their sect. "Child, please elaborate on the situation," Gu Qingtang commanded in a somber tone, while the other elders' eyes glimmered with cold light. Su Baiwei promptly recounted their encounter with the Demon Sect. Gu Changhe? Upon hearing that the leader of the Demon Sect was Gu Changhe, a palpable tension gripped the hearts of Gu Qingtang and the others. Gu Changhe was an infamous old demon. While not the most formidable in strength, he remained a significant threat to the younger generation, such as Su Baiwei. Furthermore, he commanded numerous elites from the Wuji Demon Sect, forming a formidable array. How did they manage to escape? Was it possible that someone intervened to rescue them? As their minds raced with various speculations, they were soon astounded when Su Baiwei revealed that it was Li Che who had displayed remarkable prowess, dispatching Gu Changhe, this half-step king realm adversary, with a single sword strike, subsequently annihilating all the members of the Wuji demon sect with ease. Everyone was taken aback. Gu Changhe, a half-step king realm fiend, had been effortlessly vanquished by this young man with a single blow. The cultivation realms are classified as follows: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, spirit sea, myriad forms, god king, void tribulation, king realm, emperor realm, saint realm, venerable realm, immortal, and celestial palace. Each realm signifies a significant disparity in power, especially from the god king realm onward, where each level is further divided into 9 heavens, each presenting considerable differences in strength. Su Baiwei was already among the most outstanding of a younger generation in the southern continent, yet she had only reached the 7th level of the God King realm. In the face of a half-step king, like Gu Changhe, she possessed little capacity for resistance. Yet, from Su Baiwei's account, Li Che had not only slain Gu Changhe, but had seemingly done so with minimal effort. Did this not imply that Li Che's strength and potential exceeded their prior imaginations? As realization dawned upon them, Gu Qingtang and the others exchanged glances, their expressions brimming with overwhelming joy. Previously, they had placed immense importance on Li Che, consistently recognizing his extraordinary talent. Yet now, Li Che has astonished them beyond measure. Indeed, he is truly the unparalleled Li Che, dominating the southern continent. Gu Qingtang exclaimed with fervor, repeating his praise thrice, revealing the depth of his excitement. The elders, too, were visibly elated, gazing at Li Che with increasing satisfaction. Such a prodigious disciple would be a treasure in any sect. It is baffling to contemplate why the Lingxu Sword Sect would choose to cast him aside. However, this genius now belongs to the Daoi Sword Sect. Regarding the assassination attempts by the demonic sect, they merely assumed that the Wujiming sought to eliminate such a talent in its infancy, not pondering further. Observing the situation, Li Ke refrained from clarifying. He had no intention of revealing Zhao Yuansen's identity just yet, allowing him to continue his covert operations within the Lingxu Sword Sect. Fear not, Li Ke. Now that you have joined the Daoi Sword Sect, you are one of us, no matter who wishes you harm. The Daoi Sword Sect will stand as your unwavering support, even against those women from the Lingxu Sword Sect. Once the emotions of the crowd had settled somewhat, Gu Qingtang spoke solemnly. Contempt flickered in his eyes as he disdainfully remarked, "Those arrogant fools from the Lingxu Sword Sect do not only fail to protect their own disciples, but also issue nonsensical orders to suppress them, attaching all manner of false accusations. Their intent to eradicate their own disciples is nothing short of disgraceful. With us here, you need not worry. Focus solely on your cultivation. Should that woman, Si Ruyan, dare to trouble you, the Daoi Sword Sect will ensure she pays for it." Gu Qingtang made his promise without hesitation. The surrounding elders nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, it should be so. Rest assured, Li Che, the Daoi Sword Sect is now your home. No one shall bully you." Huh, aren't they arrogant? Now that Li Che is our disciple, if they dare to provoke us again, they must first reckon with the sword in my hand. Li Ke, should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to speak. We shall seek justice for you. Su Baiwei, standing nearby, clenched her fist and spoke resolutely, "Brother, you can rely on us from now on." Listening to the chorus of voices around him, Li Che felt a warm surge in his heart. He could sense the sincerity in their words. Deeply moved, he smiled and bowed earnestly to the assembly. "I understand, disciples." Chapter 21. Identity and Status. Li Che participates in the 10,000 Swords Inferno. It is done, though it is merely a subtle change in address. Those present, seasoned individuals recognize the affirmation in Li Che's words, each filled with immense joy. This disciple is assuredly a steadfast one. All right, everyone, let's not crowd around. The joining of Li Che into our Daoi Sword Sect is indeed a momentous occasion, warranting an announcement to the sect. Gu Qingtang's face was alight with joy. Due to the trials of the 10,000 Swords Hell, all disciples of the Daoi Sword Sect had gathered in the square, presenting an opportune moment for the revelation. He personally led Li Che to the observation platform at the highest point. The elders were positioned on either side, akin to stars surrounding the moon, enclosing Li Che at the center. After pausing the trials, Gu Qingtang took a deep breath, and with a voice that resonated like thunder, declared to the assembly, "Esteemed disciples, I have an important announcement to make." Upon hearing Gu Qingtang's words, the many disciples of the Daoi Sword Sect were momentarily taken aback, their faces reflecting confusion. What could be of such significance that the sect leader would interrupt the trials of the 10,000 Swords Hell to announce it? As all eyes turned towards him, Gu Qingtang smiled slightly, stepping aside to reveal the figure of Li Che, who had been obscured behind him. The disciples of Dao Sword Sect were momentarily stunned, instinctively focusing their attention on him. The moment they recognized Li Che's face, they were utterly speechless. Good heavens, am I seeing things? One exclaimed, rubbing his eyes in disbelief, murmuring, could it be that I'm too anxious? How else could I be seeing Li Che? This is our Dao Sword Sect. After rubbing his eyes, he looked again at the figure, only to find that the visage remained unchanged. Li Che. In the next instant, the entire square erupted like boiling oil splashed with cold water. My goodness, isn't that Senior Brother Li Che? I see him too. But how could Senior Brother Li Che be here in our Dao Sword Sect? It really is Senior Brother Li Che. The disciples stood agape, unable to believe their own eyes. Li Che was the esteemed elder brother of the Lingxu Sword Sect, who had suppressed their Dao Sword Sect for over a century. The emotions of the Dao disciples towards him were complex. They felt anger for his suppression of their sect, yet simultaneously held immense admiration for his prowess and accomplishments. Ultimately, they were left with nothing but envy and jealousy towards the fortuitousness of the Lingxu Sword Sect, envying their possession of such an exceptional disciple and resenting the fact that their own sect lacked a figure like Li Che. Yet now, Li Che's unexpected appearance in the Dao sect left everyone bewildered. At that moment, a perceptive disciple suddenly recalled the various rumors circulating in the outside world, and, as if struck by inspiration, a thought emerged. Do you think Senior Brother Li Che's sudden appearance here means he might be considering joining our Dao Sword Sect? The instant these words were uttered, a tremor of excitement coursed through those nearby. Surely not, right? Senior Brother Li Che joining our Dao Sword Sect? This, in recent days, the uproar surrounding the ban on Li Che has captivated the outside world, and they are undoubtedly aware of the circumstances. They know that Li Che has been expelled from the Lingxu Sword Sect. However, at this moment, numerous orthodox factions are clamoring to recruit him, including some that rival the Dao Sword Sect, each offering substantial rewards. In such a situation, no one can predict what choice Li Che will make. Could it truly be possible for him to join the Dao Sword Sect? Though this speculation may seem far-fetched, once the thought arises, it becomes impossible to suppress. Many disciples gazed intently upward, their eyes shimmering with anticipation, as they felt the collective gaze of the crowd upon him. Gu Qingtang, brimming with excitement, instinctively cleared his throat and proclaimed in a voice that resonated like thunder. I trust everyone here recognizes the individual beside me. Indeed, it is none other than Li Che. As the throng below began to stir, he continued without hesitation, his voice ringing with joy. You are all aware that the Lingxu Sword Sect has slandered and mistreated their own disciples, seeking to eradicate them. What I wish to convey is this. From this day forth, Li Che shall be a disciple of the Dao Sword Sect. Anyone or any faction that dares to bring harm upon him shall be considered an enemy of the Dao Sword Sect, and we shall unite to confront them. The moment the crowd heard that Li Che was truly to join the Dao Sword Sect, a wave of exhilaration swept through them. The vast square erupted into a cacophony of excitement. Oh my goodness, Brother Li Che is really going to join our Dao Sword Sect? Am I dreaming? This is wonderful. From now on, we will be his junior disciples. Haha, I have long awaited this day. Indeed, I had always envied those fools from the Lingxu Sword Sect, boasting such an exceptional elder brother like Li Che. Yet, they failed to appreciate his worth, and have unwittingly bestowed this opportunity upon us. We mustn't condemn the Lingxu Sword Sect's incompetence. We ought to be grateful for the chance they have given us. Brother Li Che is magnificent. The overwhelming clamor surged, seemingly capable of breaking through the heavens. Countless disciples of the Dao Sword Sect were astonished, exhilarated, and thrilled, their eyes gleaming as they gazed at Li Che. His extraordinary talent and cultivation naturally earned their admiration. However, what truly stirred their excitement was his unwavering dedication to the Lingxu Sword Sect, where he cared for each disciple with great attention, embodying the responsibilities and virtues of an elder brother. Who wouldn't desire such a remarkable elder brother? Previously, we always envied those foolish individuals from the Lingxu Sword Sect, but now, such immense fortune has finally graced our Dao Sword Sect. The multitude of disciples rejoiced in delight. Upon witnessing this scene, Gu Qingtang exchanged glances with the elders, all of whom breathed a sigh of relief. They had previously harbored concerns that Li Che, hailing from the Lingxu Sword Sect, might provoke discontent among the disciples of the Daoyi Sword Sect. However, it became evident that their worries were unfounded. Gu Qingtang promptly raised his hand to quell the clamor in the square and proclaimed loudly, "Once Li Che joins our Daoyi Sword Sect, he shall be regarded as one of us." With the disciples present, Gu Qingtang intended to formally establish Li Che's identity to solidify the matter. Yet, before he could finish his statement, he found himself in a quandary, his expression wavering in uncertainty. The truth was, he had not anticipated successfully inviting Li Che to join their sect, and had thus failed to contemplate the nuances of Li Che's positioning. Now, he was troubled. Given Li Che's renown and innate talent, it was inconceivable to assign him the status of an ordinary disciple. Such a designation would surely breed discontent within Li Che and lead outsiders to perceive that the Daoyi Sword Sect did not value him. Conversely, if he were granted an excessively elevated status, many disciples might harbor resentment. After all, while Li Che's name was known far and wide, he had only just joined the Daoyi Sword Sect. Placing him above numerous disciples would inevitably incite challenges and dissent in the future. How vexing! Why had he not thought to carefully consider this matter beforehand? Gu Qingtang inwardly berated himself. "Master, today marks the day of our sect's 10,000 swords trial. Does it not?" At that moment, Li Che discerned Gu Qingtang's hesitation and spoke up. "Indeed, that is correct." Gu Qingtang was momentarily taken aback and instinctively replied. Then, as realization dawned upon him, a peculiar expression crossed his face. Could it be that Li Che intended to? Before he could fully articulate his thought, Li Che smiled confidently, saying, "Since I am to join the sect, I am willing to participate in the 10,000 swords trial, to earn my rightful status through my innate talent and strength." Chapter 22. Supreme Talent of the 9th Rank. The Daoyi Sword Sect erupts. You wish to participate in the 10,000 swords trial. Upon receiving Li Che's affirmation, Gu Qingtang was overjoyed. If Li Che could engage in the 10,000 swords trial to confirm his status after joining the sect, it would be the most fortuitous outcome. Once he regained his composure, Gu Qingtang immediately began to explain the rules of the 10,000 swords trial to Li Che. The essence of the trial rested on two main points. First, upon placing one's palm upon the 10,000 swords monument, it would automatically assess the cultivator's innate talent and comprehension, categorizing them into 9 ranks from lowest to highest. The brighter the light, the stronger the potential. The highest rank, the 9th, was referred to as Supreme Talent. Second, the trial required participants to comprehend the various sword intents imprinted upon the 10,000 swords monument. To invoke and manifest these sword intents, the greater the number of sword intents summoned, the higher the participant's comprehension of the sword path, indicating a deeper affinity with the way of the sword. The monument of 10,000 swords has inscribed no fewer than 10,000 sword intents to date. Those who can evoke 1 to 10 sword intents may be regarded as outer disciples. 11 to 100 intents signify inner disciples. 100 to 1,000 intents qualify one as an esteemed direct disciple, while those who can summon over 5,000 intents may be honored as holy sons or daughters. Gu Qingtang spoke solemnly. The rules are not complex, yet achieving remarkable results is far from easy. The monument tests an individual's cultivation, innate talent, comprehension, and affinity with the sword path, among other aspects, thereby assessing the overall caliber of cultivator. For each participant in this trial, it is a considerable challenge. Gu Qingtang turned to Li Che, her voice grave. "Do you possess confidence?" She was also curious about how this renowned young genius from the southern continent would perform. "I am willing to give a try." Li Che nodded, his clear voice devoid of any hesitation, as he gazed upon the towering ancient stone monument in the plaza. A flicker of fighting spirit ignited in his eyes. He felt an eagerness within him. To be candid, since obtaining the supreme sword body, he had undergone a profound transformation. He too was eager to discover the extent of his current talent and potential. Surely, the supreme sword body would not disappoint him. At that moment, their conversation caught the attention of others, sparking curiosity and anticipation in their eyes. The disciples, in particular, were brimming with excitement, fully aware of the challenges posed by the trial of 10,000 swords. Naturally, they were also curious about the results Li Che could achieve. "Go, senior brother Li Che." Su Baiwei cheered him on, her small fists clenched in excitement. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Li Che sprang forward. his lithe figure soaring gracefully to land before the monument of 10,000 swords. In an instant, all eyes in the arena were fixed upon him. It has begun. It has begun. The numerous disciples in the plaza felt a surge of energy. The many high-ranking members of various sects seated at the observation platform also observed with bated breath. The Grand Elder's gaze was fixed on Li Che standing before the monument, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in his eyes as he murmured. At that time, Bai Wei summoned a staggering 6,700 sword intents, astonishing the first tier, and she was immediately designated as the holy daughter of our sword sect. Li Che's innate potential is undoubtedly no less than Bai Wei's. I wonder if he can create a miracle, perhaps even replicate the legendary Symphony of 10,000 Swords? The Symphony of 10,000 Swords. At the mention of this phrase, Gu Qingtang and the other elders were taken aback. They had not anticipated the Grand Elder to hold such high regard and expectations for Li Che. It is important to note that the Symphony of 10,000 Swords represents the pinnacle of the trial of 10,000 swords. All 10,000 sword intents inscribed upon the monument would be awakened, manifesting in the world, with countless sword intents stirring the heavens. The Symphony of 10,000 Swords, sword energy soaring to the skies. The legendary 10,000 swords resounding together is merely a figment of speculation, never having manifested in reality. Thus, when Gu Qingtang recounted the rules, it was entirely overlooked. How perplexing! Gu Qingtang shook her head, unable to suppress a sigh. Jiven Li Che c'est extraordinary talent. He ought to have achieved remarkable results. However, he had squandered a century of his life within the treacherous confines of the Lingxu Sword Sect. The current state of affairs remains uncertain. Others, upon reflecting on this, also sighed in resignation. The lamentable waste of a prodigious genius's time only deepened their disdain for the Lingxu Sword Sect. Yet Su Baiwei, standing nearby, harbored unwavering confidence in Li Che. I believe in senior brother Li Che. He will undoubtedly surprise us all. Just wait and see. The murmurs in the square failed to distract Li Che, who gazed at the towering stone monument, centering his thoughts, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. If this was a test, he would give it his all. Li Che understood this well. His experiences from 2 lifetimes had illuminated the path before him. Concealing one's true capabilities would only lead others to underestimate him, resulting in scorn and derision. Moreover, the slander and rumors circulating about him within the Lingxu Sword Sect had left him quite unsettled. Now that he was partaking in the trial of the 10,000 swords, he would exert himself fully to demonstrate his worth. He was equally curious to discover the extent of his current abilities. Taking a deep breath, Li Che focused intently, placing his palm gently on the stone tablet. As Gu Qingtang had instructed, he closed his eyes, calming his mind, and awakened his innate talents and understanding to their fullest potential. In the next moment, a profound hum resonated. Instantly, the ancient, towering 10,000 swords monument trembled violently, radiating a brilliant light. At the moment Li Che's palm made contact with the monument, the countless intricate patterns engraved upon its surface erupted into luminous brilliance. Dense golden lines began to spread upward from the base with astonishing speed, as if there were no impediments whatsoever. Wow, is this too exaggerated? Is this truly the strength of senior brother Li Che? Incredible! The square erupted into a cacophony of excitement, as countless disciples stirred restlessly, and even the numerous powerful figures on the observation platform could not help but rise, their faces alight with exhilaration. Under the gaze of innumerable eyes, the patterns on the monument illuminated rapidly, the rich golden radiance climbing higher and higher. 4th grade, 5th grade, 6th grade. The glaring golden brilliance surged towards the pinnacle. The dark, ancient 10,000 swords monument gradually transformed into a resplendent golden hue, as a divine and majestic aura began to envelop the surroundings. Among all the disciples of the sect, Bai Wei's talent was deemed unparalleled, having achieved an astonishing 8th rank during the initial assessment, placing her among the elite of prodigies and earning her the title of the strongest saintess in a millennium. Yet, judging by the current momentum, it seems that Li Che's aptitude is unlikely to pale in comparison to Bai Wei's. Could it be that Li Che possesses an extraordinary talent that reaches the 9th rank? The elders were astounded by the frenzied spread of the golden light. In their memories, even the remarkable Su Baiwei, who once shocked the entire sect, did not exude such an overwhelming presence. Before their astonished eyes, the golden light surged upward, wildly spreading across the obsidian steel. 7th rank. 8th rank. In the blink of an eye, the intense golden radiance, with an irresistible force, enveloped the entire Wan Jian steel, illuminating it completely. Under the golden glow, the originally dark and ancient steel shone brilliantly, resembling a solid gold structure, emanating a sacred aura. Ultimately, the concentrated golden light converged at the top, forming a resplendent pillar that pierced through the clouds, soaring into the sky. 9th rank. An unparalleled talent. Chapter 23. The resonance of 10,000 swords? No, it has stirred the entire southern continent. The golden light ascended, illuminating the world in a radiant golden hue. The square fell suddenly silent, and then erupted in fervor. 9 ranks. The legendary unparalleled talent. My heavens, I have never witnessed such a breathtaking scene in my life. It is beyond my wildest dreams. If memory serves me right, the Saintess only possessed an 8th rank talent. Correct? Indeed, even an 8th rank talent is among the most elite in the southern continent, rivaling any of her contemporaries. An extraordinary aptitude. This is truly defying the heavens. Countless individuals were left in shock, gazing upward at the magnificent and utterly divine golden glow, their mouths agape in awe. The brilliant golden light enveloped Li Che below, radiating an ethereal and transcendent aura. At that moment, countless disciples felt as though they were witnessing a miracle. The numerous powerful figures of the Lingxu Sword Sect on the platform were not much better off than the ordinary disciples. As the dazzling golden pillar ascended into the heavens, these renowned figures from the southern continent trembled with emotion, tears streaming down their faces. An extraordinary talent. Heaven bless our Lingxu Sword Sect. In the history of our sect, a 9th rank unparalleled talent has never before appeared. An extraordinary aptitude. A celestial presence. The Grand Elder looked up at the immense golden pillar, tears of excitement streaming down his face. Gu Qingtang, despite his efforts to maintain composure, could not hide the tremors of his hands, betraying his inner turmoil. An extraordinary talent. Once matured, it would be sufficient to suppress the world and ensure the Lingxu Sword Sect's brilliance for a millennium. Senior brother Li Che is truly remarkable. Su Baiwei's lips parted slightly, her beautiful eyes filled with a mixture of surprise and excitement. She was not particularly astonished by the outcome. After all, Li Che had always been the epitome of excellence in her heart. Was it not entirely normal for him to display such prowess? A remarkable talent indeed. Li Che himself was somewhat taken aback by the result, yet he did not dwell on it for long. This was merely a prelude, for his greatest trump card had yet to be revealed. The great Dao sword body. This was his true ace and the source of pride as a sword cultivator. The clamor of the crowd in the square did not disturb him. After the assessment of his aptitude and comprehension, he did not pause for a moment. Gazing at the myriad deep sword marks etched upon the 10,000 swords monument, a flicker of battle intent ignited in Li Che's eyes as he took a deep breath, beginning to channel the sword intent. In an instant, his spirit trembled violently, and waves of sword intent surged within the depths of his mind. Some were sharp and solitary, while others exuded benevolence and tranquility, each distinct, yet all brimming with unparalleled sharpness and chill, enveloping Li Che entirely. Were these the sword intents left behind by the predecessors of the Lingxu Sword Sect? Li Che felt a surge of exhilaration beneath the overwhelming aura of slaughter. He did not falter. Rather, it was as if he sought to contend with the countless sword intents. And the sword intent he had cultivated over a century erupted forth with equal fervor. Insights and experiences regarding the sword path flooded his consciousness in an instant. The great Dao sword body talent blossomed. Suddenly, the world seemed to fall silent for a fleeting moment. The next instant, a terrifying sword intent erupted skyward from within Li Che. The 10,000 swords monument trembled violently, and the countless sword marks inscribed upon its surface seemed to come alive, transforming into chilling sword chi that manifested in the world. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. In the blink of an eye, the sword intents engraved upon the monument were revived, materializing and then encircling Li Che as if subjects surrounding their sovereign. The immense and boundless sword intent surged through the heavens and the earth, even evolving into a formidable sword domain. In the tempest of sword chi, the sound of swords resonated throughout the cosmos. Thousands upon thousands of swords sang in unison. The Grand Elder gasped in astonishment. Gu Qingtang and the other elders lost their composure entirely, their spirits trembling. It was truly the legendary symphony of 10,000 swords. Gu Qingtang's expression was one of sheer shock. Yet this was not the end. Before anyone could react, a resonant hum echoed in the air at the moment the vision of the 10,000 swords arose. The vast sword chi seemed to forge a mysterious connection with other swords. The sudden sound reverberated in everyone's ears, and before they could ascertain its source, they were horrified to discover that their own swords were trembling violently, as if compelled by an unseen force, desperately striving to ascend into the sky. What was happening? All the disciples were taken aback, including some elders who realized that their treasured swords, which they had honed over countless years, were subtly slipping from their grasp. A wave of chaos erupted in the hall. It was the sword intent. It was Li Chei's sword intent that was summoning them, causing all manner of swords to respond. Gu Qingtang, a formidable figure, reacted swiftly and commanded, "Everyone, do not resist. Relinquish control of your swords." What? Upon hearing Gu Qingtang's thunderous shout, everyone was filled with dread. Such a terrifying phenomenon was, in fact, invoked by Li Chei. Yet, upon hearing Gu Qingtang's order, they instinctively loosened their grip on their swords. In an instant, countless swords surged forth. Throughout the Dao Sword Sect, every long sword resonated with a melodious clang, and waves of sword intent soared into the heavens. The sword energy was like a forest spanning across the world. More and more swords automatically unsheathed, emanating astonishing sword power. After a brief twirl in the air, they shot towards Li Chei like birds returning to their nest. In mere moments, an innumerable multitude of flying swords converged above Li Chei, casting a shadow over the sun. The next instant, amidst the astonished gazes of all, the endless chorus of swords vibrated in unison, bowing down before Li Chei. 10,000 swords in reverence. Gu Qingtang was so stunned that he found himself at a loss for words. The symphony of 10,000 swords was a legendary spectacle, representing the flawless harmony between cultivators and the sword path, a sign of an innate swordsman destined for greatness. However, the homage of the 10,000 swords at this moment was enough to shake the heavens and earth. This existence was not merely in harmony with the sword path. He was the very embodiment of it, the sovereign of all swords. At this moment, Li Chei was unaware of the shockwaves he had set off in the outside world. With his eyes closed, he was utterly immersed in the ocean of swords, feeling an unparalleled exhilaration. The great Dao sword body, stimulated by the endless sword intent, was completely revitalized. Li Chei stood amidst a vast sea of divine swords, as if he were the monarch of swords. The sword energy swirling around him was so dense it felt almost tangible. The great Dao sword body radiated forth, and the silent sword intent, too, was roused, soaring skyward, surrounded by countless sword energies. As myriad long swords resonated and clashed, unleashing an infinite torrent of sword energy. This terrifying sword intent gradually coalesced into the shape of a divine sword, spanning the firmament. The divine sword soared through the sky, its resonant sound echoing throughout the universe. The overwhelming and majestic sword intent emanating from the Dao Sword Sect spread outward, enveloping the entirety of the southern continent in a matter of moments. Chapter 24. Sword intent soars, southern continent shaken. Who is this great figure? In the imperial palace of the Dian divine dynasty, several days had passed without any news of Li Chei. During a court assembly, Emperor Xianxia, seated upon the dragon throne, inquired, "Is there still no word of Li Chei?" Since learning of the decree from the Lingxu Sword Sect, Jiang Huaiji's response was nothing short of swift. He immediately had an announcement issued to invite Li Chei, offering exceedingly generous terms. However, despite being fully prepared, he found himself unable to locate Li Chei at all. "What a predicament! Your Majesty, we have dispatched numerous personnel to search far and wide, and have only discovered traces that may belong to Li Chei in a certain mountain range. Beyond that, we have made no further progress." Below, a minister wore a bitter smile. Ever since Li Chei departed from the Lingxu Sword Sect, it was as if he had vanished. Countless factions throughout the southern continent searched for him, yet none could uncover his whereabouts. Truly perplexing. Jiang Huaiji furrowed his brow, resolute in his determination not to give up. He was about to issue orders for the search to continue when, suddenly, an earth-shattering sword cry resonated through the heavens. Simultaneously, a formidable and vast sword intent seemed to descend from the ninth heaven, sweeping across the expanse and enveloping the world below. The chilling and fierce aura contained within it instantly instilled a profound sense of dread among the officials of the Dian divine dynasty. Before the sword intent even descended, the crowd felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss, their faces marked by terror. Who possesses such audacity? The countenance of Emperor Xianxia changed dramatically as he sensed the overwhelming Tao rhythm within the sword intent, his eyes betraying a flicker of astonishment. The sword cry reverberated as it descended from the heavens, poised to engulf the imperial palace of the Dian divine dynasty. A flicker of anger crossed Xianxia's face. With a cold snort, a dragon's roar resounded throughout the realm. From within Xianxia, an immense imperial pressure surged skyward, confronting the terrifying sword intent. The winds howled, and the skies darkened. The collision of the two forces instantaneously caused the earth to tremble. The once clear sky became shrouded in ominous clouds, as terrifying lightning rent the heavens, illuminating the faces of all officials of the Dian divine dynasty with a ghastly pallor. The imperial pressure erupted, firmly resisting the sword intent until it ultimately dissipated. "Your Majesty, are you unharmed? Guards, where are the guards? Come quickly to protect His Majesty." In the palace, many ministers appeared pale, their eyes filled with fear. As the sword intent faded, they clamored with inquiries. A single sword descending from the ninth heaven, merely the residual waves of its unintentional release, could envelop the realm and exert pressure over the four corners. How exaggerated! Who could possess such formidable strength? With no time to address the minister's questions, Xianxia gazed upward in shock, speechless. He had discerned that the sword intent was not an intentional attack. It was merely the unintentional emanation of residual power. One sword light chilled 19 prefectures. It turns out that this is far from mere talk. Find him. No matter the means, we must ascertain the identity of this individual. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Xianxia immediately issued a decree. His expression grave as he spoke in a deep voice. Such a formidable being is far more terrifying than the world can fathom, and we must not offend him. If we uncover his identity, we shall treat him with the utmost respect. Should we succeed in winning him over to our great Yin divine dynasty, I shall bestow significant rewards. After the order was given, the ministers in the grand hall promptly responded. Xianxia, seated upon the dragon throne, remained profoundly shaken. That sword strike just now felt as though the heavenly Tao had descended, an unstoppable terror that even he, the supreme ruler of the divine dynasty, could scarcely comprehend, leaving him with a long-lost sense of awe and helplessness. When did such a terrifying powerhouse emerge in the southern continent? A storm is brewing. It seems that peace will soon be elusive in the southern continent. With a sigh, Xianxia's thoughts turned to Li Che. If only we could secure such an extraordinary talent as Li Che. Once he matures, he will undoubtedly become an unparalleled powerhouse. Even in the event of turmoil in the southern continent, our great Yin divine dynasty would possess sufficient confidence to confront it. Regrettably, despite the announcement having been made for quite some time, there has yet to be a response from Li Che. I wonder if he has not seen it or simply intends to decline the invitation. This simply cannot do. After the recent upheaval, an urgent sense of necessity surged within Xianxia, prompting him to issue another command. Relay the order. Continue the search for Li Che. We must find his whereabouts. Simultaneously, we shall increase our incentives and spare no expense in our efforts to recruit Li Che into our great Yin divine dynasty. In the Lingxu Sword Sect, Su Rian sat at the head of the hall. Below her, several elders responsible for various sect affairs were reporting on the recent situation. Lately, the shops under the sect's banner have been desolate, with many cultivators unwilling to purchase goods from us, even at discounted prices, resulting in a revenue decrease of at least 50%. Reporting to the sect master, our disciples have faced multiple conflicts with other practitioners during their recent expeditions, leading to numerous injuries, with several even suffering irreparable damage to their foundational cultivation. Sect master, many disciples have voiced their concerns regarding the lack of guidance, which has impeded their progress. Additionally, the disciples stationed at various spiritual vein mines have frequently come under attack, causing a slowdown in mining operations. And our sect's revenue from spirit stones has diminished by 70%. One by one, the elders stepped forward to report, yet all they brought were grim tidings. As she listened to the cascade of bad news, Su Rian's expression grew increasingly severe. With a sudden slap on the table, she exclaimed in anger, "Are you all useless? Each of you, as elders, hold esteemed positions, supported by the sect, and yet this is how you conduct your affairs. Everything was functioning well before. Why has it suddenly deteriorated? Utterly incompetent. Su Rian's demeanor was icy, her gaze toward the elders brimming with fury. The elders below were already overwhelmed and distressed by these matters. Upon hearing Si Ru Yin attribute all the blame to them, they felt a wave of frustration. One elder could no longer contain himself and spoke out. Sect Master, the Lingxu Sword Sect was initially developing steadily and orderly, with our overall strength steadily increasing. However, ever since the Edict of Suppression spread throughout the southern continent and Li Che was expelled, our sect's reputation has plummeted. Not only do large sects and orthodox powers look down upon us, but even the wandering cultivators in the wilderness regard us with disdain and mockery. The internal chaos within the sect is palpable, and our various enterprises are experiencing frequent mishaps. Our income, influence among practitioners, and resources are all rapidly declining. Countless onlookers are reveling in our misfortune. In such circumstances, even if we wish to salvage the situation, we find ourselves at a loss. The elders felt a deep sense of grievance. It was clear that the turmoil stemmed from the actions of this headstrong sect master. Yet they bore the brunt of the blame. Why should it all fall upon their shoulders? Chapter 25. Lingxu was also stirred. Could this be Li Che? Nonsense. To their surprise, the elder's explanation only ignited Si Ru Yan's fury further. Without allowing for any rebuttal, she launched into a tirade. My expulsion of Li Che and the issuance of the suppression edict were entirely to uphold the dignity of our sect. Conducted in accordance with our laws. What is wrong with that? It is you who have failed in your management, neglecting your duties. When faced with problems, you merely shirk responsibility. You are merely making excuses for your incompetence. Do you truly believe that without Li Che, you are utterly helpless? The issues plaguing our sect are, to put plainly, a result of your ineptitude. How utterly useless. Si Ru Yin did not perceive any connection between these events and her own actions. If blame were to be assigned, it could only fall upon Li Che and the ineffectiveness of these elders. Si Ru Yin's nonsensical tirade left several elders seething with indignation. Yet as the sect master, she held them firmly under her thumb, leaving them powerless to retort. They could only grit their teeth in silence. Unfazed by their reactions, Si Ru Yin continued to express her growing anger, directing her ire at Li Che. And that ungrateful disciple Li Che is determined to drive me to madness. Knowing full well that chaos would ensue after his departure, he deliberately remains absent for an extended time, seeking to mock me and make me believe I cannot function without him. This is utterly outrageous. The more she contemplated, the angrier she became. She would never admit to any wrongdoing on her part. Yet, as she observed the sect's chaotic state, she felt a twinge of frustration. Previously, these matters had been managed by Li Che. She merely sat in her position, enjoying the respect and flattery of others. Now, faced with the necessity of direct management, she had no idea what to do. You do not plan to return, do you? Very well. I shall take matters into my own hands and bring you back. Did one truly believe that simply leaving would allow for a complete resolution? Such a notion is naive. The sect faces an incessant barrage of issues. And even if Si Ru Yin can no longer turn a blind eye, she finds herself powerless to rectify the situation. So what is to be done? Naturally, it is imperative to retrieve Li Che and compel him to toil once more. As the esteemed senior brother of the Lingxu Sword Sect, does he not bear the responsibility for these matters? As for punishment, it is inevitable, given the magnitude of the loss incurred. Not only must the punishment be severe, it must be doubled. He must be made to recognize his transgressions. Very well, you may return for now. Si Ru Yin rose, gesturing for the others to withdraw. Intenton personally apprehending Li Che. However, at that moment, a thunderous presence erupted from the heavens. An overwhelming sword intent descended from the distance, swiftly engulfing the sky, casting a shadow over the entirety of the Lingxu Sword Sect. The sword aura, akin to divine retribution, bore an exalted essence, crashing down with immense force. The entire sect trembled beneath the weight of this sword intent. This is dire. Upon witnessing the encroaching sword intent, Si Ru Yin's eyes widened in alarm. Fortunately, her reflexes were swift. Observing the Lingxu Sword Sect quaking under the oppressive sword intent, she dared not hesitate, unleashing a formidable aura that propelled her out of the hall in an instant. At that moment, she discerned that the sword intent, stretching from an unfathomable distance, had enveloped the entire southern continent. How could it be so terrifying? Si Ru Yin's countenance was marked by astonishment. As the sword intent drew near, she could not afford a moment's hesitation. Her formidable cultivation, having reached the sacred realm, erupted forth, colliding violently with the approaching sword intent. In an instant, the winds howled and a thunderous roar reverberated through the cosmos. The aftermath of their clash wreaked havoc upon the ethereal Lingxu Sword Sect, as rocks tumbled and palaces crumbled, leaving chaos in its wake. Ignoring the anguish for her own sect, a grave expression crossed Xianxia's face as she called out, "Might I inquire as to the esteemed presence that has graced us? Please, reveal yourself." Her voice echoed, yet received no reply. In response, Xianxia's eyes gleamed with determination as she gazed towards the source of the sword intent. Immediately, her expression shifted dramatically. Before her, the terrifying sword intent spanned the heavens, sweeping across the land, enveloping the vast territories of the southern continent. Moreover, in the depths of her vision, she seemed to glimpse an unparalleled, divine sword piercing the firmament. It resembled the embodiment of the Tao, encompassing the profound truths of the sword path. Supreme, invincible. A mere glance left Xianxia's eyes stinging, compelling her to avert her gaze. What manner of being is this? Her expression was one of sheer terror. The celestial sword, a sight she had never before encountered in her lifetime. At that moment, the others in the sect reacted, soaring into the air and surrounding the scene. "Master, what was that sword intent just now?" asked Lu Lingli, her face etched with shock. "Indeed, Master, who could have wielded such terrifying power?" It felt as though the very heavens were about to collapse. It was utterly frightening. Yu Shuang'er echoed, her expression mirroring Lu's astonishment. Zhao Yuansun, too, appeared somewhat pallid, gazing towards the direction from which the sword intent had surged, unable to suppress the apprehension in his eyes. Could there truly be such a formidable being concealed within the southern continent? He had never heard of any sword cultivator of such extraordinary prowess in the region. As thoughts raced through his mind, he could only hope that this would not jeopardize the grand scheme of the Wujin demon sect. Amidst his musings, he heard the astonished voice of Xianxia. "I have no idea who it is. However, I sensed an overwhelming terror within that sword intent. This individual must undoubtedly be an unparalleled sword cultivator, akin to a sovereign of blades." Xianxia's expression grew grave, her eyes reflecting profound wariness. Although she had successfully deflected the sword intent in their brief encounter, she had felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from it. As a fellow sword cultivator, she was acutely sensitive to such a sensation. Before that sword intent, she felt as if she were in the presence of a ruler of swords, destined to be dominated and subdued. This realization left her profoundly shaken, and her trepidation reached an apex. Turning to her disciples nearby, she solemnly instructed, "Remember, during this period, we must act with utmost discretion to avoid provoking this unidentified powerhouse, lest we bring calamity upon the Lingxu Sword Sect." Upon witnessing her serious demeanor, Lu Lingli and the others felt a chill run down their spines and nodded in agreement. Who could this formidable individual truly be? Lu Lingli mused. A single stroke of the sword could command the heavens. Truly, the epitome of a sword immortal in my mind. She gazed dreamily in the direction from which the sword intent had come, her face filled with longing. Yu Shuang'er squinted her eyes and chimed in with a playful tone. "Indeed, it's hard to fathom the charisma of such a figure. I wonder if we might ever have the chance to meet them? Surely, they must be an exceptionally graceful young master." The two sisters, due to their relatively low cultivation levels, were oblivious to the true terror of the sword intent. After their initial shock, they began to jest and speculate, their words brimming with curiosity about the mysterious figure's identity. Hearing their banter, Zhao Yuansun feigned innocence, exaggerating his expression as he remarked, "I recall that our senior brother is said to possess extraordinary talent. Perhaps that sword intent was his doing." He intended to mock Li Che with this jest. As expected, his words elicited a moment of stunned silence before erupting into laughter from the crowd. Chapter 26. It can't be Li Che. Becoming a saint of the Tao, one sequence? What a joke. Regarding that scoundrel Li Che, how could he possess such formidable strength? Indeed, the sword intent just now was magnificent and resplendent, stretching across the heavens and the earth, overwhelming like a fierce tiger. Such an extraordinary display belongs to a peerless master. How can Li Che possibly compare? Does he even qualify? If he wishes to reach such heights. Perhaps in his next life. Zhao Yuansun's remark incited a wave of ridicule among the crowd, who expressed their disdain for Li Che in myriad ways. In their eyes, that sword intent was reminiscent of an ethereal being. How could an insignificant figure like Li Che be viewed in the same light? There was no way to even draw a parallel. Oh, I see, that essay relief. Otherwise, if the elder brother truly harbored resentment towards the Lingxu Sword Sect, it could potentially bring us great trouble. Zhao Yuansun wore a foolish grin, which only elicited further scorn from others. However, whenever Li Che was mentioned, Lu Lingli, Yushuang, and others could not suppress their anger. The troubles Li Che has caused us are already plentiful. It has only been a few days, yet issues have arisen throughout the sect, all attributable to him. If it weren't for him, would our Lingxu Sword Sect be subjected to such ridicule from so many in the southern continent? He is nothing but a thoroughly treacherous scoundrel. How foolish of me to have once harbored goodwill towards him. I was deceived by his superficial hypocrisy. The more they spoke, the angrier they became. Recently, they had encountered a series of misfortunes, and all their pent-up frustration surfaced, directed squarely at Li Che. Si Rian's expression turned icy. Her teeth clenched. That rebellious disciple has truly overstepped. He has caused such significant losses to our Lingxu Sword Sect. I will surely hold him accountable. Does he think he can run forever after being gone for so long? She gazed towards the horizon, feeling the grand remnants of the sword intent that had just resonated, her voice laced with venom. I had initially planned to personally apprehend him, but now with the sudden emergence of a mysterious powerhouse, the southern continent will undoubtedly be shaken. I must remain at the sect for the time being. For now, I shall spare him, but in the future, I will definitely seek retribution from Li Che. Simultaneously, countless sects throughout the southern continent sensed that terrifying sword intent, which traversed the skies with unparalleled ferocity. In an instant, the southern continent was abuzz, with numerous factions shaken to their core. How could such terrifying sword intent exist? Who is responsible for this? When did the southern continent give rise to such an extraordinary master? I felt a pressure akin to celestial might emanating from that sword intent. The sword intent soared through the air, domineering and unmatched. The Dao sword body is indeed formidable. Beneath the monument of 10,000 swords, Li Che experienced the moment when countless swords bowed in reverence. The sword aura so dense it seemed almost tangible, and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. To be honest, he had not anticipated such a remarkable outcome. Furthermore, the fervor of the 10,000 swords and the overwhelming sword intent enveloping him had granted him profound insights, yielding considerable gains. With the test now concluded, he chose not to continue. A stirring sensation arose within, prompting him to restrain his aura, which had surged skyward, gradually dissipating. At this point, the test should pose no issue. Li Che smiled gently, then cast his gaze around. Suddenly, he was taken aback. As he scanned the surroundings, the previously bustling square was now enveloped in a profound silence. All eyes were wide, mouths agape, staring at him in astonishment. This left Li Che momentarily bewildered. Once he regained his composure, he turned to Gu Qingtang beside him and inquired, "Master, might I ask how I fared in this test?" As his words echoed, the frozen square erupted as if awakened, a cacophony of excitement and disbelief filling the air, discussions soaring to a crescendo. Gu Qingtang, recovering from shock, was at a loss for words to express his exhilaration, repeatedly praising Li Che. "How'd you fare? Do you even need to ask? Excellent. Truly extraordinary. A prodigious talent. An unparalleled genius, worthy of leading the younger generation of Nanzhou." Earlier, he had fretted that Li Che's century-long entanglement with the Demon Cave might impair his foundational potential. Yet now, it seemed he had overthought the matter. The so-called innate sword immortal, a figure of celestial grace, was indeed deserving of such recognition. Gu Qingtang was both astonished and delighted, freely offering his accolades. Truthfully, Li Che's performance had astounded him, his heart still racing. He realized he had truly stumbled upon a treasure. The foolish disciples of Lingxu Sword Sect were utterly blind. How could they have let such a remarkable individual slip through their fingers? Thank goodness he had acted decisively, dispatching Bai Wei immediately to extend an invitation. While chastising Lingxu Sword Sect for their lack of insight, Gu Qingtang felt immense relief. Had he not acted promptly and resolutely, how could a figure of Li Che's caliber possibly be claimed by Daoi Sword Sect? This was indeed a momentous opportunity. Gu Qingtang, both shocked and elated, felt his face flush with excitement as he declared, "Li Che, you may choose any title you desire. Even the position of my sect leader is yours for the taking. With your leadership, Lingxu Sword Sect shall surely ascend to unparalleled heights. His words caught everyone off guard. Yet in the next moment, Li Che appeared taken aback before hastily declining. Master, your kindness is deeply appreciated, but I am still too young and fear I would struggle to command respect. I cannot accept the position of sect leader. At this, Gu Qingtang realized he had somewhat lost his composure. Indeed, despite Li Che's extraordinary talents, he remains rather youthful. And assuming the position of the sect leader at such a tender age is somewhat inappropriate. It seems I have allowed my excitement and impatience to cloud my judgment. He offered an awkward smile and quickly declared, in that case, from this day forth, you shall be the first among the sequential holy sons of the Lingxu Sword Sect, with no objections permitted. Otherwise, we shall adhere to the sect's regulations. The first sequential holy son. Those endowed with remarkable gifts may indeed be regarded as holy sons and daughters. However, among the various premier sects of the southern continent, it is not uncommon for multiple holy sons and daughters to exist. Yet, the title of first sequential holy son stands apart from the others, signifying that this individual will be the next heir of the sect's lineage. Within the Lingxu Sword Sect, this denotes the successor to the sect leader. The weight and nobility of such a title surpass that of most elders. Is this truly appropriate? Li Che found himself somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that Gu Qingtang would bestow upon him such a prestigious title. After all, he had only recently joined the Lingxu Sword Sect. Becoming the heir to the next sect leader might inevitably stir discontent among numerous elders and disciples. Appropriate. Undoubtedly appropriate. No one is more suited for the position of first sequential holy son than you, Li Che. Gu Qingtang affirmed with a resolute nod, her response devoid of hesitation. What a jest. If even someone of Li Che's caliber is deemed unworthy of the title of first sequential holy son, then who else could possibly qualify? Chapter 27. Rumors abound. Lingxu Sword Sect can no longer tolerate the identity of the first sequential holy son is one that Li Che believes he merits. Yet, the concern remains that he is still a newcomer. Directly becoming the next sect leader's successor does seem somewhat. As he appeared to waver, Gu Qingtang's expression shifted. She promptly turned to the surrounding elders and numerous disciples, proclaiming, from this day forward, Li Che shall be the first holy son of the Lingxu Sword Sect. I inquire whether any of the esteemed elders or disciples have any objections. First holy son. Upon hearing this designation, everyone was momentarily taken aback. However, this was swiftly followed by an eruption of exuberant cheers. No objections, of course. It is only right that Brother Li Che serves as the first holy son. We naturally accept this. The first holy son should be someone of Brother Li Che's caliber. Whoever dares to oppose Brother Li Che, I shall be the first to voice my dissent. Countless disciples erupted in excited cheers. Having just witnessed the awe-inspiring spectacle of the myriad swords bowing in homage and the terrifying sight of a single sword soaring through the skies, the crowd had already completely surrendered to Li Che, leaving no room for dissent. Even the elders nodded vigorously, offering their full support. Li Che, you need not feel any pressure. The role of the first holy son is not only a matter of honor and status, but also of responsibility. We all believe in you and are confident that you are more than capable of fulfilling this position. The Grand Elder patted Li Che's shoulder, his gaze brimming with encouragement. He was fervently determined to witness the ascendance of the Lingxu Sword Sect, aiming to alter the current state of decline, where the torch of leadership was being passed to the next generation with uncertainty. At that moment, the appearance of Li Che ignited a spark of hope within him, prompting unwavering support for the young man. Beside him, Su Baiwei clenched her little fists in excitement, exclaiming, Senior Brother Li Che, you are destined to be the chief holy son, as the public wishes. As Li Che observed the faces around him, each radiating joy and anticipation, he could not help but smile. Nodding affirmatively, he declared, very well. Since you all place your trust in me, I shall not disappoint. Upon hearing his agreement, Gu Qingtang breathed a sigh of relief, her face aglow with happiness, and the multitude of disciples in the square erupted in jubilant cheers. An atmosphere of elation enveloped the entire plaza. A new beginning. As Li Che surveyed the heartfelt smiles surrounding him, a subtle curve appeared at the corners of his mouth, and he murmured to himself, from this day forth, this shall be my rebirth. Regarding the Lingxu Sword Sect, a glimmer of coldness flashed in his eyes as he spoke in a low voice. I eagerly await the day when I witness your regret and despair dissipating into nothingness. 7 days later, Within the Grand Hall of the Lingxu Sword Sect in the southern continent, the sect leader lamented, "Now, rumors about our Lingxu Sword Sect are rampant in the outside world, and our reputation has plummeted to abysmal depths. Due to the incident involving Li Che, the entire southern continent harbors ill feelings towards us. Whenever our disciples dare to venture outside, they encounter scornful taunts, accusations of betrayal, ingratitude, pettiness, greed, and selfishness, an endless barrage of slander. Whether from the formidable Daoi Sword Sect and the Dian Divine Dynasty, or the smaller factions like the Fixingmen and Hanfeng Valley, all regard the Lingxu Sword Sect with disdain, lacking even a hint of respect, and have ceased to regard us as worthy opponents. If we do not devise a remedy soon, our disciples may find it impossible to leave the mountain gates." Inside the hall, the elders wore grim expressions, their anxiety palpable. Since the issuance of the sealing edict, some time had elapsed, yet the rumors and mockery surrounding the Lingxu Sword Sect had not diminished. Rather, they had escalated to a more severe level. Currently, the disciples faced nothing but derision and scorn whenever they ventured forth. Any conflict that arose often led to violent altercations. In such circumstances, the revenues of the entire Lingxu Sword Sect had plummeted, plunging the sect into chaos. How could these elders remain calm? These wretched individuals. Listening to the reports from the elders, Xianxia trembled with rage, her face pale. An aura of icy killing intent enveloped her as she roared. "Our expulsion of traitors from the Lingxu Sword Sect is our own affair. What business is it of theirs? How dare they show such disrespect towards us? Do they seek death? It is clearly Li Che who has betrayed us, acting selfishly, and it is for this reason that we expelled him. How could the blind fools of the Dian Divine Dynasty and Fixingmen possibly understand the truth behind this matter? Damnable!" The roar of Xianxia echoed throughout the Grand Hall. Yet all she could do was seethe with impotent fury. The Dian Divine Dynasty was not in the least inferior to the Lingxu Sword Sect, and now the entire South Continent was rife with mockery and disdain towards them. No matter how formidable the Lingxu Sword Sect was, it dared not confront the entirety of the South Continent simultaneously. Xianxia vented her wrath solely upon Li Che, for all the turmoil stemmed from that wretched individual. Had he simply accepted his punishment in good faith, none of this chaos would have ensued. And he had the audacity to claim it was for the sake of the Lingxu Sword Sect's well-being. Nonsense. Xianxia's chest heaved violently as she clenched her teeth, her eyes nearly ablaze with fury. At the mention of Li Che, she demanded sharply, "Where is Li Che? Is there still no news of him?" Upon hearing her inquiry, the elders below exchanged glances of concern. Yet, witnessing Xianxia's increasingly grim countenance, one elder, with a heavy heart, stepped forward and murmured, reporting to the sect leader, "Li Che, what has happened to him? Speak quickly." Xianxia's gaze glinted ominously. "Sect leader, Li Che has now joined the Daoi Sword Sect and has become their holy son." Boom! The revelation sent shockwaves through the hall, igniting a frenzy among the disciples of the Lingxu Sword Sect. Many were taken aback, but none more so than Xianxia and her closest disciples. What? Li Che has actually joined the Daoi Sword Sect? Lu Lingli's expression transformed dramatically, her previously serene demeanor shattered. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, "How dare he join our sworn enemy, the Daoi Sword Sect? This is nothing short of betrayal. How could he?" Yu Shuang was equally stunned by the news. Roaring on what grounds? Joining the Daoi Sword Sect is tantamount to directly opposing us. He is courting death. Master, we must eliminate Li Che, otherwise, where lies the dignity of our sect? Li Che has become the holy son of the Daoi Sword Sect. Zhao Yuansun stood frozen in place, and upon regaining his senses, his eyes burned with jealousy. How could Li Che possess such extraordinary fortune? Had he stumbled upon a streak of luck? Why was he not afforded such treatment? Meanwhile, he had to tread carefully to remain hidden within the Lingxu Sword Sect, constantly seeking to curry favor with Xianxia and the others. Li Che. It had barely been a short while since his departure, and he had already ascended to the status of the holy son of the Daoi Sword Sect. Why had he not been bestowed with such an honor? Chapter 28. Xianxia's Madness, a decision to mine the Demon Cave. Xianxia was on the brink of madness. Truth be told, even though Li Che had not returned to admit his faults or plead for her forgiveness, she had not taken it to heart, merely thinking that she could always capture him herself, if need be. However, she had not anticipated Li Che has actually joined the Daoi Sword Sect. This is clearly an act of self-sabotage. How dare he take such a step? He has betrayed me. Cursed be this situation. I once contemplated sparing his life. Yet he insists on courting death. I must personally end his life. Ruyan was nearly driven to madness by her fury. The outside world was already rife with rumors. Trampling upon the dignity of the Lingxu Sword Sect, its reputation plummeting, with countless mockeries directed at her. Now, with Li Che aligning himself with the Dao Sword Sect, the sworn enemy, Ruyan could already envision how the world would perceive her as the master who forced Li Che to leave. It was likely that a tide of slander and contempt would soon crash upon her, drowning her in humiliation. Yet, all of this was Li Che's fault. Why should she bear the blame? Hearing her seething with hatred and murderous intent towards Li Che, Lu Lingli, Yu Shuang'er, Zhao Yuansun, and others echoed her sentiments, eager to see Li Che eliminated at once. However, at that moment, Ruyan gradually regained her composure, though her expression remained chillingly fierce. Li Che certainly deserved punishment. But not at this moment. Huh? Her words caused Lu Lingli and the others to pause in surprise. Ruyan let out a cold laugh, her face filled with animosity, declaring, "Those Taoist factions in the south have been mocking me for being blind, for driving away an extraordinary disciple, claiming I am gullible and lacking in magnanimity. They say that the entirety of the Lingxu Sword Sect is foolish for abandoning such a talented genius. Aren't they all relishing in our misfortune? Very well. This time, I shall strike the faces of everyone in the world. I will demonstrate through action that Li Che is nothing but a thoroughly selfish, cunning, and deceitful scoundrel." As she spoke, Ruyan's gaze suddenly turned to the elders below, her voice icy. "Convey the order to prepare all disciples." The elders looked utterly bewildered. Prepare for what? Ruyan smirked coldly and replied, "I've already secretly surveyed the periphery of the demon abyss, and there is no sign of any threat. Li Che's claims of guarding the abyss for 100 years are nothing but a deception to monopolize its abundant resources." What? Her words instantly shocked everyone. Ruyan had actually investigated the abyss, and there were no signs of monsters or foreign races within. In that case, before anyone could ponder further, Ruyan decisively stated, "I have made my decision. We shall commence the extraction of resources from the abyss. Furthermore, an announcement must be made, disseminating to all Taoist sects and inviting major factions to witness the grand extraction event of the demon abyss at our Lingxu Sword Sect. I aim to prove to the whole world Li Che's selfishness and hypocrisy." The formal decision to mine the demon cave sparked an immediate uproar within the Grand Hall. Master is indeed wise. If we can truly harness the abundant resources of the demon cave, the Lingxu Sword Sect will surely ascend to new heights. And our master will become a great benefactor of our sect. Zhao Yuansun was overjoyed, praising the decision while secretly devising various plans. He had lurked in the shadows, meticulously concealing his identity and winning the favor and trust of individuals like Ruyan, all for this very day. Now at last it could begin. The dominance of the Wujimo sect over the southern continent was on the horizon. Moreover, the opportunity to toy with and torment Ruyan and her disciples was also within reach. Zhao Yuansun was ecstatic. Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang'er shared in his exuberance. As the direct disciples of the sect leader, the immense resources extracted from the demon cave would be theirs to choose from and utilize. With such resources at their disposal, their strength would surely soar. The two immediately voiced their support. Master is right. Only by truly mining the demon cave can we silence the gossip of the world and expose Li Che's true nature. Previously, how could Li Che have frightened us with his demons, deceiving the sect for a century? Now, we shall see what he has to say. The two were filled with fervor. However, amidst the excitement, an incongruous voice suddenly broke through. "Sect leader, this matter is ill-advised." Upon hearing Ruyan's decision, an elder stepped forward to voice his opposition. Ruyan frowned, displeasure etched on her face as she regarded the elder. "Elder Chun, what do you mean?" Elder Chen's expression was fraught with urgency, his voice tinged with panic as he implored, "Sect leader, the demon cave is home to the ferocious demons and alien races that wreaked havoc across the southern continent a century ago, causing countless bloodshed. Though a century has passed, we cannot know if they are secretly stirring, yearning to descend upon the southern continent once more. If we rashly invade the demon cave for development and release these demons, our Lingxu Sword Sect will be branded as the center of the entire southern continent. I implore you to think this through. Elder Chen's eyes were filled with anxiety, his face paling at the thought of Si Ruyan's intent to mine the cave. The chaos caused by the demons had once resulted in rivers of blood, with countless lives lost and many sects annihilated, leaving an indelible scar on the southern continent. To think that merely a century later, Si Ruyan would contemplate such a venture. If the cave were to truly stir and the demons were to descend again, just the thought of such consequences made Elder Chen's complexion blanch. Yet, in response to his concerns, Si Ruyan merely snorted coldly, her expression laced with derision. Elder Chen, it appears that not only have you aged, but your courage has also diminished to that of a mouse. She reprimanded him. Previously, I conducted a thorough investigation myself. Could there possibly be any error? Currently, within the abyss, there exists not a trace of danger. Instead, it is replete with ethereal flowers and exotic herbs, divine springs, and spiritual stones, an abundance of resources. At this moment, I have resolutely decided to refrain from further discussion. Si Ruyan is brimming with confidence, although she had only explored the periphery of the abyss. The evidence before her eyes already confirms that Li Che is indeed lying. His intention is to thwart the Lingxu Sword Sect's development of the abyss. This time, she intends to unveil the entire truth. Once the Lingxu Sword Sect acquires a vast wealth of resources from the abyss, it will not only alleviate the sect's resource pressures, but will also render all external rumors baseless. Li Che's selfish and greedy nature will undoubtedly be exposed to all. She is determined not only to eliminate Li Che, but also to tarnish his reputation, leaving him no refuge whatsoever. Chapter 29. The Tremor of the Southern Continent and the Lingxu Sword Sect's Frantic Invitation. Immediately, a sect decree is issued, disseminating word to all major forces across the land. It announces that tomorrow, the Lingxu Sword Sect will host a grand event for the extraction of resources from the abyss, inviting them to attend as esteemed guests. Silencing any dissenting voices, Si Ruyan begins to make various arrangements. She turns her gaze towards Lu Lingli and others, instructing, when tomorrow arrives and various forces gather, you, my disciples, shall lead 10 esteemed elders and 10,000 sect disciples into the abyss to officially commence resource extraction. As for me, I shall stand guard outside the abyss, observing the reactions of those who have been waiting to mock us. Upon hearing that they would be among the first to enter, Lu Lingli and the others were instantly invigorated, their faces alight with joy. The vast resources within the abyss, cultivated over centuries, are bound to contain numerous precious treasures. Being among the first to enter, they would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to gather a plethora of valuable items. Rest assured, Master, we shall not disappoint, the group exclaimed excitedly, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Si Ruyan nodded in satisfaction, equally eager within her heart. A cold smile flickered across her face as she murmured, those orthodox factions in the southern continent claim I am wrongfully accusing Li Che, just waiting to see me make a fool of myself. Once the plentiful resources from the abyss are extracted, all previous rumors will inevitably collapse. This time, I shall deliver a resounding slap to their faces, especially to the Daoi Sword Sect. Thinking of this, Si Ruyan's anger surged anew. The Daoi Sword Sect has always been a bitter rival of the Lingxu Sword Sect, with both sides unable to tolerate one another. Now, they dare to disregard the ban and openly harbor Li Che, a blatant affront that fills her with icy, murderous intent. Daoi Sword Sect, you shall await your reckoning. How naive of you to take pride in believing that recruiting Li Che was akin to discovering a treasure. Bah! This time, I shall ensure Li Che's complete disgrace, making you all regret your choices. Upon witnessing Si Ruyan's resolute determination to exploit the Demon Cave, Elder Chen fervently attempted to dissuade him, yet his efforts proved futile. When the sect leader's command was issued, Chen, as merely an elder, found himself compelled to comply. With a heavy heart, he sighed and departed. Soon, the announcement regarding the Lingxu Sword Sect's imminent organization of disciples to excavate the Demon Cave, along with an invitation extended to various orthodox powers to witness the event, spread throughout the southern continent, igniting a tremendous uproar. The ramifications of this controversy were far more significant than the previous one. After all, this was the Demon Cave. The news sent shockwaves across the world. Had the Lingxu Sword Sect lost its mind? This was the Demon Cave, where countless orthodox powers stood guard, fearful of providing an opportunity for malevolent demons and foreign races to wreak havoc once more. Yet, the Lingxu Sword Sect intended to open it willingly. Such an audacious act defied all reason. The cave harbored ferocious and bloodthirsty demons. Had the Lingxu Sword Sect forgotten the horrors of a century ago? Countless cultivators were filled with rage and astonishment. They were not only shocked by the Lingxu Sword Sect's audacity, but also apprehensive that this could lead to demons escaping the cave, potentially reviving the calamity of a century past. However, one might ponder whether any demons still resided within the cave, as it had seemingly been remarkably tranquil over the past few decades, with scarcely any reports of demonic disturbances. Perhaps the demons had perished under a century of suppression. The truth would soon reveal itself. Some cultivators harbored doubts, finding that the Lingxu Sword Sect's willingness to take the lead in this endeavor was somewhat reassuring. Conversely, others understood the underlying reasons for the Lingxu Sword Sect's sudden aggressiveness. Previously, the sect had claimed that Li Che's guardianship of the cave was merely a pretext to monopolize its resources, casting him out of the sect and inviting ridicule from the world. Now, it seemed they aimed to validate their stance. This was not merely about mining the cave. It was a life-and-death struggle between the Lingxu Sword Sect and Li Che. It was evident that one of them would face ruin while the other would not be tolerated by the world. A resolution was inevitable. Many were eager to witness the unfolding drama, relishing the spectacle. In the Dian Divine Dynasty, Jiang Huaiji, upon receiving the news, remained unperturbed, entirely unaffected by the situation. He paid no heed to the Lingxu Sword Sect's claims of abundant resources within the cave. What nonsense resources! It seemed they were utterly blinded by these so-called treasures, foolishly throwing themselves into the fire. Jiang Huaiji's tone dripped with sarcasm. He was well aware of the recent disputes between the Lingxu Sword Sect and Li Che. The true state of the Demon Cave was of paramount importance, with both sides holding firmly to their positions. Many in the world could not help but feel a twinge of doubt. Yet he was different. From beginning to end, he had unwavering faith in Li Che. Although he had never guarded the cave nor personally inspected its depths, he understood one fundamental truth. Li Che, such an extraordinary talent, should have achieved the status of an unparalleled powerhouse over the course of a century had he pursued a conventional path of cultivation, observing the ebb and flow of the world. It is inconceivable that a figure of his caliber would willingly squander 100 years merely for trivial external gains, unless there exists a tremendous terror within the abyss. The resources purportedly found in the abyss would be effortlessly within his grasp if only his cultivation were sufficiently advanced. Why would he covet the meager offerings of that place? This notion is utterly absurd. How amusing, since the Lingxu Sword Sect has extended an invitation. We must not dismiss their goodwill. We shall attend tomorrow's gathering. Witnessing the Lingxu Sword Sect become a subject of ridicule would indeed be entertaining. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Jiang Huai's eyes. The Xiang Holy Sect, a renowned top-tier force in the southern continent, stands equal to Lingxu, Daoi, and Dian, boasting an abundance of formidable experts within its ranks, commanding respect in the region. However, at this moment, the leader of the Xiang Holy Sect gazed at the invitation in his hand, his expression fluctuating between uncertainty and contemplation, filled with inner turmoil. The Lingxu Sword Sect truly intends to excavate resources from the abyss. Could it be that the abyss is devoid of demons? The sect leader's face contorted with conflict. The Xiang Holy Sect also suppresses an abyss, albeit with a vast array of formations and immense resources to maintain its seal. The cost of such resources has been burdensome. Even for the Xiang Holy Sect, over the years, the abyss has remained eerily tranquil, leading him to suspect that perhaps no demons have existed there for quite some time. If the abyss is indeed free of demons, then the resources could be conserved, and perhaps they could follow Lingxu's lead to unseal the abyss, tapping into its treasures, an unexpected windfall. However, the matter of the abyss is of grave significance, and he dared not make a unilateral decision, leaving him in a state of indecision. The Lingxu Sword Sect's extensive excavation serves as an opportune chance to ascertain the truth. A moment later, the leader of the Xiang Holy Sect resolved to attend the event. He yearned to witness the circumstances within the abyss firsthand. Chapter 30. Like esse astonishing talent. Someone's fate awaits a turn. At the Daoi Sword Sect, atop a picturesque peak abundant with spiritual energy, sword chi surged, illuminating the surroundings. As beams of sword chi erupted with a chilling brilliance, slicing through the heavens, it felt as if the primordial essence of creation was unfurling, leaving Gu Qingtang agape in astonishment, as though she had encountered a specter. Li Che Have you previously come into contact with the Taichu sword cannon? Gu Qingtang inquired, her gaze fixed upon Li Che, who stood poised with his sword. The shock within her was palpable. What Li Che had just demonstrated was the signature technique of the Lingxu Sword Sect, the Taichu sword cannon, being the sect's most crucial cultivation method. The Taichu sword cannon is anything but simple. It encompasses an extensive array of sword techniques and profound mysteries. Many ordinary disciples require at least a year to merely grasp the fundamentals of their practice. Even the exceptionally talented Su Baiwei took a month and a half to begin her journey with the Taichu sword cannon. However, what transpired today was astonishing. Initially, Li Che's formal induction into the Lingxu Sword Sect implied that he would inevitably learn the core technique, the Taichu sword cannon. Thus, he prepared to impart this profound skill to him. What he did not anticipate was that after merely a brief explanation, Li Che seamlessly accessed the teachings. Not only did he enter the practice, but it was as if he had been cultivating for many years. Every technique within the Taichu sword cannon was effortlessly comprehended by Li Che at a glance, allowing him to wield sword energy with unparalleled grace and fluidity. Moreover, the potency of his techniques surpassed that of others, rendering them even more formidable. This left Gu Qingtang utterly astounded, prompting an uncharacteristic exclamation. "No, I have not previously engaged with the Taichu sword cannon. I simply intuitively grasped its intricacies," Li Che humbly replied. Gu Qingtang, recognizing her excessive excitement, felt a wave of clarity wash over her. Indeed, the Taichu sword cannon is the revered technique of the Lingxu Sword Sect, making it impossible for Li Che to have encountered it beforehand. Thus, there was only one explanation. Li Che's extraordinary talent had far surpassed her wildest imaginings. He could master any technique in a single breath, even transforming the mundane into the miraculous, transcending prior limitations. This was not merely frightening. It was nothing short of miraculous. The Holy Sun, capable of inspiring the reverence of myriad swords, possessed an unparalleled gift for the sword that astounds the world. I have lived many years, believing myself well-versed in the ways of the world, yet I have never encountered anyone with such profound understanding of swordsmanship as you. Gu Qingtang exclaimed, her admiration unrestrained. The path of the sword is vast. We practitioners can only strive to ascend step by step. As a newcomer to the sect, I have merely glimpsed its vastness, with much yet to learn. In response to her accolades, Li Che remained composed, devoid of any arrogance. Since acquiring the great Dao sword body, his already remarkable talent had grown even more formidable. Thus, his proficiency appeared entirely reasonable. His humility only increased Gu Qingtang's satisfaction, deepening her gratitude for this chief Holy Sun's decision. With such a prodigy leading the Lingxu Sword Sect, how could it fail to flourish? Master, senior brother. At that moment, the saintly Su Baiwei, adorned with a smile, approached the two. "Baiwei, what brings you here?" Gu Qingtang inquired, while Li Che offered a slight smile. Su Baiwei approached swiftly, an unusual expression gracing her features as she spoke. "I have just received news regarding the Lingxu Sword Sect, and came to inform you." The Lingxu Sword Sect? Gu Qingtang was momentarily taken aback, while a glimmer of coldness flickered in Li Che's gaze. "Su Baiwei continued, I have just learned that the Lingxu Sword Sect, for reasons unknown, has suddenly decided to launch a large-scale expedition into the Abyssal Cavern tomorrow to extract its resources. They are also sending out invitations to the major sects of Nanzhou to witness the event. This news has already spread throughout Nanzhou, and many sects are now aware of it." Su Baiwei elaborated. Lingxu Sword Sect, as Lingxu Sword Sect's sworn rival, naturally did not receive an invitation. However, this news has reached them nonetheless. What? Extracting from the Abyssal Cavern? Upon hearing this, Gu Qingtang's expression changed dramatically. The Lingxu Sword Sect truly has audacity. The Abyssal Cavern is a place that suppresses countless monsters and foreign entities fraught with danger. How dare they set their sights upon it? They must be courting death. Then, recalling the enmity between Li Che and the Lingxu Sword Sect, he turned to Li Che, a gleam in his eyes. "Ah, Odisson. It appears we are in for quite a spectacle. If I am not mistaken, the reason the Lingxu Sword Sect is so eager to exploit the Abyssal Cavern, and unexpectedly invited many sects from Nanzhou to bear witness, is primarily to target you. They wish to portray you as the so-called selfish and greedy villain before the eyes of countless peers, thereby rendering you ostracized and without a foothold in Nanzhou." As she spoke, Gu Qingtang laughed heartily, a mocking smile playing on her lips. Unfortunately, tomorrow will not unfold as they wish. Their so-called selfishness and greed are nothing but slanderous excuses. Not only will it fail to affect you, but it may very well lead the Lingxu Sword Sect to face unimaginable consequences. Gu Qingtang did not entertain the possibility that Li Che might be lying. Li Che was momentarily stunned and instinctively asked, "Sect Master, do you trust me so readily?" Gu Qingtang nodded decisively. "Of course. Although Daoyi Sword Sect and you stand as adversaries, it is precisely for this reason that Daoyi Sword Sect understands you better than anyone else." After a pause, she continued, "Moreover, Daoyi Sword Sect also suppresses Abyssal Cavern, and I have personally ventured within, fully aware of the horrors that lie therein. It is merely those foolish individuals from the Lingxu Sword Sect, blinded by their greed, who fantasize about such folly." Beside them, Su Baiwei nodded vigorously, her clear eyes fixed on Li Che as she stated firmly, "Senior Brother Li Che, all the disciples of Daoyi Sword Sect believe you have been wronged by the Lingxu Sword Sect. This is an excellent opportunity to vindicate your name and teach the Lingxu Sword Sect a lesson." The sincerity in their gazes was palpable, filled with unwavering trust and support. A warm current coursed through Li Che's heart. He has only recently joined the Daoyi Sword Sect, yet in terms of status and the trust and respect he commands, the sect has never been lacking. In stark contrast to the Lingxu Sword Sect, where he had previously invested all his efforts only to be betrayed. The differences between the two are as vast as heaven and earth. Given this, let us eagerly anticipate tomorrow and prepare to witness the folly of the Lingxu Sword Sect. Ha ha! Gu Qingtang laughed heartily, his face alight with schadenfreude. Li Che joined in the laughter, nodding slowly. He too was filled with anticipation. To be honest, after guarding the Demon Cave for over a century, he found himself somewhat nostalgic for that place. Countless fierce battles had taken place there, and they had finally managed to suppress the overwhelming tide of demons, causing them to refrain from causing chaos. Now, without his presence, those bloodthirsty demons must surely be itching to act, right? The mere thought of what tomorrow would bring caused a mischievous smile to dance at the corners of Li Che's mouth. "Brother, what are you thinking?" Su Baiwei inquired curiously. "I'm contemplating that someone will surely have misfortune tomorrow." Chapter 31. The Lingxu Sword Sect is fully prepared, relentless in their pursuits. On this day, the entire southern continent was in an uproar, and the world was abuzz with excitement as countless practitioners engaged in fervent discussions. With the invitation from the Lingxu Sword Sect circulating throughout the realm, a flurry of conjectures emerged, igniting immense anticipation for the upcoming Demon Cave mining event. Were there still demons lurking within the cave? Were there truly precious resources scattered throughout? And who, between Li Che and the Lingxu Sword Sect, was lying? All these mysteries would be unveiled at the mining event tomorrow. In an instant, the southern continent trembled, and a formidable aura rose from all corners. Fearsome figures, seldom seen in everyday life, emerged, their overwhelming might radiating like streaks of light across the sky, hastening towards the demon cave of the Lingxu Sword Sect. Moreover, numerous wandering cultivators, despite lacking invitations, were making their way to the cave. This was not merely a matter for the Lingxu Sword Sect. It concerned all practitioners of the southern continent. The storm was gathering. All eyes turned towards tomorrow, early the next day, at the Lingxu Sword Sect. In the Grand Hall, Sirian sat at the head, with Lu Lingli and other direct disciples arrayed below, while elders flanked them on either side. Countless disciples stood outside in the square, poised and ready. Excitement and anticipation radiated from everyone's eyes as they gazed at Sirian, who occupied the seat of the sect master, their faces alight with fervor. The day to mine the Demon Cave had finally arrived. All disciples of the Lingxu Sword Sect had awaited this moment for long. Upon learning that Li Che had remained in the cave for over 100 years, not to suppress the demons, but to hoard the vast treasure of resources, all disciples seethed with indignation. In their eyes, those abundant resources rightfully belonged to the Lingxu Sword Sect. If successful extraction is achieved, it will undoubtedly expedite the cultivation progress of numerous disciples, significantly enhancing their prowess. Li Che's desire to monopolize this opportunity clearly obstructs their path. Fortunately, with Li Che's expulsion, the extraction of resources from the Demon Cave is finally set to commence. In the expansive square, the first batch of over 10,000 elite disciples selected to enter the Demon Cave are eagerly anticipating their venture. However, Upon closer inspection, a peculiar observation arises. As a sect of sword cultivators, and on the brink of entering a perilous demon cave, these disciples surprisingly carry minimal magical artifacts or elixirs. Instead, they are laden with numerous storage bags. "Hey, are you foolish?" one disciple remarked. "The sect has declared that there are no demons left in the cave. Why are you bringing your sword?" The announcement clearly stated that the cave is abundant with resources, an abundance of spiritual flowers and exotic herbs, even divine springs and spirit stones. It would be wise to carry extra storage space to accommodate these treasures. One disciple, noticing his friend fully armored and seemingly anxious, couldn't help but chuckle and share his wisdom. The sect has mentioned that any resources discovered can yield a personal retention of 10%. If we gather more, we'll strike it rich. The fully equipped disciple appeared tempted, yet after a moment's contemplation, he shook his head and quietly confessed, I tend to be rather timid. Just the thought of entering the demon cave makes me anxious and fearful. I feel more secure carrying my magical artifacts and spirit sword." His admission drew laughter from many disciples. Ultimately, those like him who were fully armed were a minority. Most had cleared their storage bags in advance, even neglecting to bring supplementary spirit stones or elixirs. After all, the sect had indicated that this endeavor was merely about gathering resources. Why bother with such items? With that space, it would be far more advantageous to collect more spiritual flowers and rare herbs. With this mindset, the disciples could hardly contain their excitement. In the grand hall, Xianxia surveyed the crowd below and inquired, "Today marks the day we begin extracting resources from the demon cave. How prepared are all the disciples?" Below, Lu Lingli responded with palpable enthusiasm, reporting to Master, 1,000 disciples, led by 10 elders, are fully prepared and ready to enter the demon cave at any moment. Xianxia nodded in approval. Rising from her seat, she cast her gaze around the assembly and proclaimed, "Today, my Lingxu Sword Sect will extract from the demon cave, and I shall be your guardian, awaiting your triumphant return laden with treasures." Simultaneously, a cold glint sparked in her eyes as she continued, "We shall demonstrate through our actions the true name of my Lingxu Sword Sect, dispelling all the circulating rumors, revealing Li Che's insidious and selfish nature to the world, ensuring that all recognize him as the deceiver he is, compelling those who mock our sect, particularly the Sword Sect, to feel regret." As her words echoed, Lu Lingli and the other disciples immediately voiced their agreement. It is imperative to unveil Li Che's true nature and to retaliate against those who dare to mock our sect. Indeed, particularly the Sword Sect, which seeks to recruit such a scoundrel like Li Che. Let us observe how they will manage once the time comes. Once we successfully exploit the demon lair, Li Che will inevitably cut himself off from the world. Zhao Yuan-san, filled with excitement, proclaimed loudly, "Master, your wisdom is unparalleled. This initiative will not only allow the Lingxu Sword Sect to amass abundant resources, but it will also restore our reputation and eradicate Li Che. Truly a brilliant strategy." Listening to the flattery and agreement from several disciples, Xianxia's eyes narrowed slightly, clearly taking pleasure in the praise. However, at that moment, an incongruous voice echoed through the hall. "I beseech the sect leader to reconsider. The demon lair is of utmost significance, should any error occur, resulting in countless demons emerging into the world. Our Lingxu Sword Sect would become the pariahs of the realm." Elder Chen's anxiety had reached its zenith, and he could not help but raise his voice in council. He had endured the chaos wrought by demons a century prior, scenes of bloodshed and devastation, with countless sects obliterated by demonic forces, remained vividly etched in his memory. The lair had long been sealed, containing innumerable demons. How could one dare to unseal it? Fully aware that his words would invoke Xianxia's disdain, he still felt compelled to voice his concerns. Silence. Xianxia's smile vanished, and her gaze towards Elder Chen darkened with fury. "Elder Chen, you have grown old. As a sword cultivator, your courage has waned. I do not hold it against you. This time, you need not accompany us. Remain here and guard the sect." Her eyes sharpened as she cast a warning glance at the elders present. "My decision is final. The exploitation of the demon lair is imperative. No one shall offer counsel against this. Otherwise, they will be expelled from the sect and face judgment." Seeing her unwavering resolve, those who had contemplated offering objections faltered, unwilling to provoke her wrath. Elder Chun, with a face full of bitterness, could only shuffle away. "How dare you open the demon lair? Are you so easily swayed by trivial possessions that you have lost your senses?" should a demonic upheaval occur. The Lingxu Sword Sect would suffer tremendous casualties. And in the worst-case scenario, if those ferocious demons were to descend upon the southern continent once more, it would unleash calamity upon the populace. Not only you, Si Ruyan, but the entire Lingxu Sword Sect would be condemned as the pariahs of the world. Elder Chen's face was a portrait of sorrow and indignation, yet he felt utterly powerless in this situation. He could only watch helplessly as the demon lair was poised to be opened. Chapter 32. Various forces arrive. Is this a life-and-death situation? As countless disciples of the Lingxu Sword Sect gathered, within a cave deep inside the sect, a figure slowly opened her eyes. Clad in garments as white as snow, with a captivating visage, her long, lustrous black hair cascaded down her shoulders, smooth as a waterfall. At this moment, she sat cross-legged, her aura fluctuating unpredictably. She was none other than Lu Lingxu, Si Ruyan's second disciple. She has now reached the pinnacle of the 4th level of the Divine King realm. In her quest for a breakthrough, she has secluded herself within her cave, dwelling for an extended period. However, the sudden gathering of over 10,000 disciples, their sword intents clashing and resonating, has unexpectedly roused her from her meditation. How peculiar! Why does the sect feel so tumultuous today? As she senses the intertwining sword intents within the Lingxu Sword Sect, a flicker of confusion crosses Lu Lingxu's eyes, her brows knitting together. Being in closed-door cultivation, she remains unaware of recent events, including Li Chei's expulsion from the sect and the preparations to exploit the demon lair. During such secluded periods, disturbances are the bane of her existence. Awakened abruptly, she finds herself somewhat displeased. The discipline among the disciples of the sect has indeed waned. With a cold huff, Lu Lingxu decides against emerging from her retreat. She is currently at a critical juncture in her cultivation, on the verge of breaking through to the 5th level of the Divine King realm, and she is loath to jeopardize her progress. Speaking of which, Li Chei, her senior brother, has been providing her with increasingly fewer resources, causing her advancement to slow considerably. How vexing. I am his beloved junior sister, yet he hasn't visited me in ages. Once I emerge from my retreat, I must have a serious talk with him. With a delicate snort, she expresses her grievances. Yet there is no genuine anger. Rather, a faint smile graces her lips at the mere mention of Li Chei. As a disciple who joined the sect after him, she considers herself to have grown alongside him. Their bond has always been strong, with Li Chei taking great care of her. When he learned of her intention to enter closed-door cultivation, he made a special trip back from the demon lair to present her with numerous treasures beneficial for her practice. Ensuring her breakthrough was well supported. Now that Li Chei has departed from the Lingxu Sword Sect, her supply of spirit stones and elixirs has naturally diminished. Could it be that unrest in the demon lair has ensnared her senior brother, leaving him with no time to return? If that is the case, once I emerge, I could pay him a visit and perhaps lend a hand. When he sees how much my strength has increased, he will surely be astonished. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Lu Lingxu closes her eyes once more, re-entering her state of seclusion. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the sect, upon witnessing Elder Chun's weary countenance and his sighs as he exits, Si Ruyan's previously cheerful mood is considerably dampened. Just an old, stubborn fool, thinking he can instruct me on how to conduct my affairs. Her expression grows slightly somber, and after a cold huff, she rises and leads her companions to the plaza. The invitations have already been sent out, and the news of the Lingxu Sword Sect's intent to exploit the demon lair has spread far and wide. The arrow is knocked, and it cannot simply be called off. Now, everything is in place. They are merely awaiting the favorable winds. Si Ruyan gazes towards the horizon, her eyes gleaming with a chilling light. Li Chei, this time, I shall ensure that you face disgrace before the eyes of the entire world. As she whispers to herself, the air above the Lingxu Sword Sect trembled with a thunderous sound. Suddenly, a formidable and overwhelming aura spread across the sky, as streaks of vibrant light raced towards the Lingxu Sword Sect. Simultaneously, a chorus of exultant voices erupted. The Emperor of the Dian Divine Dynasty has arrived. The leader of the Purple Yang Sacred Sect comes to witness this moment. The Cold Maple Valley has been invited. The Master of the Flying Star Sect joins us in celebration. With the resounding cheers, the disciples of the Lingxu Sword Sect, long prepared, swiftly descended the protective grand formation. The shimmering barrier gradually fading away, followed by continuous sound of piercing winds. Ha! The Lingxu Sword Sect, is mining the Demon Abyss. A true spectacle of the southern continent. I must witness it. A booming laughter resonated as a majestic figure clad in a golden robe adorned with 9 dragons, exuding an awe-inspiring presence, materialized in the sky. In an instant, the roar of dragons filled the air, the domineering aura rippling across the surroundings. It was none other than the emperor of the Divine Dynasty, Xianxia. As his voice echoed, another gentle laughter followed. The sound was soft, like a refreshing breeze, yet distinctly audible to all. The existence of the Demon Abyss has plagued our southern continent for over a century. Today, I am fortunate to witness its opening. I am indeed quite curious. With this utterance, the skies shifted dramatically, clouds swirling as a magnificent purple mist stretched for miles, the blazing sun illuminating the world. An elder clad in an 8-trigram purple robe, a smile gracing his lips, descended alongside his disciples. It was the headmaster of the Purple Yang Sacred Sect, Yuan Mingzi. This marked the beginning. With the arrival of these 2 prominent figures, representatives from various factions gathered to witness the occasion, each exuding formidable energy as they descended upon the grand hall of the Lingxu Sword Sect. A century has passed, and the state of the Demon Abyss truly piques one's curiosity. Haha, mining the Demon Abyss. The Lingxu Sword Sect dares to lead the way. The Flying Star Sect admires your boldness. Such a grand event. The Cold Maple Valley shall join in the revelry, with each godlike figure emerging in the sky. The atmospheric phenomena intensified, a multitude of extraordinary sights appearing, powerful auras saturating the heavens. Clearly, the matter concerning the Demon Abyss is of paramount importance to all factions in the southern continent, as the attendees are the foremost figures of various sects and traditions, including many leaders and elders. Even the emperor of the Divine Dynasty and the headmaster of the Purple Yang Sacred Sect, titans in their own right, have personally graced the event. The scale of this gathering is nothing short of astonishing. Figures of formidable presence descended, and in a brief moment, nearly the entirety of the southern continent's sects had converged. Outside the mountain gates of the Lingxu Sword Sect, throngs of people gathered, including smaller sects and wandering cultivators who, despite not receiving invitations, flocked to witness this grand affair, their gazes sharp with anticipation. Wow, so many eminent figures have gathered. This is truly a sight to behold. Mining the Demon Abyss, I wonder what this will entail. What a farce this mining of the Abyss. The Lingxu Sword Sect has orchestrated such a grand spectacle. Clearly a life-and-death game with Li Che. The true nature of the Abyss will soon be unveiled. Amidst the clamor outside, Xianxia merely cast a glance before retracting her gaze. For her, this event was an opportunity to publicly disgrace Li Che and to slap the faces of the various sects. The more spectators, the better. Thus, she made no effort to disperse the smaller sects and rogue cultivators, allowing them to witness the unfolding drama. Chapter 33. Li Che the Traitor and Dao Yi the Shameless? While aiming to humiliate the major sects, superficial decorum still needed to be maintained. As time passed, the various sects of the southern region, having received their invitations, gathered in full force. Xianxia wore a smile and spoke aloud. First, I extend my gratitude to all fellow cultivators for accepting the invitation of the Lingxu Sword Sect amidst your busy schedules to attend this grand mining event of the Abyss. On behalf of the Lingxu Sword Sect, I warmly welcome your presence. We have prepared seats and spiritual fruits for everyone. Please take your seats. Under the guidance of numerous disciples from the Lingxu Sword Sect, the mighty figures attending the event took their places. Xianxia nodded, a smile of satisfaction gracing her features as she continued. Today, as we gather at Lingxu, it is to witness the true scenario within the Abyss. The Lingxu Sword Sect will certainly not disappoint. Disappointment? Of course, you shall not be disappointed. Did you not previously flaunt your arrogance, disregarding the Lingxu Sword Sect and openly mocking us? Today, I shall ensure that your faces are thoroughly marred before all present. You will be forced to swallow your own words. Though Xianxia maintained a facade of cheerfulness, a flicker of mockery danced in her eyes. Did these fools truly believe they were invited to spectate? What a jest! She had meticulously prepared a grand performance. Without these spectators, the show could not proceed. Previously, the southern region was rife with rumors, predominantly filled with slanders and derision aimed at Xianxia, leading to turmoil within the Lingxu Sword Sect itself, causing significant discontent among many disciples and elders. Xianxia was incensed, harboring a deep-seated resentment. This time, She deliberately extended invitations to all the major sects, especially targeting those who had previously insulted her. None were excluded. This was all in pursuit of today's retribution. Every ounce of humiliation and derision she had endured, she intended to return in kind. Now, with nearly all the notable sects of the southern region present, Si Ruyan felt a sense of satisfaction. Once the Lingxu Sword Sect successfully mined the abyss, she would expose Li Che's true nature right then and there. She was eager to witness the expressions of those who had recently boasted that the Lingxu Sword Sect was blind and petty, unable to tolerate genius. Today, if I do not vent this pent-up frustration, I am not Si Ruyan. The mere thought of confronting the myriad sects of the world fills Si Ruyan with an exhilarating sense of clarity. A smile blooms on her face, intensifying with her anticipation. She had previously ventured into the demon lair to investigate, and though her exploration was limited to its periphery, she had clearly witnessed the verdant grass and gentle breezes that characterized the scene. In a place that resembled a celestial paradise, how could one believe that monstrous demons abound? Requiring desperate measures to maintain control, only a fool would accept such a notion. Consequently, Si Ruyan is brimming with confidence. When the entrance to the lair is finally opened, and numerous disciples of the Lingxu Sword Sect step inside, revealing the true nature of the demon lair, she eagerly awaits to see how those individuals will respond. It serves them right to be struck down by their own misconceptions. Yet, just as Si Ruyan indulges in her exhilarating thoughts, an untimely voice pierces the air. Oh, has the Daoi Sword Sect not arrived? The gaze of Emperor Xianxia of the Dian Divine Dynasty sweeps across the attendees, and upon discovering something, he exclaims in surprise. He does not bother to moderate his voice, and as a result, many guests overhear him. This prompts a flurry of discussions, with bewildered expressions gracing their faces. The Daoi and Lingxu sects have long held mutual disdain, and now, with Li Che, who was expelled from the Lingxu Sword Sect, joining the Daoi Sword Sect and reportedly ascending to the position of Chief Saint's son, it is inevitable that a myriad of thoughts arise among those present. Upon hearing Xianxua's words, Si Ruyan's expression abruptly stiffens. However, she reacts swiftly, letting out a cold laugh and retorting directly, "The Daoi Sword Sect is utterly shameless, poaching disciples right from under our noses. How could the Lingxu Sword Sect ever extend an invitation to such a disgraceful sect?" Her face is etched with disdain, leaving no room to conceal her contempt and aversion. Yet, as soon as her words fade, Xianxia bursts into laughter, teasingly delighting in her discomposure. "Oh, the Daoi has snatched your Lingxu disciples? That contradicts what I know." A smirk dances at the corners of his mouth as he sneers. It is now common knowledge that the unparalleled prodigy Li Che, the eldest disciple of the Lingxu Sword Sect, was actively expelled by his own sect, leading to a frenzy of recruitment. The Daoi Sword Sect, by sheer fortune, welcomed him into their ranks and even granted him the esteemed title of Chief Saint's son. How is it that in your esteemed leader's words, it transforms into the Daoi forcibly taking him away? Xianxua's tone drips with sarcasm, unbothered by Si Ruyan's increasingly grim demeanor. As he continues his tirade of mockery to its fullest extent, his words evoke stifled laughter among the various factions present. Faced with Xianxua's merciless exposure of her sect's shortcomings, Si Ruyan is consumed by rage. Nevertheless, the Dian Divine Dynasty, as a leading power in the southern continent, remains unfazed by the Lingxu Sword Sect sire. In response to Si Ruyan's fierce glare, Xianxia serenely sips his tea, entirely at ease. Such behavior only served to deepen Si Ruyan's resentment. Cursed be those wretched souls. Cursed be Xianxia. Cursed be the Yin Divine Dynasty. How dare you humiliate me before so many witnesses? I shall ensure you pay dearly for this transgression. Just wait. Si Ruyan seethed with rage, her inner turmoil akin to a tempest. She longed to rend Xianxia into pieces. However, despite her fury, she knew she must suppress her emotions in the presence of numerous esteemed sections. Enjoy your triumph while it lasts. I shall see if you can still smile later. Taking a deep breath, Si Ruyan's countenance turned frigid. Observing the myriad factions snickering and whispering among themselves, she felt a blend of anger and embarrassment. With no intention of concealing her feelings any longer, she nodded and declared, "Indeed, the situation is precisely as the Emperor Jiang stated. However, the reason for the expulsion of Li Che from the Lingxu Sword Sect is not without merit. At its core, it concerns the abyss of demons, Upon hearing the mention of the abyss of demons, a wave of interest swept through the crowd. Jiang Huaiji ceased his tea drinking, straightening his posture, intent on discerning what Si Ruyan was about to reveal. As the audience's gazes converged upon her, Si Ruyan spoke with a voice imbued with authority. It is well known that the abyss of demons poses not only a challenge for the Lingxu Sword Sect, but is also a source of great distress for countless sects across the southern continent. No one dared to dispute her words, for they rang true. The abyss of demons was a dire threat, a sword poised above the heads of the entire southern continent. However, it must be acknowledged that it was precisely this peril that garnered admiration and support for Li Che, who willingly entered the abyss to guard it for a century. Yet, from Si Ruyan's tone, it seemed there was more to the story than met the eye. Chapter 34. The Focus of All Eyes. The frenzy of the Lingxu Sword Sect. With the powerful gathered and the crowd observing, Si Ruyan's voice resonated in everyone's ears. The matter of the abyss of demons is of paramount importance. All major forces in the southern continent regard it as a formidable threat, and the Lingxu Sword Sect is no exception. In the past, as the eldest disciple of the Lingxu Sword Sect, Li Che voluntarily sought to suppress the abyss. As his master and sect leader, I felt both gratified and moved, believing I had nurtured a disciple of responsibility and integrity. However, time can change hearts. At this juncture, Si Ruyan's voice surged in intensity, her expression growing grave. She surveyed the assembly, noting their rapt attention, which fueled her fervor. Her eyes blazed with disappointment and anger as she proclaimed, "A century has passed, and he has become selfish and avaricious." The so-called guardianship of the abyss was but a facade, deceiving everyone in the sect, including me, his own master, who believed he had truly dedicated himself to this cause. Yet, in truth, the abyss is now devoid of any malevolent creatures. Li Che's sole intention was to seize the resources within this dark domain. To this end, he shamelessly deceived the sect for over a century, and when faced with the possibility of exposure, he callously sacrificed the lives of countless fellow disciples. Such actions are utterly devoid of conscience. What? Many were hearing these details for the first time. Upon witnessing Si Ruyan's expression of indignation, a stir rippled through the crowd. When they heard her assert with conviction that there were no demons left in the abyss, many faces shifted in color. The air was soon filled with murmurs of discontent. Observing this, Si Ruyan felt a wave of relief wash over her. Her expression was one of profound sorrow as she proclaimed, "Even though Li Che has committed a grievous error, as his master, I still wish to grant him a chance," merely hoping for him to acknowledge his mistakes and return to the right path. But who could have anticipated that, with irrefutable evidence, Li Che would remain unrepentant, even willing to betray the sect? What astonished me further was his choice to align himself with the Lingxu Sword Sect, a shameless organization, where they conspired together and became traitors to Lingxu. How can such a heartless and shameless individual possibly be deserving of the title of senior brother in my Lingxu Sword Sect? Si Ruyan's words were delivered with fervor and righteousness. Not only did she vehemently denounce Li Che's unscrupulousness, but she also subtly disparaged the Lingxu Sword Sect while showcasing her own tolerance and helplessness. Her emotions were palpable, and the depth of her feelings left many astounded. So this is the truth. Could it be that Li Che is indeed coveting the resources of the abyss, even at the expense of his own sect? If that is the case, the actions of the Lingxu Sword Sect seem justified. But why do I find it difficult to believe Si Ruyan's claims? Everyone has a clear understanding of what kind of person Li Che is, yet it is the Lingxu Sword Sect that appears less credible. In an instant, the murmurs of doubt intensified. However, many were less concerned with the feud between Li Che and the Lingxu Sword Sect, and instead focused their attention elsewhere. The abyss. Upon hearing Si Ruyan declare that there were no demons left, many began to stir restlessly, unable to contain their inquiries. Master Si, is the abyss truly safe now? This matter is of utmost importance. You cannot mislead us. The esteemed leader of the Xiang Holy Sect, Yuan Mingzi, suppressed his excitement and inquired solemnly. His sect had long been troubled by the abyss. If it were indeed true that no demons remained, perhaps they could consider reopening it. However, given the gravity of the matter, he dared not place his trust too easily. As he posed his question, numerous factions turned their eager gazes towards Si Ruyan, their eyes ablaze with anticipation. If the status of the abyss can indeed be confirmed, it would have a profound impact on the entirety of southern continent, compelling their attention. Undoubtedly, facing the gaze of the multitude, Si Ruyan exuded confidence, nodding without hesitation. She slightly lifted her chin, displaying a hint of arrogance. No amount of words can compare to witnessing it firsthand. The world is rife with rumors that my Lingxu Sword Sect has defamed Li Che, forcing him to flee. Today, I have summoned everyone here to bear witness as we exploit the abyss to restore the honor of my Lingxu Sword Sect. We are entirely serious about this. At this moment, all present finally acknowledged that the Lingxu Sword Sect was indeed intent on excavating the abyss. After all, the abyss has long been regarded as a terrifying presence in the minds of many. Consequently, numerous individuals had assumed that the Lingxu Sword Sect was merely posturing and speaking bravado, not anticipating that Si Ruyin would assertively declare their intentions before the whole world. In an instant, everyone was electrified, their spirits invigorated. After a century, the abyss was poised to be reawakened. Its true nature would once again be revealed before all. This was a matter significant enough to sway the fate of the entire southern continent. Regardless of their opinions on the Lingxu Sword Sect, all factions now eagerly anticipated witnessing the unfolding of the abyss. All of you are as timid as mice. Let my Lingxu Sword Sect seize the resources of the abyss first. We shall see how envious you become. Si Ruyin was thoroughly pleased with the reactions of the various factions, her heart soaring with exhilaration, a cold, triumphant smile gracing her lips. Li Che, after today, you shall be utterly disgraced. Whether you acknowledge it or not, the infamy of deceiving your sect, harming your fellow disciples, and being branded a traitor shall forever shadow you. In the vast expanse of the southern continent, there shall be no refuge for you. And as for the Dao Sword Sect, when you discover that the Li Che you once cherished is, in fact, a selfish, greedy, and ruthless scoundrel, a traitor scorned by all, let us see if you can still take pride in your actions. Si Ruyin's heart swelled with satisfaction, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Without further ado, she rose from her seat and soared to the square, scanning the throngs of disciples, her voice resonating. Are you all prepared? Below, led by the likes of Lu Lingli and other core disciples, the multitude of over 10,000 disciples responded with fervor and joy, exclaiming, reporting to the sect master. Everything is ready. Excellent. Si Ruyin nodded in approval, her eyes sparkling with determination. With a grand gesture, she commanded, let us commence the excavation of the abyss. With her decree, over 10,000 disciples, along with numerous elders, soared into the sky, led by Lu Lingli and her fellow disciples, swiftly making their way to the forbidden grounds of the abyss on the back mountain. Across the southern continent, many sects have tightly sealed off the abyss, employing various means to keep it under strict confinement, whether through array seals, treasured artifacts, or the vigilant guardianship of the formidable. The entrance to the demonic abyss remained unprotected due to the previous devastation suffered by the Lingxu Sword Sect in the recent conflict. With their inadequacy in the art of formations, the sect was powerless to seal the malevolent chasm, leaving its entrance exposed and devoid of any protective measures. It was under such circumstances that Li Che ventured into the abyss, personally confronting the throngs of demons to prevent their escape. At this moment, the once desolate and eerie entrance to the abyss was alive with an unprecedented commotion, marking the most tumultuous occasion in a century. Tens of thousands of disciples surged forth, and without the slightest hesitation, they plunged into the abyss. Chapter 35. A staggering revelation. The riches of the abyss. Incredibly, they had truly entered. One could not help but wonder if the Lingxu Sword Sect was audacious or simply overconfident for charging headlong into the abyss without a semblance of caution. The entrance bore no significant barriers, and had it not been for Li Che's steadfast presence, the demons would likely have already erupted from their confines, wreaking havoc across the southern continent. The true state of the abyss would soon be revealed. Indeed, the truth behind Li Che and the Lingxu Sword Sect's claims would be unveiled in due course. As the multitude of disciples boldly entered the demonic depths, all the observing factions were left in astonishment. Many instinctively rose to their feet, their hearts racing at the thought of facing the abyss, where caution was paramount and suppression measures were crucial to avert an uprising. Yet, the Lingxu Sword Sect charged forth, seemingly in search of a treasure trove rather than a perilous domain. What astounded everyone was that despite the grand display of over 10,000 disciples entering the abyss, no response was elicited, not a whiff of demonic energy escaped, nor was there any sign of battle. The entire endeavor transpired with an unnerving smoothness, leaving all present in a state of bewilderment. Could it be that the abyss harbored no demons at all? Even Jiang Huaiji, who had unwavering faith in Li Che, now bore an expression of doubt. This was inconceivable. Jiang had never believed the claims of the Lingxu Sword Sect, firmly convinced that a great terror resided within the abyss. Otherwise, how could someone of Li Che's caliber willingly squander a century in such a place? There must be something amiss. Casting a glance at the spirited Si Ruyan, Jiang Huaiji regained his composure, settling himself down with an air of tranquility as he sipped his tea, awaiting the unfolding developments. He had an inkling that matters were far from straightforward. Conversely, Si Ruyan held a different perspective, witnessing the multitude of disciples successfully traverse into the abyss, stirring shockwaves among the various factions. Her eyes sparkled with triumph as she laughed heartily. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats and remain calm. After a brief moment, everything will soon become clear. With that, she seated herself in the principal position, delicately lifting her teacup to sip, eagerly anticipating the forthcoming moment of revelation. Her demeanor, exuding confidence, left the onlookers in a state of perplexity. Could it be that the so-called abyss truly resembled the descriptions provided by Si Ruyan? How breathtakingly beautiful! I never imagined that within a place so feared, there would exist such exquisite scenery. This is no mere abyss. It is indeed a celestial paradise. Meanwhile, after leading numerous disciples into the abyss, Lu Lingli and her companions were utterly astonished by the sight before them. The distant mountains wore a shade of indigo, and the verdant grass spread like a lush carpet. There were divine springs cascading down, and streams meandered gracefully, with the abundant spiritual energy permeating the air. A plethora of extraordinary flowers and rare herbs swayed gently in the breeze. A single breath revealed the freshness and fragrance that filled the atmosphere. A mere glance around unveiled a multitude of low-tier spiritual herbs and extraordinary fruits within sight. Is that a spirit herb? Oh, is that not a cluster of ink snake flowers sprawling before us? And look, is that a Xianxia ginseng? Such a treasure. Could that possibly be frost fruit? I have searched for that for ages. Just having stepped into the abyss, without advancing further, an abundance of spiritual flowers and rare herbs appeared before them, instantly igniting joy among Lu Lingli and her companions, while the numerous ordinary disciples gasped in astonishment. In an instant, spirits were lifted across the group. Although what they beheld was primarily low-tier spiritual herbs, this was merely the outermost layer of the abyss. If they ventured deeper, how many more resources might await their discovery? Surely, it would amount to an astronomical figure. Li Che is truly shameless. The abyss resembles a paradise filled with treasures, yet he dares to warn us of extreme danger. How infuriating! Yu Shuang'er glared at the multitude of spiritual herbs surrounding them, her anger swelling. In this serene expanse, teeming with wondrous flora, how dare he speak of monsters lurking everywhere? Is this not an insult to our intelligence? Lu Lingli, equally incensed, retorted. To deceive the sect for personal gain over a century, even at the cost of harming countless fellow disciples, Li Che's heart is truly malevolent. And to deny his wrongdoing upon being discovered is utterly shameless. It is far too lenient to merely expel him. As the two led the charge of indignation, many other disciples nodded in agreement, their teeth gritted in rage towards Li Che. Indeed, Li Che is despicable. How foolish I was to once believe him to be a responsible senior brother. It was all a ruse. What a farcical senior brother he is. Unable to clarify the situation even now. Curse Li Che, these resources rightfully belong to everyone, yet he seeks to monopolize them. How outrageous. I believe we should never have allowed Li Che to leave. After all these years, he must have hoarded countless treasures. He should be compelled to relinquish everything he has taken. Indeed, that is the way forward. Countless disciples voiced their vehement disdain for Li Che, their hatred glaringly apparent. As they beheld the abundance of resources before them, their eyes turned crimson, teetering on the brink of madness, their faces betraying an insatiable greed. Why should Li Che monopolize such wealth? This bounty rightfully belonged to all. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuansun was too engrossed to pay heed to the dissenting voices. His gaze was fixated upon the vast trove of resources in the demonic cave, his body trembling with excitement, his eyes alight with unrestrained joy. The resources within the cave were exceedingly plentiful, surpassing his previous estimations in both quantity and terror. He could scarcely fathom the extent of power the Wuji demon sect would attain should they successfully claim and fully assimilate this colossal bounty. At the very least, The likes of the Lingxu Sword Sect and the Dian Divine Dynasty were utterly insignificant. They would be trampled beneath the feet of the Wuji Demon Sect. All of this is mine. It is all mine. How dare these wretched souls lay claim to what belongs to me? They are utterly oblivious to their impending doom. Zhao Yuansen's heart surged with exhilaration, his eyes gleaming with fervor. However, at that moment, as he observed the other disciples of the Lingxu Sword Sect dispersing to gather resources, a chilling malice ignited within him. These imbeciles dare to extract resources? Everything here is rightfully mine. Others are unworthy to even touch it. They all deserve to perish. With gritted teeth and a fierce glint in his eyes, Zhao Yuansen resolved that upon returning, he would immediately contact the Demon Sect to expedite their incursion into the Lingxu Sword Sect. These treasures must belong solely to me. Whoever dares to seize them must face death. Chapter 36. Ants have arrived? Then they shall all be exterminated. Splendid. I have discovered a 9-sun spirit vine. Hurry, hurry. There lies a vast expanse of ice-fire mysterious stones. This is a fortune. Ah, the legendary high-grade soul-nurturing wood. Truly magnificent. Within the demonic cave, as they pressed onward, various treasures were unearthed, eliciting gasps of astonishment that heightened everyone's senses. Each individual, their faces alight with excitement, searched fervently, fearing they would be left behind. Even those who were meant to oversee the situation and ensure everyone's safety, such as Lu Lingli and her companions, found themselves drawn into the fray, competing for the coveted resources. The atmosphere was electrifying, yet they were reminded to remain vigilant. After all, this was a demonic cave, and one could never be certain of the lurking dangers. It was imperative that they maintained caution and vigilance. Observing the frenzy with which the disciples were engrossed in their search, devoid of any semblance of preparedness, a sense of unease crept into the hearts of several elders trailing the group. After all, this was a demonic cave. Such a lack of defense could lead to catastrophic consequences in the event of an unforeseen calamity. With their seasoned prudence, the elders issued a warning to Lu Lingli and her group. Yet, they were unprepared for what was to come. Their goodwill was met with disdain and mockery from Lu Lingli and her companions. Elders, have you all been so frightened by Li Che before? What danger is there? It is merely a fabrication concocted by Li Che to prevent us from discovering the truth. The gleam of various resources filled Lu Lingli's eyes, rendering the elders' counsel irrelevant to her. Yu Shuanger was even more forthright in her remarks. Such cowardice from the elders is truly a disgrace to our Lingxu Sword Sect. How can you all dare to hold the title of elder with such timidity? If you are afraid, then leave at once and do not hinder our resource gathering. Should you delay matters of the sect, beware of our master's inquiries. The other disciples also dismissed the elders' warnings, their gazes filled with scorn and contempt. The elders were nearly driven to the brink of fury, their faces alternating between green and white. Ultimately, they waved their sleeves in resignation, choosing to ignore the situation. If any mishap were to occur, it would be Lu Lingli and her companions who would suffer. Yet, Lu Lingli and the others paid no heed to the elders' thoughts. Their minds were solely focused on the abundant resources around them. Each one scrambled forward, their figures darting about as they frantically collected various treasures. Excited exclamations echoed throughout the cavern. Dragon Soul Tree. It's the legendary Dragon Soul Tree. Is that not the Moonshadow Spirit Bamboo? So much at all at once, an entire bamboo grove. 1,000-year Ginseng King. I've discovered a 1,000-year Ginseng King. With each precious item unearthed, the fervor among the crowd intensified, their breaths growing heavier and their eyes reddening. This place was truly the ultimate treasure trove of every cultivator's dreams. Many disciples couldn't help but regret not bringing more storage artifacts when they arrived. In an instant, everyone was engulfed in madness, their minds wholly absorbed in this euphoric revelry. Meanwhile, deep within the cavern, what is happening? I sense that someone has entered the cavern again. What the heck? Could it be that killing god returning? It doesn't seem like it. I didn't even tremble just now. Could it be that our plan to break out of the cavern has been discovered? As countless disciples from the Lingxu Sword Sect surged into the cavern, the demons within sensed the disturbance. Their first reaction was one of fright, instinctively retracting their necks, fearing the return of that killing god. However, they quickly felt that it was not the case. Amidst the discussions, a powerful demon snorted coldly and proceeded to employ its abilities. In an instant, A pair of crimson eyes, radiating a terrifying and ominous aura, materialized high in the cavern. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Lingxu Sword Sect remained oblivious to this ominous presence. Still wandering through the vast mountains in search of treasures, a sudden intrusion of a swarm of insects startled the demons. Upon receiving the news, they were instantly enraged. Cursed wretches! It turns out to be merely a horde of insignificant ants. How foolish of me to be frightened, they exclaimed. How dare they trespass into our domain? Frolicking as if they were on a leisurely excursion, they are courting death. Tear them apart. It has been over a century since we have feasted upon flesh. And these ants are just what we need. In an instant, the demons erupted in fury, their malevolent energy surging through the air. Having endured a century of suppression under Lichai's reign, they had bided their time. But now, a multitude of creatures, as inconsequential as ants, dared to act with such impudence in their territory, igniting their bloodlust. We tolerated the presence of that madman Lichai, but now these beings, whom I could crush with a mere flick of my hand, dare to disregard us. I shall devour them whole. The demons roared in unrestrained rage. One particularly fearsome demon issued a command. All demons, mobilize. Conceal yourselves around the periphery of the demon cave. Once we encircle those ants, we will ensnare them entirely. None shall escape, and all shall perish. After a century of restraint, this time we shall relish a grand feast of flesh. With chilling and brutal voices, the demons erupted into maniacal laughter, their eyes glowing crimson as their savage energy soared. In an instant, colossal and terrifying figures vanished from sight, heading towards the unsuspecting disciples of the Lingxu Sword Sect, still blissfully ignorant of the impending danger. At that moment, at the periphery of the demon cave, Lu Lingli and her companions found themselves in this terrifying forbidden realm, yet they remained utterly unguarded and unconcerned. Instead, they wore smiles of delight, exploring the enchanting surroundings, accompanied by laughter and playful banter. Senior sister, look at this five-colored spiritual flower. It is truly exquisite. One exclaimed, this place is so beautiful. I never imagined such a splendid location existed. Once the mining is complete, I must report to Master and propose constructing our cave here. This is not a demon cave. It is clearly a paradise. I don't want to leave. As they explored, gathering various resources, Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang'er were captivated by the picturesque scenery, their eyes sparkling with wonder, and their lips frequently uttering gasps of admiration. Zhao Yuanxin's eyes also gleamed with excitement. Senior sisters, this place is a veritable treasure bestowed upon us by the heavens. So many resources, which would incite fierce battles among the great powers in the outside world, lie here waiting for us to harvest. This sensation is simply exhilarating. Yu Shuang'er nodded vigorously, her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes. The Taoist factions of South Continent truly are quite foolish. In the depths of the demon lair, an air of unparalleled safety prevails, accompanied by an abundance of resources available for the taking. Yet, it is laughable how they cower in fear, treating it like a ferocious beast, guarding it jealously and daring not to approach. It is we, the Lingxu Sword Sect, who are the first to reap the benefits. However, this thought ignites her ire once more, reminding her of the instigator, Li Che. Chapter 37. See Ruyan's rampancy. Has Li Che's reputation been utterly tarnished? It is all because of that vile man, Li Che. Had it not been for him, we could have exploited these resources a century ago. Perhaps by now, the Lingxu Sword Sect would have dominated the southern continent, becoming the mightiest sect. Yu Shuang'er ground her teeth in frustration. Lu Lingli, her expression icy, exclaimed, Li Che is malevolent. He has delayed our Lingxu Sword Sect for over a century. Not only should he be expelled, but even if we were to slay him 1,000 times, it would not quench our rage. A glint of malice flickered in Zhao Yuanxin's eyes. He had long coveted the resources within the demon lair, which drove him to massacre hundreds of Lingxu Sword Sect disciples during their previous expedition, framing Li Che for the atrocity. Although he failed to eliminate Li Che, he succeeded in banishing him, thereby facilitating the extraction of resources from the lair. With future collaboration with the Wuji demon sect, these resources would ultimately belong to him. The thought sent a surge of excitement through Zhao Yuanxin. His gaze fixed on the numerous disciples tirelessly gathering resources, his eyes gleaming with a sinister ambition. Search, hurry and search. The resources you gather now will inevitably fall into my hands. Your frantic collection merely serves to adorn my own garments. Around them, exclamations of delight rang out continuously. Over 10,000 disciples, like a swarm of locusts, spread throughout the periphery of the demon lair, sweeping away every exotic herb, spiritual flower, and precious mineral in their path, yielding an exceedingly bountiful harvest. Observing this, Lu Lingli's expression shifted, and she suddenly proposed, while we are aware of the abundance within the demon lair. I did not anticipate such a staggering yield. In such a short time, we have amassed so much. This is an excellent opportunity to punish Li Che. Our master and representatives from all the major sects of the southern continent are waiting outside. Why not send some disciples to take a portion of the resources out for everyone to see? With a glimmer of pride, Lu Lingli turned her gaze toward Yu Shuang'er and Zhao Yuansun, continuing, with everyone in southern continent watching, when the resources from the demon lair are revealed to the world, it will undoubtedly vindicate our Lingxu Sword Sect and expose Li Che's true nature. Let his selfish greed be laid bare before all. Her suggestion instantly brightened the expressions of Yu Shuang'er and Zhao Yuansun, who nodded in eager agreement. Excellent. Let some disciples carry the resources to our master for public display. The truth will be undeniable, and it will surely strike a resounding blow to Li Che, earning him the disdain and contempt of all. Several individuals instantly regained their spirits. They promptly arranged for a few disciples to organize their findings before departing the enchanted cavern, hastening towards the grand hall of the sect. In the outside world, Sirian and the formidable figures from various sects in Nanzhou eagerly awaited the outcome from the cavern. The expressions of the crowd varied greatly. Jiang Hua, calm and composed, appeared to relish the unfolding drama. Yuang Mingzi of the Zhang Holy Sect continually cast his gaze towards the cavern, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts. Although Sirian maintained a facade of tranquility, a hint of anxiety lingered within her. In the vast venue of the grand assembly, few words were exchanged as everyone awaited news from the cavern. Suddenly, a voice pierced the anticipation, exclaiming that someone had emerged. Instantly, all present turned their attention towards the cavern with renewed vigor. Soon, several disciples from the Lingxu Sword Sect approached, their faces alight with joy and excitement. We report to the sect master. We have successfully fulfilled our mission and discovered an abundance of resources within the cavern. As they spoke, they opened their storage bags and spilled forth a plethora of rare spiritual flowers and exotic herbs onto the plaza. The rich spiritual energy permeated the air, and vibrant hues danced around the square. This spectacle ignited a considerable stir among the onlookers, who were captivated by the sight. Countless spiritual plants lay piled together, many still adorned with moist earth and dewdrops, clearly freshly harvested. The sight caused many faces to pale. Excellent, excellent, roared Siruyan, her joy uncontainable as the weight upon her heart lifted, revealing a sense of triumph. Observing the astonished expressions of the crowd, she inwardly sneered, deliberately posing a question for all to hear. So, was there any danger within the cavern? The disciple immediately shook his head, beaming with delight. Sectmaster, the cavern is utterly safe. There are no traces of any demons, and countless spiritual flowers and herbs await our gathering. We have merely explored the periphery, yet our bounty is already immense. Sirian could no longer suppress her exhilaration. She sprang from her seat, her face radiant with joy, laughing heartily. She surveyed the varied expressions of the crowd, her eyes glinting with mocking derision. Did you all witness that? Did you see? There are no demons within the cavern. It is not only completely safe, but also brimming with abundant resources for the taking. This undeniably proves that Li Che has been lying in his greed to monopolize the cavern's bounty. He deceived our Lingxu Sword Sect and even ruthlessly slaughtered over 100 of his fellow disciples to keep the news from leaking out. Such a greedy and brutal individual. What wrong is there in my expelling him? And what of that one sword sect? It is utterly laughable that they so brazenly claim to be the sanctum of swordsmanship, exuding righteousness, while in reality, they engage in nefarious dealings. The discarded disciple of the Lingxu Sword Sect, Li Che, a figure of avarice and brutality, is not only disdained by the Daoi Sword Sect, but is instead colluding with him, treating him as a treasured gem. This is truly the height of absurdity. Our esteemed Si Ruyan has done nothing wrong. The blame lies squarely with Li Che and the Daoi Sword Sect. Each word she spoke was imbued with fervor, resonating in the ears of all present. In that moment, Si Ruyan felt an exquisite satisfaction. as if finally releasing the pent-up frustration that had plagued her since Li Chei's departure, a frustration that had been exacerbated by the ridicule of the world. This time, she was determined to strike back against all the sects that had scorned her. She would not spare a single one that had insulted her. With a sinister smile gracing her lips, she surveyed the assembly of various sects, her expression dripping with derision. Was it not true that many in attendance had secretly slandered the Lingxu Sword Sect, emphatically declaring that Li Chei had been wronged by her, asserting that the Lingxu Sword Sect lacked vision and had driven away a genius? Now, with the truth laid bare, she was eager to see who would dare to speak so arrogantly again. Blind? It appears that neither Si Ruyin nor the Lingxu Sword Sect is blind. Instead, it is many of the so-called peers who are truly lacking in vision. With a piercing gaze, Si Ruyin swept across the crowd, lingering particularly on the representatives of the Dian Divine Dynasty and the Hanfeng Valley, as well as the Feixing sect, those who had previously mocked and derided her. The Dian Divine Dynasty, in particular, had openly opposed the Lingxu Sword Sect, their mockery laid bare, eagerly awaiting the spectacle of the Lingxu Sword Sect's humiliation. They had shamelessly rubbed her face in the dirt. Chapter 38. The Demonic Outburst. The abyss becomes a hell on earth. Si Ruyin's laughter echoed, filled with exhilaration. The reactions of those present were mixed. No one had anticipated that the abyss would yield such an abundance of resources, regardless of the outcome. The Lingxu Sword Sect had certainly profited immensely this time. Congratulations were in order for sect leader Si. Some of the smaller sects gazed enviously at the pile of spiritual materials on the ground, offering their compliments to Si Ruyin. Hearing this, Si Ruyin felt even more triumphant. Instinctively, she raised her head and cast a glance at Jiang Huaiji of the Dian Divine Dynasty. With a smirk, Jiang Huaiji met her gaze, seemingly unfazed. Leisurely sipping his tea, unhurried. Sect leader Si, this is merely the beginning. Do not be overly anxious. It would be unfortunate if you were to be embarrassed later. A flicker of anger crossed Si Ruyin's face, but she inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing her ire, her smile a mere facade as she replied, Jiang, the emperor of the people, truly possesses remarkable composure. Very well, let us observe and see who shall ultimately be proven wrong. The tension between the two intensified the already oppressive atmosphere within the venue. Observing this scene, Yuang Mingzi of the Xiang sacred sect found his mind racing with various thoughts, yet he refrained from uttering a word. His gaze incessantly scrutinized the spiritual materials, his expression shifting unpredictably. Although there was an abundance of these items, he remained unperturbed. What truly captured his attention was the unsettling notion. Could it be that the demon lair has been entirely purged of malevolent creatures? Amidst the diverse contemplations, the crowd, though numerous, maintained a remarkable tranquility, each individual patiently awaiting the forthcoming developments. After all, as Zhang Huai aptly stated, this is merely the beginning. Brothers, I must confess, I never anticipated that this demon lair would harbor such a wealth of resources. It has utterly dazzled my senses. Several ordinary disciples traversed the outskirts of the lair in pairs, diligently searching for rare spiritual herbs and flowers. One disciple, with a storage bag already brimming with treasures, could hardly contain his joy. Indeed, this is no mere demon lair. It is a veritable treasure trove. Another disciple exclaimed in astonishment. It is all that wretched Li Chei's fault. Had he not deceived the sect for so long, we could have secured these abundant resources much earlier. With the aid of such numerous spiritual materials, our strength would have soared to new heights. One disciple huffed angrily, gnashing his teeth in resentment towards Li Chei. The moment these words escaped his lips, they resonated with the sentiments of the others. Exactly. Li Chei is nothing but an ungrateful wretch, especially considering how well the sect has treated him. I once believed his vigilant watch over the demon lair was a selfless act, but it seems he merely feared we would uncover this bounteous location. How despicable! As the crowd engaged in fervent discussions, their animosity towards Li Chei grew with every glance at the sprawling expanse of spiritual herbs. While they voiced their grievances, their hands moved with unrelenting haste, as they scoured their designated area for various treasures, each one brimming with elation. However, at that moment, an unexpected darkness enveloped them. Simultaneously, the sounds around them seemed to vanish, plunging the world into a profound silence. What is happening? A sense of unease gripped them instinctively. In the next instant, a foul wind surged from the shadows, a violently savage aura suddenly engulfing them. To their horror, a terrifying entity emerged from the darkness. towering several dozen feet. Its body clad in obsidian scales, resembling a monstrous gorilla. Its countenance was grotesque, exuding an aura of unparalleled ferocity. As it materialized, its blood-red eyes immediately locked onto the group, a murderous intent igniting within them. Demons! Demons! In an instant, the disciples were paralyzed with terror, their voices trembling in fear. The overwhelming aura washed over them like an icy tide, and when they beheld those crimson eyes, their hearts nearly ceased to beat. Demons! Indeed, it was a terrifying demon that once ravaged the southern continent, leaving devastation in its wake. Although a century has passed since that great calamity, the horror of the demon remains indelibly etched in the hearts of countless practitioners. Is it not claimed that no demons exist anymore? A disciple roared in madness. His reaction was relatively swift. In the face of life and death, he immediately summoned his mystical energies, attempting to conjure his spirit's sword to confront the threat. Yet, in the next moment, his countenance froze in shock. On this expedition into the demon's lair, he had chosen to bring extra storage bags and had left all his treasures and elixirs at the sect. As a sword cultivator, he was now bereft of his life-saving spirit sword, rendering his power diminished to a mere shadow of its former self. The others found themselves in similar predicaments. In an instant, their faces turned pale, their hearts heavy with despair. Blood feast. A delectable blood feast. Roar. Before they could respond further, the gorilla-like demon, as if stifled for countless ages, surged forth upon discovering the group, its eyes gleaming with greedy savagery. Boom! 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 A series of muffled thuds echoed, and then silence enveloped the scene once more. Only pools of blood and shattered bones remained. The disciples of Lingxu Sword Sect, after but a brief struggle, were entirely consumed by the demon. Simultaneously, identical scenes unfolded in various locations. Blood flowers continued to bloom. Beneath the facade of tranquility, one by one, disciples of Lingxu Sword Sect were stealthily engulfed by darkness, subsequently devoured by the demons that had been repressed for a century, their screams silenced before they could escape. It was as if an invisible net was gradually enclosing everyone. The slaughter in the shadows raged on. Lu Lingli and her companions remained blissfully unaware of any anomaly. The group wandered about the outskirts of the demon's lair, as if indulging in a leisurely outing, while they pondered the situation outside. Third senior sister. What do you think the disciples will feel when they learn of the resources that have been brought back? Xianxia said, her face brimming with excitement. Watching several disciples retrieve numerous spiritual flowers and exotic herbs for their master, her heart swelled with anticipation. What could their reaction possibly be? Lu Lingli scoffed, her face a mask of malicious glee, taunting, with so many spiritual flowers and herbs brought back and the demon's lair confirmed to be teeming with resources. Without any sign of demons, what more needs to be said? Li Che will surely be disgraced, reviled by all. Zhao Yuansan nodded, reveling in the satisfaction. Such greedy and ruthless scoundrels deserve this fate. Now that the truth is laid bare, no one can offer any rebuttal. It is enough to condemn Li Che to eternal damnation. Upon hearing this, Xianxia grew even more exhilarated, clapping her hands in delight. Haha, this is truly splendid. With this, Li Che will be like a rat in the street, scorned by all. There will be no refuge for him in the southern continent. The only way to change this fate will be for him to return, wailing and pleading for our forgiveness. In due time, I shall certainly deliver a stern lesson. However, her words remained unvoiced. A thunderous roar erupted suddenly, reverberating through the air and leaving the onlookers in a daze. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, an overwhelming and savage aura surged forth, enveloping the space around them. The pungent stench invaded their nostrils, inducing a wave of nausea. What was happening? The group was taken aback, feeling the oppressive aura that sent shivers down their spines. In the next moment, pairs of crimson eyes, glimmering with a voracious thirst for blood, ignited one after another. To their astonishment, a multitude of massive, grotesque creatures charged forth, encircling them in an instant. Demonic beings? The hearts of Lu Lingli and the others trembled with terror. Chapter 39. Severe Injury. Spitting blood. The demonic abyss is in chaos. Could there truly be demons here? Xianxia's delicate face turned ashen, her wide eyes reflecting sheer horror as she beheld the various forms of bloodthirsty demons. Her mind struggled to grasp the situation. What was going on? Hadn't he, the master, already investigated and declared that no demons remained in the abyss? Where had these entities suddenly emerged from? Lu Lingli and Zhao Yuan's son, equally stunned, found themselves rooted to the spot. I can smell the scent of flesh and blood. Such a delightful aroma, pure and intoxicating. How splendid. It has been over a century since I last savored the taste of blood. This time, I shall feast to my heart's content. A spine-chilling roar echoed through the air. Several demons, their faces twisted with greed, charged forward, having been suppressed in the abyss for over 100 years. Upon discovering the delectable flesh, they rushed eagerly towards it. In an instant, the foul stench intensified, and the frenzied, savage aura of the demons surged forth like a tidal wave. There were 5 of these creatures in total. One resembled a colossal ape, its body covered in jet-black scales, muscles bulging like mountains, as if capable of shattering the earth itself. It advanced with thunderous steps, shaking the very ground beneath. The aroma of fresh flesh was utterly entrancing. Following the giant ape was a serpent-like creature nearly 100 meters long, exuding a chilling presence, shrouded in a dense black mist, appearing sinister and eerie. Besides these two, there were also 2 robust, blood-eyed wild boar-like beasts, their tusks glinting ominously as they charged with unmatched ferocity. At the rear, a giant tiger, towering 3 to 4 meters high and emanating a crimson glow, unleashed a bloodthirsty gleam from its eyes as it lunged forward. These demons, having suppressed their ferocity for a century, now unleashed their full wrath. In that moment, the mountains trembled and an overwhelming aura of menace surged skyward. Surrounded by 5 monstrous fiends, Lu Lingli and her companions were struck with profound alarm. Damn the demons! Fear not. They may merely be a few stragglers from the abyss. Let us unleash our full might and vanquish them. With the fiends charging toward them, the group dared not hesitate and immediately launched their assault. In an instant, divine light radiated from their beings, and resplendent spiritual swords shot forth with a piercing brilliance. A cold smile graced Lu Lingli's lips. They were all disciples of the esteemed Sir Ru Yin, prodigies among their peers. If Li Che could subdue these fiends, there was no reason they could not do the same. She was eager to witness the true might of these demons. As she spoke, she guided her spiritual sword, sending it forth in a fierce onslaught. The sword's light cleaved through the air, striking down upon the enormous ape-like demon before them with a chilling ferocity. Clang! The razor-sharp blade met the demon's ebony scales, producing a resounding clash akin to metal upon metal. Sparks flew, yet the blade merely left a few white marks upon the scales. What? Lu Lingli was taken aback. Her full-powered strike had inflicted not a hint of damage. How could this be possible? Yu Shuang'er and the others, equally incredulous, unleashed their attacks, yet none could harm the fearsome giant ape. How could this happen? Their eyes widened in shock, disbelief etched across their faces. Still daring to resist, yield and become our blood meal. Just as they were momentarily stunned, the injured giant ape let out a sinister laugh, its malevolent aura surging as it delivered a thunderous punch. Boom! The massive fist stirred a fierce tempest, akin to a mountain crashing down. In an instant, the ground trembled. Neither the oncoming blades of light nor the radiant spells held any power against those fists, disintegrating into countless fragments in the blink of an eye. What? Lu Lingli and her companion's eyes narrowed in terror. The enormous serpent, shrouded in a veil of darkness, writhed as its colossal form emerged like a specter. Before the group could react, the serpent's head, the size of a house, lunged towards them. This is bad. Even before the serpent's head drew near, the fierce wind pressure it generated left them gasping for breath, overwhelmed by its foul stench. Amidst their shock, the group shouted in unison, their spiritual light flaring as they summoned their protective artifacts, gritting their teeth to endure. A shimmering barrier of spiritual light enveloped them. In the next moment, the serpent's head crashed down upon them. Boom! A cataclysmic roar reverberated through the air as a terrifying shockwave surged outward, obliterating everything within a radius of hundreds of feet. Lu Lingli and her companions were violently thrown back, crashing to the ground. How could there be such formidable demons within this abyss? Lu Lingli, her garments torn, coughed up a mouthful of blood. Her hair hung loosely, her complexion as pale as death, presenting a pitiful sight, devoid of her former ethereal grace. As she lifted her gaze towards the colossal demon rapidly approaching, her eyes were filled with terror. Yu Shuang'er appeared disheveled, her scalp prickling with dread. The insatiable, bloodthirsty gaze fixed upon her sent a chill racing from her heels to the crown of her head. Zhao Yuansun was in an even more abysmal state. He had concealed himself within the Lingxu Sword Sect, employing clandestine means to suppress his demonic powers, leaving him with merely the pinnacle of the Wanxiang realm at his disposal. Under the might of the giant ape's fist, he was instantly grievously injured. At this moment, the spiritual energy within him surged chaotically, causing excruciating pain as it roamed unchecked within his body. But that was not the end of their plight. Following closely behind the giant ape and the enormous serpent, two monstrous boars charged forth. Their tusks gleamed with a lethal glint, and the earth trembled as they barreled towards the group. "Flesh! I shall devour you all!" The ravenous, ferocious roars echoed as the two wild boars rampaged, intent on turning the group into mere pulp. Despite the valiant resistance from Lu Lingli and the others, the boars charged heedlessly, trampling everything in their path to mere powder. Then, with a thunderous crash, the violent collision sent Xianxia and her companions reeling, blood spurting as their auras plummeted. Damn it, these demons are overwhelmingly powerful. A profound horror gripped their hearts. Eyes wide with fear. Previously, under Li Che's guardianship of the demons for a century, they had felt a sense of confidence, believing they could endure. Yet now, faced with the true horror of demons, they found themselves woefully fragile. To make matters worse, the blood-scaled tiger was now leaping towards them. A suffocating pressure enveloped them, igniting an overwhelming dread. "We must unleash our full strength, or we shall perish here." Their eyes narrowed in terror, disregarding their grave injuries. They gritted their teeth and struggled to their feet, desperately channeling all their magical energy. Boom! 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 The thunderous roars reverberated. The demon's fierce howls intertwined with Lu Lingli and her companions' furious shouts, as the intent to kill surged skyward before those brutal and terrifying figures. Even with Lu Lingli and the others exerting their utmost effort and deploying their most treasured artifacts, they remained no match for the demons. They were as feeble as ants caught in a tempest. In that moment, they were disheveled, their clothes torn, hair askew, faces as pale as parchment, and their breath shallow. Caught in a desperate struggle against the encircling demons, overwhelmed and in utter disarray. In the blink of an eye, they were cornered to the brink of annihilation. "Elder, save us!" As the demons charged once more in this life and death crisis, they could no longer care for their pride, crying out in desperate pleas for help. If no one arrived to save them, it seemed they would all meet their doom at the jaws of the demons. "This is bad. It's Lu Lingli and the others. Could it be that some unforeseen event has transpired?" The heart-wrenching cries for help echoed from afar, instantly alarming the elders stationed at the periphery. Upon discerning the direction of the tumultuous battle, several elders did not hesitate for a moment and swiftly rushed towards the source. To their astonishment, it was indeed demons. The sight of the monstrous foes engaged with Lu Lingli and her companions left the elders utterly astounded, their expressions reflecting profound shock. Demons had truly emerged from the abyss. Witnessing Lu Lingli and her group on the brink of falling victim to these fiends, the elders wasted no time in taking action. "You vile beasts, cease your rampage. Prepare to meet your end." With a thunderous roar, these elders, formidable masters of the Lingxu Sword Sect, included beings at the pinnacle of the Divine King realm, and even those at the Void Tribulation stage. Their immediate response was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Swords swept across the heavens, and amidst the dazzling brilliance of their blades, several demons were forcefully repelled. As the sword light surged, the fierce flames of the demons were swiftly subdued. Under the relentless assault of the elders, even the seemingly indomitable scales of the beasts shattered, blood erupting forth. The giant apes and blood-scaled tigers, with their crimson eyes narrowing in trepidation, cast wary glances at the elders before retreating without a moment's hesitation. In the blink of an eye, their frenzied and brutal aura vanished into thin air. Breath easy, the demons have fled. Upon witnessing this, Lu Lingli and her companions exhaled in relief, their taut nerves finally beginning to unwind. What transpired? Are you all unharmed? With the demons having retreated, the elders did not pursue, but rather approached Lu Lingli and her companions to assess their injuries. After all, they were the sect leader's cherished disciples. Should anything grave have occurred, they would struggle to account for it. "Demon, why is there a demon presence here?" Ignoring the elder's concern, Xianxia, having narrowly escaped death, unleashed a hoarse scream as if to expel the terror that had gripped her heart. In that fleeting moment, she genuinely believed she was destined to perish. Even now, her body trembled slightly from the lingering fear. Lu Lingli and Zhao Yuansun were equally disheveled, their faces pale, blood faintly staining the corners of their mouths. Their auras fluctuating noticeably. It was evident they had been severely shaken. Recognizing the unsettling atmosphere within the abyss, they prepared to withdraw hastily, having no time to dwell on their disarray. An elder's gaze remained fixed on the direction from which the demons had retreated, his expression grave. In truth, from the moment they had entered the demon lair, they had been plagued by trepidation, an overwhelming sense of unease lingering in their hearts. Yet, Sirian had forcefully silenced all dissenting voices. Even the elders could not defy her will. The previous calm had provided a momentary respite, leading them to reassure themselves that perhaps the demons had truly been eradicated from the lair. However, the current scene had shattered their illusions entirely. Demons truly existed. The elders distinctly perceived the ferocity and brutality in the eyes of the demons as they departed moments ago. A palpable tension gripped everyone's hearts. The abyss was far from the calm it outwardly presented. Retreat. Upon hearing the elders' words, Lu Lingli was momentarily taken aback, her expression swiftly transforming into one of unwillingness. Yet, having witnessed the demons firsthand and narrowly escaping death, Lu Lingli, along with Xianxia and others, found themselves in a disheveled state, their faces drained of color. Their previous bravado had dissipated, and despite their trembling lips, they ultimately refrained from opposing the elders. Very well, let us withdraw for now and report to our master. Perhaps it is merely a handful of demons. Once we gather strong allies to vanquish them, the resources within the abyss can still be exploited, Lu Lingli proclaimed. Yu Shuang'er and Zhao Yuansun immediately nodded in agreement. A mere handful, continuing the extraction of resources from the abyss? The elders silently scoffed at their persistent greed for those resources. With little desire to elaborate further, they stated, since a decision has been made, let us promptly summon the disciples and prepare. Just as this decision was reached, an unexpected upheaval arose within the abyss. Ah! Demons, demons! Help! The once tranquil abyss was suddenly engulfed in violent tremors. In the next moment, countless frenzied and savage auras surged into the sky. Ha! After a century of oppression, we can finally emerge. I can smell the sweet scent of flesh and blood. Kill! 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 This time, I shall create rivers of blood and mountains of corpses. A cacophony of hellish shrieks echoed through the heavens and the earth. As the skies darkened, a thick black mist enveloped the entire abyss, casting it into a shadowy realm devoid of light, filled with an overwhelming aura of terror. In that darkness, pairs of blood-red, horrifying eyes emerged, instantly radiating a murderous intent as they lunged towards the disciples of Lingxu Sword Sect, who were busily harvesting various resources. In an instant, blood spattered, and anguished screams resonated throughout the realm. In the abyss, shrouded in a frenzy of violence, carnage unfolded in all its glory, accompanied by the cries of despair. One disciple after another from the Lingxu Sword Sect vanished into the darkness, becoming the gruesome feast for the terrifying demons. The chilling sound of gnashing teeth echoed incessantly. What was once a serene outer perimeter of the abyss had swiftly transformed into a hellish slaughterhouse. Demons? How can there be so many demons? This is impossible. Oh God, someone save me. Was it not said that there are no demons left? The sect has deceived us. Voices filled with boundless panic and terror arose. Before the disciples of the Lingxu Sword Sect could fully comprehend the dire situation, countless individuals had already fallen prey to the ravenous demons. The chilling sounds of their feasting echoed ominously, sending shivers down the spines of all present. Run! Quickly run! A voice, filled with panic, pierced the air, jolting the paralyzed disciples into frantic motion as they raced towards the exit of the demon lair. But despair soon engulfed them as they realized that even the exit was besieged by monstrous entities. The exit is blocked. Cries of hopelessness erupted among the crowd. When they finally reached the exit, they were met with a horrifying sight. A multitude of formidable demons had gathered, as if they had been anticipating their arrival. Once you arrive, you shall not depart. Thinking of fleeing? We have endured for a century, and now we shall celebrate your emergence. The demons, each uniquely grotesque and towering in stature, displayed bloodthirsty grins, their intentions unmistakably malevolent. With a thunderous roar, they unleashed their fury upon the fleeing crowd. The air was filled with a frenzy of violence as the demons plunged into the masses, mercilessly slaughtering, blood spraying, and severed limbs flying through the air. The relentless crunching of bones as they were devoured sent waves of horror through the already frayed nerves of the Lingxu Sword Sect disciples. It's over. We are doomed. The words of Brother Li Che rang true, revealing the grim reality of the demon lair's horrors. The sect had deceived them. The demons spoken of by Brother Li Che were indeed real. Regret and terror enveloped the disciples, their faces pale with realization. It was only at this moment that the disciples understood the truth. Brother Li Che had spoken honestly. There truly was an unfathomable number of demons lurking within the lair. As this realization struck, countless disciples felt an overwhelming wave of regret wash over them. Why had they not heeded Brother Li Che's warnings? Why had they doubted him? When he had been expelled from the sect, instead of protesting, they had cheered. Regret. In this moment, their hearts were heavy with remorse. Yet, it was too late for lamentations. At the entrance, a throng of demons surged forth, their bloodthirsty gazes fixed upon the terrified crowd. The air was filled with horrific wails as lives were extinguished. The demons, having been suppressed for a century, eagerly plunged into the fray, ravenously consuming the long-desired fresh flesh. Chapter 41. Utter chaos, heavy casualties, minds shattered. Do not flee. Everyone, unleash your full strength and vanquish these fiends. We cannot allow the demons to prevail. None shall escape unless we eradicate them. Strike. The thousand-sword net. The stunning swan sword. The ferocious and terrifying demons descend like a dark tide, overwhelming the disciples of the Lingxu Sword Sect, who were driven to the brink of despair, gritting their teeth and fighting back. In an instant, various forms of spiritual light dance amidst the chaos, as swords soar through the air, intertwined with countless divine spells unleashed upon the horde of demons. Yet it is futile, utterly futile. These demons are not only tremendously powerful, but also innumerable, surging forth like a colossal wave under the shroud of darkness, effortlessly suppressing the resistance of the crowd. Before unleashing a frenzied slaughter with wicked glee, though the disciples of the Lingxu Sword Sect number in the hundreds, before the relentless tide of savage demons, they appear as feeble sheep, crying out in pain and helplessness. Moreover, many had previously chosen to forego carrying their magical artifacts and swords, opting instead to maximize their storage space for collecting spiritual flowers and rare herbs. Now, faced with these demons, they possess no means to defend themselves. I am terrified. Who will come to my rescue? I am filled with regret for not heeding Brother Li Che's advice. Why did I not trust him? Save me. I do not wish to die. I truly do not want to perish. Please do not kill me. These demons are too horrifying. Was Brother Li Che engaged in battle with them for a century while suppressing the demon lair? Wasn't he the sect adamant in declaring there were no demons? We have all been deceived. Amidst the carnage, lives are extinguished. Despairing cries and the wretched screams of those facing death intertwine with the roars of the demons, rendering them utterly insignificant. In their final moments, many disciples awaken to their misunderstanding of Li Che, filled with boundless regret. If only Brother Li Che were here. Surely none of this would have transpired. Alas, there are no what-ifs. The demons revel in their chaos as the slaughter unfolds. Blood flows like rivers, limbs lie severed. Before my eyes, there is only an endless sea of demons and the despair of those facing their demise. On another front, Lu Lingli and her companions were equally stunned by the scene before them. Upon witnessing the overwhelming tide of demons sweeping through the demon lair, their eyes widened in disbelief, rendering them momentarily frozen in place. Demons! Such a multitude of demons! Yu Shuang'er gasped in horror, disbelief etched across her face. As she sensed the terrifying aura rising to engulf the heavens, her fear intensified, draining the color from her already pale visage. Was everything going well? Why has it suddenly turned into this? Where did these demons emerge from? Yu Shuang'er's heart surged with tumultuous waves, and she screamed in frenzied anger. Was everything that Li Che previously said indeed the truth? Lu Lingli felt her mind erupt in a cacophony, akin to being struck forcefully on the head by a heavy hammer, her thoughts swirling in disarray. Even when confronted by a few demons earlier, she had remained largely indifferent, for it was understandable that a handful of beasts could lurk in the abyss. After all, they were merely stragglers, harmless in the grand scheme of things. However, at this moment, as countless figures exuding an overwhelming aura of malevolence surged forward, she suddenly grasped the reality. Li Che had not deceived them. His century-long vigil in the abyss was not driven by desire for resources, but rather to suppress the terrifying tide of demons. All along, I had believed Li Che to be selfish and greedy, intent on monopolizing the abyss's resources, which is why he had barred others from entering. Yet now, I realize he has not misled us. It was we who misunderstood him. He had indeed battled against countless horrific demons for a century in the abyss. Instead of expressing gratitude, we had cruelly driven him away and even issued a ban, seeking to ensure he could never rise again. It was we who had wronged Li Che. Lu Lingli stood frozen, her gaze fixed upon the rampaging horde of demons, her mind a tumult of conflicting thoughts. Unbeknownst to her, her complexion had turned ashen, her body trembling uncontrollably. Could it be that she had been mistaken about Li Che all along? Panic filled her heart as she struggled to accept this harrowing reality. How could this be? It was inconceivable that the demons in the abyss had not been eradicated. This was entirely contrary to my prior expectations. As Zhao Yuansan beheld the tsunami-like surge of demons, his face drained of color, fear etched across his features. The frenzied and violent aura of the demons bore down upon him, making it difficult to breathe, his body shaking in terror. Internally, he was consumed by a furious outcry. He was unwilling to accept this. He had infiltrated the Lingxu Sword Sect, pouring his heart and soul into various schemes, all for the vast resources within the abyss. He had even gone so far as to orchestrate a conspiracy to drive Li Che away. Yet now, the situation was utterly contrary to his expectations. Just as the extraction was about to commence, he was confronted by a multitude of terrifying demons. All his efforts had been in vain. I must escape quickly. As the holy son of the Wuji demon sect, how could I perish here? Flee now. Despite his unwillingness, in an instant, Zhao Yuansan made his decision. Meanwhile, the elders surrounding them were equally struck with alarm. My goodness, the number of demons is simply outrageous, although the elders had anticipated this. Witnessing the overwhelming swarm of demons with their own eyes caused their pupils to shrink to the size of pinheads, and they could not help but gasp in shock, especially as their gazes swept across the scene. In an instant, they noticed several figures soaring above the tumultuous tide of demons, each radiating an overwhelming aura of ferocity that seemed poised to pierce the heavens. Just a fleeting glance at their terrifying presence sent chills coursing through their hearts. This could only be the presence of a king among demons. They must act quickly. If they hesitated any longer, their disciples would surely be slaughtered by the demonic horde. As they witnessed numerous disciples being swept away by the tide of demons, one after another succumbing to despair, the elders' eyes widened with fury. With a fierce roar, they unsheathed their swords, imbued with an immense murderous intent, charging towards the demonic onslaught. When they saw Lu Lingli and the others still frozen in shock, their indignation flared. These individuals, who usually carried themselves with the arrogance of royalty, were now paralyzed in the face of danger. Enough with the dawdling. The demons have awakened and are in a frenzy. How long will you remain idle? Rush out and report the upheaval within the demon lair to the sect master, urging her to send reinforcements at once. If we delay, all our disciples will perish here. Chapter 42. Using ordinary disciples as shields? The elders spit blood. Rush out. After enduring the elders' furious reprimands, Lu Lingli and the others finally snapped back to reality, nodding in agreement. However, the moment they attempted to move, they found themselves rooted to the spot once more. The demon lair was now completely overrun by the fiends, a sea of black mist swirling ominously, with waves of frenzied, violent energy surging upwards. Countless pairs of crimson eyes flickered in the darkness like ominous lanterns, exuding a terrifying glow. Before them lay a chaotic scene of unending slaughter, the sounds of gasps and screams intermingling, sending shivers down their spines and causing their bodies to tremble uncontrollably. The hellish imagery before them was enough to instill profound dread. Elders, if we charge forth like this, we will surely be torn to shreds by those demons before we even reach the exit of the lair. Yu Shuang'er exclaimed, shaking her head vigorously, her voice quaking with fear, instinctively retreating further. The incessant roars of the demons echoed in her ears, draining the color from her face as she yearned for a place to hide. Lu Lingli, too, lost her usual composure as a serene fairy. Her expression was one of despair, her lips trembling. This is impossible. With so many terrifying demons, we stand no chance. Perhaps we should find a place to conceal ourselves instead. Beside her, Zhao Yuansan quickly nodded in agreement. Indeed, it would be wise for us to seek refuge until the demons recede, and then we can devise a way to escape. His face was ashen, his expression filled with terror. The mere thought of engaging in combat with such fearsome demons left him utterly paralyzed. The dismay exhibited by the group ignited a furious response from the elders, who, disregarding their disciple status, could no longer contain their outrage. In these dire times, when malevolent creatures unleash their wrath, why do you remain paralyzed by fear? What purpose does your trepidation serve? These demons clearly intend to annihilate us all, leaving no survivors. Remaining here guarantees our demise. An elder, voice thunderous and resolute, bellowed. At this juncture, if you wish to survive, seize your swords and battle the demons. Only by repelling them can we hope to escape this abyss. If we do not act swiftly, the ordinary disciples will soon be slaughtered. Several elders were profoundly disappointed by the conduct of Lingxu and her companions. After all, they were direct disciples of the sect leader. Having enjoyed the finest resources and privileges, their prowess not weak among their peers. Yet now, faced with these fiends, they were utterly paralyzed by fear. Act now. Join us in the fight to protect the ordinary disciples and ensure their escape. In that fleeting moment, the demons commenced their ruthless slaughter. A tide of malevolence surged forth, and one by one, disciples of the Lingxu Sword Sect were consumed, their anguished cries reverberating through the heavens. The elders, their eyes ablaze with fury, could no longer afford to hesitate. With a resounding roar, they unleashed their swords, charging at the demons with fervor. The demonic onslaught was relentless. The ordinary disciples, like solitary boats amidst a raging sea, were continuously submerged. If no one intervened, annihilation would be inevitable. Demons, cease your rampage. You seek death. Everyone, remain calm and unleash your full strength against the demons. Rush towards the exit. The roar resonated throughout the realm. 10 elders, accompanying the expedition into the abyss, now engaged in battle. In an instant, the sky was ablaze with sword light, a radiant spectacle illuminating the surroundings. The overwhelming momentum temporarily stifled the ferocity of the demons, granting many disciples a moment to breathe. With the elders leading the charge, the ordinary disciples began to organize their counteroffensive. Although still outmatched, they inched closer to the exit, hope flickering in their hearts. However, the moment the elders struck, they attracted the attention of the demons' stronger ranks. With piercing howls, they ascended into the air, their immense presence igniting a fierce battle. The demons grew increasingly frenzied, encircling the elders and disciples with their overwhelming numbers, their cries echoing ominously. Lingxu and her companions remained hesitant. Sister, must we truly charge forward? There's a chance we could perish. Xianxia trembled at the sight, her voice wavering with fear. She was utterly terrified. Ultimately, the only option was to advance. Remaining here would surely lead to death, while breaking through might offer a glimmer of hope for escape. Lingxu, equally pale, watched as her fellow disciples were surrounded and devoured by the demons, her heart quaking with dread. Yet she was acutely aware that the elders were indeed correct. Remaining here would lead to an inescapable demise. After much deliberation, they resolutely decided to charge forth. They yearned for survival. They would find a way to escape, but under no circumstances would they align themselves with the elders. Observing the elders besieged by a multitude of demons in a dire situation, their minds began to wander towards other thoughts. With all the demons' attention focused on the disciples of the elders, they resolved to flee through the less populated areas, thus enhancing their chances of survival. They dismissed any concern for others and planned to slip away unnoticed. After a brief yet intense discussion, they reached a consensus. Seeing that the bulk of the demons were drawn towards the elder disciples, a flicker of hope ignited within them. In essence, they intended for the elder disciples to absorb the demons' onslaught, serving as a shield to provide them a chance to escape. As for the fate of those elder disciples, it was of no consequence to them. Indeed, let them engage in battle with the demons. After all, they were the ones who had ventured into this infernal abyss. To gain resources, one must inevitably pay a price. They were the direct disciples of the sect leader. Why should they risk their lives against the demons? It was only natural for the elders to protect them. They were merely a few elder disciples, and they could always be replenished later. In a fleeting moment, they finalized their strategy. Without a moment's hesitation, they activated their escape techniques with all their might, racing towards the periphery where the demons were fewer in number. Occasionally encountering isolated demons, they swiftly dispatched those they could defeat, while evading those they could not, all the while hastening towards the exit. The cavern reverberated with the cacophony of battle cries, and the conflict was nothing short of brutal. The formidable elders fought valiantly, managing to safeguard some disciples. Yet they attracted the relentless assault of powerful demons, each moment fraught with peril, as ordinary disciples continued to perish. Amidst this chaos, a few streaks of light stealthily navigated the edges, stealthily making their way toward the exit. Even when encountering fellow sect disciples in distress, they turned a blind eye, their steps unwavering. Lu Lingli, you Xianxia, Zhao Yuansun, how can you do this? Hurry and lend a hand. These disciples are your comrades. How can you remain indifferent? They will perish. An elder witnessed their actions. Upon seeing disciples pursued by demons, desperately pleading for assistance while the group remained oblivious, his face turned crimson with fury, and he reprimanded them with a voice laden with disappointment. His heart ached at the sight, while they fought fiercely against the demons. These few direct disciples of the sect leader thought only of their own escape, even sacrificing their fellow disciples as mere pawns to attract the demons' attention. How utterly absurd! How tragically pitiful! In that moment, the elder's eyes glistened with indignation. Chapter 43. The disciples of Lingxu suffer grievous losses. Is Si Ruyan still reveling in her triumph? Pay her no mind. Flee swiftly. Faced with the elder's furious reprimand, Lu Lingli and her companions appeared oblivious, continuing their frantic escape. Glancing up at the fierce battle unfolding in the sky, their expressions remained unchanged and their pace quickened. What nonsense about fellow disciples! If we so desire, we can recruit anew in no time. To expect us to protect those disciples. What a farce. We are the direct disciples of the sect leader. How could anyone else possibly compare to us? How could you act in such a manner? Above in the heavens, the elder, engaged in a fierce battle against the demons, felt a chill seep into his heart upon witnessing the scene. The direct disciples of the sect leader. In times of crisis, they should lead the charge, serving as paragons for all sect disciples. Yet now, they brazenly abandoned everyone, solely to preserve their own skins. As he watched disciples cry out in despair, falling victim to the relentless assault of the demons, the elder was overwhelmed with boundless regret. He felt an intense loathing. He was reminded of Li Che, the diligent and self-sacrificing senior brother. Li Che, at just 20 years of age, he had entered the demons' lair alone, suppressing countless demons and battling for over a century to create a safe environment for the sect. It was precisely because of Li Che that the Lingxu Sword Sect enjoyed a century of tranquility, untroubled by demon threats. But now Li Che was no more. He had been expelled from the Lingxu Sword Sect, never to return. In this moment, the elder was consumed by profound remorse. Had Li Che still been present, none of this would have occurred, and so many disciples would not have succumbed to despair, becoming fodder for the demons. It was all retribution. The elder let out a heart-wrenching roar, filled with sorrow and despair. At the time of Li Che's expulsion, countless people within the sect had cheered in support. And when Li Che was wronged, not a single soul stood up to defend him. Now, the consequences had finally manifested. Alas, this is utterly revolting. It has stained my garments. With so many people outside, how would it affect my image if they see me in such a filthy state? Junior brother, quickly slay the demons and spare me this disgust. During their flight, they continuously encountered sporadic demon attacks. Yu Shuang'er, observing the demon's blood splattered on her attire, expressed her disdain, pouting in annoyance. The demon lair was teeming with fiends. Despite their efforts to seek out weaker areas, they could not evade every scattered demon. After several skirmishes, her hair was disheveled, her clothes soiled, and she appeared far from her previously refined self, which deeply displeased her. In subsequent encounters with demons, she preferred to evade rather than engage, unwilling to lift a finger. Lu Lingli's expression was equally grim. She is referred to by the outside world as the ethereal fairy, always adorned in flowing garments, pure and unblemished, utterly disdainful of the filth surrounding her. At this moment, however, she is smeared in blood, feeling an unbearable discomfort. In her battles against the malevolent beings, she is cautious, terrified of being tainted by their corruption. This predicament has caused much distress for Zhao Yuansun. To conceal his true identity, he dares not reveal his actual cultivation level, presenting merely as a peak figure of the myriad realms. The perilous journey of fleeing has been exacerbated by the disdainful attitudes of Yu Shuang'er and others, who refuse to lend a hand, inadvertently making him the primary force against the demons. Now, he is locked in a fierce struggle with a demon, its entire form slick with a viscous substance, emanating an unsettling aura. Already cornered by the demon's relentless onslaught, he hears Yu Shuang'er's complaints, igniting his fury. He can no longer maintain the facade of the obedient little disciple and unleashes a torrent of invectives upon her. Are you utterly foolish? What moment is this? I am on the brink of death at the hands of these demons, and you still concern yourself with your image? We are in the midst of a desperate escape. Shouldn't you hasten to slay this demon? Zhao Yuansun is nearly driven to madness. These two foolish women, even in the face of death, maintain their airs. With his life at stake, they merely watch, citing the risk of soiling their garments as justification. To hell with this, he bellows. Once I obliterate the Lingxu Sword Sect, I shall ensure your torment. Zhao Yuansun is nearly spitting blood in rage. Were it not for his unwillingness to expose his identity and his reluctance to forfeit the treasures of the demon lair, he would have gladly turned to slay these two women. How dare you speak to me like that, junior brother? Yu Xianxia, taken aback by the unexpected outburst from the typically obedient Zhao Yuansun, initially gapes in disbelief before her anger surges. She opens her mouth to retort, but as she meets Zhao Yuansun's blood-red gaze, a chill runs through her, rendering her speechless. Get your act together and attack. Zhao Yuansun's furious shout reverberates once more. Observing his impending madness, Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang'er reluctantly spring into action. Moments later, the demon is vanquished. Zhao Yuansun, panting heavily, casts a cold glance at Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang'er, too pressed for time to engage further, and turns to dash towards the exit. Yeet, Yu Xianxia, still brooding over his earlier tirade, halts him with a haughty scoff, her expression dark. Junior brother, I am your elder sister, and you dare to insult me. You must apologize. Zhao Yuansun freezes, his gaze at Yu Shuang'er tinged with incredulity. Is this woman mad? We are fleeing for our lives, and instead of hurrying away, she insists on this trivial dispute about titles. His exasperation escalates to the brink of insanity. What time is it now that you still care about these things? The demons are ever present. He had not finished speaking when a thunderous roar erupted from a distance. Simultaneously, a demon exuding a terrifying aura seemed to have discovered their presence and charged swiftly towards them. Run. The faces of the group paled as they realized there was no time for further words. They fled with all their might. The group was in utter disarray. Meanwhile, outside at the Lingxu Sword Sect's Grand Hall, Ru Yin and others sat at the gathering for the mining event, surrounded by exotic fruits, engaging in conversation while awaiting updates from the Abyss. The purpose of today's invitation was twofold: to witness the grand opening of the Abyss, and to clarify the recent events between the Lingxu Sword Sect and Li Che before the eyes of the world. Ru Yin sat at the head of the table, radiating confidence. Her expression was one of pride as she surveyed the various factions present, her chin slightly raised, and her triumphant laughter resonated throughout the hall. At this moment, she was undeniably in high spirits. Since the resources from the Abyss had begun to be displayed before everyone, she felt an immense sense of satisfaction, particularly as she noticed the crowd's agitation and the changing expressions on many faces. Today marked a conclusive verdict. It was imperative to nail Li Che to the pillar of shame. Chapter 44, Explosive. The Abyss trembles, returning in disarray. It has been proven that Ru Yin possesses keen insight. Previously, numerous rumors had circulated in the southern continent, with countless individuals deriding Ru Yin and mocking the Lingxu Sword Sect. Yet, the situation just witnessed by all was clear. No trace of demons was found within the Abyss. It was tranquil and brimming with resources. The truth lay before them. Ru Yin's gaze swept across the hall, her expression sharp yet filled with pride as she declared, Li Che is nothing but a fraud, who for his own selfish gains has deceived the sect for over a century, monopolizing the resources of the Abyss, and even resorting to the murder of countless fellow disciples. Such a person does not deserve to be associated with the Lingxu Sword Sect, and that one sword sect is merely a band of despicable scoundrels, colluding with Li Che in their misdeeds. After today, the truth will be revealed to the world. I hope the various sects of the southern continent will open their eyes and not be deceived by such petty individuals as Li Che. Her words left the crowd somewhat unsettled, especially as they observed Ru Yan's arrogant demeanor, which only intensified their frustration. This woman was insufferably proud. Jiang Huai cast a glance at the triumphant Si Ru Yin, even contemplating giving her a piece of his mind to put her in her place. However, aside from him, there were indeed some in the vicinity swayed by Si Ru Yin's words. Indeed, no words hold as much weight as the truth. This time, when the sect leader conducted the mining of the Demon Cave, not only did no incidents arise, but we also reaped bountiful rewards, a fact we all witnessed. Perhaps there are indeed underlying circumstances that we have yet to comprehend. The Lingxu Sword Sect's successful venture into the Demon Cave is truly a bold pioneering effort. Indeed, we eagerly await the sect leader to impart her knowledge and experience to us. Many individuals from smaller factions began to voice their compliments, their words subtly laced with flattery. Although there remained lingering doubts regarding the grievances between Li Che and the Lingxu Sword Sect, their primary focus lay on the situation of the Demon Cave. The resources displayed in the square, while insignificant in the eyes of top-tier powers like the Dian Divine Dynasty, held considerable allure for smaller sects like ours. Some had even begun to contemplate whether, upon returning, their own sects could emulate this success and attempt mining a Demon Cave, especially since the Lingxu Sword Sect had already set a precedent. It seemed that the Demon Cave truly harbored no lingering demons. The leaders of several smaller factions exchanged furtive glances. Hearing the praises, Si Ryun became increasingly proud, unable to suppress her exuberant laughter, and promptly declared indeed. This time, our Lingxu Sword Sect's mining of the Demon Cave has served to mitigate risks and accumulate experience for our fellow practitioners in the South Continent, thus making a contribution of sorts. Once our disciples conclude their gathering efforts, I shall gladly share our insights. Si Ryun, brimming with confidence, exhibited no modesty whatsoever. However, just as she spoke, a thunderous roar erupted from the forbidden area of the back mountain. In an instant, the earth trembled violently, and a terrifying wave of energy surged through the skies, causing the entire Lingxu Sword Sect to shake dramatically. In a heartbeat, mountains crumbled and boulders tumbled, plunging the Lingxu Sword Sect into chaos. What on earth is happening? It seems the disturbance originated from the direction of the Demon Cave. The main hall of the Lingxu Sword Sect was equally in disarray. Yet, the individuals present were all formidable leaders from various factions, and they did not panic like ordinary disciples. At the first sign of the anomaly, they rose with grave expressions, their sharp gazes immediately directed towards the location of the Demon Cave. Could it be that an unexpected event had transpired within the cave? At this thought, all eyes instinctively turned to Si Ryun. Jiang Huai's gaze sharpened, a hint of amusement flickering across his lips. He had foreseen that the Demon Cave would not yield such simplicity. Now, the unexpected had indeed arrived. Si Ryun, too, was taken aback, rising abruptly from her seat to gaze towards the Demon Cave. Upon realizing that the Demon Cave, which had remained stable for a century, was now trembling violently, she instinctively felt her face tighten, a wave of unease washing over her. What could have transpired within the Demon Cave? Hadn't everything been perfectly fine just moments ago? Noticing that everyone was looking at her, especially Jiang Huai, whose glee was utterly unmasked, her heart raced with trepidation. Si Ryun forcefully suppressed her inner unease, letting out a cold snort as she defiantly declared, "Everyone, do not be anxious. It is but a trivial matter. I shall investigate the situation momentarily, so I kindly ask you to wait here with patience." With that, she prepared to head toward the Cave of Demons. However, before she could set off, a desperate and piercing cry rang out, "Master, help me! Master, please save me! I'm about to lose my voice." Soon after, the crowd witnessed several figures rushing chaotically towards the grand hall from the entrance of the cave, their bodies caked in dirt and blood, appearing utterly disheveled, their faces etched with panic and terror, as if they had been driven to madness by some unspeakable horror. It was none other than Lu Lingli and her companions, who had abandoned many of their fellow disciples and narrowly escaped from the Cave of Demons. What has transpired? Si Ryun wondered, her heart racing at the sight of Lu Lingli and the others, their hair disheveled and their auras depleted, looking utterly wretched. The unease that had been simmering within her surged violently. The expressions of the others turned grave as they rose to surround the newcomers. Before Si Ryun could inquire, the crowd began to speak in urgent, commanding tones, each voice imbued with immense authority and gravitas. The penetrating gazes fixed upon Lu Lingli and her companions caused their hearts to tighten, leaving them breathless. "Demons! Demons have emerged!" they cried. An overwhelming tide of terrifying demons. Lu Lingli and her companions stumbled forth, their garments in tatters, faces smeared with dirt, appearing as if they had just crawled from the depths of despair. The stench of blood clinging to them, eliciting grimaces from those present. When speaking of the demons from a cave, their eyes still reflected profound terror, their expressions dulled. Though they had fled, the gruesome scenes from within the cave remained vividly imprinted in their minds. Under relentless assault by an unending wave of horrifying demons, countless disciples had perished one after another, with even several powerful elders falling prey to the onslaught, devoured by the ravenous horde. The brutal imagery had left an indelible scar on their hearts. Demons. They had truly encountered demons. Upon hearing this revelation, the faces of the assembled dignitaries shifted dramatically. Lu Lingli and her companions, being direct disciples of Si Ruyan, held significant status and were somewhat renowned in the southern region. Many of the dignitaries recognized them, particularly Lu Lingli, often referred to as the ethereal fairy by many young admirers, known for her aloof and flawless demeanor. Yet in that moment, she resembled a frightened rabbit, her complexion pale, eyes wide with fear, akin to a beggar fleeing disaster. How could they have fallen to such depths, if not for a dire situation? What was truly unfolding within? Just a moment ago, everything appeared to be in order. Yet suddenly we are confronted by malevolent entities. Contemplating this, the hearts of numerous formidable individuals sank, inundated with countless uncertainties. The disciples had emerged earlier, brimming with exuberance, proclaiming that the demon lair was serene and devoid of peril. How could such a drastic shift occur in the blink of an eye? Chapter 45, 10,000 Casualties? A total collapse. Speak. What transpired within the demon lair? The esteemed leaders, filled with urgency, observed that Lu Lingli and her companions remained in a state of shock, prompting them to voice their ire. A powerful and terrifying aura descended, causing Lu Lingli, Yu Shuang'er, and Zhao Yuansun to tremble involuntarily, their mouths spilling forth the harrowing events from the demon lair. Just moments ago, we were harvesting resources, everything was proceeding smoothly, and the disciples were reaping substantial rewards, the lair tranquil and harmonious. Yet, unexpectedly, Yu Shuang'er shuddered, recalling the horrific scene of the rampaging demons. Her eyes clouding with palpable terror as she stammered. Suddenly, the sky darkened. Countless demons descended, obscuring the sun, their numbers seemingly infinite, each colossal form exuding a dreadful presence. Their blood-red eyes resembling ominous lanterns, each more terrifying than the last. The group remained in a state of shock, recalling that dreadful tableau, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Upon hearing this news, the gathered assembly was stricken with disbelief. Indeed, demons still inhabit the lair, like a tidal wave of terror. How horrifying must their numbers be? The demons have not been vanquished. The powerful figures from various factions exchanged glances, their expressions grave, a sharp intake of breath escaping their lips. Si Ruyan's countenance shifted dramatically, her spirit quaking as she realized that only Lu Lingli and her companions had emerged, while the other elders and disciples were nowhere to be found. Panic surged within her. Why are only you few here? Where are the others? What has become of the elders and disciples? Si Ruyan, visibly distressed, approached the group, demanding answers. Lu Lingli, who had been recounting the events of the demon lair, faltered, while Yu Shuang'er and Zhao Yuansun averted their gazes, their expressions heavy with unspoken thoughts. Unable to meet Si Ruyan's eyes, the elders and disciples? At the onset of the demon tide, numerous disciples were encircled, falling one after another. The elders faced the brunt of the demon's assault, besieged by formidable foes. Just as the group was on the verge of breaking free, the resistance dwindled, the sounds of battle growing fainter. Now, it is likely that they have all met a grim fate. Witnessing their silence, Si Ruyan's expression soured, a foreboding feeling creeping into her heart as she demanded, "Speak. Answer me at once. What has happened to the others now?" No sooner had she spoken than the entrance of the demon lair erupted violently, instantly capturing the attention of all present. A few elders led a couple of hundred disciples, emerging from the abyss of the demonic lair, desperately rushing towards the grand hall. Each of them bore expressions of sheer terror. Their garments were tattered, their bodies drenched in blood, and they were grievously injured, appearing on the verge of death. Particularly the leading elders, their swords shattered and all their magical artifacts destroyed, exuded a faint breath of life, their bodies marred by numerous wounds, leaving them in a state that would make any observer's heart race with fear. A chaotic throng of individuals in utter disarray, burst forth from the lair, crying out for help. Master, act swiftly. The demons have awakened. They are ravaging the lair, and our disciples have suffered heavy losses. If we do not suppress them, they will surely escape into the world and wreak havoc. An elder, upon spotting Si Ruyan, suddenly raised his voice in alarm. His words, laden with sorrow and mingled with cries, caused a collective pallor to wash over the crowd. Have the demons truly awakened in full? Si Ruyan's countenance shifted dramatically, her mind reeling as if struck by a heavy hammer, leaving her momentarily dizzy and her body swaying slightly. Once she regained her composure, she gazed upon the meager remnant of elders and disciples, her eyes reddening with anguish. Where are the others? How is it that only you few remain? What has happened to the multitude of disciples? A dreadful suspicion arose within her, her voice trembling with emotion. This expedition into the demonic lair had seen the entry of 10,000 elite disciples of the Lingxu Sword Sect, handpicked for their prowess. Yet now, only such a scant number remained. The fleeing crowd reached the grand hall, and upon hearing Si Ruyan's inquiry, the leading elder's face contorted with profound sorrow as he lamented, "Master, they are gone. They have all perished. Over 10,000 disciples of our Lingxu Sword Sect have mostly met their demise at the hands of the demons. Now, only we few remain. The demons are exceedingly brutal. Their power is beyond compare. Even with our desperate resistance, we were ultimately no match for them. It was only through sheer determination that these few managed to escape alive." Though she had harbored suspicions, the confirmation left Si Ruyan pale and staggering, nearly collapsing under the weight of the revelation. Over 10,000 disciples. In such a short span, they were all lost. At that moment, the elder also noticed Lu Lingli and her companions nearby, and a deep fury surged within him as he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Lu Lingli, you Xianxia, Zhao Yuansen, do you still have the audacity to return? The demons have awakened, and, as the direct disciples of the sect leader, instead of guarding the ordinary disciples and leading the resistance, you disregarded everyone and used others as shields to save yourselves. How can you face those disciples who perished in the lair? They were your junior brothers and sisters. How could you be so heartless? Over 10,000 souls have been devoured by the demons." At the end of it all, the elder's voice was choked with sorrow. The recent losses were utterly devastating. Not only the elder, but all the disciples who had managed to escape were now casting furious glares at Lu Lingli and her companions, wishing fervently to tear them to shreds. Moments ago, everyone had been fighting valiantly against the demons. It was shocking that Lu Lingli and her group, who typically enjoyed the highest privileges within the sect, would abandon their comrades and flee for their lives. This was nothing short of blatant treachery. How could they still dare to show their faces here? As their actions were publicly exposed, Lu Lingli and her companions were taken aback, their faces paling in horror. The stares from the prominent figures of various sects around them were laden with a strange scrutiny, making their expressions grow increasingly grim. To abandon their fellow disciples and escape alone, sneaking away in secrecy, might have been bearable as long as no one knew. They could have continued to be the esteemed direct disciples, the revered celestial maidens. However, now, publicly shamed, it was akin to being stripped bare and paraded through the streets. How outrageous! You forsook all your fellow disciples and fled alone. How could I have raised such despicable beings? Upon hearing the anguished accusations from the crowd, Si Ruyan's expression darkened considerably, an overwhelming fury swelling within her chest, making her grit her teeth, wishing to personally execute these cowardly wretches. They had escaped, but what of the nearly 10,000 elite disciples of the Lingxu Sword Sect? They had truly been slaughtered by the demons. As Si Ruyan's fiery gaze bore down on them, Lu Lingli and the others felt their faces flush crimson with panic, especially with the disdainful and contemptuous glances from the various factions surrounding them, piercing like arrows, leaving them with nowhere to hide, exposing all their darkness to the light. This time, before Li Che could be nailed to the pillar of shame, they would be the first to be spat upon by the masses, scorned by the world. In an instant, they could not help but curse vehemently in their hearts at the elders and disciples who had escaped. Damn it! Why didn't you perish in the demon's lair? Why did you escape? If all of you had perished at the hands of the demons, no one would have known of our secret flight, and we would still be the respected direct disciples. Why won't you just die? Faced with the crowd's accusations and wrath, Lu Lingli and her companions felt no remorse. Instead, they were consumed with rage. Chapter 46. The demons soared into the sky, a shocking spectacle. To think that their own direct disciples would abandon over 10,000 fellow disciples in times of danger and flee alone. Upon receiving this news, Ruoyan ground her teeth in fury, her anger palpable. Lu Lingli and her group were not weak. Had they devoted their strength to protect their comrades, perhaps the loss of thousands of disciples would not have been so catastrophic. Ruoyan gritted her teeth, but before she could unleash her wrath, a loud roar erupted. The infernal cave located in the Forbidden Mountains once again erupted with a violent tremor, a thunderous roar reverberating through the heavens. This time, the momentum was overwhelming, far more intense than previous occurrences. Accompanied by this colossal sound, an endless surge of demonic energy ascended from the cave's entrance. Under the watchful gaze of the astonished crowd, imposing figures with crimson eyes materialized before the world. These demons, varying in form and strength, were unified by the insatiable bloodthirst radiating from their very beings. They have finally emerged. The taste of freedom, repressed for over a century, demands endless rivers of blood to satiate my wrath. I have glimpsed countless delectable morsels of flesh. Is this the sect of that reaper, Li Che? Since he is absent, we shall decimate this place to avenge a century of oppression. A frenzied, savage howl echoed across the sky as thick, dark clouds expanded from the cave's entrance, wildly engulfing the surroundings, causing the sinister energy in the world to surge. In the blink of an eye, the once ethereal Lingxu Sword Sect transformed into a hellish realm of demons. The relentless demonic energy surged forth, and the roars of fury resounded continuously. Chaos erupted throughout the Lingxu Sword Sect, simultaneously, as the overwhelming sight of demons flooded their vision. Not only the disciples of Lingxu Sword Sect, but also countless wandering practitioners observing outside the sect were thrown into an uproar. Demons! There are truly demons! Good heavens! Is the Lingxu Sword Sect not endangering lives? Gathering resources has unleashed these demons. It's over. With so many demons, if they spread across the entire southern continent, it may well lead to a cataclysm reminiscent of a century ago. As 100 years passed, information about the cave dwindled. Many had speculated whether the demons within had completely vanished, no longer posing a threat. Thus, the mining event at Lingxu Sword Sect drew such significant attention, as everyone yearned to witness the true nature of the cave. And now, the demons had indeed appeared. Countless wandering practitioners were horrified, trembling in fear. In the grand hall, Ruoyan's eyes narrowed to pinpricks as she stared in shock at the overwhelming tide of demons, her mind momentarily frozen. Could it be? There truly are demons? Everything Li Che had said was entirely accurate. The cave indeed harbored infinite demons. Had she truly been mistaken? Recalling how, in the grand hall, she had faced the scorn and derision of the entire Lingxu Sword Sect, while Li Che stood resolute, refusing to admit fault, Ruoyan's heart quaked violently. Had she genuinely misjudged him? As Li Che's master, she not only failed to bestow upon him the trust he deserved, but also cast him out of the sect, leading to the tragic demise of nearly 10,000 elite disciples today. Ruoyan fell into a state of daze. However, reality afforded her little time for contemplation. As the overwhelming tide of demons surged into the realm, they howled ferociously towards the Lingxu Sword Sect, causing Ruoyan's expression to shift dramatically. With such a multitude of demons, if they truly breached the mountain gates, the Lingxu Sword Sect would undoubtedly suffer catastrophic losses, with countless disciples perishing at the hands of these fiends. You seek death. A terrifying aura erupted from Ruoyan, and she abruptly turned, her eyes reflecting urgency as she glanced at the powerful figures of the surrounding factions, exclaiming, "Esteemed colleagues, the demons have manifested. I implore you to join me in vanquishing them." Alas, as her words fell, the crowd remained motionless, as if deaf to her plea. Why should they exert themselves to rectify a situation that the Lingxu Sword Sect had unleashed? Were they idle? The mess was of their own making. They ought to resolve it themselves, especially after Ruoyan had earlier reveled in her perceived victory, mocking the numerous factions present. Now, seizing the opportunity, they were eager to return the favor. Demons? What demons? I see none. Did not Master C inform us that there were no demons? Urging us to attend the mining festival? Jiang Huai feigned confusion, as if he truly could not see the throngs of demons. The demon lair has long been devoid of fiends. Why then was Sect Master C in such a state of alarm? Why not sit down and discuss the rumors from earlier? Rest assured, If anyone maligns you or the Lingxu Sword Sect, we shall seek justice. The master of the Flying Star Sect, long stifled by Si Ruyan's scorn, now seized the moment to retaliate with biting sarcasm. Despite having issued a decree against them at the Lingxu Sword Sect, they still sought to recruit Li Che. Though unsuccessful, Si Ruyan had not forgotten their audacity, and now they were relentless in their mockery. Besides the two of them, other factions joined in the derision, their words striking Si Ruyan like resounding slaps, nearly driving her to the brink of fury. Si Ruyan's complexion rapidly reddened, her lips trembled, and her body quaked slightly. These damned rascals! Not only did they refuse to assist, but their words were sharper than blades, pushing her to the verge of bloodshed. Yet, the relentless tide of demons was charging towards the countless ordinary disciples of the Lingxu Sword Sect, and if she did not act swiftly, the very existence of the sect could be threatened today. The situation was dire, and despite her mounting rage, she dared not linger. Very well, I shall remember this. We shall see. But mere demons have never been a concern for the Lingxu Sword Sect. Even without your aid, I shall subdue these fiends. With a fierce declaration, Syrian's face flushed with fury as she soared into the air, charging headlong into the oncoming tide of demons. With a thunderous roar, the atmosphere shifted dramatically as she unleashed her wrath. Countless terrifying beams of sword light filled the sky, forming an immense web of blades that ensnared the approaching demon horde. The resounding clang of swords echoed, chilling the air with an ominous aura. In the blink of an eye, innumerable demons were cleaved into countless fragments, their anguished cries plummeting from the heavens. Severed limbs and torrents of blood rained down, painting the scene in a nightmarish tableau. The once relentless surge of demons faltered momentarily. Humans, you seek your demise. Kill her. I shall tear her to shreds. Among the demons, formidable foes rallied, enraged by Si Ruyan's interception, and surged forward with a cacophony of roars. Instantly, a grand battle erupted in the skies, entering a fierce and heated phase. Chapter 47. The Lingxu Sword Sect becomes the laughter of the southern continent. Above, the battle raged with fervor. As Si Ruyan ascended, her fury palpable, the air crackled with the deadly intent of her sword light. Demons screamed as they fell, their severed limbs scattering like autumn leaves, transforming the surroundings into a hellish spectacle. It was unclear whether her ire stemmed from the demons or the mockery of the onlookers below, but it was evident that Si Ruyan was ablaze with rage. Her strikes were ruthless and decisive, her sword light omnipresent, inflicting grievous wounds and death upon any demon it touched, bathing the earth in a crimson deluge. In the grand hall below, the powerful figures of the southern continent observed the aerial battle with keen interest. Despite the gravity of the situation, there was an air of confidence. After all, Si Ruyan was the sect master of the Lingxu Sword Sect, a top-tier expert who had ascended to the sacred realm. Regardless of her character, her prowess was irrefutable. The gathered elite recognized that, despite the overwhelming numbers of demons, they were no match for Si Ruyan, remaining composed amidst the chaos. Yet, the relentless tide of demons, akin to a surging sea, brought a flicker of apprehension to their eyes. The demon lair was indeed a fearsome place. I recall when it was first sealed, the powerful demons were forced into slumber, leaving only the weaker ones active. However, now it seemed that even those of the void, tribulation, and stronger entities were beginning to awaken. Some gazed at the endless sea of demons, their expressions grave. Initially, the demons suffered tremendous losses at the hands of the southern continent's united sections. Driven back into the lair, only a fraction remained active, their strength waning. This was the very reason why Li Che could hold the fort for over a century with his divine king prowess. Yet now, a century had passed. The demons had been gradually reviving. Once formidable beings who had succumbed to grievous injuries or various other circumstances have gradually awakened and become increasingly active. Consequently, the pressure and peril emanating from the demon lairs have grown ever more formidable. Indeed, upon returning, it is imperative to fortify our defenses. Should any demon lair fall into disrepair, resulting in the resurgence of countless fiends, we shall bear the blame as traitors to the south. Yuang Mingzi of the Xiang sacred sect gazed upon the tumultuous tide of demons and spoke in a grave tone. His purpose for this visit was to ascertain whether any demons remained within the lair, and he had even contemplated that if the Lingxu Sword Sect succeeded in their venture, they might follow suit. However, it has become abundantly clear that imitation is utterly foolish. The prudent course of action is to diligently reinforce the seals upon our return. The master of the Feixing sect observed the figure of Si Rian fiercely battling amidst the demon tide in the sky. A smirk of schadenfreude crossing his face as he quipped, "Ah, the Lingxu Sword Sect truly is a paragon of virtue, sacrificing over 10,000 disciples and even sending their leader into the fray, thereby revealing the true horror of the demon lairs to the south. They have selflessly sacrificed themselves for the greater good." Witnessing Si Ruyan's humiliation brought him immense satisfaction. Jiang Huaiji, regaining his composure, sat back in his seat, taking a sip of wine, and remarked with a composed demeanor, "If my memory serves me correctly, the intent behind the Lingxu Sword Sect's so-called Demon Lair Extraction Conference was to substantiate the claims of Li Chei's selfishness and greed, thereby cleansing their own reputation. Was it not? Little did they anticipate that they would suffer a monumental setback in front of the entire world, thereby publicly affirming their own blindness. Is this not an unvarnished slap in the face? How amusing indeed. At this juncture, the expressions of those present became rather peculiar, and when juxtaposed with Si Rian's earlier triumphant demeanor, their amusement became uncontrollable. Ha! The Lingxu Sword Sect has now undeniably become the laughingstock of the South. What cleansing of reputation can occur now? Previously, accusations of their blindness were merely conjecture, but this incident has solidified the claims. Sighing, they reflected in light of this. Li Chei's departure from the Lingxu Sword Sect was indeed a wise decision. After all, associating with such a sect could squander even the most remarkable of talents. The fierce battle in the skies did not endure for long. Though the demon tide had erupted unexpectedly, Si Rian, fueled by her formidable strength and a heart full of indignation and fury, fought with relentless ferocity, showing no mercy. In a brief span, she decimated the demons, driving them back into the lair. Sel, upon witnessing the demons being forced back, Si Rian remained vigilant. With a furious shout, her sword emanated a terrifying aura, and amidst the flickering multitude of sword shadows, she laid down a layer of seals at the entrance of the demon lair, once more binding the fiends. To seal us is no simple task. Just wait, this seal will not endure for long. We shall return to this world once more. Damn the Lingxu Sword Sect. When we descend once more, we shall annihilate all your disciples and obliterate your entire lineage. Despite the seal that has been established, the entrance of the demon lair continues to tremble violently. Simultaneously, the ferocious roars of demons resound from within, causing Si Rian's complexion to darken even further. Her gaze swept over the devastated landscape of the Lingxu Sword Sect, a mixture of anger and frustration boiling within her, her heart bleeding. It is over, let us depart. Although the demons have been successfully suppressed, the entire Lingxu Sword Sect has descended into chaos, rendering the so-called Demon Lair Mining Conference unfeasible. The powerful figures from various factions who had come to participate in the grand event, upon witnessing the curtain fall and the absence of any spectacle, promptly dusted themselves off and prepared to leave. Thank you, Lingxu Sword Sect, for today's invitation, which has enlightened us to the horrors of the demon lair. We are immensely grateful. Indeed, upon returning, we must strengthen the seals, lest the demons escape and cause us losses akin to those suffered by the Lingxu Sword Sect. Alas, the sacrifice of our sect master for the benefit of all Nanzhou is truly commendable. Indeed, I had previously misunderstood Sect Master C. I shall ensure to promote this upon my return. As these prominent figures from Nanzhou exchanged superficial compliments that were, in truth, veiled mockeries, they erupted into laughter and departed, leaving Si Rian's expression increasingly grim. Jiang Huaiji, just as he was about to leave, suddenly appeared to recall something, slapping his forehead and flashing a grin at Si Rian. Sect Master C. I have come to realize that your expulsion of Li Chei from the sect was indeed a fortuitous decision. After all, guarding against so many demons for a century is no easy feat, and one cannot fathom the hardships endured by others in such a position. I believe you could not bear to let Li Chei suffer further in the demon lair, which is why you took the initiative to cast him out. Your compassionate intentions are truly admirable. Ha ha! With a hearty laugh, Jiang Huaiji turned and departed. Si Rian remained icy, offering no response throughout, fully aware that at this juncture, any reaction would only serve to deepen her humiliation. Despite her best efforts to endure, her complexion grew paler with each mocking remark from the crowd, and unbeknownst to her, her silver teeth were biting down with a creaking sound. This so-called mining conference of the demon lair not only failed to expose Li Chei's selfish and greedy nature, thereby clearing her name, but instead ended in catastrophic losses, playing out a grand farce before the eyes of the entire world. She could already envision that after today, the Lingxu Sword Sect would become the laughingstock of Nanzhou. Chapter 48. Heavy losses. Only then realizing the misunderstanding of Li Chei. Sect Master, the losses have been tallied. After all the factions that came to observe had departed, Si Ruyan and her companions returned to the sect. It wasn't long before the various casualties and losses began to be compiled. In the Grand Hall, the senior members of the Lingxu Sword Sect gathered together, with Lu Lingli and numerous elders standing in solemn silence, an oppressive stillness pervading the atmosphere. Elder Chen's face was etched with sorrow as he reported to Si Ruyan. The demon lair has erupted, and our sect has suffered catastrophic losses. Of the 10 elders and myriad disciples involved in the excavation efforts, a staggering 9,865 have perished, including 6 elders. Simultaneously, due to the turbulent demonic energy, many disciples in seclusion have suffered mental harm, resulting in 93 deaths, 127 severely injured and possessed, and 320 lightly wounded. Approximately 30 sect buildings have been destroyed, including the Pavilion of Techniques, the Hall of Transmission, and the Spirit Herb Garden, all vital locations. Furthermore, a mid-tier spiritual vein has been contaminated, and 3 low-tier spiritual veins have been obliterated, leading to a significant decline in our sect's spiritual energy concentration. Elder Chen's visage was a portrait of grief, his voice nearly breaking into a lament. His heart bled for the sect. The losses endured by the Lingxu Sword Sect due to this upheaval were indeed beyond comprehension. The figures reported were nothing short of horrifying. The battle within the demon lair was exceedingly brutal, claiming the lives of nearly 10,000 disciples. A multitude succumbed to demonic possession, severing their paths of cultivation. Important edifices lay in ruins. The spiritual energy at the mountain gate had plummeted. Even the spiritual veins, the very foundation of the sect's power, had been tainted and destroyed. Each of these calamities alone was sufficient to destabilize a sect's foundation, yet they all occurred simultaneously within the Lingxu Sword Sect. In that moment, the Grand Hall fell into a profound silence, as all present were rendered speechless, their hearts trembling at the harrowing litany of losses. Only Si Ruyan's near-manic cries of rage echoed throughout the chamber. Damn it! Why? Why has this happened? After so many years of development, we finally achieved our current scale and strength, only to be struck by such misfortune. We intended to exploit the resources of the demon lair to strengthen our sect. An overwhelming fury surged within Si Ruyan's chest. The news relayed by Elder Chun pressed down upon her like a mountain, constricting her breath and nearly suffocating her. The once mighty Lingxu Sword Sect had suffered unprecedented devastation in a single day. Si Ruyan's eyes blazed crimson with a mix of frustration and rage, her body trembling uncontrollably. They had aspired to vindicate the Lingxu Sword Sect before the world, yet now they had not only failed to do so, but had also suffered grievously, becoming the laughingstock of the entire southern continent. Why had this calamity befallen them? Si Ruyan was on the verge of madness. The sect's losses, compounded by the relentless taunts from numerous powerful figures in the southern continent, filled her with an all-consuming wrath, driving her to the brink of unleashing a frenzied vengeance. But as she surveyed her surroundings, she found herself at a loss for whom to blame. All she knew was, the recent expedition to the Demon Abyss yielded no rewards. Rather, it resulted in catastrophic losses, akin to suffering a defeat at the hands of one's own kin. The reputation of the Lingxu Sword Sect has been irreparably tarnished, and it is inevitable that they will be subjected to scorn and derision from all quarters. The reasons behind this calamity remain shrouded in mystery. Beside them, Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang'er stood in a daze, their eyes clouded with confusion. Witnessing the monstrous entities blotting out the sun had stripped them of their former arrogance and lofty demeanor. In this moment, they gazed upon their master, nearly driven to madness. While absorbing the harrowing news of their sect's devastating losses, their hearts trembled with trepidation, and instinctively, the figure of one who had once valiantly defied the entire sect to deny the accusations of the demon abyss surfaced in their minds. The echoes of past warnings reverberated in their ears. Junior sister, the demon abyss is teeming with perilous fiends. You must not tread there. Fear not. With your elder brother's vigilance, I shall ensure that the fiends do not wreak havoc upon the world. What hardship can befall us? It is my duty to suppress the demon abyss, allowing countless disciples of our sect to cultivate in peace, free from the dread of the fiends. Your sole task is to cultivate diligently. As for the demon abyss, I shall handle everything. These voices resonated incessantly, rendering Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang'er increasingly pallid as they stood frozen, their minds a tumultuous whirlpool of thoughts. Had they truly misjudged Li Che? Now that the grim reality lay before them, all understood this truth and at last acknowledged Li Che's repeated warnings. Regrettably, it was too late. By the time they grasped this realization, they had already paid an unimaginably heavy price. The demon abyss, the fiends. A roar filled with boundless fury reverberated throughout the grand hall. In the next moment, with a sudden gasp, Si Ruyin, in a fit of exasperation, coughed up a mouthful of blood, her eyes rolling back as she collapsed to the ground. A formidable master who had ascended to the sacred realm was thus rendered unconscious by sheer rage. Master, are you all right? Please do not scare me. Is the sect leader unharmed? Panic ensued in the hall as everyone rushed to assess the situation, their expressions betraying their anxiety. The events of the demon abyss excavation spread like wildfire across the southern continent. In a flash, the entire region was shaken. Countless cultivators stood in stunned silence. The Lingxu Sword Sect had drawn too much attention with their ostentatious display, capturing the gaze of the entire world. Not only the various sects of the southern continent, but also numerous wandering cultivators who had witnessed the unfolding drama. This resulted in a multitude of first-hand accounts emerging, as individuals passionately recounted the events, vividly painting the scenario for all to see. The eruption of the demon abyss at the Lingxu Sword Sect had unleashed an overwhelming tide of fiends. Amidst heavy casualties, with nearly 10,000 elite disciples lost, could the Lingxu Sword Sect possibly endure this calamity? The so-called rightful naming has resulted in becoming the laughingstock of the world. Let us further discuss Lingxu. The terror of demons is unparalleled, and all cultivators must exercise utmost caution, lest they follow the example of the Lingxu Sword Sect, which nearly became the pariah of the southern continent, dominating the demonic abyss. A discourse on the entangled fates of Li Che and the Lingxu Sword Sect. In no time, countless pieces of news spread like wings across the southern continent. Everywhere, discussion érupted, particularly among the numerous rogue cultivators, each one passionately recounting their observations of the Lingxu Sword Sect and the intricate grievances between Li Che and the sect, filled with various twists and turns that left the practitioners of the world exhilarated. Naturally, this also attracted widespread ridicule. The Lingxu Sword Sect truly is a jester. Indeed, their intent to label Li Che as selfish and greedy, ensuring his eternal downfall, has backfired spectacularly, resulting in significant losses for themselves, leaving them utterly exposed and reduced to a mere jest in the southern continent. These ungrateful beings truly deserve their fate. For Li Che had devoted a century to guarding their sect, and instead of gratitude, they repaid his loyalty with betrayal, revealing themselves as ungrateful wretches. They have only succeeded in shooting themselves in the foot. Chapter 49. Obtaining the 9 Calamity Sword. Has the Dao E demonic abyss also erupted? At the Dao E Sword Sect, Li Che sat quietly by the pond with a fishing rod in hand, his gaze intensely fixed upon the water's surface, his expression earnest. At this moment, he found himself within the fishing space, a realm connecting myriad worlds, where he had the opportunity to fish once a day. He certainly would not miss this chance, and had been entering this space daily. The items he had caught during this time varied widely, including legendary elixirs, powerful techniques, and peculiar inheritances. Although he had yet to encounter something as extraordinary as the Dao sword body or the divine technique of annihilation during his first fishing experience, all that he had collected were still exceedingly precious, enriching his own foundation. What treasures would he reel in today? Gazing at the shimmering surface of the water, Li Che felt a flicker of anticipation. Just then, the fishing rod suddenly dipped, a powerful struggle transmitted through it, causing his eyes to brighten with excitement. He had a catch. A smile flickered across his face as he began to tussle with a large fish on the other end of the line. With great patience, he pulled, and the resistance from the other side began to wane. Come fort. Sensing that the fish had exhausted itself, Li Che swiftly yanked the rod, and the fish burst forth from the water. In that instant, it was as if a blazing sun ascended from the depths. The fishing space radiated with brilliance as a long sword, exuding boundless light, materialized above the pond, its sword chi slicing through the air, causing even the very fabric of space to tremble. You have successfully caught a rare treasure, the 9 Calamity Sword. The 9 Calamity Sword? Such an intense wave of sword intent. Gazing at the long sword that seemed to harbor boundless power, Li Chei's eyes sparkled with excitement. As a sword cultivator, nothing could stir his heart more than a fine sword. As the radiant light faded, the ripples within the fishing space gradually subsided. The 9 Calamities sword, suspended over the pond, appeared to sense Li Chei's presence, transforming suddenly into a streak of flowing light before him. The sword's design was ancient and elegant, etched with enigmatic patterns, enveloped in an aura of calamity, resembling a confluence of various tribulations that made one's spirit tremble upon mere perception. Instinctively, Li Chei reached out and grasped the sword. In an instant, an endless symphony of sword cries resonated in his mind, and he envisioned the terrifying scene of a 9 Calamities sword's radiance cleaving through the world, causing it to collapse. This 9 Calamities sword was truly fearsome. After a long while, Li Chei exhaled deeply, finally withdrawing his consciousness from the sword. Although he was unaware of its origins or rank, he could palpably sense its apocalyptic power. More importantly, this sword harmonized perfectly with his divine ability of annihilation. Annihilation represented the pinnacle of destruction, obliterating all in its path. And the 9 Calamities sword embodied a veritable amalgamation of endless tribulations capable of shattering worlds. Should he wield the 9 Calamities sword to invoke annihilation, it would surely resemble a cataclysm of cosmic proportions, unfathomably terrifying. With the sword in hand, Li Chei's gaze blazed with fervor, unable to part with it. His strength was already formidable, and now, with this sword at his disposal, he felt even more invincible. He could hardly fathom the extent of power he could unleash. At this moment, he emerged from the fishing space. With nothing pressing to attend to, he settled down within his cave abode to further contemplate the 9 Calamities sword. Suddenly, an exhilarated voice echoed from outside the cave, calling for him. Senior brother, senior brother. Li Chei flicked his wrist, stowing the 9 Calamities sword, and stepped out of the cave. There he saw the saintess Su Baiwei and the sect leader Gu Qingtang approaching briskly, both radiating excitement, their eyes gleaming with fervor. Could it be Li Chei's mind stirred with speculation? Today marked the day of the so-called Demon Mine excavation event at the Lingxu Sword Sect, and the two were so fervently seeking him out. Could it be? Senior brother, the demon mine at the Lingxu Sword Sect has erupted. Su Baiwei's voice, filled with uncontainable excitement, cut through his thoughts. It is said that the disciples who entered the mine had not been inside for long when a terrifying horde of demons suddenly surged forth like a tidal wave. Nearly all of the over 10,000 disciples who entered had been wiped out. Before Li Chei could fully process the situation, Su Baiwei's exhilarated voice rang in his ears. Just as he suspected, Li Chei's expression sharpened, yet he remained unperturbed. Having guarded the demon mine for a century, he was acutely aware of the circumstances surrounding those demons. Hearing this news, he maintained his calm demeanor, while Su Baiwei's face flushed with excitement. Although the Daoi Sword Sect did not participate in the mining festival of the Demon Cave, they have been closely monitoring the situation and received the news immediately. After the initial shock, they could hardly contain their eagerness to share it with Li Chei. Brother, you cannot imagine the horror of that scene, one exclaimed. Countless disciples of the Lingxu Sword Sect were ruthlessly slaughtered by the demons, as if they were mere blades of grass. The losses were catastrophic. Ultimately, it was only thanks to the personal intervention of Si Ruyan that the demons were barely subdued. Nevertheless, the Lingxu Sword Sect suffered immensely. The casualties among disciples were staggering. Crucial structures of the sect lay in ruins, and the concentration of spiritual energy has plummeted. It is truly a sight to behold. Despite her words of lamentation, Su Baiwei's face betrayed a gleeful satisfaction. In her view, the Lingxu Sword Sect had brought this upon themselves. Gu Qingtang wore a mocking smile, clearly amused. Li Ke, the Lingxu Sword Sect intended to use this opportunity to tarnish your reputation, hoping to ensure your eternal downfall. Ironically, they have become the laughingstock of the world. Truly, karma is an unerring force. Their retribution has arrived. Not only did they fail to exploit the Demon Cave, but they have also suffered tremendous losses, akin to losing everything. He felt a sense of vindication. Ever since Li Chei joined the Daoi Sword Sect, the Lingxu Sword Sect had been like a rabid dog, spreading malicious rumors about the Lingxu Sword Sect and accusing them of collusion with Li Che. Now, the truth was laid bare for all to see. The pride of the Lingxu Sword Sect had transformed into despair. Gu Qingtang felt both schadenfreude and immense relief. Thankfully, she had acted decisively upon learning that Li Che was expelled from the Lingxu Sword Sect, swiftly recruiting such a formidable talent into her own sect. To have a peerless genius who could navigate the demon-infested cave for a century was an extraordinary boon. Her judgment was truly exceptional. Suddenly, amidst their conversation, an elder rushed in with a look of terror etched across his face. Sectmaster, urgent news. An unusual disturbance has just been detected from the direction of the forbidden area of the Demon Cave. He exclaimed. The disciple responsible for monitoring has reported that, due to the eruption at the Lingxu Sword Sect's Demon Cave, our suppressed cave has also begun to emit demonic energy. What? Gu Qingtang's expression shifted dramatically. Su Baiwei also gasped in alarm, instinctively tensing up. The horrific consequences of the eruption at the Lingxu Sword Sect were well known, and it was alarming to think that their own demon cave could be affected as well. We must gather our strongest members immediately. We cannot allow any unforeseen incidents to arise from the cave. If the demons break free, the consequences would be unimaginable. Without a moment to lose, Gu Qingtang prepared a rush to the demon cave to stand guard. Are those demons restless again? A glimmer of cold light flickered in Li Che's eyes as he spoke decisively. Sectmaster, I will accompany you. I have considerable experience in repressing demon caves and could be of assistance. Gu Qingtang was momentarily taken aback, but recalling that Li Che had suppressed the demon lair for a century, she did not refuse. The group hastily made their way toward the demon lair. Chapter 50. The Terrifying Might of Li Che. Lingxu Sword Sect's heartfelt regret. At Lingxu Sword Sect, where the demon lair resided, an immense luminous barrier enveloped the entire entrance, casting a radiant glow that pulsated with overwhelming energy. Beyond this barrier, countless disciples, led by their elders, stood ready with swords in hand, bracing themselves for the impending turmoil. As the dreadful sounds emanated from within the demon lair, tension gripped the crowd. The palms of those gripping their swords began to perspire. Since the moment the sect leader and the chief Saint Sun had entered the lair to investigate, earth-shattering roars had erupted from within, accompanied by the palpable aura of formidable demons seeping through the barrier. Even though the seal had diminished its strength, the remnants still drained the color from the faces of countless disciples. After all, these were demons. The potent corruption emanating from the demon lair posed a grave threat. Prolonged exposure could lead practitioners to be tainted by demonic essence, jeopardizing their foundations and potentially spiraling into madness. As time gradually passed, several hours later, amidst the vigilant anticipation of the disciples, the barrier encompassing the entrance to the demon lair suddenly trembled. Moments later, several figures stepped forth. The sect leader, the Saint Sun. The multitude of elders and disciples waiting outside immediately perked up, instinctively inquiring, Sect leader, what is the situation within the demon lair? At that moment, Gu Qingtang emerged, her eyes still reflecting traces of shock. Unable to resist, she turned to glance at Li Che, her expression a mix of awe and sympathy. The demons within the lair showed signs of rebellion, but they had been subdued by the Saint Sun. Subdued by the Saint Sun? The elders and disciples were momentarily taken aback, then instinctively turned their gaze towards the composed Li Che, a storm of emotions swirling within them. The Saint Sun by now. Everyone had heard of the catastrophic consequences triggered by the rebellion of the Lingxu Sword Sect's demon lair. Just a single assault had resulted in nearly 10,000 casualties among the disciples, with the Lingxu Sword Sect's demon lair also exhibiting anomalies. It seemed implausible that a single Saint Sun could quell such chaos. Doubt flickered in many eyes. You cannot fathom just how formidable senior brother Li Che truly is. Noticing the skepticism, Su Baiwei, as if awakening from a profound dream, murmured, upon entering, we discovered a seemingly endless horde of demons gathering, preparing to unleash their power and break through the entrance of the demon lair to descend upon the southern continent. But her voice trailed off, her eyes shimmering with a surreal, dreamlike quality, instantly piquing the curiosity of the other disciples. And then, Su Baiwei looked up at the unperturbed Li Che, her voice trembling slightly. Then, senior brother Li Che, wielding his sword alone, charged straight into the throng of demons, unleashing a massacre. It is truly terrifying. Brother Li Che fights like a killing deity, engaging in a frenzied battle against an endless horde of demons. The sky is filled with the anguished wails of countless fiends, severed limbs raining down like a tempest as he single-handedly decimates the myriad of monsters, causing them to flee in utter defeat. With his solitary sword, he slaughters these relentless demons, leaving them unable to raise their heads. In the wake of such devastating losses, they can do nothing but scatter in panic. What? After listening to Su Baiwei's detailed account of the events within the demon lair, all the disciples were left in stunned disbelief. Their gazes toward Li Che resembled that of onlookers beholding a monster, a lone sword against an immeasurable tide of demons, causing them to flee in terror. Who truly embodies the essence of a demon here? Amidst the astonishment, Su Baiwei's eyes flickered with concern as she glanced at Li Che. "Brother, your wounds." Only then did the others take notice. Although Li Che's expression remained calm and devoid of visible injuries, his complexion appeared faintly pale and his aura had waned significantly. A closer inspection revealed a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. At that moment, a deep respect washed over the crowd. It was only natural. Facing such brutal and terrifying entities, how could one suppress them without incurring some form of cost? In light of Su Baiwei's concern, Li Che remained unfazed, his voice steady and composed. "It is of no consequence. I have long since grown accustomed to it." These words instantly stirred a pang of sorrow in Gu Qingtang and Su Baiwei. At such a vibrant age, flourishing under the care of the sect, he had taken on the solitary burden of guarding the demon lair for over a century. How many wounds must he have endured? And how much suffering must he have faced in battle? "Li Che, rest assured, here you need only focus on your cultivation. The demon lair will not be your responsibility to guard." Gu Qingtang declared solemnly, "With your talents, it would be a waste to confine you to such a place. With the likes of us old-timers around, there is no need for young ones like you to risk your lives. Devote yourself to your training. There are broader horizons awaiting your exploration." As he spoke, Gu Qingtang could not suppress a snort of indignation. Only the likes of Lingxu Sword Sect would permit a young man to stand guard over a demon lair, a disgraceful act indeed. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with disdain for the Lingxu Sword Sect. Meanwhile, within the Lingxu Sword Sect, the senior leaders gathered in the Grand Hall. The atmosphere thick with an unsettling silence. Si Rian, seated at the head, bore a grim expression, enveloped in an icy aura. Below, a trembling elder spoke up. "During the recent demon lair excavation event, our Lingxu Sword Sect suffered over 10,000 disciple fatalities, the majority being elite members. Additionally, 6 elders have perished. Multiple structures have been damaged, and the concentration of spiritual energy has significantly declined, leading to a slowdown in the disciples' cultivation progress. Meanwhile, various rumors regarding this event have already spread throughout the entirety of Southern Continent. Now, everyone is mocking me, claiming that the Lingxu Sword Sect is plagued by greed and deserves the backlash it faces. Furthermore, regarding Li Che, the world seems overwhelmingly supportive of him. Rising up against our sect, our reputation has plummeted to unprecedented depths, and we are now scorned by all. The various enterprises under the sect have suffered severe blows and are on the verge of collapse, with revenues dwindling alarmingly. The atmosphere in the main hall is stifling, with only the elder's voice reverberating. Everyone bears a grim expression, particularly when they sense the icy aura emanating from Si Ruyan, instinctively retracting their necks in fear of making even the slightest sound. As the elder continues to report, Si Ruyan's countenance darkens further, her teeth grinding in frustration, nearly wishing to spew blood from her anguish. A single mining event has inflicted devastating losses upon the Lingxu Sword Sect and invited ridicule from across the realm, obliterating the hard-won prestige we had gradually amassed, leaving our authority in tatters. Even the very foundations of our sect are now shaken. At this moment, she feels dejected, her face ashen, devoid of the previous vigor. What news regarding Li Che and the Daoi Sword Sect? After a lengthy pause, Si Ruyan closes her eyes, taking a deep breath to quell the tumultuous emotions within her, softly inquiring. Surely, Li Che and the Daoi Sword Sect are now reveling in celebration. Mercilessly mocking me and the Lingxu Sword Sect, are they not? Si Ruyan feels a sense of exhaustion creeping in, yet the elder's unexpected words suddenly invigorate her. Replying to the sect master, "We have just received news that shortly after our mining cave was subdued, perhaps due to the allure of the demonic aura, disturbances among the demons have arisen. The Daoi Sword Sect's mining cave has also erupted, Chapter 51. Recognizing Reality. We must bring Li Che back. The revelation that the Lingxu Sword Sect's mining cave has also erupted. At this declaration, the entire hall erupts in commotion, everyone in an uproar. Their gazes instantly turning towards the Elder. The Lingxu Sword Sect and the Lingxu Sword Sect have always been bitter rivals. Moreover, with the Li Che incident in play, the two sides have long harbored mutual disdain. Although we have suffered immensely, the prospect of witnessing our old adversary stumble would certainly provide some solace. What is the outcome? How grave are the losses for the Lingxu Sword Sect? Xianxia's spirits lift, a glimmer of joy igniting in her eyes. If the Lingxu Sword Sect has also incurred significant losses, then at least the Lingxu Sword Sect would not be alone in its plight. This is likely the thought coursing through Xianxia's mind. Unfortunately, replying to the sect master, the Lingxu Sword Sect has not sustained any losses. The Elder's words leave Xianxia momentarily stunned, the smile in her eyes freezing. The others in the hall are equally taken aback. No losses? How is that even possible? The horror unleashed by the abyss was witnessed by all, as an endless tide of terrifying demons swept across the land, leaving many still haunted by its overwhelming might. Yet, you claim that the Lingxu Sword Sect suffered no losses? We are all part of the Sword Sect. What gives them the right to such immunity? In the early days of the abyss's eruption, the Lingxu Sword Sect promptly reacted and moved to quell the chaos. While significant casualties were anticipated, the Elder glanced at the grim expression on Xianxia's face and murmured, however, Li Che also entered the fray. Having suppressed the abyss for over a century and possessing profound knowledge of the demons, along with formidable strength, he charged into the demon tide, wreaking havoc and causing the endless demons to crumble, thereby restoring order once more. Ultimately, the upheaval within the Lingxu Sword Sect was contained with minimal disturbance. Upon this revelation, silence enveloped the grand hall, with the faces of those present shifting between shades of green and white, reflecting their extreme dismay. The Lingxu Sword Sect was poised to face a catastrophic disaster, one that could have inflicted severe losses, yet it was effortlessly resolved by an outsider. More critically, this individual was someone they had willingly sent forth from the Lingxu Sword Sect. The contrast was nothing short of ironic. Some could scarcely contain their thoughts, pondering whether, had the Lingxu Sword Sect not expelled Li Che, their own losses might have been significantly mitigated. Damn it! Xianxia was so incensed that she felt as though she might vomit blood, her face drained of color. Internally, she grappled with unspoken frustrations. Deep within the abyss lay slumbering powerful demons. Should a practitioner of too high a realm dare to enter, their actions could potentially awaken these beings, leading to unimaginable consequences. Top-tier experts like Xianxia or Gu Qingtang dared not act within the abyss, for the resulting demon upheaval could escalate into a full-blown war. In such dire circumstances, the presence of a prodigious talent like Li Che, far surpassing his peers, became all the more crucial. He could very well turn the tide during an uprising. The Lingxu Sword Sect ought not to find itself in such a predicament. Had it not been for the prior expulsion of Li Che, we would not have felt such immense pressure in the face of the abyss's tumult. In that moment, Xianxia's heart was a tumult of emotions. With regret once again taking root, with a gentle sigh, she finally composed herself and turned her gaze to Elder Chun, whom she had previously scolded for obstructing the mining of the abyss, her face now adorned with remorse. Elder Chun, I was overly zealous and failed to consider all aspects, leading to my emotional outburst and misunderstanding towards you. I apologize. After enduring a series of setbacks, Xianxia at last lowered her proud head. Elder Chun managed a faint smile and waved his hand. The sect leader acts for the sake of the sect development. I understand. With a sigh, Elder Chun continued. At present, the urgent task is to swiftly bring Li Che back, for it was indeed our misunderstanding that compelled him to leave the sect. Elder Chen's words once again stirred the assembly. However, after a brief moment, silence enveloped the crowd, many faces reflecting deep remorse. The truth stands before us. The distinction between right and wrong is unmistakable. Li Che has valiantly guarded against the demons in the abyss, battling them for a century. It is precisely due to Li Che's unwavering presence that the Lingxu Sword Sect has enjoyed a century of tranquility, free from the threat of turmoil, allowing us to focus on strengthening our powers. Yet, this very brother, who has sacrificed so much for the sect and stood alone against the abyss for 100 years, was subjected to ridicule and scorn from the entire sect, accused of monopolizing the resources of the abyss, and even of murdering over 100 fellow disciples. When he was wrongfully forced to leave, not a single person rose to defend him. Instead, they celebrated his downfall with glee. How profoundly heart-wrenching and disappointing must it have been for Li Che. Ultimately, the Lingxu Sword Sect has failed him. As for the instigators of this turmoil, Si Ruyan cast a piercing glare at a few of her direct disciples, her eyes ablaze with fury. She demanded, "Why did you lie back then? Why did you wrongfully accuse Li Che? Now that the truth is laid bare, leading to our sect's grievous losses, do you not feel a shred of guilt?" Si Ruyan's anger surged within her. Had it not been for her trusted disciples' fervent assertions that the abyss was free of demons, she would never have driven Li Che from the sect, believing he sought to hoard its resources. And the tragedy of the hundreds of disciples who perished now seems quite suspicious. Zhao Yuansen has repeatedly claimed to have witnessed Li Che inflicting harm upon countless fellow disciples. Yet, given the vast disparity in their strengths, how could Zhao Yuansen possibly escape if Li Che truly intended to silence him? Under Si Ruyan's scrutinizing gaze, Zhao Yuansen felt a chill run down his spine. His thoughts raced, and he quickly donned an expression of innocence, striving to distance himself from any suspicion. "Master, I have been diligently following your teachings and have scarcely paid attention to matters regarding the abyss. I truly know nothing about it. I am unaware of how rumors arose about the absence of demons, nor do I know who claimed that Brother Li Che intended to monopolize the resources of the abyss." He hastily admitted, "In hindsight, those brothers who perished in the abyss may well have been slain by demons. Perhaps I was overly anxious and misjudged the situation. Master, it was my error. Please punish me." His demeanor of feigned ignorance and willingness to accept blame softened Si Ruyan's gaze slightly. With a cold huff, she turned her attention to Lu Lingli and Yu Shuanger. Yu Shuanger, looking quite aggrieved, remained unfazed and pouted, saying, "Perhaps it was merely a misunderstanding. That fellow Li Che has lingered in the demon lair for over a century. A normal person would have been torn to shreds by the demons long ago. This has led them to believe that the lair is devoid of any malevolent beings." With a dismissive pout, she asserted, "Moreover, wasn't it just an error?" He could have clarified the situation immediately, yet he remained silent, daring to confront the sect and using his departure as leverage. He clearly intended to use this situation to intimidate the sect. Chapter 52. Is this it? The opportunity granted to Li Che upon his return. How dare you still speak so boldly? Si Ruyan was infuriated by Yu Shuanger's remarks, her teeth clenched in anger. "If it weren't for your fervent assurances that no demons resided in the lair, I would never have punished him or forcefully expelled him from the sect. And you claim he should have been clearer? Did he not repeat himself time and again? Yet who among us extended him any trust? Without even conducting a thorough investigation, he was condemned outright. How could he clarify anything under such circumstances?" Seeing Yu Shuanger maintain her brazen demeanor even now ignited a fire of indignation within Si Ruyan. A mere misunderstanding? Just because Yu Shuanger uttered those words, they had driven Li Che away. The myriad changes had inflicted an unspeakable toll upon the Lingxu Sword Sect, and she appears utterly unconcerned. He was your senior brother, who had always looked after you. It would suffice if you merely felt no gratitude, yet you resort to slandering him. Are you satisfied now? Do you comprehend the immense loss that Li Che's departure has wrought upon the sect? By the end of her tirade, Si Ruyan's face was a mask of frost, her voice laced with authority. Yu Shuanger trembled in fear, instinctively lowering her gaze, unable to meet Si Ruyan's eyes. Nevertheless, she pouted defiantly, clearly oblivious to her own missteps. Observing this, Lu Lingli interjected dismissively, "Master, what has transpired has occurred. Seeking blame now serves no purpose. The misunderstanding has been resolved, so why not simply invite Li Che back? Surely we can absolve him of any wrongdoing." Elder Chun, witnessing Lu Lingli's audacious demeanor, was left in a state of bewilderment. He could not help but question what sort of reasoning allowed her to utter such words. "You first vilified Li Che, causing him to be reviled within the sect, ultimately leading to his expulsion and his status as a discarded disciple, almost beyond redemption. Now, faced with the consequences, you realize the error and think a mere casual invitation will suffice to bring him back, and you dare to claim you will not hold him accountable. Listen to yourself. Li Che is now the holy son of the Daoi Sword Sect. Rather than seeking to mend your ways and earn his forgiveness, you cavalierly assert that he should return without any repercussions. This is utterly absurd." Elder Chen struggled to suppress his inner turmoil as he awaited Lu Lingli's further remarks. However, After a prolonged silence, he could no longer restrain himself and inquired, "Is this all? Are you not going to mention whether you still hold any grudge against him?" Li Che has endured immense injustice and been expelled from the sect. If we wish to invite him back, we must at least demonstrate sincerity, seek his forgiveness, and offer restitution, correct? Is this truly the case? Lu Lingli retorted with a puzzled expression and a sense of indignation. It was merely a minor misunderstanding. Could Li Che really be so petty? Does he expect our master to beg him to return? What nonsense! We are gathered here, many of us, to discuss this matter solely for his sake. That in itself is a significant concession. If he were aware of this, he should be overjoyed in return of his own accord. Her demeanor conveyed an unwavering conviction, portraying Li Che as someone who would lament his separation from the Lingxu Sword Sect, without considering whether he even wished to return. Indeed, we no longer bear any resentment towards him and are willing to welcome him back. Does he expect us to bow and apologize? If he dares not return, I shall never forgive him. Yu Shuang'er interjected with fervent agreement, nodding vigorously. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuan's son remained silent, his head lowered to conceal the storm brewing in his eyes. Listening to the group deliberating Li Che's return to the sect, he felt a seething hatred that gnawed at him. Furious at the prospect of his carefully orchestrated plan to drive Li Che away unraveling before his eyes. Elder Chun, hearing Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang'er's shameless declarations, felt at a loss for words and sighed, wishing to offer counsel once more. Yet, before he could speak, Si Rian unexpectedly voiced her agreement. Lingli and Shuang'er have a point, she asserted. Elder Chun was momentarily taken aback. He had observed Si Rian's earlier remorseful demeanor and presumed she had come to fully recognize her missteps and would seek to make amends. Yet now, her stance was quite the opposite. Si Rian continued, "Although we indeed misunderstood Li Che in the past, he is ultimately a disciple, and I am his master. Moreover, as the sect leader of the Lingxu Sword Sect, I represent the entire sect. It would be utterly inappropriate for me, as a master and leader, to personally apologize to a young disciple. As for begging him to return, that is even more absurd. How could the Lingxu Sword Sect, as a revered sanctuary for sword cultivators in the southern continent, ever lower itself for a mere disciple? Such a notion would only invite ridicule from our peers." With a decisive wave of her hand, she declared, "While we may have had misunderstandings with Li Che, he has openly defied me as his master and disrespected the sect's decisions. Therefore, let it be known, since this matter belongs to the past, I shall not pursue his disrespect any further. Notify all concerned that, effective immediately, the punishment imposed on Li Che is hereby revoked, and his good name shall be restored, granting him permission to rejoin the Lingxu Sword Sect. This act shall be regarded as an act of profound benevolence." Si Rian, embodying a demeanor of magnanimity, believes that as the sect leader and elder, her ability to forgive his disrespect and personally overturn the previous decision, while allowing an expelled disciple to return, is an exceptional act of kindness. It is likely that Li Che will return with great elation following this development. Elder Chun, taken aback and bewildered, found himself contemplating the recent remarks made by Lu Lingli and her companions, realizing that their sentiments were, in fact, understandable. After all, their master exhibited a similar disposition. His mind was a tumult of thoughts, yet he remained at a loss for words. Unfazed by his internal turmoil, Si Rian decisively waved her hand, delegating the responsibility to Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang'er. "Go forth and ensure that Li Che is reinstated into the sect. Entrust this to us." Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang'er were momentarily taken aback, their urgency palpable as they vehemently shook their heads in refusal. "Master, I have no desire to face Li Che. I detest him," echoed Yu Shuang'er. "Indeed, master, if we were to seek him out, he might misconstrue it as us bowing to him, which would only inflate his pride further. I refuse to go." Without a second thought, the two resolved to reject the proposal. The notion of approaching Li Che and facilitating his return to the Lingxu Sword Sect felt akin to offering a public apology, an indignity they could not bear. Si Rian narrowed her eyes, issuing a stern reprimand. "You shall go, whether you wish to or not. It was your reckless words that precipitated this misunderstanding, resulting in Li Che's expulsion and causing significant losses to the sect. If you do not go, who will? Remember, you are to bring Li Che back to resume his role as the eldest senior brother. The Demon Cave's defense still requires his presence." With that, Si Rian rose and departed, leaving no room for further dissent. Chapter 53. The second junior sister, Lu Lingxue, emerges from seclusion. The sky is falling. Sister, what shall we do? Our master has commanded us to seek out Li Che and facilitate his return to the sect. Does this not equate to us admitting our fault? Xianxia erupted once Si Ruyan had left. Her brow furrowed, her face a canvas of resistance, her eyes nearly blazing with indignation. If we truly go to find Li Che and allow him to rejoin the sect, where shall we find our dignity? Xianxia was in a state of agitation, while Lu Lingli wore a similarly reluctant expression. It is obvious what will transpire. If Li Che sees us personally approaching him to reinstate him into the sect, his arrogance will know no bounds. The mere thought of his smug face disgusts me. Not only Xianxia, but she too was filled with discontent. Unfortunately, despite their venting of grievances, the order from Si Ruyan had already been issued. They had no choice but to accept it. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuan's son, with a seemingly innocent demeanor, consoled them, saying, "Sisters, since Master has assigned you this task, there must be a reason behind it. After all, senior brother Li Che has suffered a slight, and when the time comes, he may merely be posturing before you. Even if he knows you come to apologize, he might not openly express it, as he still needs to maintain the dignity of a senior brother." His words, rather than providing comfort, only served to further incite Lu Lingli and Xianxia. Their dissatisfaction grew, and they retorted vehemently, "Are you joking? Who said we are here to apologize? We are clearly bestowing upon him an opportunity to return to the sect. Does he even have the right to maintain that senior brother demeanor in front of us?" With that, they stormed out of the Grand Hall, intent on finding Li Che. They had already resolved to make things difficult for him during their meeting, to show him some color, lest he think his return was too easy and that he was being sought after by them. On another note, upon returning to her palace, Si Ruyan could not help but furrow her brows in deep contemplation. Her expression shifted constantly as her thoughts swirled chaotically. The events of recent times had placed immense pressure upon her, leading to severe repercussions for the Lingxu Sword Sect, which suffered a catastrophic decline in reputation, transforming from a respected entity to the subject of ridicule. It was as though they had plummeted from the heavens into the depths of the earth, all within a remarkably short span of time. More precisely, this downfall had commenced following Li Che's departure. Could it be that I truly erred in expelling Li Che? Si Ruyan's mind was in turmoil, especially as she recalled her previous assertions that the Lingxu Sword Sect could thrive without him. The thought of whether Li Che was genuinely so vital to the sect gnawed at her. Prior to this, she had never comprehended this truth. In her eyes, as the senior brother of the Lingxu Sword Sect, Li Che should naturally fulfill his duties, even if it meant guarding the demon lair. After all, he was the senior brother. Should she entrust that responsibility to a few junior disciples, or even take it upon herself, the master? Of course, she had the capability to do so, but why would she ever consider such a task? To confine herself within the demon lair for hundreds of years, losing her freedom and engaging in constant battles with monsters. Only a fool would agree to that. This was, in fact, the primary reason for her agreement to Li Che's return. If he did not come back, the burden would inevitably fall upon her to guard the lair. She certainly did not desire that. Now, it appeared that the Lingxu Sword Sect could not function without Li Che. The mere thought of this left Si Ruyan feeling a profound sense of frustration. Uncertain as to the cause, an overwhelming discomfort and dissatisfaction enveloped her. It was evident that the Lingxu Sword Sect should be most reliant on its own leader. Master, while she pondered with a furrowed brow, a figure burst in with great fervor. Si Ruyan, initially poised to reprimand, was momentarily taken aback upon recognizing the visitor. A smile soon gracing her features. Lingxu, you have emerged from seclusion. How has your progress fared? Have you achieved a breakthrough? The newcomer was none other than Si Ruyan's second disciple, Lu Lingxu. Upon hearing the inquiry, Lu Lingxu's expression dimmed slightly as she shook her head. No, I failed to break through. A fleeting look of disappointment crossed Si Ruyan's eyes, and just as she was about to offer words of comfort, Lu Lingxu continued. I was on the verge of success, but at a crucial moment, a lack of resources led to my failure. Si Ruyan's countenance stiffened abruptly. Ordinarily, it was her duty as a master to ensure that Lu Lingxu had all necessary resources and protection during her seclusion. Yet, she had completely forgotten this obligation, casting it aside from her mind. Until recently, matters had been manageable, as Li Che consistently provided Lu Lingxu with the required resources. However, since Li Che's expulsion, Lu Lingxu's resources had significantly dwindled, culminating in her current setback. aware that her negligence had directly contributed to her disciple's failure. Si Ruyan felt a pang of guilt and hesitated to speak. Fortunately, Lingxu did not dwell on this issue, but instead confronted her. Master, I have just emerged from seclusion and heard that you expelled the eldest senior brother from a sect. Why did you feel compelled to take such action? Lingxu's expression was charged with emotion, her discontent unabashedly laid bare. For years, you have held your lofty position as the Grand Master, while the daily affairs of the sect have been managed by the eldest senior brother, including the training of the disciples. He has even defended the demon lair, battling countless monsters. Do you comprehend the extent of his struggles? The sacrifices he has made for the sect? Yet, you chose to expel him based merely on hearsay. How could you act so? Her unrestrained grievances ignited Si Ruyan's ire, causing her prior guilt to dissipate instantaneously. Lingxu, mind your tone when addressing your master. I am the leader of the Lingxu Sword Sect. I am entitled to make decisions as I see fit without your questioning. Furthermore, I have already sent your 2 junior sisters to summon Li Che back, and I shall no longer pursue the disrespect he previously showed me. What more do you desire? Lingxu, increasingly agitated, could not refrain from defending her position. How could this be acceptable? The eldest senior brother has dedicated himself wholly to the sect. Yet upon his return, he faces slander and ridicule, accused of ingratitude, culminating in his expulsion and a ban placed upon him. He must be utterly heartbroken. Lingxu turned her gaze towards Si Ruyan, a look of pleading evident on her face. Master, when one has erred, one must acknowledge their mistakes. You are the master of the elder brother, who has always held you in the highest regard. Only by personally seeking him out and sincerely admitting your fault can you possibly invite him back. Upon emerging from her seclusion and learning of the recent events, Lingxu hurriedly sought out Si Ruyan. She was acutely aware of the egregious actions of the Lingxu Sword Sect and the formidable challenge of bringing Li Che back. After all, a heart long frozen by coldness would require an immense effort to rekindle. Her intent was to mend the situation and persuade Si Ruyan, but alas, her hopes were destined to be dashed. Chapter 54. Si Ruyan personally requesting his return? Does he deserve it? The very notion of apologizing to Li Che was enough to provoke Si Ruyan, who reacted as if struck in a vulnerable spot. Her expression darkened, and her anger surged as she retorted, Lingxu, are you jesting? Li Che is merely a disciple of the Lingxu Sword Sect, while I am the sect master, his teacher. Is it customary for a master to apologize to a disciple? Do they merit such deference? Deep down, Si Ruyan recognized her misjudgment and understood that the accusations against Li Che were baseless. Not only had he committed no wrongs, but he had also significantly contributed to the sect. Yet what did that matter? He was still her disciple, whom she had nurtured and instructed in his cultivation. She had merely misapprehended the situation momentarily, causing him some unjust suffering, but surely it did not warrant her personally apologizing. After all, he was the elder brother of the Lingxu Sword Sect. What harm could a little hardship bring? If she were to bow her head to him, would she not lose all face? How could she continue to uphold her position as sect master afterward? As Lingxu appeared increasingly anxious and attempted to speak again, Si Ruyan shouted, Silence. My decision is made. Do not speak further. With a resounding thud, Lingxu was abruptly dismissed from the palace with a wave of Si Ruyan's hand. Frustrated and unwilling to concede, Lingxu turned back and pounded on the door once more, but this time it remained firmly closed, a shimmering barrier preventing any sound from escaping. After a long silence, she finally relented, her face betraying a sense of helplessness. How had things changed so drastically? Everything had been well before her seclusion. Glancing at the tightly shut palace doors, Lingxu forced a bitter smile, her gaze sweeping over the desolate sect that had undergone such upheaval. It felt as though, after a mere hiatus, everything had transformed. The elder brother has been expelled from the sect, and numerous disciples have met a tragic end at the hands of demons. The Lingxu Sword Sect has suffered severe damage, its reputation plummeting to unprecedented lows, inciting disdain from all. The tumultuous changes leave Lingxu in a state of turmoil. Will her elder brother ever return? Her heart tightens at the thought. She is acutely aware of the tribulations he has endured during this period and can only imagine the profound disappointment and desolation that must have filled his heart. Now, both her master and junior sister naively cling to the hope that a mere phrase could summon him back. Is it truly possible? As she spirals into a maelstrom of thoughts. On another front, Lu Lingli and Yu Xuan have descended the mountain, their anger palpable. Days later, At the Lingxu Sword Sect's sacred sword peak, a towering mountain pierces the clouds, standing proudly against the heavens, resembling a divine sword that commands the sky, leaving one in awe. Remarkably, this peak not only bears the appearance of a celestial blade, but upon closer inspection, one can discern an ethereal sword energy emanating from it, sharp yet imbued with profound mysteries. This place is a rare treasure of the Lingxu Sword Sect, containing the sword path insights of its illustrious predecessors. Long-term immersion here greatly enhances one's swordsmanship training. Currently, this sanctuary has been designated as Li Chei's exclusive abode. At this moment, the air is filled with the resonant sounds of sword cries. Above Sacred Sword Peak, tumultuous winds and clouds swirl, and an invisible sword energy intertwines in the sky, exuding a fierce and chilling aura that even ripples the very fabric of space. The sword intent roils, shimmering with strange brilliance under the sunlight. The sword energy, as formidable as a dragon and as massive as a mountain, blankets the realm in an overwhelming chill. Such phenomena have captured the attention of countless disciples of the Lingxu Sword Sect. The Holy Sun's sword energy is fearsome beyond measure. Rumor has it that he has already entered the Void Tribulation realm. Will he succeed in breaking through this time? A young man at the second level of Void Tribulation is simply jaw-dropping. After a century of silence, the Holy Sun remains the unparalleled prodigy of his generation. Look, it seems he is on the verge of a breakthrough. Countless disciples exclaim in astonishment and engage in animated discussions. Under the curious and expectant gazes, the resounding sword intent on Sacred Sword Peak reverberates, its terrifying might making it difficult for many young disciples to breathe. The power contained within grows increasingly majestic over time, as if it is gradually undergoing a transformation. Suddenly, in a fleeting moment, accompanied by a barely discernible sound of shattering, a clear sword cry pierces the air. In an instant, the atmosphere shifts dramatically. The sound is bright, yet cloaked in boundless profundity. In the blink of an eye, countless long swords across the Lingxu Sword Sect tremble violently, emitting deep, resonant cries, and then soar skyward, akin to birds returning to their nests. Directed toward the heavens above Sacred Sword Peak, the sword energy surged like a tide, and the divine might resembled the vast ocean. Countless flying swords circled and intertwined around the Sacred Sword Peak, resonating in a jubilant chorus as if paying homage to their sovereign. It had not been long since Li Chei joined the Lingxu Sword Sect. The phenomenon of myriad swords in reverence re-emerged in the world. Goodness! The sound of 10,000 swords resonating in unison. The spectacle of 10,000 swords paying homage appeared once more. The Holy Sun is truly remarkable. Countless disciples of the Lingxu Sword Sect gasped in awe, their eyes reflecting boundless excitement and astonishment as they beheld the earth-shattering sight atop Sacred Sword Peak. One sword unsheathed, 10,000 swords followed. This epitomized the terrifying prowess of their chief, Holy Sun. At this moment, atop Sacred Sword Peak, Li Chei sat cross-legged, slowly opening his eyes to observe the symphony of swords in the sky, a hint of satisfaction gracing his features. Perhaps it was the 100 years of suppression in the Demon Cave that had stifled him. Now, having broken free, the immense potential that had been restrained was fully unleashed. Coupled with the terrifying augmentation of the Lingxu sword body and the unwavering support of the Lingxu Sword Sect, his strength ascended to a new level. The second layer of the Void Tribulation, from the Divine King realm onward. Each major realm is divided into 9 layers, with vast disparities between them. One could say that each layer represents an entirely different world. Although he had only broken through a minor tier, the enhancement to his overall strength was still remarkably evident. Furthermore, with the acquisition of the 9 Tribulation Sword, under the influence of various means, he could contend not only with the younger generation of the Southern Continent, but also with some long-established, formidable forces. Brother, you have successfully broken through. That's wonderful. The joyous exclamations came forth as Su Baiwei and Gu Qingtang rushed to congratulate him upon witnessing Li Chei's breakthrough. Li Ke smiled lightly, dispersing the myriad sword energies with a wave of his hand, rising to his feet, and remarked, "It is but a minor elevation." Gu Qingtang, eyes wide with admiration, exclaimed, "Haha, the Holy Sun is indeed too modest." Achieving the second layer of the Void Tribulation at such a young age, becoming the highest cultivator of the current younger generation, and prompting the homage of myriad swords, one must ask, Which prodigy in the southern continent could accomplish such a feat? Moreover, with the Holy Sun's combat prowess, even a minor breakthrough brings about earth-shattering changes. He generously expressed his awe and praise, while Su Baiwei, equally ecstatic, vigorously nodded in agreement. At 20 years of age, he stood as a divine king, single-handedly suppressing the demon cave for a century, endowed with a peerless ninth-grade talent, and inciting 2 instances of myriad swords and reverence. The highest cultivator of the younger generation in the southern continent. Each of these achievements alone would suffice to establish a top-tier prodigy, renowned across the land. Yet now, they all converged upon one individual. How utterly against the heavens. Chapter 55. An invitation from the Ta Ching Holy Land? It has seized his opportunity. Brother, I have another piece of good news to share with you. Su Baiwei beamed with excitement as she produced an invitation and presented it to Li Che. What is this? Feeling the enigmatic aura subtly emanating from the invitation, Li Che instinctively reached out to accept it. This was an invitation from the Tai Jing Sacred Land, inviting our Dao Sword Sect to participate in this year's grand debate. Su Baiwei's face flushed with excitement, her eyes sparkling with joy at the mention of the Tai Jing Sacred Land. Tai Jing Sacred Land? Likipausid momentaridi. This realm is known as the Zhongyuan realm, vast and boundless, divided into hundreds of continents. Although the southern continent is substantial, it is merely one among many. Given the enormity of the Zhongyuan realm, it is home to countless formidable figures and numerous transcendent forces that dominate the world. Among these, the Tai Jing Sacred Land stands out as one of the eminent sacred lands. Its influence extends across dozens of continents, boasting a plethora of masters. Its teachings are disseminated throughout the realm, often referenced and emulated by various powers, with claims that half of all techniques originate from Tai Jing. It is not an exaggeration to call it the ancestral vein of the world, a true sanctuary in the hearts of all practitioners within the southern continent. While powers such as the Dian Divine Dynasty, Xiang Sacred Sect, and even the Lingxu Sword Sect, along with our Dao Sword Sect, may be top-tier forces, they are confined to the southern continent and pale in comparison to the unparalleled Tai Jing Sacred Land. Why would such a transcendent force suddenly send an invitation to the Dao Sword Sect? As if sensing Li Che's bewilderment, Gu Qingtang elucidated. Every decade, the Tai Jing Sacred Land hosts a grand debate, during which they disseminate invitations to numerous continents nearby, inviting many outstanding talents to partake. It is truly a gathering of heroes. To receive an invitation signifies recognition from the Tai Jing Sacred Land and serves as a symbol of status. If one can shine in such an event or catch the eye of the Tai Jing Sacred Land, it would bring immeasurable benefits to both oneself and the affiliated power. At this juncture, a flicker of excitement shone in Gu Qingtang's eyes as he proudly declared, previously, at every gathering of the Taichu Sacred Land, only a handful of forces from the southern continent were invited. As for the sword cultivators, it was always the Lingxu Sword Sect who received the invitation. However, this time is different. Today, the Taichu Sacred Land has extended an invitation to our Dao Sword Sect. A look of sheer delight illuminated Gu Qingtang's face, his joy unmistakable. The invitation from the Taichu Sacred Land represents a form of acknowledgement. How could he not be exhilarated? For a century, the Dao Sword Sect has been overshadowed by the Lingxu Sword Sect, and now they finally have the opportunity to stand tall. Unable to contain his excitement, Gu Qingtang turned his gaze toward Li Che, awe and gratitude evident in his eyes, and exclaimed, after much contemplation, I believe the sudden shift from the Taichu Sacred Land, choosing to invite Dao instead of Lingxu, must be due to the son of the Sacred Land. It is because of you, the son, that Dao has gained the recognition of the Tai Jing Sacred Land. Su Baiwei, standing beside him, fervently nodded, her cheeks flushed with excitement. This is indeed the holy land of Taichu, a transcendent force that dominates the contemporary world. It is likely that their previous invitations to the Lingxu Sword Sect were solely due to the presence of my senior brother, and had little to do with the sect itself. Now that my senior brother has joined the Dao Sword Sect, they have chosen to extend an invitation to Dao. This is not a matter of Gu Qingtang and Su Baiwei underestimating themselves. Rather, although Dao Sword Sect is considered elite in the southern continent, it pales in comparison to the extraordinary Taichu Holy Land. Thus, this sudden shift can only be attributed to Li Che. Li Che was also somewhat taken aback. However, upon careful reflection, he realized that in his previous life, the Taichu Holy Land had consistently invited the Lingxu Sword Sect, never extending an invitation to Daoi. This time, however, things had changed, likely due to his influence. In his past existence, he had not attended this Dao discussion conference, yet he was somewhat familiar with its nature. The conference featured not only powerful figures from the Taichu Holy Land imparting teachings and experiences, but also included various challenges and arenas for young prodigies to compete, showcase their skills, and gain renown. Those who excelled could reap immense benefits, significantly enhancing the foundation of the younger generation. If memory serves, in his previous life, Zhao Yuansun had seemingly gained considerable advantages during this conference, resulting in a remarkably smooth path and astonishingly rapid improvement in his cultivation. As thoughts whirled in Li Chei's mind, a glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes. Now that he had the chance to relive this life, he would not let this opportunity slip away. This time, he intended to seize all of Zhao Yuansun's fortunes. With this thought in mind, he spoke. Since the Taichu Holy Land has sent an invitation, we shall attend. It will also be a chance to witness the grandeur of the Dao discussion conference. Li Chei smiled slightly, not sharing the same excitement as Gu Qingtang and Su Baiwei. In his previous life, due to his circumstances, the Lingxu Sword Sect had received multiple invitations to the conference, yet he himself had never attended, remaining stationed at the Demon Cave. Later, due to slander, he found himself imprisoned on the Black Sin Cliff, enduring immense suffering, and thus had no opportunity to participate. This time, he could finally experience it. Excellent. I've been eagerly awaiting your words, senior brother. I am truly curious and look forward to broadening my horizons this time. Su Baiwei's eyes sparkled with anticipation. However, after her initial excitement, Gu Qingtang suddenly appeared hesitant, expressing her concerns. Holy Son, should we prepare for anything? This Dao discussion conference is hosted by the Taichu Holy Land, gathering prodigies from dozens of continents. Our Daoi Sword Sect has never participated in such a grand event before. What if we are unprepared? Worry clouded Gu Qingtang's expression. Such an event is unlike any other, with countless powerful participants in attendance. The Daoi Sword Sect had never been invited before, making this occasion akin to a debutante's first carriage ride, leaving them somewhat apprehensive. Upon hearing this, Su Baiwei, who had been filled with excitement moments earlier, began to feel a sense of unease as her heart raced. Observing their demeanor, Li Chei could not help but chuckle gently, offering words of reassurance. Fear not, for I am here. His voice, though soft, exuded an air of confidence. With his exceptional talent, he had long overshadowed the younger generation of Nanzhou, standing tall among his peers. Moreover, with the great Dao sword body and the 9 Calamity sword in his possession, the sheer power was almost daunting even to himself. He harbored a deep sense of confidence, despite the convergence of top prodigies from dozens of regions of the Dao Conference. He welcomed any challenge with open arms. Indeed, I nearly forgot. With the Saint's Son present, what does it matter even if it's a grand event at the Taiching Sacred Land? With his might, he could sweep through the assemblage of young talents from the various regions. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingtang and Su Baiwei suddenly grasped the situation. Although it was the Dao Sword Sect's inaugural participation in the Dao Conference, what did it matter? They had the Saint's Son to support them. Even amidst a gathering of prodigies, the Saint's Son remained unmatched. With a deep sigh of relief, Gu Qingtang felt reassured. Chapter 56. The Dao Sword Sect. 2 junior sisters have arrived. At the Sacred Sword Peak, Li Chei was engaged in a discussion with Gu Qingtang and Su Baiwei regarding the candidates for the upcoming Dao Conference at the Taiching Sacred Land. Meanwhile, at the gates of the Dao Sword Sect, 2 figures suddenly appeared. Dust-covered and weary, they resembled refugees in distress, looking quite disheveled. It was Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang'er. Finally, we've arrived. That infuriating Li Chei, what a scoundrel. He made us travel such a long distance just to find him. It drives me mad. Yu Shuang'er fumed, her eyes blazing with fury as she glared at the gates of the Dao Sword Sect. The vast expanse of Nanzhou had seen her and Lu Lingli journey from the Lingxu Sword Sect to this place, consuming several days and leaving them exhausted, with their ankles nearly raw from the trek. For someone as pampered as Yu Shuang'er, this was a torturous ordeal. Not only Li Chei, but also those loathsome cultivators who dared treat them this way. How utterly despicable. Were it not for the dictates of her master, she would have relished the opportunity to eliminate them all. Recalling the tribulations of the past few days, a frosty aura enveloped Lu Lingli, a palpable killing intent swirling around her. Since her debut, she had been hailed as the Cold Fairy, always regarded as an exalted sword fairy by outsiders, adored wherever she went. Never had she anticipated that one day she would be treated like a common pariah. Initially, she had no intention of hurrying to the Dao Sword Sect. In Lu Lingli's scheme, she had intended to seize the opportunity of descending the mountain to leisurely roam the outside world with Xianxia, postponing the search for Li Che until they had thoroughly enjoyed themselves. However, she could never have anticipated the misfortunes that awaited them from the moment they departed from their sect. As they journeyed, any fellow cultivators who recognized them or learned of their origin from the Lingxu Sword Sect greeted them with disdainful glares, and some even resorted to mockery and ridicule, aiming to humiliate them to the fullest extent. This was hardly the end of their woes. After several days of travel, every time they sought to pause and rest, whether to dine at an inn or find lodging, they were met with hostility, as if they were to be avoided like venomous snakes. The treatment they received had plummeted from that of revered, celestial sword maidens to the scorned outcasts of society. The disparity was staggering. Lu Lingli was on the verge of exploding with anger. She had never endured such an egregious humiliation, merely a few days into their journey. They had profoundly experienced the sentiment of being targeted by the masses and reviled by the world. Consequently, the two of them were left to fend for themselves, often sleeping outdoors and quenching their thirst with water from streams, while their meals comprised of occasional wild game, where nothing at all of fortune did not favor them. Their journey felt akin to a desperate escape, fraught with disarray. Reflecting on the past few days brought forth a torrent of bitter tears. At long last, having arrived at their destination, the pent-up frustration of the two erupted. "Li Che, come out here!" Xianxia shouted vehemently, storming towards the gate of the Dao Sword Sect, eager to teach Li Che a lesson. This commotion immediately drew the attention of the disciples guarding the mountain. "Halt! What do you think you are doing, daring to show disrespect to our holy son? Are you courting death?" Several disciples, swords in hand and with a surge of magical energy, approached with unfriendly expressions, blocking Lu Lingli and Xianxia. How could they remain indifferent to someone hurling insults at their chief holy son at the mountain gate? "Get out of my way!" With their anger boiling over, Lu Lingli and her companion, thwarted in their advance, retaliated without hesitation, launching a powerful strike that injured several patrolling disciples, sending them flying. "We are here to find Li Che. What business is it of yours?" Lu Lingli's face was as cold as frost, her icy demeanor seemingly capable of freezing those before her. "What nonsense about a holy son! Li Che is merely a discarded disciple of the Lingxu Sword Sect. You should be ashamed to treat him like a treasure. Bring him out immediately. We're taking him back to await his fate," Xianxia added through gritted teeth. "Even if he no longer desires what belongs to the Lingxu Sword Sect, no one else is worthy to take it. He is one of ours, and simply declaring his departure does not sever his ties to the sect. If he must perish, let it be within the Lingxu Sword Sect." The two individuals displayed an utterly unreasonable demeanor, instantly provoking a seething anger among several disciples tasked with guarding the mountain. Had they not been aware of the formidable capabilities of Lu Lingli and her companion, they would have rushed in without hesitation. However, the unusual commotion at the mountain gate quickly alerted other disciples of the Dao Sword Sect. "What is happening? Who possesses the audacity to cause a disturbance in my Dao Sword Sect?" As a surge of powerful auras erupted, numerous disciples and elders hastened to the mountain gate to assess the situation. Upon witnessing the wounded guards confronting the two women, their expressions shifted dramatically. "I am a direct disciple of the sect leader of the Lingxu Sword Sect. How dare you lay a hand on me?" Xianxia exclaimed, her eyes widening as she attempted to leverage her status with arrogance. Yet, to her astonishment, upon learning their identities, the expressions of the Dao Sword Sect disciples changed from apprehension to hostility. The audacity of the Lingxu Sword Sect to intrude upon the Dao Sword Sect's territory and injure their guards was beyond comprehension. When they learned the details from the injured disciples, fury ignited within them, their eyes glinting with cold fury. "Such insolence! How dare you, Lingxu Sword Sect? Show your face here." To cause a ruckus and insult the holy son is tantamount to courting death. Brother Li Che's forbearance had been met with their relentless provocation, revealing their utter shamelessness. "Since you have come, do not think of leaving. Surrender your lives." The crowd, incensed, began to shout and curse, encircling Lu Lingli and Xianxia with a palpable intent to kill, ready to pounce at any moment, threatening to tear them apart. Feeling the chilling aura of murderous intent enveloping them, Both women's expressions drastically changed, and they immediately faltered. You must not act rashly. We have come on the sect leader's orders to seek Li Che. You would be wise not to provoke us. Otherwise, should you dare to strike, the Lingxu Sword Sect will pursue a relentless vendetta against the Dao Sword Sect. Surrounded by the disciples of the Dao Sword Sect, an overwhelming pressure bore down upon them, the palpable killing intent sending shivers down their spines, prompting them to hastily threaten. On the opposite side, several leading disciples furrowed their brows upon hearing that Lu Lingli and her companion were in search of Li Che. Their gazes scrutinized the two, and for a moment, they hesitated to take immediate action. Fully aware of the enmity between Li Che and the Lingxu Sword Sect, they found themselves at a loss regarding how to proceed. Sensing the shift, Xianxia quickly interjected, "We are here to find Li Che, and have no business with your Dao Sword Sect. If you do not believe us, you may call for Li Che." The leading disciple maintained a furrowed brow, casting a glance at the two before letting out a cold snort. Brother Li Che is the chief holy son of our Dao Sword Sect, so naturally, he is of concern to us. You two wait here. If you dare to make any moves, do not blame us for being unkind. With that, he promptly dispatched someone to notify Li Che. Chapter 57. Who dares to harm them? Arrogance and audacity. On the sacred sword peak, Li Che remained oblivious to the commotion at the mountain gate. He was being pulled by Gu Qingtang and Su Baiwei, engaged in a discussion regarding the selection of disciples to participate in the Taiqing Sacred Lands Debate Conference. Which disciples should they choose to accompany them? It was indeed a source of great concern. Gu Qingtang sighed deeply, her face contorted with worry. This conference would gather the most exceptional talents from numerous continents, and if their sect's disciples performed poorly, it would bring shame to the Dao Sword Sect. Moreover, if their disciples excelled at the conference, it could lead to tremendous opportunities, benefiting both the individuals and their sect in significant ways. Thus, the two were exceedingly cautious. However, after deliberating for a considerable time and proposing various candidates, they still felt uneasy. Li Che, with an air of calmness, did not seem to feel any pressure. In fact, he found their hesitant expressions somewhat amusing and offered words of comfort. It is merely a debate conference. There is no need for such solemnity. Su Baiwei glanced at him and shook her head, saying, "Senior brother, this is a conference hosted by the Taiqing Sacred Land. We cannot afford to be careless. After all, this is our Dao Sword Sect's first participation in such a grand event. Proper preparation is essential." Gu Qingtang, wearing a serious expression, added, "The talent and strength of the Holy Son are evident to all, so I am not worried about you. However, among the other disciples of our sect, aside from Baiwei's decent aptitude, the rest require careful consideration." With that, the two resumed their new round of careful selections. Li Che could only shake his head in resignation. At that moment, an elder stormed on a sacred sword peak, visibly enraged, muttering curses under his breath as if deeply agitated. Li Che and the others exchanged puzzled glances. "Elder Lei, what has happened? Who has angered you so?" Gu Qingtang inquired with concern. Elder Lei, seething with rage, declared, "Sect Master, I just received a report from a disciple that there are 2 women from the Lingxu Sword Sect outside the mountain gate. They are likely direct disciples of that woman. Si Ruyan, Lu Lingli, and Xianxia. Upon their arrival, without uttering a word, they wreaked havoc at the mountain gate, injuring several guarding disciples and speaking disrespectfully towards the Holy Son, specifically demanding to see him with an exceedingly vile attitude." At that moment, Gu Qingtang and Su Baiwei erupted in fury, springing to their feet. "What? They dare to come to our Dao Sword Sect to cause trouble? It seems the Lingxu Sword Sect is seeking their own demise." Gu Qingtang exclaimed. "They slandered the Holy Son, attributing all sorts of accusations to him. It is already generous of our Dao Sword Sect not to seek retribution against them, yet they still dare to run rampant here." As she spoke, Gu Qingtang turned to Li Che, her voice serious. "Holy Son, please rest assured. We shall handle the people from the Lingxu Sword Sect and will not allow them to disturb you." With that, she prepared to rise and leave. "Sect Master, please wait." Li Che called out to Gu Qingtang, and upon meeting his puzzled gaze, he chuckled softly and shook his head. "Sect Master, since you have come to seek me, allow me to handle this matter." At the mention of Lu Lingli and Xianxia, a glimmer of understanding flashed in Li Che's eyes, for he had already surmised their intentions. "You wish to handle it?" Gu Qingtang hesitated slightly, aware of the hardships Li Che had endured at Lingxu Sword Sect, where he faced much scorn and slander. It was evident that the arrival of Lingxu Sword Sect members could not bode well. Moreover, having once been a disciple of Lingxu Sword Sect, his appearance before former peers could potentially place him in an awkward position. Senior brother, these individuals are relentless. If you show yourself, who knows what disparaging remarks they might utter. Su Baiwei urged, sharing her disdain for the treacherous wolves of Lingxu Sword Sect. Rest assured, I know how to proceed, Li Che replied with a smile, though a flicker of coldness passed through his eyes. Lingxu Sword Sect, how amusing. Seeing his determination, Gu Qingtang pondered for a moment before nodding. In that case, Holy Son, you may go, he said solemnly. Just remember, regardless of what transpires, Daoi Sword Sect will always stand by you. A warm current surged within Li Che's heart, and he remained silent. After acknowledging everyone with a nod, he strode towards the mountain gate. Behind him, Gu Qingtang's voice, tinged with suppressed anger, echoed. These individuals from Lingxu Sword Sect have yet to account for their wrongdoings against Li Che, and they dare to persist in their harassment. How infuriating. Concerned, Su Baiwei hurriedly followed, casting furtive glances at Li Che, anxiety gnawing at her. After all, those two were once his junior sisters. What if they made unreasonable demands? Would he be put in a difficult position? At the mountain gate, a group of disciples with unfriendly expressions surrounded Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang'er, swords in hand, their cold gazes locking onto the two. Initially, the sheer number of them caused Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang'er to falter, standing obediently in place, afraid to speak. However, as time passed, and they realized the elders and disciples merely encircled them without any immediate threats, they quickly regained their audacity. What are you staring at? Do you think you can devour us? Lu Lingli exclaimed defiantly. We are direct disciples of Lingxu Sword Sect. If you dare to lay a finger on us, my master will come to settle the score, and even your Daoi Sword Sect will not escape misfortune. Yu Shuang'er scoffed, lifting her chin with an air of superiority. Your Daoi Sword Sect has been consistently overshadowed by Lingxu Sword Sect for over a century, and yet you dare to flaunt your bravado before us? What audacity! She is the youngest disciple of Si Ru Yin, accustomed to indulgence and adoration, walking amidst a throng of admirers, having developed an arrogant and domineering disposition. At this moment, witnessing a disciple of Dao hesitant to take action, she mistakenly believes it to be due to fear of her status. Thus her pride swells even more. Lu Lingli is no less formidable. Initially intimidated by the fierce demeanor of the Dao disciple, she soon regains her composure, only to feel a surge of embarrassment. Coupled with the scorn and ridicule she has endured in recent days, her heart brims with indignation. To be frank, we have come today to take away Li Che. Merely a traitor we have discarded, yet here he is regarded as a holy son. It is truly laughable. Should you dare to act against us, I advise you to reconsider. How does Dao even presume to compare with Lingxu Sword Sect? Lu Lingli's expression exudes haughtiness as she surveys the Dao disciples around her with palpable disdain. The surrounding disciples of Dao are incensed, their teeth gritted, faces flushed crimson, and their eyes nearly ablaze with fury. Damn it, these two women are utterly detestable. I can hardly restrain myself from rushing forth to tear their faces apart. Were it not for their connection to the Holy Son, they would already know the meaning of regret. Witnessing their arrogant demeanor and increasingly acerbic remarks, the crowd grows more agitated, many disciples clutching their swords with hands turning pale, trembling with rage. Damn, they are infuriated to the brink of madness by these two women. The reason they have yet to act is not due to the so-called status of their connection to the Holy Son. Rather, it is because of their association with Li Che, fearing his reluctance to engage with them, that they have held their ground. Otherwise, they would have long since shown Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang'er the consequence of their insolence. Chapter 58. No more indulgence. Strike directly and suppress them fiercely. At the entrance of Dao the crowd is fervent. The haughty voices of Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang'er echo continuously, turning the faces of many Dao disciples red with rage, their tempers flaring. Were it not for the fact that the two are former junior disciples of Li Che, the crowd would have long since descended upon them in a frenzy. As they continue to endure, Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang'er, seeing that the crowd does not dare to retaliate, grow increasingly arrogant, pushing the limits of their tolerance. Finally, the Holy Son has arrived. The Holy Son has come. A commotion erupts among the Dao disciples as exclamations fill the air. Like is Enraged. Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang'er's eyes brighten. Abandoning their insults, their gazes immediately fixed upon him. The crowd parts slowly, creating a pathway as Li Che, accompanied by Su Baiwei, steps forth from the throng. At the sight of Li Che, Lu Ling Li and her companion's faces light up with joy, a sigh of relief escaping them, and immediately, with widened eyes, they command, "Li Che, why are you dawdling? Hurry up and come with us." Xianxia, with an air of entitlement, issued orders to Li Che. After enduring various hardships along the journey, she was finally on the brink of fulfilling her master's task, a prospect she had long anticipated. That detestable Li Che had caused her much distress throughout their travels. Once they returned to the Lingxu Sword Sect, she vowed to make him pay for it. Now that Li Che had appeared, she was eager to depart swiftly with him. After all this time, Li Che, you truly possess remarkable skills. Hurry back to our sect and await the master's judgment. Just wait until we give you your due. Lu Lingli exuded a haughty demeanor, her gaze towards Li Che brimming with disdain and contempt. It was all because of him that she had become a pariah, and the Lingxu Sword Sect's severe losses and tarnished reputation were also his doing. The thought only intensified the chill in Lu Lingli's expression. Her loathing and discontent towards Li Che had long since reached its zenith. Li Che, casting a casual glance at the self-satisfied Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang, chose to ignore them and instead approached the injured disciple who had just been assaulted by the two. "How are you? Is your injury severe?" The disciple was momentarily taken aback by Li Che's inquiry, a flicker of excitement igniting within him. Once he regained his composure, he quickly shook his head. "Holy son, it's but a minor injury, nothing serious." Li Che offered a faint smile, nodding as he produced several medicinal pills to distribute among the wounded disciples. "Take these and recuperate well." After gently patting the shoulder of the injured disciple, he turned to survey the surrounding Dao Yi disciples, asking, "Why did you not intervene earlier?" The disciples exchanged glances and hesitation, until one finally spoke up softly. "Holy son, they were once your junior sisters, and we feared that if we acted, we might inadvertently harm them and cause you displeasure. Is that so?" Li Che shook his head slightly, finally directing his gaze at Lu Lingli and Yu Shuanger with a derisive laugh. "Junior sisters? They truly are your esteemed junior sisters, aren't they?" Meanwhile, Lu Lingli and Yu Shuanger, witnessing Li Che's indifference upon his arrival, felt their anger mounting, their teeth clenched in frustration. "Li Ke, did you not hear what we said? Hurry and return with us to bow before the master and apologize." Lu Lingli, with an arrogant demeanor, raised her chin slightly, speaking in a condescending tone. "Just a discarded disciple of the Lingxu Sword Sect dares to act so proud in our presence. Your arrogance knows no bounds." Yu Shuang curled her lip in disdain. "Li Taoting, do not delude yourself into thinking that being the holy son of the Dao Yi sect makes you formidable. In the eyes of our Lingxu Sword Sect, you are nothing. This time, it is merely the master-esque grace that allows you the chance to return and repent for your insolence. Do not take it for granted. Quickly return and seek the sect's forgiveness." Her lofty attitude made it clear that she viewed Li Che's return as a mere act of charity. Li Che had yet to utter a word, yet the numerous disciples of the Dao Yi Sword Sect surrounding him were on the verge of losing their composure, their eyes blazing with fury. How audacious, they thought, to encounter such shameless scoundrels. Su Baiwei, standing beside Li Che, was so incensed that her face turned pale, angrily reprimanding. "It is you from the Lingxu Sword Sect who have wronged the holy son, a treacherous wolf that repays kindness with malice. How dare you show your face and demand the holy son return? How can you speak such words with such entitlement? Have you no shame?" The surrounding Dao Yi disciples seethed with indignation, itching to tear the two apart, but out of respect for Li Che's thoughts, they could only force themselves to hold back. Instinctively glancing towards him, what would the holy son do? Would he truly return with them? Anxiety gripped the hearts of the Dao Yi disciples. Under the scrutiny of numerous gazes, Li Che suddenly smiled. He stepped forward to stand before Lu Lingli and Yu Shuanger, inquiring with a grin. "What were you saying just now?" Yu Shuanger, her face contorted with disdain, retorted, "Are you deaf?" In an instant, a resounding slap echoed like thunder. Before her words could fully escape her lips, Li Che's gaze turned cold, and he delivered a forceful strike to her face. This blow was without restraint, powerful enough to send her flying. Skin tore, teeth shattered, and blood gushed forth. With a crash, Yu Shuanger slammed to the ground, wailing in agony. The surroundings fell into a sudden silence. Li Che regarded Yu Shuanger, who was clutching her face, with teeth scattered and blood streaming from her mouth, devoid of any compassion. He had always viewed her as a sister, cherishing and guarding her with utmost care, fearful of her suffering any grievance. Yet, she had come to see herself as a princess, willful and spoiled. Even incited by Zhao Yuansan, she had taken the lead in slandering him, acting as the vanguard in judging him. No matter how tragic her fate, it was utterly self-inflicted. "Li Che, have you lost your mind?" Lu Lingli screamed, finally regaining her senses, ready to hurl insults. "And you?" A glint of cold light flashed in Li Che's eyes as he once again delivered a heavy slap. Lu Lingli's expression changed drastically. In her haste to defend herself, she realized that before Li Che, her strength was but that of an ant, helplessly watching as his hand loomed larger before her eyes. Another thunderous slap resonated. Lu Lingli shrieked in horror as her flesh split and blood splattered, crashing to the ground. Following in Yu Shuang'er's footsteps, Li Che Gazi remained each. The so-called celestial maiden, untouched by worldly affairs, was nothing more than a treacherous wolf. All her cultivation and techniques were bestowed by him, every treasure and divine ability gifted by him. Her current state was entirely reliant on his generosity. Yet in the end, this ungrateful wretch dared to bite the hand that fed her, even more ruthless than anyone else. Chapter 59. Do you think you amount to anything? You. How dare you strike us? Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang'er sat on the ground, covered in blood, their hair disheveled, their expressions blank. They gazed at Li Che with disbelief. How could he dare to lay a hand on them? For all these years, Li Che had never even raised his voice at them, let alone struck them, always acquiescing to their every demand, fulfilling their requests without fail. Consequently, Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang'er had labeled this elder brother as ineffectual and overly accommodating. Yet now he had the audacity to turn violent against them. It felt like a surreal dream. However, the searing pain radiating from their faces constantly reminded them that this was indeed their grim reality. "I am striking you two ingrates." Li Che's expression was laced with mockery, his eyes glimmering with an unyielding chill. "You want me to return? To await your judgment? To plead for your forgiveness? On what grounds do you two presume to utter such words before me?" With a flick of his hand, Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang'er were suddenly drawn toward him, suspended in midair, their desperate struggles proving futile. The icy gaze he cast upon them felt as relentless as an eternal glacier, sending chills down their spines. The sound reverberated. Slap! Slap! Li Che struck the other side of their faces with two more resounding blows. "What do you think you are, daring to be arrogant and haughty before me? Perch high above. Slap! Do you truly believe that everyone will indulge you forever? Slap! You fancy yourselves as ethereal fairies? Little princesses? Slap! I see that my previous kindness has led you to believe that everything is owed to you, causing you to forget your true nature. Slap! Without my continued support, you are nothing. Slap! Yet you still dare to bark at me. Who grants you such audacity? Slap! As memories of past encounters flooded his mind, Li Che's face was etched with derision. With each word, his hands remained relentless. Each powerful slap reverberated like thunder, leaving the two women battered, their cheeks bruised, teeth lost, and blood splattering from their mouths and noses. "I could have left you be, but now you have the gall to come to Dao Sword Sect seeking me out. You even dare to present yourselves before me with an air of superiority, as if bestowing upon me a chance to repent and await your judgment. Since you cannot discern reality, I shall enlighten you. Let this be an indelible lesson." Li Che's heart burned with fury, his strikes devoid of mercy. With every slap, the sound echoed like a thunderclap. In the blink of an eye, Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang'er had transformed into grotesque, battered figures, their faces swollen and disfigured, emitting shrill cries reminiscent of slaughtered pigs. "Li Che!" Suspended in midair, their eyes burned with resentment, nearly bursting with fury. With each resounding slap, their expressions contorted violently, hair disheveled, blood gushing from their mouths and noses, resembling deranged lunatics. They struggled desperately, yet an invisible force bound them tightly, rendering their efforts futile as they could only watch helplessly as each slap fell upon them. Bang! Another vicious slap landed. Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang'er were sent hurtling backwards, crashing to the ground with anguished screams. Their cries, echoing like the wails of slaughtered beasts, drew no compassion from the onlookers. Instead, a cacophony of cheers erupted. "Excellent! Just as it should be. The Holy Sun is formidable. Let him teach them a lesson." What a relief. The initial silence was shattered as numerous disciples of Tao erupted into raucous applause, their faces flushed with excitement, eager to express their approval. Witnessing Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang'er at the mercy of Li Chei's relentless assault filled them with immense satisfaction. Only they knew the extent of their frustration at the hands of these two women moments ago. What a cathartic release. The Holy Sun was absolutely right. Who did they think they were, daring to cause trouble at Lingxu Sword Sect, and even speaking insolently before the Holy Sun, exuding an air of superiority? What audacity they possessed. Who is the Holy Sun? A 20-year-old at the Divine King realm, a solitary figure suppressing the demon lair for a century, possessing unparalleled 9th-grade talent, inciting 2 grand sword tributes, the highest cultivator among the younger generation of the southern continent. Each of these achievements, when considered individually, is an unattainable pinnacle for countless young aspirants. How dare mere Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang'er act so arrogantly before the Holy Sun? Brother is mighty. Su Baiwei was left in shock by Li Chei's fierce methods. However, as she regained her composure, her face flushed with excitement, and she clenched her tiny fists in exhilaration. The actions of the disciples from Lingxu Sword Sect had long since drawn the ire of heaven and humanity alike. Even Su Baiwei had been seething with suppressed anger. And now, she finally felt a sense of the two individuals glared fiercely, appearing utterly deranged as they recklessly charged towards Li Chei. Like Isha Lendu. Their hoarse, furious cries echoed through the air, only to be met once more by a swift slap that sent them flying, their bodies hurtling away at a speed greater than before, crashing violently to the ground, unable to rise for quite some time. Li Chei, wait for me. You dare lay a hand on us, and our master will not let you off lightly. The Lingxu Sword Sect will not forgive you. Upon our return, we shall gather countless powerful warriors to raise the Daoi Sword Sect to the ground, slay every last one, and imprison you in the abyss of black sin, where you will find no means of survival, nor escape from death. I will not let you go. Their vengeful screams, laced with madness, echoed through the air as they desperately cursed him. Seeking death, Li Chei's gaze was icy, his expression as if encrusted with a layer of frost. As they struggled to rise, a cold snort pierced the atmosphere, accompanied by an overwhelming, chilling aura that descended upon them with terrifying force. Bang! It felt as though a mountain had fallen upon them, the tremendous weight pinning them mercilessly to the ground, leaving them unable to rise for an eternity. Blood oozed from Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang'er's mouths and noses, their bodies creaking under the immense pressure. The sound of their bones being crushed under the strain echoed ominously, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. In an instant, they were grievously injured. The chilling, murderous intent within that aura surged violently, akin to a colossal wave threatening to engulf them entirely. If you seek death, I can accommodate you. A cold smile graced Li Chei's lips, his frigid voice carrying an overwhelming might that pierced their very minds like a sharpened blade. Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang'er turned ashen, their spirits trembling with fear. An inescapable dread enveloped them, silencing all their vengeful and frenzied utterances, rendering them mute. Their eyes burned with hatred, faces twisted in rage. Yet beneath the weight of that terrifying pressure, the impending sense of death screamed in their minds, leaving them as helpless as dogs lying on the ground. Even as blood streamed into their eyes, obscuring their vision, they dared not move. The previous arrogance had vanished without a trace. Chapter 60. A humiliating expulsion. Is Rian still high and mighty? Huh? Do you think these two are mentally unstable? Indeed, with such a pitiful display, they dared to bare their fangs before the Holy Sun, truly audacious. How tragic, having traversed thousands of miles only to be slapped in the face. It's hard to judge. Is it any wonder they are considered contemptible? The surrounding disciples of the Daoi sect wore flushed faces, reveling in the spectacle. The taunts and scornful remarks pierced Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang'er's ears, igniting their fury and humiliation, causing their faces to turn pale. With a sudden violent spurt, they coughed up blood, their eyes rolling back, and with a resounding thud, they fainted. Enough! Throw these two out. They are a blight upon our sect's sanctity. Such worthless beings are too much of an eyesore. As Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang'er fainted, Li Chei merely cast a cursory glance before dismissively waving his hand as if shooing away flies. I shall take care of this. Upon hearing his words, several disciples of the Daoi sect eagerly sprang forth, their faces alight with excitement. Without uttering another word, they dragged Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang'er away like limp sacks, unceremoniously tossing them aside. With the two bothersome figures gone, Li Che directed his gaze towards the multitude of Dao Yi disciples. There is no need for concern. At present, I am merely the holy son of the Dao Yi Sword Sect, and I hold no affiliations with the Lingxu Sword Sect. Should such a situation arise again, and individuals from the Lingxu Sword Sect dare to cause trouble, you are authorized to strike swiftly and eliminate them. Yes, holy son, the disciples responded fervently. Fear not. Odison, should the Lingxu Sword Sect dare to approach again, we shall ensure they regret it. Laughter erupted among the disciples, their spirits lifted. Previously, there had been a hint of trepidation among them, but now, confidence surged within their hearts. From now on, they would no longer be overshadowed by the Lingxu Sword Sect's senior brother. They would stand proudly as the foremost disciples of the Dao Yi Sword Sect. Beside them, Su Baiwei chimed in with enthusiasm. Moreover, I have another splendid announcement. Due to the addition of Brother Li Che, this year's Dao discussion conference at the Ta-Ching Sacred Land has not extended an invitation to the Lingxu Sword Sect, but rather to us at Dao Yi. What? The Dao discussion conference at the Ta-Ching Sacred Land has invited the Dao Yi Sword Sect. Upon hearing this, the disciples were initially taken aback. But then a wave of jubilant cheers erupted, their faces glowing with astonishment and joy. The opportunity to attend the conference represented not only potential benefits, but also the recognition of the Ta-Ching Sacred Land. For a century, the Dao Yi Sword Sect had been suppressed by the Lingxu Sword Sect and had never received such an invitation. Now, they finally had the chance to shine. This is wonderful. The Holy Sun is magnificent. With the Holy Sun of the Dao Yi Sword Sect, what can the Lingxu Sword Sect possibly contest against us? Ridiculous Lingxu. It's no wonder they are blind. They deserve their fate. The Dao discussion conference at the Ta-Ching Sacred Land. The Lingxu Sword Sect must be regretting their choices now. The sounds of jubilant cheers lingered at the gates of the Dao Yi Mountain. Meanwhile, Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang'er gradually regained consciousness. At that moment, they found themselves unceremoniously discarded in a desolate area, their bodies smeared with dirt and decaying leaves. Their once delicate appearances now in utter disarray from the blows they had received. Their exquisite faces bore the marks of brutality, bloodied and swollen, resembling that of a pig's head, with several teeth missing, rendering their speech slightly slurred. Anyone who chanced upon them would scarcely recognize these as the renowned fairies of the Lingxu Sword Sect. You scoundrel! Li Che, I will make you pay dearly for this. Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang'er were consumed by an overwhelming fury and hatred, their gazes filled with venom as they could not help but curse into the air. This descent from the mountain had truly been disastrous. Enduring countless insults and ridicule from the practitioners of Nanzhou, they felt like mere street rats. Upon arriving at the Lingxu Sword Sect, they suffered another brutal beating, nearly disfiguring them. This was undoubtedly a nightmare that would haunt them for the rest of their lives. Although the injuries on their faces had somewhat healed thanks to the medicinal pills they carried, faint traces of the fingerprints and the agonizing sting of countless slaps still lingered. The two, covered in dirt and disheveled, vented their frustrations with wild curses. After a considerable time, they finally ceased their outbursts. Sister, the master has commanded us to bring Li Che back. What are we to do now? After a long pause, Yu Shuang'er's voice broke through, her face drawn in despair. Initially, they had arrived brimming with confidence, believing they could easily accomplish the task assigned by Si Ruyan. But the reality was starkly different. Not only did Li Che refuse to accompany them willingly, but he also subjected them to a severe beating. The thought of the task from Si Ruyan made Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang'er's heads throb with anguish. They were acutely aware of the current situation within the sect. Since Li Che's departure, the Lingxu Sword Sect had faced a series of devastating blows, including an outbreak from the demon lair, necessitating someone to guard it. Bringing Li Che back was indeed the best option available. From the sect master Si Ruyan to the various elders and disciples, everyone was eagerly awaiting their return with him. Yet now, they had utterly botched the mission. No, we cannot report the truth upon our return. Otherwise, the sect will surely tear us apart. Lu Lingli felt a pang of guilt, and Yu Shuang'er instinctively shrank back. They had just arrived at the Dao Yi Sword Sect, injuring the disciples guarding the mountain and hurling insults at Li Che. Such actions would certainly incite disapproval from anyone. And if the sect learned that their actions had provoked Dao Yi and Li Che, leading to their failure, they would undoubtedly be punished severely. Yes, we must not disclose the truth. Yu Shuang'er nodded vigorously before contemplating, Let us say that he adamantly refused to return with us, and we had no part in it. Lu Lingli's eyes brightened, and she immediately agreed. Exactly, that's it. The two conspired, shifting all the blame onto Li Che. Once they reached an agreement, they cast a fierce glare back at the Dao Sword Sect before departing with faces full of reluctance. Naturally, they dare not take the main roads. If they ventured into the city, where they might be recognized, it would likely lead to another situation where they would be mercilessly hunted. In their current disheveled state, they would be the subject of ridicule. Thus, the two took to the back roads, stealthily traversing through various paths, facing numerous hardships, until they finally made their way back to the Lingxu Sword Sect in a state of disgrace. Days later, Master, Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang'er have returned. In the Grand Hall, Si Rian and the esteemed elders wore expressions of deep concern as they deliberated on how to confront the recent tribulations faced by the Lingxu Sword Sect. Upon receiving the report, Si Rian's spirits surged with elation, for she realized that Ling Li and the others had returned, implying that Li Che must have accompanied them. Once she regained her composure, Si Rian suppressed her inner joy and adopted a stern demeanor befitting her position as the sect leader, exuding an air of propriety. Bring them and Li Che to the Grand Hall, she commanded. As long as Li Che is willing to bow his head and acknowledge his mistakes, I shall represent the Lingxu Sword Sect in forgiving him. Chapter 61. Has Li Che not returned? The Sword Sect is in turmoil. The Grand Hall erupted in a cacophony of excitement. The elders present, upon learning of Li Che's imminent return to the sect, were invigorated. Li Che is back. This is splendid news, they exclaimed. The sect has been in disarray lately, and with Li Che's return, I am certain he will restore order and halt the ongoing decline of our Lingxu Sword Sect. Anticipation bubbled over as they expressed their eagerness. I can hardly contain my excitement. It was only after his departure that I realized his absence was profoundly felt. The elders were filled with exhilaration and joy. In times past, when Li Che was present, he managed the sect with remarkable efficiency, ensuring that resource extraction and disciple cultivation proceeded in an orderly manner, leading to a steady enhancement of the sect's strength. The Lingxu Sword Sect flourished under his stewardship, a fact that brought immense satisfaction. Even concerning the Demon Cavern, with Li Che's vigilant oversight, there was no need for additional concern. Perhaps it was due to their accustomed reliance on him that many failed to acknowledge Li Che's significance and contributions, with some even harboring the misguided notion that they could easily fill his shoes. Such sentiments led to the assertion that the Lingxu Sword Sect could thrive without Li Che. However, time had indisputably proven otherwise. The departure of Li Che had indeed rendered the Lingxu Sword Sect vulnerable. A wave of jubilation swept through the crowd, their spirits soaring with anticipation. Among them stood Lu Lingxue, who had recently emerged from her secluded training, silently observing the scene. Yet, as her gaze drifted towards the entrance of the hall, a shadow of unease lingered in her eyes. Will he truly return? She pondered, recalling her previous conversation with Si Ruyan, which left her feeling that the situation was far from straightforward. Zhao Yuan's son, with his head bowed low, was consumed by a tempest of resentment and bitterness. Having gone to great lengths to expel Li Che, he had utilized this time to execute his covert plans, embedding numerous members of the Wujimo sect within the Lingxu Sword Sect. If Li Che were to return, his meticulously crafted plans would surely face disruption. A slow progression of his schemes was preferable. However, should Li Che uncover any anomalies, all of his efforts could be rendered futile, and he himself might be placed in peril. In that moment, Zhao Yuan's son seethed with anger, his teeth clenched in frustration. Yet, as he lifted his gaze, a facade of surprise and relief transformed his expression. The senior brother is finally returning. This is truly wonderful. I have missed him dearly during this time. The crowd expressed no doubt, smiling and nodding in agreement. Indeed, he has returned. With Li Che at the helm, everything can be restored to its rightful course. The elders, their faces alight with joy, craned their necks towards the entrance of the great hall, eagerly anticipating the familiar figure. Soon, under the gaze of all, two individuals, Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang'er, weary and somewhat disheveled, stepped into the hall. However, to the astonishment of the assembly, Li Che was nowhere to be seen. Where was Li Che? Did they not go to fetch him? Why had only the two of them returned? The smiles on their faces faded, replaced by bewilderment, and a murmur of low voices ensued. Si Rian, momentarily taken aback, furrowed her brow, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. You too. She had yet to finish her sentence when Yu Shuang'er interjected. Master, you must take a stand for us. You have no idea how outrageous Li Che has been. Upon receiving your command, my junior sister and I, with no time to spare, rushed to Dowei Sword Sect to invite Li Che back. Yet to our dismay, he not only refused to return with us, but also had the audacity to declare that we, Lingxu Sword Sect, were unworthy of him, commanding us to leave at once. Yu Shuang's expression was one of indignation, making it seem as if she had suffered a grave injustice. What? Her words left the crowd in shock. Li Ke. Before anyone could process this, Lu Lingli hastily added, her voice laden with grievance. Master, my junior sister and I intended to reminisce with Li Che and personally offer our apologies, yet we barely set foot into Dowei Sword Sect. Reluctant to concede, we persevered until Li Che finally agreed to see us. However, his intention was not to accompany us back, but merely to humiliate us and belittle Lingxu Sword Sect. He boasted of his status as the esteemed son of Dowei Sword Sect, deeming our sect beneath him, and even when we pleaded repeatedly, he showed no mercy, resorting to violence against us. As the two entered the hall, they sensed the anticipation etched on Si Ruyan and the elders' faces, their hearts heavy with apprehension. Thus, they preemptively shifted all blame onto Li Che, absolving themselves of any responsibility. Upon hearing their exaggerated accounts, the elders were left dumbfounded. Their elation and hope were extinguished like a flame doused by a torrent of cold water, leaving them standing in a daze, their minds in disarray. Si Ruyan, too, felt her head spin, utterly bewildered. Upon regaining her composure, fury ignited within her. Bang! Her palm struck the exquisite starstone table with ferocity, shattering it into fragments. As her furious voice echoed, I am infuriated, absolutely enraged. That wretched scoundrel, Aldadidike. I personally dispatched someone to bring him back, and had even contemplated forgiving his disrespectful transgressions, intending to reinstate him into our sect. Yet, he remains unwilling to return. What audacity does he possess to look down upon the Lingxu Sword Sect? Is it merely due to his affiliation with that so-called Dowei Sword Sect's holy son? Could it be that he truly intends to betray our sect? Seeing that the crowd harbored no doubts about her, Lu Lingli, alongside Yu Shuang, felt a surge of triumph and hastily fanned the flames, exclaiming, Indeed, how could he dare? Our master raised him. It was the Lingxu Sword Sect that provided him with everything. Now, he disregards even our master's words and holds our sect in contempt. How could he act in such a manner? The two women gritted their teeth, seemingly filled with righteous indignation. However, their words successfully ignited Si Ruyan's fury, causing her to clench her jaw even tighter. He has truly grown wings and now dismisses me, his master. This is nothing short of outright betrayal. Si Ruyan's chest heaved with rage. Though the other elders were lost in their own thoughts, their expressions were far from pleasant. Regardless of the circumstances, the fact remains that Li Che has not returned. As Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang continued to stoke the fire with their disparaging remarks about Li Che, Lu Lingxue could no longer contain herself and urgently spoke to Si Ruyan. Master, the senior brother is not that kind of person. You raised him, thus. You should understand his character better than anyone. He has always held you in the highest regard and cared deeply for the Lingxu Sword Sect. He would never utter such words. Moreover, it was the Lingxu Sword Sect that initially wronged him, causing him heartache and disappointment. If you personally went to apologize to him, I believe he would certainly forgive you and return with you. As soon as she finished speaking, she was immediately met with a loud rebuttal from Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang. Second sister, have you lost your mind? Master is an elder. What is Li Che? That he warrants an apology from her? This is simply absurd. Lu Lingli furrowed her brow and retorted without hesitation. If Si Ruyan were meet with Li Che, their actions would undoubtedly be exposed. This absolutely cannot be allowed. Beside her, Yu Shuang quickly chimed in, raising her voice in anger. Second sister, do not be deceived by Li Che. He is nothing but a petty man. Upon receiving the position of holy son from the Dowei Sword Sect, he immediately betrayed the Lingxu Sword Sect, even disregarding our master. This we have all witnessed. Such a person, who forgets loyalty for personal gain, does not deserve to remain in our Lingxu Sword Sect. Lu Lingxu looked at her two younger sisters, fervently denouncing and ridiculing Li Che, and suddenly felt a wave of unfamiliarity wash over her, leaving her momentarily stunned. A chill of disappointment surged within her. When exactly did the two junior sisters transform into their current state? She distinctly remembers that in the past, Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang'er were the ones most eager to cling to the senior brother. Each time he emerged from the abyss of the demonic cave, they would rush forward to greet him, and he would always bring various gifts for the junior sisters, making time amidst his busy schedule to guide them in their cultivation and impart his experiences. At that time, the bond among the senior and junior disciples was harmonious, akin to that of family. Why has it suddenly morphed into a relationship of relentless enmity? Lu Lingxu found it utterly incomprehensible. Just as she was lost in thought, the furious rebuke of Si Ruyin echoed as well. Impossible. The thought of lowering myself to personally apologize to him is out of the question. I am the sect leader of the Lingxu Sword Sect, his master. How could I ever apologize to him? Si Ruyin's chest heaved with intense anger, and she abruptly turned to Lu Lingxu, exclaiming, "From now on, do not speak on behalf of someone like Li Che, such a treacherous and ungrateful person who betrays the sect and defies his master. Disgusts me." Taking a deep breath, Si Ruyin finally managed to calm some of her emotions. However, the fury in her eyes remained unextinguished as she coldly stated, "Does he truly believe that after the Lingxu Sword Sect has faced some setbacks, we absolutely require his return? Ridiculous. The Grand Lingxu Sword Sect can certainly thrive without Li Che. We have stood resolute in the southern continent for so many years, amassing great prestige and possessing ample means to rise again." Saying this, as if to affirm the strength of the Lingxu Sword Sect, she suddenly declared, "If I recall correctly, the Taoist conference held once every decade at the Taijing Sacred Land is due to take place soon, is it not? Thus, the invitation should be arriving at our sect shortly." The mention of the Taoist conference immediately captured the attention of those present in the hall, diminishing their focus on Li Che considerably. After all, the matter pertained to the Taijing Sacred Land, which was a significant event for the Lingxu Sword Sect. "Indeed, master. It should be happening in this time frame." Lu Lingli's spirits lifted, her eyes shimmering with excitement. The Lingxu Sword Sect had previously participated in such grand events, and while it may not have stood out among the dozens of continents, it had nonetheless reaped considerable benefits. It broadened their horizons and offered opportunities for fortune. If they performed well, they could gain immense fame and recognition across the continents. Naturally, many disciples valued this opportunity highly. For Si Ruyin, however, the significance of possessing an invitation was paramount, as it represented a form of recognition from the Taijing Sacred Land, greatly enhancing their reputation in the southern continent and ensuring that no one would dare to underestimate them. At that moment, Si Ruyin nodded and pointed at Lu Lingli, Yu Shuang'er, and Zhao Yuan's son, stating, "For this upcoming Taoist conference, the elders will lead the way, and you three shall accompany them." Her voice was frigid as she instructed, "Remember, when the time comes, perform splendidly and strive to enhance your reputation, shining brightly at the gathering, showcasing the demeanor and strength of the younger generation of the Lingxu Sword Sect. I want the world to know that even without Li Che, Lingxu remains the formidable and unassailable sect it has always been." As she spoke, her gaze subtly flickered to the corner where Lu Lingxu remained in a daze, and a cold scoff escaped her heart. Originally, Lu Lingxu's talents surpassed those of others, making her more suited to participate in the Dao discussion conference than Lu Lingli and the others. However, due to Lu Lingxu's earlier remarks, she felt deeply dissatisfied and decided to revoke Lu Lingxu's qualification as a form of punishment. "Haha, splendid. Thank you, master." Upon hearing that they had been granted the opportunity to attend the Dao discussion conference, Yu Shuang'er and the others were instantly filled with astonishment and joy. Lu Lingli clenched her fist, her chin slightly raised, an expression of pride adorning her face as she declared with unwavering confidence, "Rest assured, master, we shall perform admirably," demonstrating the might of the Lingxu Sword Sect and spreading its renown across dozens of continents. Yu Shuang'er chuckled maliciously. "Huh? Li Che thought his Dao, Saint's son, was something extraordinary? How can Daoi compare to us? They are merely trash, utterly unqualified to attend the Dao discussion conference. That fellow Li Che will only be able to watch as we steal the spotlight at the event. Haha." Lu Lingli joined in with a mocking expression. Who told Li Che to be so arrogant and betray the sect? Such a grand opportunity will never be his again. He is unworthy. Listening to their conversation, the elders present wore complex expressions, their hearts entangled with conflicting thoughts, still harboring lingering resentment towards Li Che. Over time, many elders had come to realize the significant role Li Che played within the sect. Yet now, with Li Che unwilling to return and the sect leader offering no support. They found themselves powerless. With the Dao Discussion Conference of the Ta Ching's Sacred Land approaching, they could only place their hopes there. It was a dire situation. They hoped for a commendable performance at this year's conference to bolster Lingxu's prestige and halt the recent decline of the sect. Having suffered several setbacks, the Lingxu Sword Sect was now gravely injured, exhibiting a clear decline. If this downward spiral was not promptly addressed, it could lead to the sect's further weakening and even catastrophic consequences. Now, they could only pray that the Dao Discussion Conference would bring about some change in their circumstances. Unbeknownst to them, Si Rian also harbored doubts and confusion. According to her calculations, with the conference approaching, the Lingxu Sword Sect should have already received the invitation, as was customary. Yet, the stark reality was that she had yet to catch even a glimpse of the invitation. Could it be that the invitation has arrived late this year? Chapter 63. Zhao Yuansen rejoices, for the demon sect has thoroughly depleted the sword sect. Li Che has not returned. After leaving the grand hall of the sect, Zhao Yuansen returned to his own cave abode. At this moment, he was devoid of the amiable and sunny demeanor he displayed in public. He was shrouded in a chill that permeated the air, his gaze frigid, and his narrow eyes glinted with a sinister light. When the barriers were raised, isolating him from all external sounds, he could finally no longer contain himself and burst into raucous laughter, his cold voice brimming with uncontainable delight and triumph. Ha ha! It truly was a false alarm. That fellow Li Che refusing to return is simply splendid. Zhao Yuansen harbored de profound trepidation towards Li Che. In the Grand Hall today, he did not concern himself with the veracity of what Lu Lingli and Yu Shuanger had said, nor did he ponder the course of events. He only cared about Li Che's ultimate decision. The current situation, without a doubt, represented the best outcome for him. Without Li Che's interference, wasn't the Lingxu Sword Sect entirely at his mercy? Just as he reveled in his joy, a figure, cloaked in shadows and seemingly merging with the darkness, suddenly slipped into Zhao Yuansen's cave abode, appearing before him. Greeting, Odisson. The figure knelt on one knee, respectfully saluting Zhao Yuansen. As the shadows dissipated, the visage of a newly inducted elder of the Lingxu Sword Sect was revealed. Since the recent spate of setbacks that had severely weakened the Lingxu Sword Sect, they had been compelled to recruit numerous disciples and formidable practitioners to bolster their strength. This elder was among those who joined during this tumultuous period, and due to his considerable prowess and composed demeanor, he was swiftly appointed to a significant position. However, his true identity was that of an undercover agent planted by the Wujum Demon Sect to take advantage of the situation within the Lingxu Sword Sect. Well, how has the recent plan been progressing? Zhao Yuansen cast a casual glance at the elder, reclining in a grand chair, his eyes narrowing slightly. Reflecting on the results achieved thus far, the elder's expression was fervent, excitement palpable in his report. Holy Son, the plan has been proceeding most smoothly. Since its inception, our Wujum Demon Sect, under your guidance, has successfully infiltrated many disciples into the Lingxu Sword Sect, covertly enticing and corrupting those elders and disciples, transforming them into our own. We have silently commenced the devouring of the Lingxu Sword Sect, utilizing its resources to sustain our demon sect. Initially, the pace was not particularly rapid. However, the recent tragedy that claimed the lives of over 10,000 disciples from the Lingxu Sword Sect has presented us with a tremendous opportunity. Through our diligent efforts, our Wujum Demon Sect has now embedded itself extensively within the Sword Sect, with our personnel occupying various crucial positions within the Lingxu Sword Sect. We can even influence the decision-making processes of the Lingxu Sword Sect to a certain extent. The mere thought of the recent advancements in our plans leaves even this elder in a state of disbelief. It has progressed far too smoothly. Sinche lichese departure. The Lingxu Sword Sect has faced a series of setbacks, providing the Wujimo sect with the opportunity to infiltrate and strengthen its forces. Otherwise, it would have taken an unimaginable amount of time for the Wujimo sect to arrange for so many individuals to infiltrate. Truly a stroke of divine favor. In this light, it appears that Li Che has inadvertently aided me significantly. Hearing that the plan is progressing so smoothly, Zhao Yuansen was overwhelmed with joy. They continued to infiltrate disciples of the Wujimo sect, seizing substantial power. They sought to convert and win over the elders and disciples of Lingxu, secretly devouring Lingxu's resources, until the opportune moment arrived to completely engulf the Lingxu Sword Sect, replacing it in a single stroke. This was the plan that Zhao Yuansun had initially devised. Everything proceeded clandestinely, advancing steadily, and once successful, it would be sufficient to replace the Lingxu Sword Sect without anyone being the wiser, allowing Wujimo sect to rise. In a moment, Zhao Yuansun's voice, tinged with a chilling excitement, echoed, "Since the heavens have bestowed this opportunity, let us intensify our efforts." Allowing our Wujimo sect members to rapidly infiltrate the Lingxu Sword Sect, hastening the completion of our absorption and transformation of Lingxu. At that time, we shall completely replace and consume the Lingxu Sword Sect from within. I shall bring forth a new dawn for the Lingxu Sword Sect. Ha 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 ha. His raucous laughter resonated continuously as ambition sparkled in Zhao Yuansun's eyes, accompanied by a cruel smile. Once his plan was successfully executed, all those lofty masters and domineering senior sisters would be ruthlessly trampled underfoot. In the vast realm of Tsangyuan, there are 9 celestial layers. Even the first layer, where the southern continent resides, boasts an immeasurable expanse, stretching endlessly for countless miles. The entire continent is broadly divided into hundreds of large continents, among which the southern continent stands as the undeniable leader, akin to an elder brother. This is true in terms of both area and the number of formidable beings. The other dozens of continents are primarily overseas celestial mountains, special secret realms, and scattered enclaves. Their areas pale in comparison to the southern continent. Although they are also referred to as continents, they resemble the younger siblings of the southern continent. Within the vast territory of the southern continent, powerful individuals emerge in droves, each possessing top-tier forces that dominate the world and stir the winds of change. Notable among them are the Dian Divine Dynasty, the Xiang Holy Sect, and the 2 major sword sects of Lingxu Dao. Yet above them loom even more terrifying behemoths, exerting immense pressure upon the world, such as the Taiqing Holy Land. As a colossal force that dominates the realm, the might and transcendence of the Taiqing Holy Land are deeply ingrained in the hearts of many. And even top-tier forces like the Dian Divine Dynasty or Lingxu Dao have never dared to underestimate it. The Taiqing Holy Land typically maintains a low profile, seldom intervening in worldly affairs. However, whenever news concerning the Taiqing Holy Land arises, it invariably captures everyone's attention. For instance, a recent announcement has surfaced. The Taiqing Holy Land's Conference on Doctrines is set to convene. As time flows, news of the Dao Conference has swiftly become a fervent topic of discussion in the southern continent over the past few days. Countless practitioners have been captivated by this significant event, engaging in fervent discourse. The debate surrounding who will receive the invitation to the Taiqing Sacred Land is particularly incessant. The invitation to the Taiqing Sacred Land will take into account the strength, reputation, potential, and style of action of each faction, culminating in a final decision. It can be said that receiving an invitation from the Taiqing Sacred Land equates to a form of recognition, greatly enhancing the prestige and might of a faction. Even the foremost powers, such as the Dian Divine Dynasty, hold this in high regard. Days have swiftly passed, and amidst the clamor, a resounding voice akin to a great bell reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth. With this astonishing sound, the void suddenly experienced inexplicable fluctuations, a visible ripple expanding across endless regions. A vast surge of ethereal energy poured forth from the void, shimmering with azure light, sweeping across 100,000 miles. Resembling the Milky Way descending from the 9 heavens, divine radiance illuminating the surroundings as celestial melodies resonated. A palace, seemingly transcending the river of time, manifested itself. In an instant, the skies transformed, with dazzling golden light piercing through the mist, illuminating the realms. The harmonious sounds of the Tao echoed. Flowers of gold erupted from the earth, and ethereal phenomena, such as celestial kings descending from the heavens and chaotic blue lotuses materialized. The Taiqing Sacred Land. It is the manifestation of the Taiqing Sacred Land. In that moment, all practitioners across the world felt a stirring in their hearts, instinctively gazing skyward. Their eyes filled with awe. Under countless gazes, the ethereal silhouette of the heavenly palace gradually solidified, surrounded by infinite profound rhythms, radiant with multicolored brilliance. Resembling the legendary divine palace of the 9 heavens, clouds and winds converged, endless mist coalescing before the heavenly palace in the steps of white jade, bridging the void with the earth. A deep, resonant voice echoed in the ears of all. The Taiqing appears, the Tao conference begins. We invite those holding invitations to enter and partake in the great Tao. Chapter 64. The Taiqing's Sacred Land emerges. Lingxu lacks an invitation. The Taiqing's sacred land has manifested. In an instant, the southern continent trembled. Countless practitioners erupted in fervor and excitement. All major Taoist factions in the realm focused their attention. When that voice, reminiscent of a divine king, issued the invitation, powerful figures leapt into the sky. Elder Xianxia of the Xiang Sacred Sect, accompanied by disciples, proclaimed, "Greetings to all Taiqing friends. The Xuanji lineage has been invited." Haha! With the invitation from the Taiqing's sacred land, how can my divine dynasty lag behind? The Bichang sect from Lingyao Prefecture. It is a great honor to join you all in contemplating the Tao. As these voices resonated, numerous formidable presences, akin to deities or demons, surged toward the Taiqing's sacred land, akin to the heavenly palace of the nine heavens. Tao Sword Sect, Sacred Sword Peak. Young master, hurry. The Taiqing's sacred land has emerged, and invitations have already been sent to the factions of the world. This is our inaugural participation in such a grand assembly. We must not be tardy, lest we leave a poor impression. Upon witnessing the myriad extraordinary phenomena in the vast sky, Gu Qingtang felt a surge of excitement. Springing to his feet and eagerly pulling the Grand Elder towards the Holy Sword Peak in search of Lichei, as he observed figures soaring into the heavens. He could no longer contain himself and urged on with fervor. The Grand Elder, too, wore an expression of urgency. Beside them, Su Baiwei's cheeks flushed with excitement, her gaze towards the heavenly palace shimmering with awe. Each time the Ta Ching's sacred land emerges, it ignites a fervor across the realm, particularly the overwhelming, transcendent aura that dominates the skies, stirring the hearts of countless individuals with longing. Regrettably, in the past, the Tao Sword Sect could only gaze upwards in admiration. However, thanks to Lichei, they too could now partake in this grand occasion and become a part of it. The Tao Discussion Conference heralds a new era for our Tao Sword Sect. How exhilarating! Clutching the invitation, glowing with celestial light, Gu Qingtang felt a mixture of anxiety and pride. His yearning for the Tao Discussion Conference was profound, and now, having secured the opportunity, he felt a flutter of apprehension, worrying about any potential missteps. "Master, why are you so anxious?" Noticing her master's rare display of tension, Su Baiwei found her own unease dissipating, playfully teasing Gu Qingtang. "What do you know, you little child?" Gu Qingtang's face flushed with embarrassment. Regaining his composure, he adopted a serious demeanor, feigning anger. "Do not jest with me. If we perform poorly at the Tao Discussion Conference and tarnish the reputation of our Tao, woe betide you upon my return." After much deliberation, Gu Qingtang finally reached a decision. The Grand Elder would lead the delegation, with disciples Lichei and Su Baiwei participating. Quality over quantity, the Grand Elder earnestly cautioned. This is a significant event convened by the Ta Ching sacred land. We must treat it with the utmost seriousness. Su Baiwei made a playful face, nonchalantly responding, "Humph, master." "Grand Elder, fret not. Even if I falter, there is still senior brother Lichei." With a mischievous grin, she raised her petite fist, exuding an air of confidence. With senior brother Lichei's terrifying talent, even amidst the gathering of numerous continents, he remains the most resplendent presence, no matter the prodigies and geniuses. They will all pale in comparison, serving merely as a backdrop. Just wait, and you shall witness the Tao Yi's name resound throughout the world, its reputation unparalleled. Su Baiwei's admiration for Lichei had nearly reached a fervent fervor. Regardless of the circumstances, in her heart, Lichei would forever be the most formidable and exceptional being. Indeed, that is quite true. Gu Qingtang and the Grand Elder exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of profound understanding. Contemplating Lichei's extraordinary talents and formidable prowess, they felt a surge of reassurance. At that moment, Lichei emerged from his cave after concluding his cultivation, clad in a light blue long robe. His tall and robust figure exuded an air of elegance, and his deep-set eyes seemed to harbor countless stars. His demeanor was serene, yet there was an innate, fierce presence that instinctively instilled awe in those around him. As they beheld Lichei approaching, Gu Qingtang and Su Baiwei felt momentarily entranced, as if gazing upon a divine sword piercing the heavens, its myriad sword intense swirling, seemingly poised to shatter the very fabric of existence. Though Lichei maintained a tranquil expression, both women had an inkling that in just a few short days, his strength had experienced further refinement. and his aura had grown increasingly formidable. "My apologies for keeping the sect master and grand elder waiting," Lingxu said. "Not at all. The cultivation of the Holy Sun is of utmost importance, and there is still ample time," Gu Qingtang replied, his eyes brightening as he sensed the shift in Lingxu's energy. The grand elder nodded repeatedly, clearly satisfied with Lingxu's progress. Noticing the stirring of energies in the heavens, indicating the arrival of numerous figures to the Ta Ching sacred land, they decided not to linger any longer. After bidding farewell to Gu Qingtang, the grand elder led Lingxu and Su Baiwei, soaring skyward towards the celestial palace above. Lingxu Sword Sect. The Ta Ching has appeared. The discourse begins. Those holding invitations are welcome to enter and partake in the great path. As that thunderous proclamation echoed, it sent ripples of excitement throughout the Lingxu Sword Sect, leaving countless disciples in astonishment. Among them, Si Ruyan and Lu Lingli gazed up at the sky, their expressions a mixture of shock and bewilderment. "It has begun. How can this be? The discourse conference is commencing already." Si Ruyan's eyes widened, fixated on the Ta Ching sacred land above, her disbelief palpable. To be candid, when the extraordinary phenomenon unfolded, and she witnessed the Ta Ching sacred land's arrival, she was utterly flabbergasted. "Wait, I haven't even seen my invitation yet, and you're already starting the conference? What does this mean?" She understood that the discourse conference was slated for these days. However, due to her failure to receive an invitation, she speculated that perhaps this year, the Ta Ching sacred land had postponed the start time. She assumed the invitations would be delivered shortly. Yet, to her astonishment, the grand event had already commenced, and she had yet to even lay eyes on her invitation. Not only she, but the elders present were equally perplexed, staring blankly at the figures soaring into the void toward the Ta Ching sacred land, unable to fathom the situation. Has the Lingxu Sword Sect been overlooked? What is happening with the Ta Ching sacred land? The grand event is about to begin, and they have yet to deliver the invitations. What kind of mismanagement is this? The individuals responsible for sending the invitations are utterly unreliable. Do they truly look down upon our Lingxu Sword Sect at the Taijing sacred land? Their arrogance is utterly intolerable. Upon realizing the situation, Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang'er instantly expressed their dissatisfaction, their faces contorted with indignation. The time of the Tao discussion conference had always been an occasion for them to flaunt their status. Relishing the moment, they entered Taijing sacred land with invitations in hand, basking in the envious gazes of countless practitioners. Yet this time, they had not received an invitation, relegating them to the position of mere onlookers, which left them utterly exasperated, their voices rising in protest. Chapter 65. The commencement of the Tao discussion conference, the terrifying aura of Lingxu. How can the Taijing sacred land fail to invite us? This is outrageous. We, as the pinnacle force of the southern continent and the vanguards of swordsmanship, deserve far more respect. Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang'er glared at the figures soaring towards the celestial palace in the sky, their eyes reddened with resentment. They could hardly contain their grievances, their complaints spilling forth incessantly. Si Ruyan, overwhelmed by their incessant chatter, could no longer hold her tongue. "Silence. If you do not speak, no one will mistake you for being mute." Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang'er fell silent, cowed by Si Ruyan's admonition. Yet their gazes towards the heavens remained filled with fury and discontent, having received invitations consistently in the past. Missing one now led them to feel as though they had been wronged by others. Such is the nature of humanity. After silencing her disciples, Si Ruyan turned her attention towards the Taijing sacred land, her mind racing. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke. Logically, our Lingxu Sword Sect, being a top-tier force and having participated in numerous Tao discussion conferences, should not have been overlooked by the Taijing sacred land this time. It is likely that we were accidentally omitted or simply forgotten. The elders nodded in agreement. Although the Taijing sacred land is an exalted authority, it is not infallible. After all, the Tao discussion conference involves countless continents and is exceedingly complex, making it plausible for one or two invitations to be overlooked. Yu Shuang'er's eyes brightened suddenly, exclaiming, "Indeed, it must be that, if our Lingxu Sword Sect, a premier swordsmanship sect, is deemed unworthy to participate, then surely no one else possesses that qualification." Lu Lingli smirked, asserting, surely they would not dare to exclude the Lingxu Sword Sect. Without our presence, the so-called Tao discussion conference would be nothing but a farce. Noticing their fervor, Si Ruyan nodded in agreement. "In that case, we shall proceed directly to the Taijing sacred land, there is no doubt we will be admitted. After all, the omission of our invitations is their oversight, not our fault. Can they truly deny us entry? Yu Shuang nodded vigorously in affirmation. Indeed, let us hasten our departure. Watching figures ascend the white jade steps towards the gates of the celestial palace, she could hardly contain her excitement. Without further hesitation, Si Rian nodded in agreement. Observing this, a venerable elder took the lead, and at Yu Shuang's persistent urging, the group soared into the sky. As she watched them depart, Si Ruyan remained rooted in place, enveloped in silence. Although she had confidently asserted that the Taiqing sacred land had merely forgotten to send invitations, deep down, she was merely forcing herself to maintain composure. After all, in all these years, the Taiqing sacred land had never made a mistake. But what could be the reason? Si Rian's countenance shifted, her heart brimming with confusion. In the void, a magnificent complex of palaces lay shrouded in endless mist, mysterious and transcendent. Golden light burst forth, accompanied by countless extraordinary phenomena, as an imposing aura spread across the heavens and the earth. The white jade pillars pierced the sky, adorned with gold, their intricately crafted beams and painted rafters exuding a natural elegance, resembling the most exquisite of creations. At this moment, before the tightly shut gates, various factions arrived in succession. Rarely seen figures emerged one after another, exuding a formidable presence, akin to deities or demons, all esteemed individuals from the apex of power. Ah, Muste Kinsho. It has been several decades since our last encounter. Has your cultivation not advanced remarkably? Master Jiang, you flatter me. The Lingxu sect has indeed flourished in recent years, which is truly commendable. Not at all. I still have much to learn from my fellow cultivators in the southern continent. Oh, I never expected the national master to personally attend this time. I am honored, Xuanzi. Just taking a brief respite amidst my busy schedule. With the Dao conference convening and the Deyin situation stable, I seized the opportunity to breathe and witness the current generation of prodigies. Haha. All present were formidable figures, familiar with one another. Thus exchanges were inevitable. Alongside these powerful individuals, the young disciples trailing them formed their own clusters. Some familiar faces engaging in hushed conversations. These youths, some radiating divine light, others exuding a fierce aura, and a few ethereal as if transcending mortality, were all renowned prodigies and holy maidens from their respective regions, exuding an air of grandeur and distinction. As the esteemed figures engaged in laughter, they could not help but discuss these talented youths. Is that the holy son Hong Yao of the Lingxu sect? I heard he recently made a significant breakthrough to the third level of the Divine King realm. Truly astonishing talent. General Pang Tianda of the Deyin Divine Dynasty is also remarkable. It is said that his self-created sword technique, the Breaking Army Slash, has vanquished countless evils. Quite exceptional indeed. Is this young lady the holy maiden Qing Hong of the Xiang Holy Sect? At such a tender age, her every gesture is enveloped in auspicious light. With an abundance of purple energy, she is indeed a prodigious talent. Many prominent figures surveyed the exceptional young talents with satisfaction. Truly, the emergence of prodigies is remarkable. Someone remarked, the time has not yet come. Let us linger here for a while. Amidst the laughter and chatter of the crowd, several individuals ascended the white jade steps, arriving at the gate of the heavenly palace. At the forefront was a venerable elder, his hair and beard as white as snow, his imposing figure radiating an aura of authority without uttering a word. His piercing gaze was devoid of any cloudiness, strikingly sharp. Accompanying him was a youthful maiden, her beauty enchanting, with arched brows that conveyed both grace and vigor. Clad in a fitting ensemble of green and white, she exuded a spirited elegance. The last among them was a tall, sword-like youth, the esteemed Grand Elder of the Lingxu Sword Sect, who brought with him Li Che and Su Baiwei. Observing that the grand gate had yet to be opened, the trio stood patiently to the side, awaiting the commencement of the discourse. The crowd instinctively turned their attention to them, and a hushed silence enveloped the area, punctuated by suppressed gasps of astonishment. It seems that the Lingxu Sword Sect has received an invitation to this gathering. Could it be due to Li Che? Some spectators wore expressions of confusion. In previous discourse gatherings, the Taiqing sacred land had exclusively invited the Lingxu Sword Sect, yet this year, the Lingxu sect was in attendance, leaving many perplexed. Upon reflection, the most significant change in the Lingxu sect recently was indeed the addition of Li Che. As this thought crossed their minds, Both the foremost warriors and the renowned maidens instinctively glanced at Li Che. He stood there, handsome and composed, exuding no overtly fierce aura. Yet, to those who gazed upon him, it seemed as if a multitude of sword intents swirled around him, intertwining and surging like a vast ocean. A chilling depth emanating from him. Within this aura of sword energy, an overwhelming sharpness enveloped the onlookers. It was as though he embodied the supreme dominion of the sword path. The crowd could even faintly perceive that, with Li Che's arrival. The rich Tao rhythm around them stirred and surged, as if drawn by his presence. In that moment, astonishment gripped the gathered assembly. Chapter 66. The Lingxu Sword Sect erupts. Why is Li Che here? Li Che has indeed grown increasingly formidable. Indeed, the moment I beheld him, it felt as if I was gazing upon an extraordinarily sharp divine sword, causing a slight sting in my eyes. Just moments ago, I thought those prodigies were impressive. But now, in comparison to Li Che, they appear to pale significantly. It is no fault of theirs. Li Che's talent is simply too astonishing. Some were in shock, while others shook their heads, lamenting for those gifted individuals. Under normal circumstances, figures such as the Saint Son of the Baisong sect and the young commander of the Dian Divine Dynasty, Pang Tianda, are undeniably prodigious talents, deserving of their accolades. Yet, when placed alongside Li Che, they instantly dimmed, becoming mere shadows. It is as if the stars could never compete with the brilliance of the blazing sun. Since emerging a century ago, achieving the realm of Divine King at the tender age of 20, Li Che's fame has spread far and wide, overshadowing countless peers. However, due to the burdens of the abyss, he was hindered for over a century, leaving many to ponder. In the present day, Li Che may still possess remarkable talent, yet it is conceivable that his foundational skills have been compromised, leaving him at a disadvantage compared to many prodigies who now appear poised to eclipse him. Those exceptional young saints and prodigies could at least contend with him in a fierce battle. However, it seems they have underestimated Li Che. Even burdened by the trials of the abyss for a century, he remains the unparalleled genius that inspires despair in countless aspirants. It is not only the youth who feel this. Even seasoned warriors, renowned for years, sensed an elusive aura of peril upon encountering Li Che. This is utterly astounding. No matter how extraordinary one's gifts, he is still but a youth, requiring time to mature. That he could instill a sense of threat in these venerable predecessors who have roamed the world for countless years is truly remarkable. I had previously heard that Li Che had joined the Lingxu Sword Sect, and it appears to be true. What extraordinary fortune the Lingxu Sword Sect possesses. A prominent figure expressed a tinge of envy, their face betraying an unmistakable admiration. Indeed, I had previously remarked that the members of the Lingxu Sword Sect must have been struck by madness. Their actions were utterly nonsensical. With such a prodigious talent, if he were in our sect, he would be revered like an ancestor, pampered to prevent any hint of dissatisfaction. Yet, the Lingxu Sword Sect chose to expel him from their ranks. What other explanation could there be but insanity? If I were to dare such an act, our ancestors would rise from their graves to chastise me. Alas, what folly plagues the Lingxu Sword Sect? A group of imbeciles, believing themselves above all, have suffered greatly during this time, truly deserving of their fate. When discussing Li Che, the Lingxu Sword Sect inevitably becomes a central topic. Many wear expressions of schadenfreude, filled with disdain and derision for the Lingxu Sword Sect. Just as this conversation unfolded, the principal subject made their entrance. At that moment, someone sensed a shift and turned their gaze to the side, suddenly speaking out. The crowd instinctively followed their gaze. Soon, a group from the Lingxu Sword Sect appeared at the gates of the Celestial Palace. The Lingxu Sword Sect has arrived? Their long-standing rivalry with the Lingxu Sword Sect makes this encounter particularly intriguing. The atmosphere buzzed with anticipation as everyone's spirits lifted. Lu Lingli and her companions were unaware of the thoughts swirling in the minds of those around them. Under the guidance of the elder, they hurried along, ensuring they did not delay the commencement of the debate, and a wave of relief washed over them. Before they could fully survey their surroundings, they noticed the collective gaze of the assembly directed towards them. These individuals are rather eager. Arriving early is of little consequence if they must simply wait here. Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang exchanged disdainful smirks. With the crowd's attention upon them, they instinctively straightened their posture, slightly raised their chins, and wore expressions of icy pride. striding forth like regal roosters, exuding an air of superiority as they passed before the assembly, their hearts swelling with delight. In their view, they represented the esteemed Lingxu Sword Sect, the direct disciples of a top-tier sect, and thus felt compelled to project the appropriate grandeur and aura, maintaining the dignity of their esteemed lineage. However, unbeknownst to them, their haughty demeanor, dismissive of all those around them, was met with profound disdain from the onlookers. How detestable they appeared, these representatives of the Lingxu Sword Sect, a gaggle of fools strutting about with an air of superiority, as if their egos were inflated to the heavens. One could hardly resist the urge to deliver a sharp rebuke to their arrogance. Many secretly spat in contempt, their expressions marked by scorn. The contrast was stark. When Li Che had arrived, he exuded a calm demeanor, responding courteously to greetings without any pretense, unassuming despite his remarkable talent and formidable strength. In stark contrast, Lu Lingli and her companions wore smug smirks, their abilities mediocre, yet they carried themselves with unwarranted pride, radiating an air of condescension that easily inspired aversion. Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang'er remained oblivious to the crowd sentiments. With their heads held high, guided by the elders, they approached the entrance like a rooster surveying its domain, their eyes gleaming with self-satisfaction. The Lingxu Sword Sect was undeniably among the most formidable entities, unmatched even by many lesser sections. Yet, at that moment, Lu Lingli's gaze fell upon a familiar figure in the corner. Her eyes widened in shock as she gasped, "Li Ke?" Yu Shuang'er and Zhao Yuansun instinctively followed her gaze, their expressions frozen in astonishment. How could he be here? Lu Lingli and her companions were taken aback to see Li Che in this place. Zhao Yuansun, bewildered, muttered, "Wasn't it said that he was unworthy to participate in the Dao conference?" He could not fathom how Li Che, having already departed from the Lingxu Sword Sect, could possibly have secured a spot at the conference. As realization dawned, anger surged on Yu Shuang'er's face, and she strode forward, her voice sharp and accusatory. "Li Che, this is the Dao conference. What business do you have here? As a traitor of the Lingxu Sword Sect, what right do you have to attend?" Upon seeing Li Che's face, Yu Shuang'er felt a pang of anxiety, accompanied by a resurgence of painful memories. The recollection of his previous strikes ignited a fury within her, and she glared at him, wishing to consume him whole. Lu Lingli's expression mirrored the darkness of her sentiments, yet, with countless eyes upon them, she stifled her wrath for the sake of appearances, casting a derisive glance at Su Baiwei beside Li Che, and mockingly taunted him. "How naive of you, Li Che, to think that by joining the Dao Sword Sect, you could attend the grand gathering hosted by the Taiqing Sacred Land. Your imagination is truly delightful. Throughout so many discussions and debates, the Taiqing Sacred Land has invited only our Lingxu Sword Sect. What place does the Dao Sword Sect have here? Surely, you are not merely here to make up the numbers." Chapter 67. Rather than engage in idle chatter, let us act decisively. Here they come. As Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang'er approached Li Che with unfriendly expressions, the various factions present were instantly alert, their interest piqued, eyes fixed intently on the unfolding scene. The feud between Li Che and the Lingxu Sword Sect was already well known to the world. Upon hearing Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang'er's unceremonious inquiries, the crowd responded with disdain. "You, Lingxu Sword Sect, have expelled him from your ranks. What business do you have with him now? Moreover, considering Li Che's extraordinary talent and strength, he far surpasses both Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang'er. If he were deemed unworthy of participating in the discussion, it would seem that no one in this world possesses the qualifications to take part. As for their disdain towards the Dao Sword Sect, they likely remain oblivious to the multitude of individuals who envy and admire the fortune of the Dao Sword Sect. However, given that they were once fellow disciples, how would Li Che choose to respond? This thought left the onlookers filled with curiosity. Why must there always be bothersome flies wherever one goes? Li Che cast a casual glance at the two women. Witnessing their haughty demeanor filled him with revulsion. He could hardly be bothered to engage with them. Waving his hand dismissively, he expressed his disdain to the elder beside him, saying, "These irritating individuals should simply be eliminated." No sooner had he spoken than the burly elder nodded in agreement, and without further ado, he launched an attack. Clang! The sound of a furious sword cry resonated. A terrifying wave of energy erupted from the elder, as a crimson longsword soared through the air, radiating an endless chill and murderous intent, enveloping Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang'er in an instant. Following this, a glimmer of cold light flickered. The concentrated sword chi surged towards the heavens, sparkling with a brilliant white light, resembling a meteor plummeting downwards, aimed directly at Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang. Oh my goodness! In that moment, the entire arena was stunned. The crowd was taken aback by this sudden turn of events, their mouths agape, eyes filled with bewilderment. How did things escalate to violence so quickly? They had barely exchanged words before an attempt was made on their lives. It turned out that Li Che was indeed so decisive and unyielding. Everything unfolded with such rapidity that it left everyone utterly astonished. As for Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang, the intended targets of the Elder's assault, they were rendered speechless with terror. The instant they were enveloped by the killing intent, they were struck with panic, their bodies bristling with fear and their minds bombarded with sharp pangs, alerting them to the imminent peril. As the sound of the sword echoed and the sword energy erupted, an overwhelming dread enveloped them, plunging their spirits into an abyss of terror. They felt as if they had fallen into an icy cavern, desperately wishing to flee. Yet their bodies betrayed them, immobilized as if they were nailed to the ground. They could only watch in horror as the flickering crimson light of the terrifying sword energy drew ever closer. Even before it reached them, the piercing sensation on their skin was unbearable, as if they were about to be torn apart. The shadow of death loomed heavily over them, their eyes shrinking to the size of pinpoints, their faces drained of all color. Stop! At that moment, the elder of the Lingxu Sword Sect finally reacted. Witnessing the sword energy hurtling towards Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang, he had no time to ponder. He immediately unleashed his full cultivation, channeling all his power into action. The Azure Spirit Sword was summoned forth, instantly manifesting countless sword shadows that wove into a dense net, resolutely guarding Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang within its protective embrace. Just as he completed this feat, the Elder's attack arrived with a thunderous crash. Boom! The earth-shattering roar erupted, and a violent shockwave surged outward. The clouds above rolled violently, and the onlookers changed their expressions, each unleashing their mana to shield their respective young disciples behind them. Meanwhile, before Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang, a blue and a red divine sword flew back to their owner's hands. Old Chun, have you lost your mind? Are you truly prepared to engage in a life-or-death struggle with the Lingxu Sword Sect? The elder of the Lingxu Sword Sect glared, his voice laced with fury. In just one clash, he found himself at a disadvantage. Though he had blocked the elder's attack, the backlash left him reeling, his aura fluctuating violently, causing his complexion to appear somewhat pale. His eyes were filled with disbelief. How could the Daoi Sword Sect, which had been suppressed by the Lingxu Sword Sect for a century, suddenly show such resilience? If Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang were to be slain, it would undoubtedly provoke an unending war between the two sects. Chun Tianyang, the elder of the Daoi Sword Sect, scoffed coldly. I heed only the commands of my sect's holy son. Those two insignificant flies buzzing about, disturbing the holy son's mood, deserve nothing less than death. He cast a disdainful glance at the pale-faced Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang, sneering, this time, consider it a lesson. Should you dare to utter another word of disrespect towards the holy son, no one will be able to save you. As he spoke, a fierce glint ignited in his eyes, a chilling, killing intent surging forth. Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang, who had just returned from the brink of death, were already shaken. And now, engulfed by that overwhelming bloodlust, they felt a sharp sting on their skin, as if being targeted by a colossal primordial beast. An inescapable wave of terror crashing over them, causing their bodies to tremble uncontrollably. In front of all, they had nearly been struck down. Initially gripped by fear, they were soon overwhelmed by an insatiable anger. Curse it, Li Ke, Daoi Sword Sect. Wait for us. We shall not let you escape. Noticing the mocking and gloating gazes of those around them, Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang were nearly driven to madness. However, upon observing the elder's icy demeanor and the flicker of murderous intent in his eyes, their hearts tightened with fear. They could only utter a bitter retort before turning away in frustration. As for Zhao Yuan's son, he was equally terrified, though the previous attack had not been directed at him. The chilling aura of malice he sensed was enough to leave him trembling with dread. At this moment, he dared not utter another word and hastily followed suit, tail between his legs. The elder of the Lingxu Sword Sect wore a grim expression, letting out a cold snort before departing. The sect had suffered a considerable humiliation. They had barely arrived and were already dealt a severe blow to their pride, akin to a stinging slap to the face, especially in such a gathering of countless forces from dozens of continents. Once word of this incident spread, the Lingxu Sword Sect would no longer be the laughingstock of the South Continent, but rather a source of ridicule across all continents. Those two wretched women were nothing short of lunatics. What possessed them to provoke Li Che? Were they seeking their own misfortune? Watching Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang'er pale with fear and seethe with anger, the elder felt no pity. Rather, he wished he could slap them once more. Their arrogance had backfired, and now it had repercussions for him as well. Were it not for his responsibilities, he would have cared little for their fate. After clashing with the Grand Elder, his own temper had yet to settle. In that moment, his expression darkened further, and he chose to ignore the two women. Chapter 68. Isli che meriti a pretender. Fishing in troubled waters. What a grand joke! Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang'er were visibly distressed, despite their reluctance. They could not afford to act arrogantly any longer and turned away, seething with resentment. The tense atmosphere began to ease somewhat. Yet the discussions among the assembled crowd did not cease. Rather, they intensified. When glancing at Li Che, the onlookers were filled with awe, and the younger talents could not help but feel a surge of respect. Li Che was someone to be befriended. Under no circumstances should one provoke him unless absolutely necessary. Astonishingly, many had previously only recognized Li Che's prodigious talent and unparalleled combat prowess, unaware of his decisiveness in action. With a mere glance, he could dismiss one as unworthy and take action without hesitation. The crux of the matter was that he had the capability to back it up. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. If you dare to provoke me, I shall slay you. If I cannot do so now, I shall wait until my power grows. His extraordinary aptitude was his greatest assurance. If he were to set his sights on someone, it would send chills down anyone's spine. The Lingxu Sword Sect was indeed resolute. When they decided to act, they wasted no time. Li Che had only recently joined. Yet Chen Tianyang was already willing to act against the direct disciples of the Lingxu Sword Sect at Li Che's mere word. The strike just witnessed was undeniably vivid in the minds of all present. Had it not been for the elder of the Lingxu Sword Sect exerting all their strength to intervene, the attack would have truly sought the lives of Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang'er. It is no wonder that the Lingxu Sword Sect has managed to recruit such an extraordinary talent as Li Che. Their audacity is indeed commendable. A strong individual has willingly submitted to their authority. Previously, I envied the fortune of the Lingxu Sword Sect, but now I realize that they possess remarkable courage. As for the members of the Lingxu Sword Sect, the crowd's gaze turned to Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang'er, who stood in a corner, their expressions grim. The onlookers regarded them with derision, reveling in the irony of their earlier arrogance. How delightful it is to witness their faces now, having been so thoroughly humiliated. Realizing the scornful glances directed their way, Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang'er seethed with rage, their tempers flaring, nearly grinding their teeth to dust. I refuse to believe that Li Che and his companions genuinely possess invitations. Allow them their arrogance for now. I shall eagerly await the moment when the event commences and they are thwarted from entry. I can only imagine the embarrassment they will endure. At that moment, an elder cast a disdainful glance at the two oblivious individuals, his countenance darkening further. How had he found himself in their company? It felt like an act of divine retribution. This elder squirmed under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, wishing fervently for the event to conclude so he could sever ties with those two fools. Even Zhao Yuansen instinctively distanced himself from Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang'er. Suddenly, a deep and resonant chime echoed, interrupting the thoughts of those present. As the sound reverberated, endless clouds billowed and radiant hues illuminated the atmosphere. The once closed heavy gates of white jade slowly swung open before the eyes of the assembly. The Dao discussion conference had officially commenced. Everyone fell silent, their expressions solemn as they awaited further proceedings. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged figure enveloped in ethereal azure light appeared at the entrance. His features were well-defined, exuding an aura of authority and strength that commanded respect, instilling a sense of reverence in all who beheld him. Esteemed guests, I am the envoy from the Ta Ching Sacred Land. The Dao Discussion Conference is now officially underway. Those in possession of invitations, please present them to me for entry. As his voice resonated, representatives from various factions nodded in acknowledgement and stepped forward. Envoy, we are from the South Continent's Xiang Sacred Sect, and here is our invitation, declared Qing Xiao, a representative from the Xiang Sacred Sect, as he presented the invitation. The middle-aged man, maintaining a calm demeanor. Examine the document before stepping aside to grant them entry. Thank you, envoy. Despite the envoy's indifferent expression, even the powerful Xianxia sacred sect treated him with utmost respect. Understanding that he hailed from the Taqing sacred land, a place that commanded reverence even among the most formidable factions. After the formalities, the esteemed Xianxia master led his disciples through the grand entrance. We are from the Lingxu prefecture by Tsang sect. Here is our invitation. Another faction stepped forward, presented their invitation, and smoothly entered the sacred land of Taqing. One by one, various factions approached, handing over their invitations and successfully gaining entry. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man maintained an air of indifference throughout the proceedings, treating each faction with a detached professionalism, only offering a slight nod, exuding an aura of aloofness. He would occasionally acknowledge familiar factions with a brief nod as a form of greeting. Senior brother, what should we do? I suddenly feel so nervous. As they approached the Lingxu Sword Sect, a look of anxiety appeared on Su Baiwei's petite face, her small hands instinctively clutching the hem of Li Chei's robe. This was, after all, their first participation in the discourse conference, and they were about to step into the revered sacred land of Taqing. Even the Grand Elder could not suppress a hint of nervousness. Seeing the palpable tension in the two, Li Chei couldn't help but chuckle softly. He gently patted Su Baiwei's shoulder and reassured her, "Relax, the sacred land of Taqing won't devour you. Just maintain your composure." Behind them, several members of the Lingxu Sword Sect were also in line. Upon noticing Li Chei's calm demeanor, Yu Shuang'er smirked with a hint of mockery, scoffing, "Humph. Even now, he still pretends to be nonchalant. Does he think the envoy is blind? Does he truly believe he can casually stroll into this place?" Lu Lingli's expression darkened as she glared at Li Chei and his companions, letting out a cold snort. This is the discourse conference of the sacred land of Taqing. What qualifications does the Lingxu Sword Sect possess to participate? Just wait until they are expelled. Their expressions will be quite entertaining. With this thought, the two exchanged smirks. Their spirits lifted once more. Zhao Yuanxin's face also bore a mocking expression. If Li Chei were still with the Lingxu Sword Sect, he might not have had the opportunity to attend such a grand event. However, now that Li Chei had abandoned the Lingxu Sword Sect, he had forfeited his eligibility to partake in such gatherings. As he seized his own opportunities at the conference to rise swiftly, he vowed to make Li Chei's path one of despair. Under their scrutinizing gazes, it soon became Lingxu Sword Sect's turn. Envoy, we are from the South Continent Lingxu Sword Sect, hereby invitation to participate in the discourse conference. Li Chei presented the invitation to the middle-aged man. Lingxu Sword Sect. Upon hearing this name, the previously apathetic and somewhat distracted middle-aged man suddenly became alert, his gaze shifting to Li Chei with newfound interest. When he laid eyes on Li Chei's countenance, his eyes sparkled with recognition. Without hastily accepting the invitation, he inquired, Lingxu Sword Sect. Could it be that you are Li Chei? Chapter 69. The Reversal of the Heavenly Gang. Is there no invitation for the Lingxu Sword Sect? Could it be that you are Li Chei? At the envoy's words, many individuals from the various factions who had just entered the gates turned their heads in astonishment. Moments ago, as a multitude passed by, the envoy had shown little interest. As Li Chei arrived, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The young man before the messenger was indeed Li Chei, whose identity prompted a flicker of confusion in his eyes as he did not recognize the middle-aged man standing before him. Upon hearing Li Chei's name, the messenger's eyes brightened, and he scrutinized him with a newfound interest. A faint smile broke through his previously stern demeanor, and he expressed a hint of admiration. Truly remarkable. The unparalleled prodigy of your generation is indeed extraordinary. A 20-year-old divine king, the youngest in the void tribulation realm. Such an achievement has undoubtedly astonished countless individuals. Not only is your talent exceptional, but it is also commendable that you have valiantly guarded the demon abyss for over a century, making significant contributions to the defense against malevolent forces and the protection of the realm. The Taqing sacred land has long been aware of your existence. Although I have resided within the sacred land for an extended period, your name has resonated throughout, and it is a pleasure to finally witness your true form today. He continued, patting Li Chei on the shoulder in an encouraging manner. You are indeed an outstanding young man, Li Chei. I eagerly anticipate the heights you will reach in the future. His eyes sparkled with genuine delight, embodying the pride and expectations of a senior observing a promising youth. Li Chei offered a modest smile, maintaining his composure. Thank you for your kind words, senior. The messenger accepted the invitation card with a smile. not even glancing at it before waving him in. Surrounding them, the various sects and powers present exchanged incredulous glances. Witnessing the middle-aged man, who had previously been so stern with others, now smiling and engaging with Li Che, they could not help but smirk at the disparity. Was this the treatment afforded to a top-tier genius? When they had entered, the messenger had displayed an air of indifference, yet here he was, treating this young man with utmost respect, bestowing upon him a level of deference surpassing that of many prominent sections. The crowd was left in awe. Brother, I never anticipated your reputation would reach the Taiqing sacred land. This is truly impressive. Upon entering through the grand gates, Su Baiwei's eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed up at Li Che, her face a canvas of astonishment. The Grand Elder could not contain his laughter, exuding a sense of pride. Indeed, this is why you are the esteemed saint son of our Dao Yi. As this is our first attendance, I had my reservations. But with the saint's son present, there is nothing to fear. The Grand Elder chuckled heartily, feeling quite elated. Meanwhile, when Lu Lingli and the others witnessed Li Che actually producing the invitation and successfully entering the Taiqing sacred land, they were rendered utterly speechless. This was entirely contrary to their expectations. Impossible. How could Li Che possess an invitation? For so many years, the Taiqing sacred land had extended invitations solely to our Lingxu Sword Sect. What merit did Dao Yi possess to qualify for such an honor? Lu Lingli was first taken aback, then fury surged within her, leaving her seething with anger. She was still waiting for the Lingxu Sword Sect to produce an invitation, ready to mock them thoroughly after being expelled. Yet, to her astonishment, they actually gained entry. Moreover, the envoy seemed to regard Li Che with a newfound respect. Yu Shuang'er gritted her teeth, seething with indignation. How could he possibly deserve this? He is no longer one of us from the Lingxu Sword Sect. He is a traitor, a scoundrel. What right does he have to attend the discussion of doctrines? It is utterly infuriating. Her fury intensified as she witnessed the envoy's amiable demeanor towards Li Che, engaging him in conversation. Yu Shuang'er's eyes reddened with a mix of rage and envy. The envoy hailed from the sacred land of Taiqing. Any young individual favored by such a figure would undoubtedly gain fame across the dozens of continents. What right did Li Che have to receive such treatment? Zhao Yuansen's expression was equally grim, his heart screaming in silent rage, jealousy boiling within him. However, the reality before them was undeniable. No amount of anger could change their predicament. All right, it's our turn now. Let us proceed inside, said an elder, urging them on. Taking a deep breath, Lu Lingli suppressed her inner turmoil and hurried toward the entrance. Just as she prepared to enter, the envoy suddenly extended an arm, blocking their path. Invitation, he demanded, eyeing the group before him. Where was their invitation? Lu Lingli was taken aback, but stepped forward to explain. Envoy, we are from the Lingxu Sword Sect. We have yet to receive our invitation. Our master mentioned it may have been overlooked by you. However, seeing no intention from the Lingxu Sword Sect members to produce an invitation, the envoy's expression turned icy. He was unwilling to entertain Lu Lingli's words, narrowing his eyes as he interrupted her with a dismissive wave. Those without an invitation may not enter. Please leave. Lu Lingli's expression froze, her countenance darkening. Just before their arrival, their master assured them that entry was permitted without an invitation. The commotion at the entrance drew the attention of other factions, who turned to observe with curiosity. Being halted at the door seemed unprecedented. Upon realizing the individuals being blocked were from the Lingxu Sword Sect, many raised their brows in interest, engaging in hushed discussions. Oh, the Lingxu Sword Sect hasn't received an invitation this year? How unusual! Given their numerous blunders and recent setbacks, it's only natural they weren't invited. What a spectacle! Coming without an invitation. Are they simply seeking embarrassment? As Lu Lingli and her companions found themselves unable to enter, the crowd reveled in their misfortune, whispers of mockery rising around them. This left both Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang'er utterly incensed. In front of so many witnesses, they were being stopped at the door, unable to gain entry. What a colossal humiliation! Lu Lingli's face flushed crimson with rage, her eyes blazing with fury. Ignoring any notions of messengers, she glared and exclaimed, "We are disciples of the Lingxu Sword Sect. In previous discourse conferences, we have always received invitations. After participating in numerous events, do you not recognize us? We are the Lingxu Sword Sect. Must we require an invitation to attend a discourse conference?" The messenger, impervious to her outburst, merely shook his head and replied, "I apologize, but regardless of who you are, All participants in the discourse conference must possess an invitation. Those without an invitation are strictly prohibited from entry. Xianxia, Herr Enraged, stepped forward indignantly, asserting, "We have always been invited to previous discourse conferences. The absence of an invitation this time is undoubtedly due to your oversight. Why should we be barred from entering because of your negligence?" The messenger remained unperturbed, calmly stating, "I am sorry, but without an invitation, entry is not permitted. Please return." Chapter 70. Laughter resounds. Has the Sword Sect become like beggars? Despite their pleas, the Lingxu Sword Sect found themselves unable to cross the threshold. The messenger extended his arm, effectively blocking their passage, leaving them trapped in a limbo of indecision. Lu Lingli, exasperated, stamped her foot, noticing an increasing crowd gathering to witness the spectacle, which only intensified her humiliation. Her eyes glistening with fury, she prepared to confront the messenger. An elder beside her, fearing the situation might escalate, quickly intervened, his face adorned with a forced smile as he addressed the messenger. "I sincerely apologize for my disciple's emotional outburst. I hope you will not take offense. The Lingxu Sword Sect has attended numerous conferences and understands the protocols. However, we are not lying. The reason for not receiving our invitation must be due to the busy affairs at the sacred grounds, which led to this oversight. Might you show us some leniency?" The messenger glanced at him, still shaking his head, maintaining a demeanor of strict professionalism. "I am sorry, but rules are rules. Without an invitation, entry is impossible. Please return." The elder was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting through shades of blue and white, enveloped in embarrassment. Nearby, Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang'er were beside themselves with anger. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers from various factions couldn't help but snicker. What nonsense about an oversight. They truly know how to concoct excuses. Moving. You come without an invitation and expect to join the festivities? Can the esteemed Qing sacred grounds indulge such behavior? Do they truly think being from the Lingxu Sword Sect grants them carte blanche? Ridiculous. TSK. I've heard tales of the Lingxu Sword Sect's peculiarities, and it appears to be all too true. The crowd buzzed with gossip, reveling in their misfortune, eager to watch the unfolding drama. Li Che turned to observe the spectacle, equally astonished. He had not anticipated such a turn of events. In his memories of the past, this was the moment when the Lingxu Sword Sect received their invitation, while the Daoi Sword Sect was left uninvited. Now, the roles had reversed. Was it my doing that brought about these changes? Li Che's mind whirled with thoughts. Observing the exasperated expressions of Lu Lingli and her companions, a cold smile crept across his lips. This was merely the beginning. Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang'er were already at a loss, and now, upon sensing the scornful gazes directed at them, they were on the verge of losing their composure. The two trembled with anger, their minds filled with curses. Wretched, despicable, truly despicable. Lu Lingli had initially anticipated witnessing the misfortune of the Daoi Sword Sect, eagerly awaiting the sight of Li Che and his companions being thwarted at the entrance. To her shock, the Daoi Sword Sect had gained entry, while she and her companions were instead barred. Countless forces from dozens of continents had successfully entered the Taching sacred land. Yet, as a premier power of the southern continent, they were turned away, unable to even cross the threshold, utterly disgracing themselves. Cursed be the Taching sacred land. Cursed be Li Ke. Zhao Yuanxin's expression mirrored his discontent. He had painstakingly devised a plan, finally securing the opportunity through the Lingxu Sword Sect to attend this grand event, driven by the immense fortunes rumored to be within the Taching sacred land. With his innate talent, he was confident of reaping tremendous benefits from this conference, soaring to great heights. However, now he found himself unable to even enter, rendering all aspirations futile. Even the grandest of fortunes were now irrelevant to him. Arriving with high hopes, only to see his golden opportunity slip away and constrained by his identity as a member of the demon sect. Zhao Yuanxin was filled with frustration and rage, his heart roaring in turmoil, feeling as though a tempest of blood was rising within his chest, nearly causing him to explode with anger. Truly a bunch of worthless fools, unable to procure even a single invitation. They deserve to be devoured by me. Zhao Yuanxin could not suppress his grievances against Shi Ruyan, Lu Lingli, and others. A prestigious power like theirs, incapable of obtaining a mere invitation. What face did they have to exist in this world? They might as well just perish. Nearby, an elder wore an expression of profound embarrassment. Having long been a renowned figure, he now found himself unable to enter the gates in front of so many old acquaintances. It was utterly humiliating, an excruciatingly awkward situation. Let us go. The elder of the Lingxu Sword Sect, his face flushed, shook his head and turned to lead his people away as the messenger continued to deny them entry. However, Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang, having suffered such a significant loss, were unwilling to leave in such a disheartened manner. Fiercely glaring at the messenger, they threatened in a raised voice. The esteemed touching sacred land appears to be nothing more than blind fools. Our Lingxu Sword Sect's participation in the discussion conference is a favor to you. Yet you dare to bar us at the door? Are you not afraid of being ridiculed by the world if this news gets out? Or is it that this so-called sacred land only bullies the weak? Before Lu Lingli could finish her fierce proclamation, a voice, aged and tinged with displeasure, resonated from the depths of the sacred land. Enough. As the grand assembly approached, the atmosphere was filled with an unsettling clamor. With the finality of his words, a venerable figure emerged from the depths of the sacred grounds. Despite his aged appearance, an aura of formidable terror surrounded him, and his eyes sparkled with an intense brilliance. The moment he materialized, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the entire assembly, causing breaths to hitch in throats. Elder, the middle-aged envoy, immediately bowed in respect, his demeanor reverent. The elder cast a disapproving glance at the members of the Lingxu Sword Sect, his countenance marred by displeasure. The assembly is about to commence. There is no time for such distractions. Let them enter, he commanded. The envoy nodded and stepped aside, no longer obstructing their passage. Can we truly enter? Upon hearing the elder's consent, Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang exchanged glances, their expressions brightening with elation as they hastily bowed in gratitude. Thank you, esteemed elder. The elder's face remained clouded with irritation as he let out a cold snort, issuing a warning. This is the first and the last time. Do not attempt to force your way in without an invitation, resembling beggars. It is utterly disgraceful. His piercing gaze swept over them, his ancient eyes gleaming with authority, the terrifying aura around him accentuating his commanding presence. Let there not be a second occasion. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy towards your Lingxu Sword Sect. Yes, esteemed elder, we understand. Faced with the elder's overt threat, Lu Lingli and the others turned pale, their teeth gritting in frustration. However, under his fierce scrutiny, they could only endure and nod obediently. Though they were audacious, they were not foolish. This elder was undeniably formidable, a being not to be trifled with. Even when scolded directly, they had no choice but to listen, stifling their indignation. Uft. Ha ha ha. Is this a technique of changing faces? How amusing. Laughter erupted from the various factions witnessing the scene, their mirth uncontainable. Indeed, where did that arrogance vanish to? Li Che also shook his head with a sneer. Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang, hearing the laughter, felt their faces flush with a mix of rage and embarrassment. Zhao Yuansan raised his head, catching sight of the disdainful and mocking gazes directed at him, which only fueled his fury. Damn it! Damn it! You all shall pay for this! Zhao Yuansan vowed, never having felt such humiliation as he did today. He was the revered scion of the boundless devil sect, a figure of authority commanding life and death over countless souls, and had never endured such indignity. In that moment, a tempest of hatred surged within him, breeding a frenzied desire for revenge. He loathed Si Ruyan, Lu Lingli, Yu Shuang and all those who mocked him, resenting the entire world. Once the boundless devil sect rises, I shall ensure that you all suffer, unable to seek life or death. You will all pay the price. Zhao Yuansan's heart screamed in wrath. Chapter 71. Li Che, the center of attention, sparks jealousy from Lingxu Sword Sect at the holy land of Taiqing. As the commotion at the entrance subsided, all factions ceased their waiting and streamed in. Before them lay a breathtaking paradise, a scene reminiscent of a celestial realm. The air was saturated with spiritual energy, so dense that it felt almost tangible, enveloping them in a gentle humidity. Ethereal mists danced among pavilions and towers, while verdant grass glistened and ancient trees towered majestically. Exotic flowers competed in vibrant colors, accompanied by spiritual birds soaring and rare beasts darting about, with divine springs bubbling forth, exuding immense life force. Everything visible was resplendent and enigmatic, as if they had stepped into another world. Wow, this place is simply stunning, exclaimed Suvaigui, her eyes sparkling with wonder, her little head spinning as she took in the sights. The spiritual energy here is incredibly rich. The Grand Elder, Qin Tianyang, remarked, equally astonished. Not just them, but everyone from the various factions that entered couldn't help but express their amazement and admiration. It was evident that the Holy Land of Taiqing, as a colossal force dominating the realm, possessed resources so abundant that even many top-tier factions could not compare. Even the previously arrogant Lu Lingli and her companions appeared more subdued, truly awed by the profound heritage of Taiqing. Only Zhao Yuansan's gaze grew increasingly fervent. The greed in his eyes barely contained. The treasures of the Holy Land of Taiqing were indeed abundant. This time, he was determined to seize the opportunity and acquire as many great fortunes as possible. He greedily surveyed his surroundings, wishing he could devour the entire Holy Land. Under the guidance of the Holy Land of Taiqing, they arrived at a misty, celestial mountain. The mountain loomed high, exuding a majestic aura, with waterfalls cascading down its slopes, creating shimmering rainbows in the sunlight, a sight of exquisite beauty. Upon reaching the cliff's edge, the guide halted and smiled. The Holy Land has prepared spiritual fruits and fragrant tea for you all. Please take your seats. As he spoke, disciples of the Holy Land of Taiqing appeared, leading everyone to their designated positions. Friends from Lingxu Sword Sect, please follow me. Li Che and the others followed the disciple's lead, and soon discovered that their seats were remarkably close to the front, almost at the heart of the gathering. This placement symbolized their esteemed status among the countless factions across dozens of continents. Beside them were formidable powers, such as the Dian Divine Dynasty and the Xiang Sacred Sect, or the likes of Baikang's sect, which dominated a small continent. This clearly illustrated the Holy Land of Taiqing's regard for the Lingxu Sword Sect. Odisson. Today we are indeed enjoying the benefits of your presence, remarked Grand Elder Qin Tianyang, wise and perceptive, instantly realizing that their advantageous seating was entirely due to Li Che. Su Baiwei wore an expression of excitement as well. Li Che, however, remained calm and composed, his demeanor unperturbed. With a slight smile, he gestured for the two to sit down as they quietly awaited the commencement of the discussion conference. In a nearly imperceptible corner behind them, Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang'er wore expressions of profound frustration, nearly bursting with rage. How infuriating! The Taiqing Sacred Land has demonstrated an utter disregard for us by placing us in such a remote and insignificant spot. This is nothing short of an affront to our Lingxu Sword Sect. I am truly tempted to confront them directly. Yu Shuang'er exclaimed in a voice filled with indignation, her eyes ablaze with fury. In stark contrast to Lingxu Sword Sect, the members of Lingxu Sword Sect found themselves relegated to a diminutive corner, almost at the very back of the assembly. Not only could they not present themselves before others, but they could scarcely catch a glimpse of the grand event unfolding ahead. Only with great effort could they make out the backs of Lingxu Sword Sect's disciples. This only intensified the vexation felt by Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang, as an oppressive weight lodged in their chests, making them feel as if they might explode with frustration. Indeed, were those disciples blind? How could they lead us to this place? No, I must confront them. Lu Lingli's delicate features darkened, her beautiful eyes shimmering with suppressed anger as she expressed her desire to confront the disciples of the Taiqing Sacred Land. Enough. Let us refrain from further complaints. The elder leading them interjected, casting a disapproving glance at the incessantly murmuring pair. He raised a hand to halt their outburst, his tone calm yet firm. After all, we did not possess an invitation. It is already quite fortunate that they allowed us entry. Do you truly expect them to yield their positions to us? Though he spoke in such a manner, the elder himself felt a pang of disappointment. Observing the vibrant interactions among the various factions ahead, he felt a deep sense of loss. Not long ago, Lingxu Sword Sect was a renowned powerhouse in the southern continent, revered and admired wherever they went, basking in the adulation of many. Yet, how swiftly circumstances have changed. In such a brief span, Lingxu Sword Sect has endured relentless setbacks, with numerous disciples perishing and their strength severely diminished, their prestige trampled beneath the feet of others, plummeting to the depths. Wherever they go, rather than being the center of admiration, they are now shunned, as if they were harbingers of disaster, to be avoided like venomous snakes. How did it come to this? As these thoughts crossed his mind, he instinctively cast his gaze toward the front, where a solitary figure sat cross-legged in meditation. Li Che. It seemed that the recent upheavals, as well as the decline of Lingxu Sword Sect, began with the expulsion of this senior disciple from the sect. Sighing, the elder glanced at Lu Lingli and the others, who continued to grumble incessantly, and he suddenly felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Lu Lingli and Yuxuang, oblivious to the elder's thoughts, remained sulky and resentful, seated in silence as they continued their complaints. Just then, a deep, resonant sound reverberated through the air, akin to the beating of war drums, pulsating like a heart's rhythm. Amidst the celestial realm, a tempest arose with startling suddenness. The once clear, azure skies were abruptly shrouded as clouds rolled tumultuously, and a divine light erupted with thunderous brilliance. An overwhelming aura of lethal intent permeated the atmosphere. The chilling menace within it seemingly capable of rending flesh and causing hearts to tremble uncontrollably. What could be transpiring? The younger generation, possessing lesser cultivation, quivered in fear, their faces etched with trepidation. Even the seasoned warriors, with profound mastery, instinctively rose, their gazes solemnly fixed ahead. Under the scrutiny of all, the endless mists churned, revealing a figure emanating an infinite aura of iron-blooded ferocity, seated atop the mountain peak. He appeared to be of middle age, with an ancient and dignified visage, flowing black hair cascading like a waterfall, a robust physique, and eyes that sparkled with an arresting brilliance, exuding a staggering presence that could captivate the very soul. It was the King Xianlai. He had personally descended. Long ago, King Xianlai had already attained the sacred realm. Now, after a century, his cultivation had become increasingly unfathomable. Was he not stationed at the front line of the southern continent, combating the fiends? What prompted his sudden return? Many of the elders recognized the identity of the newcomer, their expressions instantly growing grave. Elder, is this King Xianlai truly formidable? Su Baiwei's delicate face paled slightly as she instinctively inquired. Although Li Che felt little impact from the aura, he too cast a curious glance in that direction. The moment King Xianlai manifested, an overwhelming sense of slaughter surged, conjuring in Li Che's mind the harrowing vision of endless mountains of corpses and seas of blood, where fiends fell like rain. The atmosphere was sharp and oppressive, yet oddly familiar. It resonated with the sentiments of Li Che, who had guarded the demon lair for a century, having battled countless fiends. Chapter 72. The Battlefield of the Southern Continent, Recruitment and Campaigns Looming. You are all aware of the past when the fiends rampaged, and how, through the concerted efforts of various factions, they were suppressed in the demon lair. However, the onslaught of the otherworldly fiends was not confined to the Southern Continent alone. It plagued the entire realm. The Southern Continent merely succeeded first in quelling the fiends, thus enjoying a century of peace, while other regions continued to suffer under their relentless assault. Consequently, the three sacred lands, including the Taiqing sacred ground, have dedicated themselves over the years to combating and exterminating the fiends. Cui Xianlai stands as a prominent figure on the battlefield. The elder's voice was low and patient as he elucidated this to Su Baiwei. Kui Xuanli, a pinnacle power of the sacred realm, one of the esteemed elders of the Taiqing sacred ground, and a commanding presence at the front line of the southern continent, known as King Xianlai. Having been entrenched in countless battles against fiends, he bore the weight of innumerable bloodshed. The moment he appeared, he instantly commanded the attention of all present. His eyes, sharp as blades, were particularly mesmerizing, causing anyone who met his gaze to flinch as if pierced, overwhelmed by the relentless aura of slaughter that surged forth. In an instant, many from the younger generation trembled, chilled to the bone by the terrifying presence he exuded. Li Che, sensing the gravity of the situation, instinctively turned his gaze, locking eyes with the piercing, captivating gaze of King Xianlai. Uncertain if it was merely an illusion, Li Che seemed to perceive a fleeting smile from the cold-hearted Xianlai Wang. Before he could fully comprehend this, the assembled crowd had already begun to pay their respects. They greeted Xianlai Wang with utmost reverence, whether they were from the younger generation or seasoned veterans. Xianlai Wang, not only possessing formidable cultivation, had long been a stalwart defender against the malevolent forces, ensuring stability in the world. Thus, he commanded the respect of all. There is no need for excessive formalities. Esteemed friends, Xianlai Wang stated with a decisive and straightforward demeanor, gesturing for everyone to take their seats. He wasted no time and spoke directly, his resonant voice echoing in the ears of all present. On behalf of the Taiqing sacred ground, I extend a warm welcome to your presence. The Tao Discussion Conference occurs once every decade, primarily inviting you to sit and exchange insights on cultivation. Additionally, it serves as an opportunity to address the current situation regarding our ongoing struggle against the demons, so that the world may rest easy. As he spoke, his expression grew solemn, and the previously subdued energy surged once again with intensity. However, circumstances have changed. Perhaps we must set aside our discussions for the moment, as I have other matters to address. His serious demeanor evoked a sense of foreboding among the crowd. While some of the younger attendees appeared confused, many of the elder experts quickly grasped the gravity of the situation, their expressions shifting to concern. "Is there an issue on the front lines, Xianxia Wang?" inquired one of the powerful figures, astonishment etched on their face. Xianxia Wang nodded gravely, responding, "Indeed, everyone, following the Great War a century ago, the demons are showing signs of resurgence. Despite our relentless efforts to eradicate them over the years, time has only emboldened their audacity. Presently, the neighboring region of Fengya Prefecture has been entirely overtaken by ancient demons, having completely fallen into their grasp." Upon hearing this, many faces turned pale. They were aware that demons still existed, but they had believed that the sacred ground suppression of the remaining demons, coupled with the major powers of the South Continent containing the demon layers, would gradually lead to their annihilation. Yet, this unexpected turn of events shattered that hope. The complete fall of Fengya Prefecture to the demons was alarming. Although Fengya Prefecture was but a small territory and could not compare to the vast expanse of the South Continent, it was still a region teeming with life and skilled warriors. How could it not withstand the demons? In an instant, murmurs of shock and disbelief erupted throughout the assembly. "Esteemed friends," Xianxia Wang's authoritative voice rang out, quelling the rising tumult among the crowd. His gaze was solemn as he surveyed the assembly and continued, "The situation is dire. Following the occupation of Fengya Prefecture, the demons are now using it as a stronghold, launching aggressive assaults against the South Continent, intending to collaborate with the demons within the layers to spread chaos across the world. In the present day, the frontline battlefield in the South Continent, including our esteemed Taqing Sanctuary among the three sacred grounds, is no longer sufficient to withstand the ever-growing menace of the demons. We must summon personnel from the various orthodox sects across the realm to collectively resist these fiends." Upon uttering these words, an uproar erupted in the assembly. The audience was taken aback, shocked by the gravity of the situation. Yet, there existed a faction clinging to hope, reluctant to send forth their members to the battlefield. After all, the battlefield teems with countless demons, all ferocious and brutal, possessing formidable power. Should we dispatch our people to war, their survival would be fraught with peril, and the strength of our sects would undoubtedly suffer immensely. Your Majesty Xianxia, it is not that we are unwilling to join the fight against the demons. Rather, our sect is currently expending immense effort to suppress the demon caves, leaving us exhausted and unable to act." A voice emerged, revealing a countenance of distress. As he finished speaking, others echoed his sentiments. Indeed, the responsibility to combat the demons lies with all. However, if our internal resources are depleted, leading to an uprising of the demon caves, it would grant the demons an opportunity to wreak havoc, rendering us all sinners in the eyes of the world. I believe the situation may not be as dire. Perhaps we should reconsider after some time. We are but a small sect, lacking the strength to engage in such a conflict. The crowd voiced their opinions, revealing their underlying hopes of avoiding the expenditure of their own strength, wishing for the larger sanctuaries to bear the brunt of the battle while they lingered in safety. A cold snort, reminiscent of thunder, reverberated through the air, instantly sending a shiver down the spines of those present. Silence enveloped the room. Cui Xianlai's sharp gaze swept across the gathering, his imposing presence radiating a terrifying aura that filled the heavens and earth. "Esteemed colleagues, I implore you to comprehend this. I am not soliciting your opinions. I am issuing a command. The call to arms is imminent. Should the demons breach our defenses and release their kind from the caves, in collusion with one another, our world shall once again be plunged into cataclysm." Cui Xuanlia's words resonated like thunder, imbued with authority and an undeniable resolve. In that moment, silence reigned. The expressions of the assembly shifted deep in contemplation. Occasionally, whispers of discussion could be heard among the attendees. Upon hearing this news, the members of the Lingxu Sword Sect were visibly shaken, with young disciples like Lu Lingli nearly leaping from their seats in astonishment. This was preposterous. The demons attacking the South Continent, and they expected the sacred grounds to take the lead? What need had they for our involvement? As sanctuaries, was it not their duty to protect the realm? Lu Lingli's expression was fraught with anxiety, wholly disinclined to heed the call to arms. This was absurd. They were the direct disciples of the sect leader of Lingxu Sword Sect, with a future resplendent beyond measure. How could they possibly face the demons on the front line? What, they were injured? Yu Shuang'er pouted, unabashed in her discontent. The demons assaulting the South Continent were still far from breaching their defenses. If a summons was to be issued, it should be directed towards the older members. There was no way she was going to risk her life against those demons. The fiends are utterly revolting, and soon we shall be embroiled in combat with them, becoming as filthy as beggars, which is a grave detriment to our image. The demons wreak havoc upon the world. Let the world rise to confront them. Why should our Lingxu Sword Sect take part? Zhao Yuansen was equally averse to the idea. As the scion of the Wuji demon sect, the notion of him battling demons to safeguard the populace is nothing short of absurd. Upon hearing their unabashed grievances, the elder felt a surge of trepidation, exclaiming in exasperation, "Lower your voices. Do you truly believe that the one above is deaf?" He cautiously glanced ahead, only to meet the icy gaze of Cui Xianlai, which sent a shiver down his spine, prompting him to bow his head hastily. Kui Xuan Liskold coldly. Directing his gaze at the reluctant members of the Lingxu Sword Sect, his eyes brimming with frost. Chapter 73. An invitation from King Xianlai himself? What treatment is this? At the cliffside, the divine spring cascaded, enveloped in a veil of mist. The expressions of the various factions below shifted unpredictably as they engaged in fervent discussions. Cui Xianlai understood that the assembly needed time to digest this information, so he refrained from urging them, allowing them to ponder in deliberation. His own gaze, however, was fixed upon a youthful figure amidst the crowd, a faint, almost imperceptible smile flickering across his otherwise rigid features. The atmosphere at the Daoi Sword Sect was equally tense. The Grand Elder furrowed his brow, his eyes shifting restlessly, unable to suppress a sigh. From King Xuanlia's unequivocal demeanor earlier, Chen Tianyang discerned much. He understood that if the situation had not reached a critical juncture, the Taqing Holy Land would not have issued such an obligatory conscription order. After all, a summons of this magnitude, once disseminated, would undoubtedly incite widespread unrest, jeopardizing the stability of the realm. Yet, the Taqing Holy Land proceeded with this course of action. It could only be inferred that the offensive by the demons was far graver than those present could fathom. A tumultuous season approaches, with storm clouds gathering. Chen Tianyang sighed, turning to Li Che and inquiring, "Saint's son, what is your perspective on the conscription order from the Taqing Holy Land?" Su Baiwei's enchanting eyes also turned towards him. Li Che's gaze sparkled with the brilliance of stars, ignited by an intense martial spirit. The conscription order has been issued. We must heed the call, journey to the battlefield, and confront the demons. As practitioners of the southern continent, we cannot evade this duty. He smiled with pride, his voice imbued with a hint of lethal resolve. Since the demons are unsettled, let us strike them head on, delivering a resounding blow to incapacitate or even annihilate them, thus resolving the crisis. Upon hearing this, Su Beiwei nodded in agreement, clearly supporting Li Che's resolve. As the demons assault the southern continent, if we, the cultivators of the south, do not actively resist and eradicate the fiends, we shall inevitably face them directly once they breach our defenses and invade our realm. Even by that time, the losses in the southern continent would be even more grievous. The Grand Elder expressed a hint of astonishment. Just moments ago, the numerous young individuals present had instinctively revealed apprehension and even dread in their eyes upon learning of the impending battle against the demons. Yet, Li Ke remained remarkably composed, exhibiting neither fear nor panic. In fact, he seemed subtly eager to engage. Excellent. Truly worthy of being the holy son of the Dao Sword Sect. Possessing immense courage and fortitude, it appears that I, an old man, have been somewhat timid. The Grand Elder felt a surge of delight, his eyes brimming with admiration. Initially, he believed that even if the Dao Sword Sect were to send reinforcements, extraordinary talents like Li Che should remain at the sect to focus on their cultivation. However, it now seemed that such trifling demons would not intimidate him. Perhaps it is precisely this indomitable spirit that has forged Li Che into such an unparalleled prodigy. Yet, he remained unaware that Li Che had reincarnated, foreseeing this very event, having experienced it in his past life. He knew well that although the demons were exceedingly fierce, launching frenzied assaults from their stronghold in Fengya continent, they would ultimately face defeat, with the southern continent emerging victorious and successfully suppressing the demons. Thus, he felt no trepidation whatsoever. In fact, he was subtly eager to seize this opportunity to refine his newly transformed skills and powers, using the demons as a whetstone. With this thought, Li Che rose and turned to the meditating Chui Xianlai, proclaiming loudly, "King Xianlai, the Daoi Sword Sect is willing to send individuals to the front lines to combat the demons." A hush fell over the crowd, all eyes turning to Li Che. After a moment of silence, one by one, individuals began to rise, their voices resounding with vigor. "Huh, a young man possesses such spirit, while we old fellows cower in fear. What a disgrace. The Dai and Divine Dynasty is willing to march in a battle. Indeed, combating the demons is our duty. The Xiang Holy Sect is eager to participate. Under the fallen nest, there can be no intact egg. Our Baikang sect is willing to slay demons and eliminate evil. The Xuanji lineage is ready to contribute for the sake of all living beings." With the Daoi Sword Sect leading the charge, one after another, factions nodded in agreement. They had come to a realization. In the current circumstances, with the demons rampant and the Ta Ching Holy Land issuing a mandatory conscription order, they had no choice but to comply. Since that was the case, they would act decisively. In an instant, everyone rallied in response. Even the Lingxu Sword Sect, despite their reluctance, could not defy the overwhelming tide and had no choice but to acquiesce. "Excellent. In that case, I express my gratitude once more to all of you for your willingness to stand up for the sake of the world." The voice of King Xianlai resonated deeply, a potent aura of battle enveloping the gathering, instantly igniting the warriors' fighting spirit, while their apprehension towards the demons diminished significantly. The atmosphere of the assembly no longer bore the weight of its initial tension. Subsequently, King Xianlai turned his gaze towards Li Che, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes, and his previously harsh voice softened considerably. "I have heard that you have departed from the Lingxu Sword Sect. How have you been lately?" "Huh?" was King Xianlai addressing Li Che. Witnessing this scene, the representatives from various factions were taken aback, instinctively glancing at Li Che. King Xianlai, renowned for his formidable cultivation and as an elder of the Ta Ching Holy Land, stationed at the front lines and having slain countless demons, was actually paying attention to a young man. It seemed that he discerned the puzzlement among the crowd, for King Xianlai smiled slightly and remarked, "Although I was not previously acquainted with Li Che, I have been following his exploits for quite some time. Entering the demon lair alone at the tender age of 20 and battling countless demons for a century is an extraordinary feat that even many seasoned experts might struggle to achieve. This remarkable audacity and spirit alone merit my respect. In a sense, we are comrades in arms, having both engaged in the fight against demons." As he concluded, King Xianlai let out a hearty laugh. It dawned on the crowd, and they began to envy Li Che immensely. To have a figure of King Xuanlia's stature personally take notice is an unparalleled honor for any young individual. Li Che, in a moment of clarity, finally understood why he felt an unusual resonance upon meeting King Xianlai earlier. In a certain sense, they were kindred spirits, both stained with the blood of countless demons. He smiled and replied, "Indeed, I have left the Lingxu Sword Sect. As for my current situation, being freed from the duty of guarding the demon lair has undoubtedly lightened my burden. It feels as though a weight has been lifted, and I am now more at ease." King Xianlai cast a glance in the direction of the Lingxu Sword Sect and stated, "Well, it is for the best that you have departed. For you, the Lingxu Sword Sect is but a quagmire, serving only to bind you. It neither aids your cultivation nor propels your progress, but rather hinders your talent. Should you be interested, the Ta Ching Holy Land would be a splendid option. I extend a warm invitation on behalf of the Ta Ching Holy Land." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. While they had perceived King Xuanlia's regard for Li Che, they had not anticipated such a significant gesture. His words were tantamount to a blatant invitation. This was the Ta Ching Holy Land, a place where countless young aspirants yearned to join, yet found no opportunity. And here was Li Che, being personally invited by the esteemed King Xianlai. Lu Lingli and her companions, however, wore grim expressions, their faces ashen. King Xuanlia's words were unambiguous, delivering a striking blow to the Lingxu Sword Sect in front of everyone, showing them no mercy. This left them seething with indignation. Yet, when King Xuanlia's casual glance swept over them, Lu Lingli and her companions suddenly turned pale, trembling with fear. Instead of being angry, they instinctively shrank back, terrified that King Xianlai might seek retribution from them. Chapter 74. Astonished. The awe-inspiring sword intent belongs to Li Che. The King Xianlai personally extended an invitation, eliciting expressions of envy from the crowd. The Grand Elder Chen Tianyang and Su Baiwei felt a tightening in their chests, instinctively glancing at Li Che, their faces etched with anxiety. After all, it was the esteemed holy land of Taiqing. While the Lingxu Sword Sect was formidable, it could hardly be compared to a holy land. Observing the nervousness of the two, Li Che chuckled and affectionately tousled Su Baiwei's hair, then addressed King Xianlai, saying, "I appreciate your kind invitation, but I am quite content at the Lingxu Sword Sect for now and have no immediate plans to change that. As for the fight against the demons, I will join forces with the Lingxu Sword Sect to confront them on the front lines." Upon hearing his response, Chen Tianyang and Su Baiwei visibly relaxed, their faces breaking into smiles. King Xianlai, undeterred by the rejection, nodded in approval and remarked, speaking of the battle against the demons, "I must express my gratitude to you." The assembly fell silent in surprise, pondering the implications of his words. King Xianlai had long stood at the front line of the southern continent, battling countless ancient demons. Could Li Che truly have rendered him assistance? The two seemed to have little interaction, yet the crowd leaned in, eager to listen. Li Che tu fit puzzled. He had no prior connection with King Xianlai. Why would he extend thanks to him? King Xianlai continued with a smile. Not long ago, the demonic forces launched a ferocious assault on the southern front, and we, the three holy lands, found ourselves in a perilous situation. Just then, an overwhelming and terrifying sword intent erupted from the southern direction, sweeping through the heavens and earth, exuding an oppressive force that astonished us all. This formidable sword intent disrupted the demons' formations, providing us with an opportunity to counterattack and inflict significant damage, ultimately securing a great victory. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he added, "If I am not mistaken, that terrifying sword intent must have originated from you, correct?" Though framed as a question, his conviction was palpable. The aura of that sword intent was unmistakably identical to Li Che's. What? The previously overwhelming sword intent that swept across the heavens and earth was emanated by Li Che? Could King Xianlai be mistaken? Even I felt an icy chill in the face of that sword intent, as if confronting divine wrath. Was this something a young man could achieve? I had always presumed that such power was wielded by an unknown master, yet it turned out to be Li Che. The atmosphere erupted. The crowd left in stunned disbelief, their eyes wide with incredulity. Countless individuals had felt that sword intent, and its sheer ferocity had astounded even many renowned experts. At that time, many speculated about the identity of the master behind that sword intent. However, no matter how one speculates, no one would ever believe that this was the doing of a young man. It utterly shatters their preconceived notions. Many began to doubt whether the esteemed King Xianlai had made an error. Indeed, it was my doing. Li Che himself was astonished to realize that the sword intent he had unleashed during the trial of 10,000 swords would influence the outcome of battles on the front lines. Once he regained his composure, he nodded with unreserved acknowledgement. Upon his admission, the crowd erupted in a frenzy. Countless gazes converged upon him, filled with an overwhelming sense of awe. Is truly Li Che? My heavens, this is simply inconceivable. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I could never have imagined such a scenario, even in my wildest dreams. The terrifying sword intent was indeed the work of Li Che. How formidable must his talent be? The crowd was in an uproar, utterly astounded. Even the formidable figures, such as the national master of the Dian Divine Dynasty and the esteemed Qingshao Daoist of the Xiang Sacred Sect, were left speechless, their hearts brimming with astonishment. At such a tender age, Li Che had already managed to evoke such terrifying sword intent. As he continues to grow, what heights might he eventually reach? Undoubtedly, in the future, Li Che will secure a place among the world's foremost powerhouses. I seem to behold a blazing sun steadily ascending. Li Che's accomplishments have transcended the realm of our mere speculation. Even those long-established powerhouses now regard Li Che with transformed gazes, no longer looking down upon him from the vantage of seniors over juniors, but rather acknowledging him as a peer who may stand shoulder to shoulder with them, or even surpass them as an unparalleled prodigy. Aha! Those fools from the Lingxu Sword Sect must be utterly dumbfounded by this. Need it even be stated? They must be regretting their decisions profoundly. Whichever sect manages to claim Lingxu will undoubtedly benefit for countless years, standing proudly in the world, unyielding and basking in endless glory. Who could have anticipated that the individuals from the Lingxu Sword Sect would be so blind? Truly, they have brought this fate upon themselves. One must now keep a distance from them to avoid being influenced into foolishness. Once the shock subsided, the crowd instinctively turned their gazes towards the direction of the Lingxu Sword Sect. Each face bore the marks of schadenfreude, their mockery unrestrained. At that moment, Lu Lingli and her companions stood frozen in disbelief. The news presented by King Xianxia struck their ears like a thunderclap, leaving them utterly dumbfounded. That sword intent was indeed the work of Lingxu? How could this be possible? Lu Lingli's countenance turned ashen, her lips murmuring incoherently, her entire being rendered immobile. She recalled how that sword intent had instilled fear even in Si Ruyan, the head of the Lingxu Sword Sect, who had prepared for battle. Utterly shocked, even going so far as to instruct them to avoid offending that mysterious powerhouse. Lu Lingli had once secretly pondered who that individual could be, filled with admiration and envy. Yet now, the truth had finally been unveiled. The so-called mysterious powerhouse is, astonishingly, Lingxu. This feels akin to an outrageous jest orchestrated by the heavens. She stood there, utterly bewildered, her heart unwilling to accept this reality. Yet, no matter how much she attempted to deceive herself, deep down she was acutely aware that this was indeed the truth. The Xianxia king would never jest in front of such a multitude. Yu Shuang'er was equally struck dumb. How could Lingxu possess such formidable prowess? Instinctively, she turned her gaze towards the figure conversing amiably with the Xianxia king, her mind in a state of confusion. To her, Lingxu had always been the accommodating individual who fulfilled her every whim. A benevolent soul whom she had come to regard as a mere servant at her beck and call. It was only at this moment that she realized how truly radiant Lingxu was, shining with an unparalleled brilliance.